Fei Shugo Martial Arts Academy. Master yells for Xiaolan to get out of here immediately. He calls him a coward. He says that the young man dared to seduce his brother's girlfriend. As compensation, he must apologize to their family. The young man says that Shitu Janye is making trouble for them again. Of all people, Xiaolan was the one who offended Shitu Jantian's fiancée. The young man says that he is tired of repeating himself already. He has nothing to do with Bu Xiaoman. The young man said that if he does not hear Xiaolan apologize today, the young man will regret it very much. Xiaolan said if his interlocutor wanted an explanation, he could explain it to his mother today. The young man was not friendly. Xiaolan said his donkey can tell his interlocutor everything he thinks about it. The donkey didn't stay silent and said everything he thought in his own language. The opponent got angry and called the young man a scoundrel. He told the young man to come to the forest after school if he had the courage. Xiaolan was also angry. He and his donkey together exuded hatred. The young man showed his interlocutor a finger. The donkey showed a hoof. Xiaolan said that he would definitely come. Those observing this scene thought that Xiaolan was poor and only at the level of a warrior. However, he had the courage to accept Shitu Janye's challenge. For some reason, after traveling to Demon Mountain, Bu Xiaoman seemed really interested in Xiaolan. She even recognized what Xiaolan was like. Perhaps she wants to shame Shitu Jantian. The opponents actually met after school at the edge of the forest. Each of them came with their own weapons. The youths, discussing the situation, decided that Xiaolan really had courage if he accepted Situ's challenge. However, this poor man might not be able to stand up to Shitu, and after this upcoming fight, Xiaolan might be left crippled. The youths saw a girl appear in the sky. It was that beautiful girl, Bu Xiaoman. The youths began to discuss the girl and said that she was very good-looking. She is here to support Xiaolan. Bu Xiaoman said for them not to look at her and leave this place. The young people were surprised and upset. Why would the girl want them to leave? Another young man covered his co-worker's mouth. How dare he go against Ms. Bu's wish? The young men had to leave. They regretfully thought that the girl had left them no opportunity. They wanted to watch the upcoming battle. Situ once again called his opponent a rascal. He said that his sword name was Zhan Hong. This sword is 3 pounds and 3 inches long and weighs less than 2 pounds. It's made of chilling metal, sharp enough to destroy an enemy with a single blow. Situ said his opponent would shit his pants if he used his sword. The young man thrust his sword into the ground. Situ said that it's fair now. He is unarmed. Xiaolan put his sword next to him and said that he agrees. Now, they are on equal footing. Xiaolan stated that now they will have a fair fight. The young men stood against each other. Situ applied a riposte. He found himself wearing a knight's armor. His strength, defense, energy, and health were increased to the maximum. Xiaolan was outraged. This didn't seem like a fair duel. The knight's armor directly shone in the sun. Situ said that his punch was equal to the strength of 20 tigers. His opponent is just a low-ranked warrior. What would he be able to counter? Now Xiaolan would find out how strong the Situ family was. Situ swung around and said, Xiaolan is about to die. He shouldn't blame him. Xiaolan just had to stay away from his sister-in-law. Situ swung and threw a punch at his opponent. Xiaolan was able to dodge and counter-strike the young man in knight armor. The blow was so strong that Situ was not helped by his defense and flew far back. Xiaolan said that if it was a battle, his opponent should have just hit him instead of talking with his tongue. Situ thought that his opponent's punch was twice as strong. How could this guy be so strong? Xiaolan added, all he wanted was to stay calm. He didn't want any trouble. But if Jitu kept bothering him, he would regret it. Xiaolan tossed the knife in his hand and said that in that case, he would destroy his entire family as well. Xiaolan sensed that someone was watching them. He asked Saida to play along with him. Xiaolan fell to the ground as if after being hit. The young man was lying on the grass and shouted for Mr. Zitu not to hit him, and said that he wouldn't do that again. Situ sat there puzzled. He didn't understand why Xiaolan was doing this. Shitu saw that there was a girl watching them. She was hiding in the foliage of the trees. Xiaolan asked with a look, did his opponent not understand what the matter was? Shitu similarly replied that he understood everything now. Shitu agreed to play along and shouted that next time he wouldn't let Xiaolan go so easily. Next time, he would truly crush him. The girl appeared on the lawn. Standing in front of her was Xiaolan. He was alone. The opponent disappeared far behind the trees. The girl thought, how is this possible? Wasn't he the one who saved her back then? From the back, they looked very similar. The young men who wanted to watch this fight said that Xiaolan had returned. From Xiaolan's appearance, the young men determined that she too had made a cutlet out of him. It was bad enough that these people had a fight, but Xiaolan knew that he shouldn't have accepted that challenge. It was a pity that they couldn't watch that duel. The spectators' gaze was fixed on the arena, a dark horse, a lone wolf, against a level 3 mystical beast. The loser would face only one fate, doom. The mystic beast pounced on its opponent. It displayed its claws and opened its jaws, exposing its fangs. The young man confronted this formidable opponent. The spectators were wondering who would survive. In the box, the spectator was a beautiful stranger. She realized what her interlocutor wanted to show her. The interlocutor said, she assumed that this young man would definitely be to the girl's liking. The girl said, fighting a novice warrior against a highly ranked mystical beast. There was no way for him to survive. The interlocutor replied that maybe Ms. is wrong. The girl said if this young man survived, she wanted to give him a chance, to show his best self in dealing with her. The young man tensed up with all his might and threw the mystical beast far away from him. The young man jumped after the beast and destroyed it. The girl told her companion to bring this young man to her immediately. The girl told the master that the miss was calling for the lone wolf. The master also watched the battle between the lone wolf and the mystical beast. The master said of the young man, if he could not resist the seduction of the widowed woman, then he was not worthy to ascend to heaven. The lone wolf stood in front of this girl's room. The girl asked if he dared to enter. The young man said, why not? The girl thought no one has ever left her yet. She told the young man to come to her, and he would never forget it. The lone wolf threw a blanket over the girl. She looked at the young man in surprise. The young man wrapped the girl in that blanket like a caterpillar in a cocoon. The young man sighed and said that he had finished his business. The girl still didn't understand what happened. She screamed for him to release her immediately and started wriggling like a caterpillar. The lone wolf waved at her as he walked away. The young man said, now he knows what the famous lone miss bed looks like. It's not that outstanding. The girl was angry and resentful. She wondered how the young man could say such a thing about her. And moreover, how could he do such a thing to her? The young man only laughed in response. The girl shouted after the departing young man that she would never forgive the lone wolf for this. The wily lady said that it didn't make any difference whether it was a lone wolf or Xiaolan. He couldn't hide from her. The young man walked into the house. A lady met him on the doorstep and told him that Lanner had returned home. The young man said that the guy had insulted her. He was lucky that he let the offender live. The young man apologized and said he had bothered his aunt again. The woman had heard about her nephew's battle with Saitu. She told the young man not to do such rash things again. Xiaolan told his aunt he heard that the reward for third place in the academy tournament would be at least a phoenix feather pill. The boy, smiling, said that in that case they would be able to heal his aunt's leg. The woman said for the young man to get a good rest. The young man, saying goodbye to his aunt, said she should rest well too. On that note, they parted. When the young man left, his aunt thought if the Saitu family even laid a finger on her Lanner, they would be in trouble. The next day came. Xiaolan was bored sitting on the doorstep of the school. The young man wondered where the new instructor had gone. To the side, 3 young men were discussing some girl. Her family was one of the 3 strongest in the region. They thought that in that case, they were lucky. Xiaolan heard this conversation and wondered who they were talking about. The young man heard someone approaching from behind. The young man looked back. It was yesterday's temptress. The girl said hello and said that she was the new instructor. Her name is Liu Ya. The girl added that she was not only the new instructor, she would also be in charge of the academy's tournaments for a month. Liu Ya stared intently into the eyes of the dumbfounded Xiaolan. The guy was very frightened. He thought, why did she end up here? What could she teach them? Dominance? The young man thought that if she was in charge of the tournament, she would destroy him alive. The new instructor announced that in the first lesson they would talk about divine spirits. The students enthusiastically thought that divine spirits, it was the most powerful thing in this country. Someone had heard that the top 5 strongest warriors in this region had divine spirits. One of the disciples jumped up and said that was really cool. He had always wanted to know about it. Xiaolan thought that another lesson about divine spirits was all he needed. Liu Ya said that everyone has a chance to awaken a divine spirit when they reach the age of 18. After the youngsters successfully spend the spirit, they would be able to learn unusually strong skills that matched their spirit attributes. The instructor continued, "Every year, those who turned 18 can go to the Divine Spirit Pavilion and awaken their spirits. The most important thing is to raise your rank. The higher it is, the greater the chance of a good spirit. Once the spirit is awakened, the government will reward the young man with a title and benefits, only if it's a good spirit. After that, one could get knocked up and reach the heavens." Xiaolan didn't really listen to the instructor. He was not interested in this topic. The young man was thinking about martial arts. Luya noticed this, but she didn't show it. Inwardly, though, she was angry. The girl said that was the end of it, for now. After class, Xiaolan tried to sneak out with everyone else. Luya took it as an escape attempt. She quickly stopped it by grabbing the young man by the collar. The instructor asked where Xiaolan was going. He was going to have a conversation in her private office. Luya sat down on the sofa in her office and asked what she should call her interlocutor, Mr. Lone Wolf or Xiaolan. The young man got embarrassed and asked if they could just cut to the chase already. The woman said, if the young man is hired by the Liu family, they will do everything to make him awaken the divine spirit. The guy replied, he heard that out of 100 people, no one was able to successfully awaken a spirit. How can the Liu family help him to awaken a good spirit? The girl replied that the Liu family had their own ways. She just wanted to see if the young man would still want to. She abruptly approached him. The young man abruptly bounced away. He ran out of the study with the words that he needed time before thinking. Xiaolan's house. The young man is helping his aunt treat his legs. He asked that if he didn't have a helpful spirit awakened, would he be able to develop further? The woman replied that of course he could. The boy asked how. The aunt replied that he would cull other people's spirits. The woman explained that the heavens created people with innate divine spirits, but there was a chance that they could be taken away. But this path is even more difficult than ascending to heaven. A young man should understand this. Xiaolan replied to Auntie not to worry, he won't do that. In the city, the young men are talking about Zitu coming back. That means Xiaolan might get hit again. It's a pity they couldn't watch this fight last time, but this time, they can't miss it. Xiaolan saw Shitu and thought that trouble was coming. Shitu wasn't alone. He was with his older brother, and he showed him, but Xiaolan. Shitu saw and called out Xiaolan. He said that his elder brother had already returned, and now this time Xiaolan would not be able to escape from retribution. In the same instant, Xiaolan pulled out his knife and threw it at Saida. The knife stabbed into the ground between the young man's legs. Xiaolan asked, had Zitu forgotten what happened last time? Situ was frightened and grabbed onto his older brother's leg. He tearfully asked him to intercede. The older brother said that Xiaolan has two choices. Either he breaks one leg or kneels at the entrance of the academy for 2 hours. Senior Zitu was very cocky. The youths watching from the sidelines said that it was getting very interesting. Xiaolan would even be embarrassed to walk out of the house if he kneeled. Who on earth asked him to anger the Shitu family? Xiaolan suggested that his opponents consider another option, one in which none of the proposed cases were applicable. Big Brother said that he had another option. He would destroy his crippled aunt and the young man himself. That would be the choice. Hearing such words, Xiaolan said that he would choose to kick Brother Sit's ass so that he would start begging for mercy. The young man clenched his fist tightly. Senior Zitu smirked and said that Xiaolan had signed his own death warrant by saying such words. Junior Situ thought that his elder brother was already a high-level warrior, and Xiaolan wouldn't be able to handle him. Xiaolan punched Senior Brother Situ, and he flew far back. The young man flew back and got to his feet and started breathing heavily. Junior Xitu thought that his brother needed to warm up a bit. Then he would be able to act. The older brother pounced on Xiaolan again, but his opponent once again threw him aside with his powerful punch. Junior Shitu was startled and thought that his brother was just hiding his strength. He is holding back on purpose. The older brother, clenching his fists, thought that this was impossible. How can he lose to this poor boy? The young man was as angry as a wild beast. He jumped up and tried to give his opponent a powerful crushing blow. Junior Zitu thought that his brother had learned a punch from a secret tiger technique after all. Xiaolan is about to be finished. Xiaolan dodged to the side and the attacking opponent flew past him. Xiaolan indifferently asked, what kind of trash was that flew past just now? Xiaolan slowly walked over to the lying opponent and stepped on his chest with his foot. He looked menacingly into his opponent's eyes and said that if he dared to harm his family, he would have to destroy the entire Zitu family. Suddenly, a man appeared and said that it was a bold statement. He wanted to personally see the one who dared to attack the members of the Sai-Tu family. The people watching recognized the man. It was the eldest in the Si-Tu family. Why was he here? The observers said that luck had turned away from Xiaolan. First, he was beaten up by his younger brother, and now Yingxun had come. The young man lying on the ground in front of Xiaolan angrily said for his rival to destroy him now if he dared. Otherwise, the entire Xiaolan family would perish. Yingxun Shitu called the young man names and told him to let Zhantian go immediately. Otherwise, he would make that bastard regret that he was still alive. Xiaolan, holding the knife in his hand, said that he would let him go now. The young man had very sly eyes. Zhantian, seeing the intentions of his opponent who had knives in his hands, shouted to be rescued. Xiaolan shredded his rival's clothes into pieces and said that he was now introducing the #1 young master, Chetu Zhantian, to everyone. The surrounding people, seeing this, laughed. Yingxun Shitu shouted in anger that Xiaolan would still pay for this. The man was beyond furious. Xiaolan, seeing the wrathful advancing opponent, thought that he had great strength and he wouldn't be able to handle it. The young man stepped aside. The young man realized at some point that he couldn't move. Suddenly, a new instructor, Liu Ya, appeared. The young woman said that she was suggesting that Mr. Situ talk. The man shouted angrily, "How dare Liu Ya stop him?" The girl asked that Brother Situ would do her a favor and let the Liu family deal with him. She would be willing to make amends. Insun asked, who was she for him to do her favors? The man disagreed. Insun ordered his servants to catch the rascal immediately. The servants ran up to the young man, but were immediately scattered in different directions. Xiaolan dealt with all the people attacking him. Suddenly, a master appeared on the horizon. He asked, "Is this girl really no one to Situ? Then how would Situ treat him?" Insun was startled and asked what Sir meant. Master replied that Xiaolan is one of his disciples. The Jitu family should leave now. The watchers said with consternation that the 8th Rain Master had appeared here. But why is he on Xiaolan's side? The situation was becoming really interesting. Insun Situ asked the 8th Master to do him a favor for the sake of a better relationship in the future. Master replied he didn't think they needed a better relationship. He asked again if Saitu's family was going to leave now. Insun Situ laughed in response. Did 8th Master really think that everyone in the Situ family was weak? The man called his family members into the formation. The Saitu family surrounded the 8th Master. The man found himself in an enemy ring. Insun Situ, producing magic spells, asked the 8th Master if it was good for him to stay in the Mystic Turtle formation. Xiaolan shouted for the 8th Master to be more careful. Liu Ya stopped the young man and told him to stay put. He was no match for them. The master took out a magic ball and said that he wanted to destroy these ants in one fell swoop. Insun Situ said with a chuckle that he really wanted to see what powers the House of Rain possessed. The master said that was what he needed. He visualized the transformation of the spirit. A powerful energy beast appeared above him. The opponents were blown away. Liu thought with fear that it was a high-grade level 1 martial spirit. The girl thought that this was the end of Situ Insun. The surrounding people, seeing how Situ flew off to the side, thought that the master had tremendous strength. And that was just from a single movement. This was true fortitude. After this attack, Insun Situ was also left lying on the ground without clothes. Xiaolan laughed and pointed his finger at the man. He said apparently every member of the Situ family liked to undress. The members of the Situ family had to retreat and get away in their nakedness back to their homes. Xiaolan turned to the 8th Master. He thanked the master for his help. The master said there was no need to thank him. The young man is his fighter in the arena, so it's fine for him to protect him. Liu jumped up to the young man, taking his palm in her hands. The girl pulled it to her and said that she was very worried. The young man thought that she had done it again. He was covered in a purple blush. The master thought that this girl could definitely steal him. The girl asked if Mr. Xiao wanted to join the Liu family. After all, they are one of the 3 great families of this city. Xiaolan replied that it was pretty good. The 8th Master asked in surprise, what about his rain village? The young man replied that it was also quite good. The 8th Master and Liu Ya eagerly asked Xiaolan who would he join. The girl continued to advertise her family and said that half of the stores in this town belong to the Liu family. The master said, and that the daily income of his rain village is 1,000 gold. The girl used a trump card. She said if Xiaolan joined the Liu family, she would let him enjoy her whenever the young man only wanted. Eighth Master said that if Xiaolan joined his rain village, he would allow the same. Xiaolan thought that this was too much. The young man grabbed his head and didn't know what to say back. The boy gathered his strength and said that he had made up his mind. He chooses to participate in the school tournament. The young man thanked Miss Ya and Master Ba for the offer. However, he must go through the tournament first. The young man explained at this stage, he is not thinking about anything but the tournament. Liu Ya said that she, in that case, would not force Xiaolan to make a choice. The girl thought that in any case, sooner or later, Xiaolan would belong to her. Goosebumps abruptly went down Xiaolan's back. The master took the young boy by the shoulder and said that he would always help him. Xiaolan thanked Master Ba and said that he had to go now. The master looked back and saw that his disciple, Xiaolan's aunt, was being wheeled toward him in a wheelchair. Master kneeled down and said, "Mr. Ba welcomed Miss Qingyi." The woman stretched her hand forward and told Xiao Ba to stand up. She is no longer part of the Zhao family. Master doesn't need to do that. The woman thanked the eighth master for helping Lanner today. The man slipped his hand into his inner pocket and said that he would always obey the orders of the blood token. The man added that in his heart, Xiao Qingyi and Xiao Qingdi would forever be part of the family, one of the four great families. If it wasn't for them, Xiao Ba would have been considered dead by now. The woman said with a smile, this time she was grateful to him. The master bowed once more and said that it was his duty. Why would the interlocutor go through all this? She could be cured if she returned to the clan. The woman replied that there was no need for that. Xiao Qing asked that her interlocutor not tell the clan about the incident and her whereabouts. However, she still needed Master to deal with the Shitu family. The woman added after that she and Lanner would leave. They will meet again in the future if fate wills. The woman left that lawn. The clan head was busy looking after the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Young Master Qingdi had died in battle. Miss Qingyi left with young Master Lan. Master thought, what could have happened on tonight? In the tea house, the young men are talking about Shitu Jiantian being beaten by someone named Xiaolan. He had reached the level of an ordinary warrior by the age of 17. But he pissed off his family, so it won't be easy for him. Someone added that Master Ba of Rain Village said that he would protect Xiaolan. The three great powers of this city, the Bu, Liu, and Shitu families, are in alliance. How is Master Ba going to contain them? A noise was heard outside. The eighth master was on horseback. Somewhere in the distance, excited people were standing around. Those watching thought that 100 warrior commanders and 10 masters had appeared. Master Ba wants to defeat the three great powers and gain full control of the city. The young men watching thought that something is clearly about to happen. In the distance, warriors were rumbling. The youths were discussing their rivals. They thought that the Situ family should definitely present worthy warriors. One of the Saitu defeated his rival. Laughing, he said that his opponent didn't stand a chance. Who else would dare to challenge him? Suddenly, a young warrior appeared in the distance. He opened the door with his foot and spectacularly stepped out in front of everyone. This warrior was Xiaolan. Shitu, upon seeing him, was very indignant. Could it be that this bastard was not afraid to appear in front of him? Isn't he afraid that the Zitu family would destroy him? Xiaolan grinned and pointed his finger downwards. He said that it is his rival who needs to be afraid. Xiaolan told Shitu that he had only not seen him for a few days, and his opponent's ego had already recovered. I wonder if it was worth beating him again. Situ got scared and shouted that he was giving up. The opponent ran away from the battlefield. Situ hid behind a wall and said that this was not the end. He would still find a way to deal with that obnoxious Xiaolan. Xiaolan said that there was another willing person. The Zitu family member said that his family will forget about the past incidents and won't touch him if he doesn't touch them. He's here for the tournament, so there's no need to complicate things. His brother said it can't be like this, that Xiaolan beat him badly last time, even beat him up. How can one forgive such a thing? His elder brother put his hand up and said that this family's decision was not up for discussion. Shitu Jiantian turned around and quickly walked past. He did not utter another word. Xiaolan thought, is he really just going to leave like this? The people watching said that they didn't expect such a thing from young Master Shitu. Would he really give up so easily? Someone reported that Master Ba had brought a whole troop and almost destroyed the Shitu family. Xiaolan thought that Master Ba's plan was coming to fruition. In that case, everything would now depend solely on him. The tournament host, with a golden microphone in his hand, said that he proposed to welcome the next contestant. Standing in the arena was Xiaolan. The tournament participants said that they didn't want to go up against this young man. Xiaolan watched as everyone in the neighborhood refused to fight him, thinking that they had no chance of winning. Xiaolan sadly and tearfully reached out to the tournament participants and said that being peerless, it was very lonely. The guy called himself a lone wolf who stands at the top. Unexpectedly, someone from the crowd said accepting his challenge. If Xiaolan said that he was at the level of an ordinary warrior, no one would buy it. The young man on the stage said if Xiaolan could defeat him, he would gain his respect. Xiaolan thought that the person in front of him was a mid-level upstart. This is not a bad thing. Our hero turned to his opponent and said, if he wants to try, then let him come over. The opponents fought a duel. The duel was not long. The mid-level upstart found himself lying on the platform after a knockout punch. Xiaolan asked who else wanted to challenge him. The tournament host announced that Xiaolan was winning and takes the last place. The 5 participants in this tournament were determined. The participants were Mu Fei Yu, Bu Xiaosha Shitujantian, the queen of the school, Bu Xiaomen, Yi Xiaolan. The headmaster said that he had chosen a special instructor for this team. The instructor turned out to be Liu Ya. The girl announced that everyone would meet at the school tomorrow, and they would go to the Western Region tournament. At some point, our hero found himself sandwiched between the instructor and the tournament participant Bu Xiaoman. The young man frowned and decided that he no longer wanted to participate in the competition. The girls engaged in a duel of glances between them. Xiaolan managed to slip away from her opponents. The girls continued to glare at each other and exude hatred. It was jealousy. The girls, noticing that Xiaolan was trying to slip away, shouted at him to stop. The guy waved his hand at the girls and said that he needed to take care of something immediately. The young man, with the words that they would see each other tomorrow, ran away brokenly. Xiaolan returned home. Apart from the auntie, there was another person there. He said that Qian Shun welcomed young Master Lan. He must protect the young man on Master Ba's orders. At her nephew's questioning look, Auntie said that they would be safer this way. We should thank Master Ba for his concern. The young man said Xiaolan thanking Master Ba. Xiaolan thought of the guest as a top-level commander. What does Auntie have to do with Master Ba? Why did he send such a strong expert to protect him? The next day came. The young men arrived at the tournament. Xiaolan looked around the grounds and thought that now he understood why this place was considered the best academy in the Western region. At the entrance, there was a warrior at the gate who said that everyone, except students and instructors, were forbidden to enter. The young men were surprised and asked why such an injustice. The warrior replied that Master Phoenix was currently in the academy. For the sake of general safety, the mayor had issued such a decree. The young men were left unsatisfied. They realized that this measure was not to keep everyone safe. This was only for the sake of Phoenix Master. Xiaolan decided that things would be much more complicated here than he thought. Our hero's protector handed over the firecracker and said to just signal in case of danger, and he would come to rescue him. Xiaolan kept the firecracker and decided to take a little walk for now. Unexpectedly, the young man heard a shout. Someone was asking Xiaolan for help. The boy looked around. He thought it was Liu Ya's voice. Was the instructor in trouble? Xiaolan rushed into the room from which that sound was coming from. Inside the room were his fellow tournament participants. Xiaolan shouted, "Has everyone here gone crazy?" The young man was asked to calm down. It was Master Phoenix who allowed himself to do such a thing. They couldn't insult him in return. Xiaolan shouted not to be held and moved out of the way. He wasn't going to put up with such injustice. The guy burst into the room where Liu Ya was. He saw Phoenix harassing the girl. Liu Ya fights him off. The young man shouted in anger for Phoenix to stop now. The 3 people at the table were holding a meeting. It was a secret meeting that no one else knew about. One of the participants asked, "Really, do they want to destroy this village?" As if, would it be easy? It was Bu Jingyu. He said that the village has 100 commanders, 10 masters, and that Master Ba, he has a top-level morale. How are they going to prevail? Another of the negotiators, Situ Yu Xiong, said that his interlocutor was talking too much. He wanted to show what he had gotten while he was on the demonic mountain for 3 months. He had a magic flower in his hand. Everyone present realized that it was Mo Luo's flower. The third person present was an elder of the Liu family. Situ confirmed that it was a high-level poison, Mo Luo flower. If one were to crush the flower, the powder would be able to corrode someone's martial spirit, thus destroying the owner. Bu Jingyu said that the village is still strong. If they attacked it head-on, they would suffer greatly. Shidu wondered if his interlocutors had noticed how Master Ba was worried about Xiaolan. The man added that he had a plan. They would put Xiaolan in danger, and when Master Ba comes to his rescue, they will destroy him. Jitu added that he will make that dragon of theirs turn into a dog. Elder Lu replied that this was not a bad plan. Bujing added that this way they will destroy two birds at the same time. The Watchers noticed that someone had gone inside. It was necessary to protect Master Phoenix, in case he was suddenly threatened. Shitu thought that this time, Xiaolan would be the end of him. Xiaolan stared at the Phoenix Master intently. Tu asked the uninvited guest who he was, and told him to get out of here. Xiaolan didn't speak for a long time. He sent the Phoenix Master into a knockdown. Liuya told the young man not to do that. Master Phoenix is the mayor's only son. If he is destroyed, they will be in trouble. Xiaolan took the mayor's son by the throat and lifted him up. He asked how the man dared to touch his girlfriend. The young man added that he was even curious to see how the latter would die. Suddenly, a window broke and a warrior burst into the room. He asked who dared to harm young Master Phoenix. The stranger menacingly asked, did Xiaolan really want to die so ignominiously? Xiaolan looked at the newcomer and thought that one should not underestimate this fellow. The young men fought a duel. Xiaolan was hit hard in the chest and coughed up blood. Liu Ya rushed over to the guy. Xiaolan told the girl to stay put. Xiaolan said that his life was worthless. However, the young master's life is worth a lot. With that, the young man pointed a fist with a pointed, deadly object towards Phoenix. Xiaolan's opponent stopped in fear. He said that if this rascal boy dared to touch the young master, he would have to tear him to shreds. Xiaolan said that his rival didn't have to worry. As long as the latter doesn't do anything, he won't touch Phoenix. Xiaolan said for Liuya to get out of here. The girl replied that she would do so. Xiaolan discreetly handed the girl the firecracker he had received recently from his protector. Liu Ya left the room. After that, the attacker grinned and said that Xiaolan would definitely die now. He directed an energy strike at the departing girl. Xiaolan shouted in fright and told Liu Ya to be more careful. Our hero immediately grabbed the phoenix, lifted it up, and threw it towards his opponent. It was an accurate hit. The warrior thought that he should get the young master home safely first. Phoenix Master's protector grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and retreated, saying that he would still meet Xiaolan. The young men left the room in the same manner through the window. Xiaolan thought with annoyance that he had already used all his trump cards. Liuya asked Xiaolan, what will they do now? The young man was serious. There was a clear threat in his gaze. He was armed with knives and said that if they were going to play with him like that, they would be very sorry. Xiaolan added that, in that case, he would destroy all the enemies. Xiaolan's schoolmates couldn't understand what was going on. They found themselves surrounded. The girl thought that Xiaolan had saved their instructor, and there might be consequences. The girl said that they were surrounded, and asked Xiaolan to save them. The young man thought that Liu Ya was part of the academy. However, his colleagues did nothing to save her. Why would they want him to save them now? Master Phoenix, after cleaning himself up and changing his clothes, said to catch all these guys and hear the girl. He wants to tear them to pieces. Xiaolan walked out of the building and told Liu Ya to keep behind him. Our hero fearlessly moved toward the enemy. Xiaolan, holding his knives, said that Master Phoenix was not good enough to destroy him. Xiaolan blocked his opponent's blows. After that, he said that it was now his turn, and threw both of his knives directly towards the enemy. The knives struck the attacker. Master Phoenix shouted for his warriors to attack Xiaolan and destroy him. Xiaolan thought that his chance had presented itself. He gathered his energy into his fists and massacred all the attackers. The young man did so with lightning speed. He chanted that he was the one who was about to tear Phoenix to pieces. Phoenix's defender shouted for his young master to be careful. Phoenix shouted in fright for his warriors to stop his opponent. He did not want a repeat of the events in which he had been defeated. Suddenly, a cloaked man appeared in front of Phoenix. His face was hidden. He decided to protect Phoenix and launched a powerful energy strike at Xiaolan. Our hero flew far back. Liuya ran up to her protector in fright and asked if he was all right. The young man was lying near the wall. It was the wall that was cracked from the impact. Xiaolan jumped up and shouted, how could this be possible? The hooded man was assisted by his energy beast. It was a huge snake. Phoenix laughed and said that his opponent didn't even expect such a thing. The daring guy said that his father, the head of the city of Blazing Phoenix, he has a personal bodyguard, a spirit warrior. Does Xiaolan still think he can attack him? Phoenix told his men not to touch the girls. He wants the girls to be left for him. As for the guys, Phoenix added, they should all be destroyed right now, chopped into pieces. Suddenly, everyone heard a man scream. The man shouted, he wants to see whoever dares to do this. Everyone looked around and looked at him. The medicine emperor Beng Ding had descended from the heavens. Luya looked up hopefully and said that she was asking for help from the medicine emperor. Everyone around them thought, what did the medicine emperor forget here? He's one of the 2 medicine emperors in the court. His medicine can revive even skeletons. Even Master Phoenix probably can't do anything else. Phoenix wondered, why did this old man end up here? The medicine emperor stared at Phoenix and said, Liu Ya, his daughter-in-law. Let this Phoenix just try to touch the girl. Xiaolan was startled. Since when did Liu Ya become Beng Ding's daughter-in-law? The Phoenix protector bowed and told Mr. Beng Ding that it was just a misunderstanding. Phoenix liked this excuse and said that it was indeed just a misunderstanding. The medicine emperor was not satisfied with this answer. He was blacker than a cloud. Phoenix thought that this excuse to Beihen Ding was not enough. Beihen Ding said that his son died young. It turns out that Liu Ya is only paying lip service to him as his daughter-in-law. The man menacingly added, as long as he is alive, he will destroy anyone who dares to touch her. The surrounding people were surprised. No one thought that the medicine emperor was so concerned about this girl. The experts of the entire continent would go crazy if Beng Ding took out a few pills. Phoenix thought that this medicine emperor could arrange for blazing Phoenix City to be in ruins. It was impossible to quarrel with him. The aide told Phoenix that this was not the time for him to be angry. They must return home now and later deal with the rogue boy. Phoenix told his men that they were turning around and leaving. Liuya walked up to her former father-in-law and thanked him. The man responded by saying that she doesn't have to thank him. He was late and apologized himself for putting the girl through such a thing. The medicine emperor abruptly turned around and looked at Xiaolan's colleagues who should have been defending their instructor. The man called them a useless bunch of trash. On the contrary, the emperor praised Xiaolan and said that he had what distinguished a man from a woman. Bending gave the young man a pill and told him to eat it. Then his wounds would quickly recover. Xiaolan thanked the medicine emperor. The man told Xiaolan to thoroughly prepare for tomorrow's tournament. He had high hopes for the young man. Phoenix was terribly angry. He was determined to destroy that rascal boy at all costs, and that girl. The assistant told Phoenix that the tournament would be held on Mount Meru. Phoenix wondered, what was this mountain? The aide told him that they could set up a stealthy one on that mountain to take revenge on their wrongdoers. Phoenix, after listening, said it was a wonderful plan. Late at night, tired, Xiaolan returned to his room. It seemed to him that there was someone in the room. Who could it be, thought the young man. It turned out to be Liu Ya. The girl threw herself on the young man's chest. The boy took a step back in surprise. Liu Ya hugged Xiaolan tightly and said that she was afraid. The girl asked if she could stay in this room for the night. The girl added that in the past, when she was the daughter-in-law of the Mu family, she was a respected lady of this city. Luya said that her ex-spouse forced her to do bad things for money. He blackmailed her and her family. Liuya said that from that moment on, her heart dried up. She has become a widow from whom everyone keeps aloof. Luya asked the young man, looking into his eyes, does he not like her? Because of her behavior, he is arrogant towards her. Why is he being cold then kind to her? Xiaolan put his hand on his interlocutor's head and said that he is not that kind of person. The girl smiled and said that the others treat her like a toy, but Xiaolan is different. He treats her like a person. Xiaolan hugged the girl and said that she doesn't need to say anything. He understands how she feels. The next day came. The spectators gathered around the arena in advance. Those present were happy that the tournament was finally starting. They didn't have the energy to wait any longer. The host said that he would now announce the rules of the tournament. All participants must go to Mount Meru and will hunt monsters there. The tournament will last for 3 days. Xiaolan was clearly bored. He yawned and didn't understand why the event hadn't started yet. The mayor of Blazing Phoenix City stepped forward and said that he would now announce the start of the tournament. Unexpectedly, a messenger brought an urgent report to the mayor. He said that it was from the capital. Xiaolan thought that something out of the ordinary had happened. The mayor looked at the report and was terribly surprised. The seal on the Dragon Tiger Mountain wouldn't hold anymore. It is necessary to bring Master Xiao to the capital. The city mayor was surprised. Is this old man still alive? Master Xiao is a master of the Imperial dimension, one of the strongest cultivators. Was he asked to interrupt his cultivation? Something serious must have happened in the capital. Perhaps the entire Xiao clan would undergo a change. Xiaolan noticed that the outsiders were talking about something. Xiaolan thought, what is Master Xiao famous for? Liuya replied that this master, a great elder of one of the four great families. The girl added that even his one step shakes everyone. He is terrifyingly formidable. The young man realized that the Xiao family is very strong. However, his last name is also Xiao. Is it a coincidence? Maybe 500 years ago, they were part of the same family. The city's mayor was agitated and displeased. He thought it was impossible. The man decided that he needed to see Grand Elder Xiao immediately. The city mayor turned to his assistant, Huo Li, and said that he would be in charge of starting the tournament. The mayor warned that the tournament should proceed without incident, everything according to plan. The mayor summoned his magic bird and flew to Elder Xiao. Xiaolan realized that it was a high-ranked celestial spirit, Flaming Phoenix. The medicine emperor said that he would probably pay Elder Xiao a visit as well and drink a glass of life-giving elixir with him. The medicine emperor flew off in the same direction. Xiaolan looked after them and thought that this was the strength of the strongest. Huo Li officially announced the start of the tournament. Somewhere high up in the mountains, on the sunny lawn, was a huge snake-shaped monster. The young men surrounded it and tried to deactivate it. It was a condition of the tournament. The task was not an easy one. Only Xiaolan did nothing and, lying on his donkey, commanded. The tournament participants couldn't find common ground. They were dissatisfied with each other. Xiaolan told Xiaoman that this was a real battle, so she shouldn't care so much about her makeup and clothes. Xiaolan asked Jiantian, did he not eat breakfast? His attacks are too weak, as if he is massaging that snake. The smart-ass finished the banana, threw away the peel, and stretched. He said that if his associates put in more effort, they would surely be able to handle this monster. One of the associates was not satisfied with Xiaolan's actions. He said that they were all trying hard, trying to destroy this snake, and this boy was doing almost nothing. At this moment, the snake behind Fei Yu's back slowly rose up and pulled out its split tongue from its mouth. The snake was already ready to swallow this warrior. However, Xiaolan reacted in time and threw his dagger at it. The snake was struck at its most vulnerable spot. Fei Yu saw the snake falling on him and quickly ran away to the side. He shouted fearfully that he wasn't ready to die yet. Fei Yu shouted, if the snake wants to eat someone, it can eat Bu Xiaosha. He is much more gentle. Xiaolan threw the severed head of the snake at the feet of his colleagues and said, now everyone knows why he is here. Xiaoman looked at the hero and thought that he had acted very bravely. Bu Xiaosha grabbed Fei Yu by the throat and shook him for offering the snake to eat him. The cunning young man watching from the sidelines thought that he would spare Xiaolan this time and would destroy him next time. He quietly disappeared among the trees. Xiaolan heard the rustling of leaves and thought, something is coming. Xiaoman shouted for her colleagues to stop fooling around. She sensed something might happen. Everyone heard the rustling of leaves around them. Everyone thought something was happening. The contestants noticed that they were being attacked from all sides by snakes. There were so many snakes. Xiaoman was scared and shouted that they were surrounded. There was nowhere to retreat to. Jiantian said to his colleagues not to be afraid. Those snakes are crawling towards Xiaolan. Jiantian stated that these snakes came crawling to avenge their fellow man. The snakes will not attack them if they stand still. The snakes only want Xiaolan. Xiaoman asked, what will happen to Xiaolan then? Jiantian said for the girl to only think about her defense. Xiaoman looked sadly at her colleague and thought that he would not have a good time right now. Snakes were crawling towards Xiaolan from all sides. Xiaolan found this strange. Why did so many snakes suddenly appear? The young man jumped high up and whistled loudly. His rescue horse came rushing to him. The young man landed on his four-legged animal. Xiaolan galloped away, taking the snakes with him. He shouted to the boys to find a cave and take shelter there. Xiaolan added that with the dawn, they should immediately descend to a safe area. Jiantian thought that there were other dangers within the mountain range. He would make sure that Xiaolan would definitely die. The show was just beginning. Xiaoman hoped that her colleague would be safe and avoid trouble. Retreating on his horse, Xiaolan thought that he originally wanted to separate the snakes and destroy them one by one. The guy was being chased by over 200 reptiles, but right now he couldn't do anything about that many. Our hero didn't understand how could so many snakes get together and work together. Xiaolan slowed down and sniffed. The smell seemed familiar to him. He also saw the claw marks of a three-eyed blood lion on the tree. The young man ordered the horse to turn right. This place was the territory of the three-eyed blood lion. Even if there were a huge number of snakes, they would instinctively be scared of a demonic beast a level higher. The guy thought that he should be safe now. But that wasn't the case. He was overtaken by a three-eyed demonic beast. Xiaolan really wondered, why is the lion running away? Where was his dignity of a high-level demonic beast? The snakes continued their pursuit. Xiaolan assumed that someone was behind this. He told his four-legged helper to leave first. The fellow pushed off from the animal and jumped high up. The animal jumped up and sped away. The donkey in the air turned into a mountain eagle. It flew away to safety. Xiaolan lowered himself to the ground and took out his hunting knife. He said for Master Phoenix to pray. If it turned out that he was behind all of this, that rascal would be in trouble. The boy stood on a high mountain. He was out of reach of the snakes. The snakes, hissing, encircled this cliff. Xiaolan climbed down and began to destroy the invading reptiles. The young man was doing well, however. There was no end to these snakes. They kept coming and coming. Xiaolan thought, why are there so many of them? If he had the Zhuan weapon, he would have dealt with them in no time. A thought struck the boy. After all, he could make his own weapon. Our hero climbed up the cliff again to safety and set to work. After tracking down a huge snake, he plunged a dagger right into its mouth. The knife got stuck in the predator's mouth. The guy said if he didn't have a weapon, he would use what was at hand. He took hold of the snake's tail and began to untwist it. The young man, after some simple manipulations, produced a long stick. He made the snake stretch to its full length and become rigid. Now that he had the Xuan weapon, it would be much easier for him, even though the quality of this weapon was low. The surrounding snakes, upon seeing this, became very frightened. They began to shake with fear. The guy straightened up the remnants. He threw the snake stick and said that he was very exhausted. Xiaolan sat down and leaned on a rock. He was glad that it was over. Using Xuan's weapon had completely exhausted him. Our hero heard someone behind his back say that Master Xiao was really amazing. Xiaolan looked around and realized who had orchestrated all this. Young Master Phoenix and his assistants were approaching our hero. Glittering with his armor, the opponent was wearing military gear. Xiaolan thought that there was definitely someone helping him. Phoenix once again reiterated that young Master Xiao was indeed amazing. Xiaolan was able to defeat 200 snakes single-handedly, and not only did he not die, but in addition, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Phoenix said if Xiaolan did not die and survived, then his achievements in the next 10 years could shock the entire dynasty. Xiaolan pondered what further action Phoenix and his team could take. The guy rose to his feet and said that he just wanted to know if Phoenix was involved in these events. One of the Phoenix warriors asked what Xiaolan was going to do. That warrior had a crossbow in his hand. The warrior told his master, Master Phoenix, to be cautious. Phoenix wondered, what would this unarmed Xiaolan be able to do? Xiaolan thought that the opponents had crossbows, which meant that he couldn't act recklessly. Phoenix thought, if the opponent asked, then the answer wouldn't hurt him in any way. The one who had stupefied those snakes was indeed him. Phoenix continued, Xiaolan must not be aware that he insulted the people in Fei Xue's martial arts academy. Xiaolan thought that Shitu Jiantian was also involved here. Phoenix said meaningfully that he really liked Xiaolan. But this young martial artist with such great potential would have to die so ignominiously. Xiaolan understood that events would follow after this monologue ended. Our hero prepared to repel the attack. Phoenix, with a change in his face, said that the day had come when his opponent must die. Xiaolan rudely replied to his interlocutor, it depends on whether he has the ability to take away life. The Phoenix shouted that he was tired of idle chatter, so he ordered his warriors to shoot the insolent man. Phoenix's aide took aim with his crossbow and told the young man to go to hell. He pulled the trigger of the crossbow. Xiaolan dodged and an arrow flew past his head. The young man had to dodge many more arrows fired at him. Our hero raised his head up and shouted, Xiaobai! A bright red bird appeared in the sky. The bird turned into a racehorse. Xiaolan jumped onto this fast animal and rode away. Everyone thought that this guy had a mystical beast. The Phoenix ordered to set off in pursuit. Even if they had to chase this guy to the ends of the earth, they must destroy him and retrieve the mystic beast. Xiaolan was evading the pursuit. However, the pursuers were not lagging behind. They were also moving on their horses behind the young man. Sharp arrows flew after Xiaolan. The rider had to dodge the danger. Phoenix said that Xiaolan would not be able to escape from the chase. They would take this mystical beast away from him. The guy wouldn't be able to break away from their war horses. Xiaolan realized that he couldn't die right now. Otherwise, Xiaobai would fall into the enemy's hands. The guy realized that he had no other choice. All he could do was to go deep into the mountain and hope that help would come in time. He pulled out a firecracker. A shot went off above the forest, and multiple lights from the firecracker appeared in the sky. Even the town could see these fireworks. The people around us thought, who shoots firecrackers in the middle of the day? Luya saw the traces of the firecracker and realized that it was coming from the side of the mountain, so it was released by Xiaolan. There were many spectators around the arena. The deputy mayor was still here. A messenger approached the man and said that the assassins had entered the Shumi Mountain. The deputy mayor exclaimed indignantly, "How dare they enter Shumi Mountain?" The man said that he wanted to check who dared to do such a thing. The young men in the city near the grandstand also wanted to check who the assassins were, so they decided to go up into the mountains. Luya looked after the departing people and mentally said for Xiaolan to remain unharmed. Phoenix saw a trace of blood on the tree. He realized that his opponent had been hit by an arrow, so he couldn't have gotten far. The pursuers said they had to move faster until help arrived at the fugitive's door. The aide reported to Phoenix that Xiaolan had been discovered up ahead, near a bottomless pit. The young man was overjoyed. He said that it was a good place to perish. The villain said that he would destroy Xiaolan and drop his corpse into the bottomless pit. Xiaolan and his horse were indeed standing at the edge of the forest, near the bottomless pit. Our hero wasn't doing well. He had been wounded by an arrow in his shoulder. The lad had a tremor in his hand. Suddenly, pursuers came out of the forest. Phoenix said that Xiaolan wouldn't be able to escape now. He would have to give up the mystic beast. Phoenix added, in that case, he would think about not cutting the opponent into pieces. Xiaolan grinned in response. Is Phoenix really asking to hand Xiaobai over to someone like him? Our hero called the opponent a shameless villain who can't do anything on his own. He can only hide behind armed guards. Phoenix was burning with anger. He began to approach his opponent. Xiaolan whispered in the ear of his beast, Xiaobai, to jump. Xiaobai pushed off and jumped into the bottomless pit. Phoenix and his men stood in complete silence at the edge of the pit. They had missed their opponent. The pursuer was extremely angry. This Xiaolan had tricked him and decided to lay hands on him himself. The young man was angry because he would now not be able to catch this mystical beast. Suddenly, everyone heard a sound. It sounded like the flapping of wings. What could it be? Everyone saw a huge bird fly out of the hole. Phoenix thought it was a mystical beast, so it didn't die. The young master shouted for his servants to immediately capture this beast for him. Suddenly, Phoenix heard some rustling sound coming from the pit. Xiaolan appeared from the pit. Xiaolan climbed out and said, God has eyes. He would not let him die alone. The guy said that God gave him a vine. With this vine, Xiaolan wrapped his opponent's leg and said he was going to take him with him. Phoenix, foreseeing the inevitable, told Xiaolan not to do that and to listen to him. The frightened Phoenix said if there was something the young man needed, he would provide it all. Just don't take him into the pit with him. Xiaolan replied that there is actually something he wants. Our hero pushed himself off the wall and tugged on the vine while falling down. He said that Phoenix had better come down with him to discuss a few things. Phoenix followed Xiaolan to the bottom of the bottomless pit with a scream and horror on his face. The servants tried to rescue their young master, but they didn't have time to do anything. The Phoenix disappeared into the deep darkness. The warriors looked deep into the dark pit in complete silence. The young warriors became very upset. They realized that their end had come. They had failed to protect their master. Suddenly, someone called out to young Master Xiaolan. The people present realized that the reinforcements from Phoenix City had already arrived. The warriors shouted for the arriving hero to save the young master. Xiaolan pulled him with him into the bottomless pit. The man who arrived to help took one of the servants by the neck and lifted him up. He said that Phoenix's life meant nothing to him and asked where his young master was. Where is Xiaolan? The warrior began to choke and couldn't say anything. He only coughed in response. The man, without letting go of the hostage, asked the other warriors where Xiaolan was now. The man angrily added, if he didn't hear an answer now, he would destroy everyone here. The warrior, after gaining some air in his lungs, was able to reply that they had both fallen into the pit. Their Phoenix master and Xiaolan were currently in the bottomless pit. The man thought that this was most likely true, and there really is a bottomless pit in front of him. Even an 8th master would have a hard time getting out alive from there. This meant that the young master had no chance of surviving in the bottomless pit. The man grabbed his sword. The guy said that he couldn't protect the young master, so he would give his life for this mortal sin. The warrior knelt down and drew his blade. He was ready to sacrifice himself because of the circumstances. At the last moment, he stopped himself. He thought that there must be a way to save the young master. Old Master Xiao came out of seclusion. He should report this to 8th Master, and the latter would organize a rescue team. In that case, the young master could be saved. The man turned around, and after picking up speed, he quickly ran. He thought that there was still time to tell 8th Master about this, and it should be done as soon as possible. The man disappeared into the forest thicket. After that, an assistant mayor appeared near the bottomless pit. He asked where Ho Yu was. The warriors were scared again. They stuttered and didn't know how to answer. The warriors knelt down and said that the young master had been caught by Xiaolan. They added with a tremor in their voices that Master Phoenix, along with his captor, had fallen into a stray pit. The assistant mayor said angrily that in that case, everyone here should die following Phoenix. The man carried out his threat, and one of the warriors was destroyed by the man. The remaining young men were terrified. They said they had nothing to do with it. No one asked for their opinion. The deputy mayor shouted for them to get out of sight. The man took out a firecracker and lit it. A while after that, it was announced in the city that young Master Phoenix had been captured by a boy named Xiaolan. The head of the city should be informed immediately. It was announced that the city mayor's son must be rescued and arrest everyone from the Martial Arts Academy and Fei Shui. The mayor's aide said that the other academies should also stop all activities and wait for orders from the city head. The students of Fei Shui's school were in a desperate situation, and they didn't understand how to get out of it. Shitu Zhantian thought that his plan was a little different. All he had to do was to destroy Xiaolan. Shitu Zhantian thought he was detained because Xiaolan was able to escape. Had he really caught young Phoenix Master? Shitu saw someone leading Miss Liuya. The girl balks and tells them to let her go. She can walk on her own. Young Master Phoenix's guard tells the girl to be quiet, otherwise he will destroy her. Besides, she shouldn't resist. The guard pushed Liuya and she got into the area where her students were. The guard said that the girl had better pray that their young master remained alive and safe. The young man approached the girl and asked how Ms. Ya was feeling. Liuya replied that she was doing fine. No one could believe that Miss Ya was also detained. The girl asked if it was known where Xiaolan was now and what happened to him. The student replied that she didn't know. After the deputy mayor's announcement, they were immediately arrested. Shitu said that it was all Xiaolan's mistake. He dared to insult the son of the city head, and now they could all die with him. The young man asked everyone to calm down. He had already informed the medicine emperor and hoped that he could save everyone from this situation. Liuya prayed that Xiaolan would remain unharmed. In the amphitheater area, Lord Ba was being shown a new beast. This animal was from a new batch. The giant bear opened its eyes, and upon seeing the humans, it jumped up on its hind legs and roared loudly. Its eyes glowed demonically. The man wondered what was going on. Why did this beast suddenly go crazy? The guard told Lord Ba that someone had gotten inside. The Lord wondered who was so brave daring to break in here. Suddenly, a young master came out from around the corner and told Lord Ba that it was him. It was Master Qian. Lord Ba asked his interlocutor what had happened to him. The young man, coughing, said that it was necessary to activate the secret array quickly. Master Qian said that it was necessary to tell 8th Master that young Master Xiaolan had fallen into the bottomless pit. Lord Ba shouted that it was necessary to activate the array and informed the 8th Master. Xiao family's estate. Those observing from the outside noted that old Master Xiao had come out of seclusion. But no one expected so many people to come. The young men wanted to see old Master Xiao quickly, for they had been waiting for him for a long time. One of the people waiting said that to see old Master Xiao coming down the mountain, he would even wait for half a year. The problem was, would the old man even want to show himself? All the surrounding people looked at the main gate with anticipation, but no one knew when that door would open. Someone shouted that finally the door was opening. Everyone fell silent and stared in the direction of the door. Suddenly the door opened and a man appeared on the threshold. Everyone thought that it was old Master Xiao coming out. After taking a closer look, they realized that it wasn't him. It was someone even older. The elder told everyone to pay attention to him. He thanked everyone for coming today. But unfortunately, the old Patriarch has just returned and needs to rest. Therefore, he is not comfortable showing himself in front of everyone. The elder appreciates the kindness of those who have come, but he asks everyone to return home. The meeting will take place at another time. Everyone decided that if old Master Xiao had said his word, they should go home, and asked them to tell Master Xiao all the best. Everyone decided not to crowd and disperse. The area in front of the manor gradually emptied out. Many people gathered at the edge of the forest in front of the elder. They were on their knees. The elder was next to the headstone that had been set up. The man stood silently and mourned. The silent pause lingered for a very long time. The old man turned to the tombstone and placed his hand on the stone. He called Qingdi his son. The old man said bitterly he never thought that the guy would leave this world before him. The old man added that his son could rest assured he would find the one who had done away with him, and every one of the scoundrels would be sent to the grave without delay. All around, no one dared to utter a word. The old man turned to the kneeling warriors. Everyone bowed their heads. The old man asked Qingyi and his grandson, "Where are they?" The boy thought, should he tell the elder about Qingyi and young master Xiaolan? In response, no one said anything to the elder. The man shouted loudly for his question to be answered. The old man repeated his question, "Where are Qingyi and his grandson?" The old man's eyes glowed with hatred. The guy looked at the suffering old man and thought that he couldn't stay silent anymore. He must tell him everything he knows himself. Suddenly, one of the warriors raised his head and said that he had something to report to the Patriarch. The old man said he was listening attentively. The warrior continued, "After Master Qingdi died, Miss Qingyi disappeared along with the young master. He has been searching for them for many years. However, he could not find any clues about Qingyi's whereabouts. The girl stubbornly does not want to return to her family." The old man interrupts the conversation and says that is enough. He asked, "Where are they now?" The old man looked at the warrior and asked if he knew the answer to this question. The young man lowered his head and said he did not know. The young master rose from his knees and told the Patriarch that he knew the answer to the question. The elder asked what the young man's name was and told him to keep talking. The boy stood up and said that his name was Xiaoba. He is the deacon of the Xiao family. Xiaoba said that Miss Qingyi and young master Xiaolan were currently living in the western city. The old man thought, so his grandson's name is Xiaolan. He asked if they were all right. The deacon replied that the young master's affairs are going well. He turns 17 this year, and he already has the beginning level of a warrior. Xiaoba added that the young master had defeated 2 high-ranked warriors. His current potential and fighting skills were admirable. All the warriors who heard this were delighted. The 17-year-old warrior was already able to destroy 2 high-ranked warriors. He has great potential. If nothing happens to the young master, he will be able to awaken his divine spirit, after which his achievements will be limitless. The elder rejoiced. Looks like his grandson didn't die. He told Xiaoba to bring this young man to him. The deacon replied that he would fulfill the elder's order. Suddenly, Xiaoba kneeled before the elder and said that he deserved to die. He had just received a report from the city. Xiaoba said that young master Xiaolan had fallen into a bottomless pit in the Shumi Mountains. The deacon said that a rescue team was needed to get Xiaolan out. The old man immediately asked the question, "Where is Xiao Futu now?" There was impatience in his eyes. The man rose to his feet and said that Xiao Futu was present and was willing to carry out all of his elder's orders. The old man said that one must take 100 bloody Xiao family warriors and immediately go to the city. We should bring Qingyi and his grandson. The old man added, if it turns out that his grandson is not alive, then no matter which family did it, one would have to take revenge. All those responsible would have to be eliminated immediately, and their family members as well. Xiao Futu bowed to the Lord and said that he would fulfill everything exactly. The old man turned around and told Deacon Xiaoba to show the way. The people of the city looked up and saw something incredible. There was a demonic winged dragon flying above the city. To make matters worse, the dragon was not alone. It was the bloody warriors of the Xiao family. They carried with them fear and terror for the locals. The bottomless pit was astonishing in its grandeur and size. No one knew how deep its bottom was, or if it was there at all. A young man opened his eyes and blinked. It was young Master Phoenix. He was tangled up in the vines. The boy thought he was already dead. Phoenix looked around and rejoiced. Turns out he's not dead. He's in that hole. Phoenix said the heavens are watching over him. A little lower down, also being on the vines, Master Phoenix, who was entangled in the vines, was being watched by Xiaolan. Xiaolan laughed. Phoenix was startled and asked who was down there. Xiaolan replied, "In such a short time, has young Master Phoenix already forgotten about him?" Xiaolan added, he couldn't even believe that Phoenix was still alive. The guy grasped the vine with one hand, holding his knife in the other hand. Xiaolan said, "It looks like he will have to help the careless Phoenix using his knife," and added, "That one will be the first to die." Phoenix got scared and said, "Don't do that." He promised his interlocutor anything he wanted. The frightened Phoenix said that he would give Xiaolan all the money and other riches he needed. But first, he asked him to remove that knife. Phoenix was scared and had tears in his eyes. He once again asked his interlocutor not to straighten him out. Master Phoenix heard some noise from above. He thought there was someone up there. The young men saw someone peering out from above. That person was asking if Ho Yu was downstairs. It was the assistant mayor of the city. He was looking for Phoenix. Phoenix shouted to his uncle Hole that he was downstairs and asked him to rescue him quickly. Xiaolan threw his knife towards Phoenix. Phoenix cried out in pain. Xiaolan inquired what was the matter. Our hero, smirking, said that now his opponent would have no descendants. The Phoenix had tears in his eyes and, sobbing in pain, said that he would destroy Xiaolan. Xiaolan asked, did Phoenix really hate him now? Young Phoenix's little friend was cut off. Now his bloodline and ancestry has been cut off. This is a very funny joke. Phoenix's uncle shouted that he would make Xiaolan die from 1,000 wounds. Xiaolan shouted, if they want to take revenge on him, they should find him. Xiaolan let go of the vine from his hands and started to fall to the bottom of this pit. We will have to go down and find him in hell. The Phoenix screamed in pain and from helplessness. He realized that he could no longer reach his opponent. Phoenix's uncle asked if the young master was all right. He shouted that he was already coming down to get him. Hola reached down and grabbed his nephew by the shoulders. Young Phoenix was safe. Phoenix shouted with anger that he would destroy this Xiaolan. He would skin him, slit his tendons without letting him die. Hola gave his nephew a pill and told him to swallow it quickly and not to talk. Pulling Phoenix out of the pit, the man told the guy to raise his head. He would now send someone to look for Xiaolan. People gathered around Phoenix lying on the stretcher. Everyone understood that the young man was in pain right now. The guy was lying covered with a blanket. In the place where he had a wound, blood was protruding. Everyone realized that something irreparable had happened to him. Phoenix asked his uncle for a promise to avenge his broken honor. The uncle replied to his nephew that he would make that rascal pay for what he had done. Hola rose to his feet and told everyone to get ready. Taking a long rope with him, he ordered everyone to follow him. The man stated if that guy was still alive, then they were obligated to destroy him. He turned around and ran to find him. His warriors followed him. Xiaolan was lying with his eyes closed on the grass, spreading his arms and legs. The guy slowly opened his eyes. He was immediately terribly surprised. What is this? Xiaolan stood up and thought, it turns out that he is alive, so he didn't die in the fall. The young warrior touched the grass he was sitting on. Where had the grass come from? All of this seemed amazing to him. Xiaolan heard the flapping of wings and looked up to see Xiaobai. A bird was circling above him. Xiaolan said that he couldn't believe it. He was very happy that Xiaobai was fine. The guy recalled that he told the bird to fly away from here. Why didn't Xiaobai listen? The bird only squinted its eyes in response. The young man felt something moving behind him. He realized something was happening. The bird screamed angrily. It furiously flapped its wings. Xiaolan couldn't understand why Xiaobai was acting like this. The guy looked around and saw that there were strands of vine approaching him. This vine swiftly entangled him. No matter how much Xiaolan resisted, he couldn't free himself from this plant. Not even a moment later, the young man was wrapped up like a cocoon. Only his eyes were peeking out. Xiaolan thought that these grass vines were very strong. There was no way to get out of here by himself. No matter how much the young man resisted, he couldn't break free. The guy noticed that this vine was glowing. What's really going on? The young man got hot. It felt like he was melting. Why is this grass getting hot? It became hard for the boy to breathe. Xiaolan thought he was dying. He wanted to be reborn in this world. Xiaolan thought that he didn't even have time to grow up and start dominating the world. And now he was perishing from these vines. The young master twisted and wriggled, but he couldn't free himself. Xiaolan tried his best to free himself from this green cocoon. After a while, he stopped moving. His soul had left him. Xiaolan, after a while, he found himself lying on the grass. The cocoon was gone. The guy opened his eyes and looked at his hands. All of his wounds had healed. He stood up and looked around. All around was this grass. He thought that the grass would swallow him alive, but it did the opposite, saving him. Xiaolan moved over and noticed that part of the vine around his leg remained wrapped around and getting tighter and tighter. Our hero thought, something is wrong here. Why can't he get this vine off? Xiaolan looked up and saw a strange giant plant. It was wriggling above the guy. Xiaolan changed his mind. He thought that this plant wanted to save him, but it seemed like it was just preparing him before devouring him. The young warrior thought that he should get out of here immediately if he wanted to stay alive. Apparently, it was too late. That plant had firmly wrapped its tentacles around his legs. Xiaolan was unable to stand on his feet and collapsed into the grass. He realized that this place had turned out to be a trap. Our hero's arms were also wrapped around him. The tentacles of this plant began to wrap around his neck. As a result, the guy was practically immobilized. His entire body was enslaved by the tentacles of this insidious plant. Xiaolan thought that this time was really over. Now he would truly perish. The guy clenched his fists and thought that he couldn't escape. Our hero tried to stay calm. He calmed himself and said that after all, he would be able to get out of this trap. The plant used its tentacles to lift Xiaolan high up. The guy couldn't do anything about it. Xiaolan could feel the impact on himself on a mental level. This was the first time this had happened to him. The guy decided that this plant was trying to absorb his soul. He should resist it. Otherwise, the plant would want to take his body too. Even his face was wrapped in the plant's tentacles. Not a single bit of living body could be seen. Xiaolan thought that this was really not good. Xiaolan decided that even if he died, he didn't want to become a walking corpse. One must continue to fight. At some point, the tentacles appeared to be destroyed, and Xiaolan fell straight to the bottom of that pit from a great height. Xiaodan fell down again onto that grass. It was so soft that the fall was not dangerous. The residents of the G2 family. At the meeting of the clan heads, the men heard about how they were all useless. The hooded man reminded them that the city head had ordered the destruction of Xiaolan and his family, but now not even a trace of him could be found. These unfortunate warriors couldn't even catch those who were constantly by their side. The elder turned to the Lord in response. He asked him to calm down. They didn't know that the men from the House of Rain would come and take them away. The man added that even with their strength, they cannot match the House of Rain. The forces are too unequal. The hooded man slammed his fist on the table and said angrily that this little House of Rain dare not go against them. The man ordered to gather all his men, and they will burn this rain house to the ground. The man bowed in response and said that he would get his men ready right away. He thought that with the help of the people of Hofeng City, they would not only be able to destroy the rain house, but also establish a relationship with the Hofeng family. Rain house. From inside, someone warns my lady that they are already late. The warrior informs that they have received the report. The three families have already prepared and want to destroy their rain house. He continued, currently the 8th master is not in place. With their current strength, there is no way to stop the enemies. We should probably run away and hide. The woman asked in surprise, why should they hide? They are just being opposed by a group of clowns who can't accomplish anything. The man said that he was asking the woman very strongly to listen to him. If my lady refuses to leave, he will take his life first. The boy presented the dagger to his throat. He wanted to show the seriousness of his intentions. The woman looked at her interlocutor with surprise. What else was he up to? The man reported that about 200 people from the three great families had surrounded their house. A guy with serious intentions told my lady it was too late. He asked permission to take her away from here. The woman angrily said she wanted to look at those who dared to come to her, and ordered Xiao Dao to take her out of the house. The man shouted that my lady should not do such a thing. The warriors said that their lady was stubbornly following her target. There's nothing to be done. They're probably all going to die now. The woman said no one is going to die here. She didn't mean her enemies. The House of Rain was indeed surrounded on all sides by enemies. The elder who organized all this said that they had no complaints against the 8th master. But why is he protecting the Xiaolan family? The man added, he would be happy if all the members of this family were handed over to him. Otherwise, they would have to go inside and exterminate everyone. The warrior warned, if any civilians were to get hurt by mistake, don't blame it on the side of family. After all, he is not ruthless. The hooded man, eyes flashing, said with a smirk that the rain house wasn't that big. Was Situ really that scared of them? He ordered Situ to go and capture everyone. No one would be able to harm him as long as they were together. Situ ordered his warriors to go in and destroy everyone. He had an aggressive attitude. The warriors rushed towards the rain house with a shout. Suddenly, the doors themselves opened and a woman in a wheelchair appeared on the threshold. Everyone stopped in fright. The woman looked intently at her enemies. There was no shadow of fear on her face. There was confidence and determination in her eyes. Situ said that the woman had already come to her senses. She should follow him, then the doom would not be so painful. The woman asked, had something happened to Lanner? She was a little frightened by that assumption. The mistress of the House of Rain looked around at those present and identified everyone. They were the Ho family, the Saitu family, the Bu family, and the Lu family. The Rain House mistress grinned and said, "This is just delightful. If Lanner died, she would allow these 4 families to be buried next to him." The attackers thought they were seeing a very arrogant lady. She is not in a situation to say such words. Mr. Ho said that in front of them is Xiaolana's paralyzed aunt. She looks good, but unfortunately she doesn't appreciate kindness. The interlocutor added that Xiaolan went against their young master's will. That's why they destroyed him. A woman should be smarter than her nephew. Otherwise, her demise would be extremely painful. The woman didn't want to believe those words. Was Lanner really dead? The man accompanying the woman shouted that he didn't believe it. Xiaolaner couldn't have died so easily. The hooded man said that Xiaolan had harmed young Master Ho Feng, so he didn't deserve to stay alive, and ordered his subordinates to capture that woman. The warriors once again rushed to the threshold of that house. The woman's gaze became darker than a cloud. Situ sensed something was wrong. This might not end well. Everyone noticed that an earthquake had suddenly started. With the epicenter at the place where this mistress of the rain house was, cracks in the ground began to spread out in all directions. The guy next to this woman suddenly began to increase in size. He turned into a huge giant. The man said in a metallic voice that Xiaolan couldn't have died. Everyone started to scatter in different directions out of fear. They couldn't understand what kind of monster had appeared in front of them. Where did this monster come from? A huge man with hatred in his eyes shouted loudly, "Did they destroy his brother?" and said that he would destroy all the enemies now and would avenge Xiaolan. The hooded man, frightened, thought, what kind of monster was in front of him right now? As if it mattered in any way. He ordered his terrified warriors to deal with this giant and began to threaten that he himself would personally destroy those who disobeyed him now. Knives flew at the giant man. The assistant mistress of the rain house shouted for young Master Xiaodao to be careful. The giant man repelled the attack of knives on him. The hooded man thought, who uses their body to repel attacks? That's strategically wrong. Suddenly, giant Xiaodao grabbed the head of the opponent who ran up to him. Like some kind of fruit, he tore the opponent's head into 2 pieces. Everyone started to run away in fear and begged for mercy. The heads of the opposing families thought, what kind of monster is this? By changing his body, it's like he's losing his Achilles heel. Elder Situ said with hatred that this warrior should die under any circumstances. The man shouted that he would deal with this giant himself and decided to go one-on-one with this opponent. Situ jumped high up and shouted that he was now the opponent of this giant. The mistress of the rain house was silently and intently watching the events. Suddenly, a huge blade appeared above the woman. Everyone wondered, what was this strange blade? Master Situ was discouraged. It turned out to be a woman who possessed a martial spirit. Master Situ didn't want to give up the battle. He thought that he was terrifyingly strong anyway, and he's only a broken blade against him. He definitely has nothing to fear. The rain house mistress turned around and looked at this heroic Master Situ with a condescending smile. She was making it clear that he was absolutely no opponent to her. The hooded man realized that their rival possessed a heaven-ranked divine spirit. She had a blood demon blade. It turns out that she is the blood demon Xiaoqing Yi. There were winged monsters circling in the sky. Blood demon blade. A young man circling in the air, sitting on one of these beasts, said that he had finally discovered Madame Qing Yi. He warned everyone that their madam was in trouble, and they should prepare to attack. The flying demons reorganized themselves into battle order and prepared to attack. The hooded men realized that they were no match for the Zhao family. It was all for nothing. So they decided to leave the battlefield. They couldn't just leave. They were stopped by a serious-looking warrior. He was holding 2 opponents in his hands. The young men in his hands were barely alive. The hooded men stopped and wondered with bewilderment, why was this man here? Everything was against them today. This person was Xiao Futu, the exterminator of the gods. He was stern and resolute. The hooded man thought they had done it. Xiao Futu is here. Xiao Futu stated resolutely, If anyone dared to harm his mistress, he would destroy the entire clan. The rank-and-file warriors were frightened by this man. They fell to their knees. They now realized that this woman, the young mistress of the Xiao family. The man walked up to the young mistress of the Xiao family and kneeled down and said, "Xiao Futu pays his respects to the young mistress." The heads of the hostile families trembled in fear. Why does this madam belong to the Xiao family? Why exactly is Xiao Futu here? The opposing families thought that they had provoked the wrong people this time. As such, they were finished. Xiao Futu said that he was late and therefore let his mistress down. He asked that he be punished for this transgression. The woman turned her head to him and asked, "Does Xiao Futu still think she is the young mistress of the Xiao family?" The woman continued, "Did her father really come out of seclusion?" Xiao Futu said, "The Patriarch returned to the Xiao family just yesterday. The Patriarch instructed him to bring the young mistress and young master back home. That's why he's here." The woman, remembering, shouted that young master Lanner was in danger. Madame Xiao Qing-yi ordered her to take her to Shumi Mountain. Xiao Lanner fell into a bottomless pit. Xiao Futu picked up the woman and loaded her onto the flying demon. He said that they immediately set off on their journey. The man asked, what would Madame Xiao order to do with those people below? The woman ordered to capture each of those enemies. And if it turns out that Lanner is dead, they will not be spared. In that case, each of those people would be destroyed. Xiao Futu told his men to do as the lady said. 30 people stay here, the rest follow him. Xiao Shan, who had received this order, said that he was willing to destroy anyone he needed to. The hooded man thought that he should immediately escape. Xiao Shan laughed and asked, did he really want to escape? No one could hide from Xiao Shan. The hooded man was left lying on the ground without his head. This was an admonishment to all the other enemies. The man couldn't believe that Chen Shun was dead. If he was still alive, he should immediately come out and greet him. The man explained to the 8th master, after Chen Shun arrived and delivered the message, he had returned to the bottomless pit in just one night, and said that if the young master was still alive, he would fight for him. If the young master died, then he would return to the Zhao family to commit suicide. The 8th master let this person go and said, if Xiaolan died, not to mention Chen Xiong, then they would all return to the Xiao family together. Back to the Xiao family, in that case, they would redeem themselves with their lives. Shumi Mountain. The warriors guarding the bottomless pit noticed that someone had appeared not far from them. They asked who this person was and what was he doing here, and ordered him to leave. The stranger showed them his badge and said they must be blind. The young man said if these people don't use their eyes, we'll have to cut them out of everyone's head. The warriors fell to their knees and said they were ordered to guard the area. They were not warned of this arrival. They apologized for not recognizing his lordship. The guest said that he would destroy them now if he didn't have better things to do. The young man orders the warriors to prepare a rope. He would immediately descend to the bottom. The young warriors obeyed the order and thought that this man was kind of strange. Didn't a group of people in front of him already go down? These guards obeyed the order and decided to continue resting further. Everything else did not concern them. The warrior, while going downstairs, thought that young Master Xiaolan must not be killed. Otherwise, not only would he die, but the 8th master would also suffer. The deputy city mayor and his warriors went down and searched the entire bottom. They couldn't understand why Xiaolan wasn't at the bottom of the pit. Could it be that he was flying? His divine spirit hasn't manifested yet, so he can't fly away from here. Couldn't he have escaped? One of the warriors told their commander that they had discovered Xiaolan's location. In order to do so, one would have to go a little further forward. The commander and his subordinates were surprised. They saw Xiaolan lying on top of the tentacles of a strange plant. The guy was once again tied up by his arms and legs. He didn't give any signs of life. The pursuers thought that they had never seen moving grass before. The commander thought he doesn't know if Xiaolan is alive, but they definitely need to be cautious. The commander ordered the 2 warriors to get closer and get that boy. They didn't come here for nothing. The warriors looked at each other and climbed up. Each of them held a knife. Fear of the unknown haunted them. The young warriors, having climbed to the top, jumped up, bared their swords, and shouted that they were about to destroy this guy. Their attack was unsuccessful. A powerful energy beam was directed towards the warriors along with the tentacles of this plant. Those observing from below were astonished. The 2 were penetrated through the plant. There was no way for them to escape. The breathless body of one of the warriors was lying on the grass. The other warriors, frightened, began to run away from the plant. The plant got to everyone. No one was able to escape retribution. The group commander who survived thought he couldn't just die. He set one of his warriors in front of him and told him that he had to save his commander. That warrior turned out to be penetrated through the plant. The squad leader looked out. Was it really over? The man was still frightened. He noticed that the plant was still crawling towards him. He didn't want to die. There was no way for the man to escape. The plant also pierced him through with its tentacles. As a result, the entire expedition died. Xiaolan descended to the ground. The boy was unharmed. The young man stood with his eyes closed. Thanks to this plant, all the enemies had been annihilated. Xiaolan opened his eyes. He didn't understand what had happened here. Where did these people come from? Was it really him who had destroyed them? Our hero examined himself from head to toe. The wounds he had received earlier had completely healed. It turns out he's alive, safe and sound. Xiaolan saw Xiaobai flying in the sky. The boy thought that this was wonderful. The young master shouted for the bird to come down to him. He offered to look for a way to get out of here. The bird descended to the ground and turned into a racehorse. Xiaolan waved his hand at it, and it came closer. The young man rubbed his four-legged friend's mane and said that he was fine. He apologized for making him worry. Xiaolan wasn't the only one here. Another person appeared who called the guy Young Master. The young master turned around at the voice. Qian Shun, which was exactly him, was overjoyed when he saw the young master. He said, "It's great that the young man is fine." The man rushed to Xiaolan's lap and said, he is very happy that the young master is alive. Qianshun could not contain his emotions. Xiaolan was happy that someone had come for him and said for Big Brother Qianshun to come up immediately. Xiaolan asked, why did Big Brother come to the bottomless cave? The warrior replied that it was a long story, and he added that the first thing and need to get out immediately. The warriors guarding the bottomless pit noticed that someone was pulling the vine from below. It was as if a fish had been caught on a hook. The warriors thought that someone wanted to get up, so they should pull on the vine. All three of them got ready and grabbed the plant and started pulling people out of the pit. Qianshun appeared from the pit. He was holding Xiaolan on his shoulders. Our hero was very weak and unconscious. The warriors encircled the man and said that he had found Xiaolan very quickly. Qianshun stated that this little guy, Xiaolan, was unable to slip away from him, and these warriors would definitely be rewarded for their efforts. The warriors thought that the city head now had a personal punching bag. Qianshun loaded the guy onto a horse and said that he would take him away from here. The three of them were ordered to stay where they were and wait for those who were still downstairs. The three guards bowed and told the Lord to be careful. However, they thought something was amiss here. After all, this man on his horse was traveling in the opposite direction of the city. They thought perhaps he wanted to meet the other heads of families. Suddenly, the guards' attention was caught by something flying in the sky. They looked in that direction. Everyone saw that there was a mystical beast flying in the sky. There had to be some explanation for it. The beast flew in the direction the rider was traveling. This was even more amazing. The warriors realized that they had been tricked. This man was not from their camp. It turned out that he was their enemy. The young men jumped on their horses and decided to immediately notify the head of the city. They rushed as fast as they could. Xiaolan, who was in his right mind, said that those wars had exposed them. When rising from the pit, he pretended to be unconscious for the sake of conspiracy. Xiaolan said that those people might catch up with them soon. It would be better if they split up. After all, it was him they were looking for. Our hero's traveling companion disagreed. He said that the young man's life was much more important than his own. Suddenly, a strange man appeared in front of the riders. He had huge wings behind his back. The riders stopped. Who could it be? The man, blazing with anger, called the riders scoundrels and added that they had harmed his son. He said that they should come closer and accept their deaths. Qianshun realized that the head of the city was in front of them. They didn't expect him to catch up with them so quickly. Qianshun told his traveling companion that the power of the city lord should not be underestimated. The young master was no match for him. The warrior thought that he couldn't put the young master in danger. The lord raised his hand and pointed his finger at our hero. He asked, "Is this Xiaolan?" The man was very angry. Qianshun covered the young man and said that he was Xiaolan, and added that the lord's son was a mean and unscrupulous person. He had harmed many others. Qianshun added that the city's mayor would now not acquire an equally despicable and unscrupulous grandson. Such an outcome could be considered a great fortune for their family. The warrior called the town mayor an old jerk and asked if he really wanted to straighten up. Isn't it a little early for that? The city mayor shouted in anger that his opponent was pouncing. He directed a charge of his negative energy directly at his interlocutor. The city mayor flew towards his opponent very quickly. The young man couldn't believe that the man had reached such a level. Kenshin was ready to fight back against his attacker. He believed that he would succeed. After all, he possessed the spirit of speed. He was determined to give his best. The mayor laughed. Did his opponent really think that he could handle him with some speed spirit? Kenshin decided that he would fight until his last breath. In this battle, the 9th level heavenly power versus wind power clashed. The city mayor turned out to be stronger. The young man was defeated. He fell down and blood flowed from his mouth. The city mayor looked at the result of his battle. He had left his opponent no chance. The trench in the ground and the broken trees said that the blow was very powerful, and the opponent had suffered a lot of damage. Kenshin opened his eyes and apologized to his ward for failing to protect the young master. Xiaolan asked for his companion to calm down. He would help him to his feet now. The most important thing was to keep the man from losing consciousness. The man looked at the young men and called his opponent a liar. After all, he possesses the spirit of speed, and Xiaolan has no spirit at all. The man stated he wants them both to know that life is not always better than death. They only have themselves to blame for crossing the wrong person. Xiaolan replied that he can't stand the fact that he is terribly weak, that his spirit hasn't awakened yet, that he didn't have the strength to destroy the city's mayor. The man smiled and said that this guy reminded him of something. He stated that he would not destroy him for now. Xiaolan thought, what does he want? The mayor stated, at first he thought of destroying the guy to experience the same pain his son went through. The man added, now he had decided that he would dedicate his entire life to destroying all the members of this guy's clan. Xiaolan became angry. He thought that he was really going to die here. The people on the ground noticed that demonic dragons started circling above them. The mayor knew that these black dragons belonged to the Xiao family. A man sitting on one of the dragons asked, did Ho Feng really want to exterminate all the members of his clan? And added, on this occasion, why not exterminate the mayor of the city first? The mayor was frightened. He realized who he was dealing with. This was the Black Abyss dragon with a heavenly soul, the destroyer of gods himself, Xiao Futu. The mayor thought, really, is this guy from the Zhao family? He took a few steps back and asked, why did Xiao Futu say all this? The mayor spread his magic wings. Ho Feng asked, was there really some misunderstanding between them? We should try to resolve this peacefully. Haolan didn't understand anything. Who was that person on the dragon? Why was Ho Feng so scared? Xiaolan was very surprised. On one of the dragons, he saw his auntie. Why did she end up here? Our hero rushed to his aunt and fell to his knees after running up to her. He apologized to the woman for making her worry. The woman replied she was very glad that the young man was all right. As long as he was okay, the rest didn't matter. The warrior accompanying auntie on this flight smiled when he saw that Xiaolan was in full health. Xiaolan saw many warriors kneeling in front of him, and they said that they were the blood guardians of the Xiao family. The city's mayor, Ho Feng, retreated a few more steps back. He had not expected that events would take such a turn. In front of him was indeed the Xiao family's young master. Unfortunately, this time he had taken offense. The master had to find a way to leave this place. Xiaofutu once again turned to his opponent and asked, did he really not hear what he had just been told? Or would he do it himself? Or would he have to destroy it himself? The mayor shouted for Xiaofutu not to push him to do such a thing. After all, he is a much respected person. Ho Feng said that Xiaolan had brutally crippled his son. You can't be so overbearing indiscriminately. Does he really think that the Xiao family can completely dominate the sky? Xiaofutu frowned and said that it was time to end this meaningless talk. He said that he was giving the city mayor one last chance. Would he do it himself, or would he still have to push him? The mayor laughed and jumped high up. Spreading his wings, he was able to climb to a great height. From above, the mayor told Xiaofutu to come to Hofeng City if he dared. The man laughed loudly. He added that Xiaofutu might try to destroy him in front of everyone in the city. Xiaolan thought, are they really going to let this man just leave like this? Xiaofutu raised his hand up and told the blood guards that they were going to Hofeng City right now. Xiaolan didn't understand anything. He looked at his aunt in surprise. The guy needed an explanation and answers to a lot of questions. The woman said that Ho Feng was a real jerk. He had hoped that Xiaofutu was bluffing, but he had underestimated him. Even if Xiao Futu wanted to destroy a person in the Empire City, he would be unwavering in his desire. Xiaolan thought, is Yutong Man really that powerful? Just how powerful is the Zhao family? The woman told her nephew that it was time to go out and have some fun. Ho Feng City. The warriors obediently carried out their service. One of them thought, it's just a child. Why hasn't the head of Ho Feng returned yet? Another warrior answered him. He didn't understand why so many people were coming to catch a child. He personally was already tired. Suddenly, the guards saw something flying toward them in the sky. They realized that it was Lord Ho Feng returning. It looks like he's gotten his revenge. Now they could relax. The guards looked closer and saw that the Lord was being chased. It seems to be the enemies. The Lord flew up and told them to get ready. Enemies are coming and we must prepare to attack. The mayor said he will reward those who prove themselves in battle, but no one should be scared or run away from the battlefield. Because if they do, the coward will be destroyed. The guards shouted that they must prepare for battle quickly and change their deployment to battle order. Under the fortress walls on the battlefield, on one side stood the city mayor with his army. On the other side was Xiao Futu with the Xiao clan warriors. Xiao Futu, while adjusting his armbands, asked if Ho Feng was willing to die because his days were numbered. The mayor replied so Xiao Futu shouldn't be so presumptuous. He is the head of this city. Xiao Futu wouldn't dare to destroy him in public. Besides, they have both reached the level of emperor, and they both have a heavenly soul. Ho Feng added that they are both equal. No one knows who will emerge victorious from this battle. If Xiao Futu dares to challenge him, he will easily accept it. The mayor added that he would go to the city of the empire to find out. Standing face to face with the head of the Hao family, did the Imperial family change their surname to Xiao? Xiao Futu yawned and wondered if his opponent had finished his empty conversation. The man took a few steps towards the city mayor and said his opponent was wasting time. He, Xiao Futu, on behalf of the Xiao family, declares war on Ho Feng. Anyone who doesn't want to fight can get out of here, and no one will touch them. Anyone who remains on the battlefield will be regarded as enemies of the Xiao family. The warriors thought, is Xiao Futu really going to do that? They wouldn't be so confident if they were him. After all, this is utter madness. One warrior said to another, he just heard that Mr. Xiao gave an order before he left. Anyone who harmed his grandson signed his family's death warrant. Now, they can all die here, along with Ho Feng. Xiao Futu repeated his words once more. Everyone who refuses to fight can leave the battlefield while they are still alive. Many warriors abandoned their weapons and fled. They said they couldn't stay here any longer. The mayor of the city shouted angrily that he would exterminate the deserters on the spot. Xiao Futu laughed and said that his opponent would soon be alone at this rate. Why doesn't he just surrender to save everyone the trouble and accept a quick demise? The city mayor thought that the only way to save himself was to strip the snake of its head. Ho Feng shouted to his opponent to show what he could do. Xiao Futu once again smiled and said that it was wonderful if his opponent asked for it himself. The warrior activated the soul possession mode. He ascended into the sky. The rank-and-file warriors looked up into the sky and said that they hoped for a draw. Then, the opponents could discuss things calmly. If Xiao Futu died here, then Mr. Xiao would finish them all off. The rivals' battle took place in the sky. Those observing from below could only see sparks and explosions. It was a clash between two great powers. Xiaolan said he now understood what an emperor-level heavenly soul meant. These warriors possess the tremendous strength of a tiger. If they have such terrifying speed and power, Shou Qingyi corrected her nephew and said that it was not the strength of a tiger, but a dragon. To be more precise, Xiao Futu has almost 300 units of dragon strength. Huo Feng has over 240 units. The woman said if Xiaolan tried his best, he would be able to surpass them in the future. Xiaolan thought that he would try hard to be 1,000 times better than them. Ho Feng, fighting, thought, if this continues, he will definitely lose. We have to attack more vigorously. The city mayor applied prairie fire. The warriors watching from below said that Mr. Ho Feng used his soul battle skill. This is the heavenly level. It seems like there is still hope. Xiao Futu saw that his opponent had used a soul martial skill. He thought that he had waited so long for this. The warrior activated the dispel mode. He merged with his huge demonic dragon. Xiao Futu used the dagger of night. The mayor was startled. This might not be it. His soul battle skill didn't work against his opponent. Xiaofutu declared that he could do things that others had never dreamed of. The Xiao family warrior used stealth to sneak up on his opponent from the rear. He plunged his knight dagger straight into the mayor's chest and pierced his opponent through. Ho Feng was stunned. Xiao Qingyi said that Xiaofutu had used the blade of night. There was nothing Ho Feng could do. It looked like the battle was over. Xiao Lan, looking at the outcome of the battle, thought that it was terrifying. The mayor fell to the ground and formed a large crater as he fell. He was lying at the bottom of that crater. The warriors cautiously approached the crater and made sure that their master was dead. The head of the city of Hofeng was dead. All the warriors of this city decided that Xiaofutu, a demon. They bowed their heads and said that they surrendered. Xiaofutu came down to the ground and said that he had given them a chance before, but they had missed it, and now they would all have to die. Ho Feng's warriors scattered in fear. Xiaolan wondered, was Xiaofutu really trying to destroy them? The guy saw a carriage pull up to him. From that carriage, a person got off. It was an elder that the young man had met before. The warriors recognized him. It was the Medicine Emperor. The warriors of Hofeng City asked the Medicine Emperor for help. The Xiao family wants to do away with them all. The Medicine Emperor asked, does Xiaofutu really want to take away all their lives? But after all, Hofeng had already died. Couldn't Xiaofutu let these people go for his sake? Xiaofutu firmly replied that he would continue to eliminate these warriors. The Medicine Emperor knew that Xiaofutu was known for his recklessness. He was deciding what should he do next. The Medicine Emperor saw Xiaolan and asked the guy, what was he doing here? It hit the Emperor because the guy's name is also Xiao, so he is one of the Zhao family members. The elder turned to the young man. He requested that he stop his elder. The mass extermination of warriors will hurt this family's reputation. Xiaolan said that he understood Elder Mu's request. Our hero turned to his aunt and asked her to stop this recklessness. The woman replied that the guy should make the decision on his own. Xiaofutu looked at Xiaolan and realized what the guy wanted. He shouted to his warriors to immediately stop destroying the opponents, and fulfilled what this guy wanted. The Xiao family warriors immediately stopped the massacres. The remaining warriors of Hofeng City were saved. The Medicine Emperor said that Xiaolan was indeed the Xiao family's young master, and it was Xiaofutu's duty to obey him. Elder Mu thought that not long ago, Xiaolan was almost destroyed by the Shitu family. What's the matter? The old man told the young man that he had just returned from the Xiao family's estate. He doesn't know what's going on here. Where are Liu Ya and the people from Fei Shui's martial arts academy? Xiaolan asked one of the warriors in the city, where are the other members of the Fei Shui Academy now? The warrior replied that they were locked up in a prison on the orders of the city's deputy head. The Medicine Emperor heard this and became very angry. He said that he was taking back his words and asked that Xiaofutu destroy all the warriors of this city. Xiaofutu turned to his mistress and asked what should he do now. The woman had to reason. Xiao Qingyi said she thought to free Liu Ya and the other guys from the Fei Shui Martial Arts Academy. The warriors from Fei Shui Academy followed the young man. They didn't know who was leading them and where were they following. Liu Ya realized that this person was from the Xiao family. But what is he doing here? The girl was alarmed. One of the warriors noticed that the Ho family's men had already left. So they are safe then? Situ interjected, who had actually freed them? He wondered if Xiaolan was still alive. The young men came to a field strewn with corpses. They were very frightened. What could have happened here? How many people had died here? They're not going to repeat the fate of those people, are they? Liu Ya thought that this person had brought them here to destroy them as well. Everyone present looked up and saw Xiaolan standing in front of them. He was alive and well, but what was he doing here? Situ realized that this person was well, and he wasn't going to die. The young man was angry. Liu Ya called out to Xiaolan. The guy turned around. He wasn't surprised to see this company. It was as if he had been expecting them. Xiaolan beckoned the girl over to him. Liu Ya flinched and clenched her fists in fear. She wasn't sure if she should approach. Our hero extended his hand to the girl and told her not to be afraid to approach him. Liu Ya trusted and took a step towards him. The young lady decided that she had nothing to be afraid of. Their hands came into contact. The guy pulled the girl closer to him. Xiao Qingyi, watching this scene, smiled and thought that Lanner had grown up. Auntie told her nephew that the first thing to do was to return to Yaowan City. Xiaofutu and his team would take care of everything here. The woman added when Xiaofutu returns, she will go with him to the Zhao family. The warrior said that he would carry out everything exactly as the lady told him to. Xiaolan approached the young warriors and said that he had one more thing left to do. The fellow turned to Sita Jantian. All four warriors looked at their colleague with tension. They didn't know what they could expect from him. Frightened, Saitu thought, what did he want? Did he really recognize something? Xiaolan said. He remembered once telling Situ that he wasn't interested in playing with him, but Situ bullied him again and again. Xiaolan added that the rattlesnakes were madly chasing him. After all, this was the work of Shitu, wasn't it? Isn't it? The guy added that Situ did it in secret from everyone. Our hero almost died that time. Situ Gentian fell to his knees and cried. He said to be forgiven. He said he was blind and it won't happen again. Situ said he shouldn't have done it. And once again, he asked for forgiveness. Everyone watched this scene from the sidelines. Situ begged and pleaded for mercy. Xiaolan didn't show any compassion. He swung his sword and blood gushed out of his opponent's throat. Situ cried out and fell on his back. The blood, pulsing, continued to flow out from his throat. The Xiao family warrior, Xiao Futo, who was watching this, said that Xiaolan had done a good job. He had done the right thing. Xiao Futu added that Xiao Qingdi turned out to have a very fine son. The woman nodded in response and said that Lanner had become quite mature. The remaining three warriors from the Fengshu school were shocked. They thought that Xiaolan was intimidating them. The girls saw Xiaolan taking her mother away from here and thought that he was getting farther and farther away from her. The young warrior turned to the master and said that Lady Qingyi and young master Xiaolan had returned to Yaowan City. What should they do with the remaining Ho family warriors? Xiaofutu replied to have them all exterminated. Xiaolan asked his aunt what Xiaofutu intended to do. Auntie replied to her nephew that after all these years, Lanner was still not that good. The nephew was surprised. The woman continued, she had told him before, if he was merciful to his enemies, sooner or later it could ruin him. People in the land of souls are cruel. If he didn't destroy his enemy first, he would ruin his entire family. They would die right now if Ho Feng's people united and attacked them. The reason why Xiaofutu could succeed effortlessly was because of his reputation as a brutal killer. This reputation was earned by the Xiao family through 1,000 years of killing. Xiaolan replied that he knows that, but he still considers it an inhumane act to exterminate the weak. Shou Qingyi said that they have never exterminated the innocent. Their family rule is, no one is allowed to destroy innocent people. Auntie added that the young man must have many questions. She would answer them all when they returned to Yaowan. The nephew was now an adult, and she is ready to tell him the whole truth. Upon returning back, Auntie was in a room with two young men. She prepared to tell the whole truth. The woman said that her real name, Xiao Qingyi, meaning Lanner's grandfather's name is Xiao Bushi. He is the patriarch of the Xiao family, one of the highest families. His father, Xiao Qingdi. He and his wife died almost immediately after the boy was born. The grandfather was trapped on Mount Lunhu. Xiao Qingyi knew he'd be there for life. Therefore, she took the boy and left the Xiao family. Auntie said that now the grandfather has returned. She's going to see him. If Xiaolan wants, he could go along with her. The boy thought, it turns out he is a descendant of a great family. He didn't care if he came back or not. In any case, he had never been emotionally attached to the Zhao family. The guy had decided for himself that he only wanted to be with Auntie and Xiao Dao. Xiaolan said that Auntie should decide that for him. Auntie smiled and said that it would be better for the young man to return. He should have honored his parents and met his grandfather. No one would dare to attack them. After all, they are under his grandfather's protection. Shou Qingyi added, if the guy became uncomfortable there, they would leave immediately. She will be with Lanner wherever he goes. The woman asked what else would her nephew want to know. She would be willing to tell him absolutely everything. Xiaolan looked at his aunt's feet and asked, did the phoenix pills not put her on her feet? The woman apologized for lying. She wanted him to focus on practicing, so she made up such a thing. Xiao Qingyi asked her nephew not to be angry and not to worry. When they returned to the Zhao family, they would find a better medicine than the phoenix pill to cure her legs. The guy asked if it was true that the 8th master was still working for the Xiao family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought with the Shitu family over a little thing like him. Auntie confirmed it. She had set things up so that this master would show up a few times. Xiaolan asked how his parents died. Auntie replied that she would tell him that after he reached the master level. Xiaolan asked if they would be persecuted for destroying the people of Hofeng and Yaoan cities. Xiao Qing Yi replied that his grandfather would help them. Auntie said that they would move out tomorrow. The guy thought that he still has a lot of time before he goes out. Xiaolan decided to spend time with Liuya. The girl was fine with it. The guy said that he didn't know that he belonged to the Xiao family. The young man added that there was nothing threatening to the Liu family. He would ask the 8th master to take care of it. The girl replied that she trusts him. Xiaolan said that he is going to go back to Xiao family tomorrow, but he can't take her with him. He will pick her up when things calm down. Liuya replied that she understands everything. After all, she knows him well. The girl added that she will wait for him no matter how long it takes. Xiaolan told her to wait for him, and the young people kissed. Xiaolan feels the plant from the bottomless pit enveloping his whole body. The guy can't do anything about it. Our hero is completely hidden under the dense tentacles of this strange plant. His body is completely invisible. Xiaolan abruptly opened his eyes. He felt as if he had been doused with ice water. The guy was lying in bed. Was this really a nightmare? No, it was definitely not a dream. All of his wounds had been healed. Xiaolan decided not to think about it. He thought that he would ask his grandfather about it later. Perhaps he might have the answer. Liuya asked if he was having a nightmare. The boy wondered why she was awake. The girl said she wanted to look at him a little longer. Xiaolan asked her not to worry. After all, he will take her to Xiao's family soon. Liuya said that everything is fine. The important thing is that they are together now. She finally managed to tame that lone wolf. In the morning, the young people said goodbye. Xiaolan thanked them for their care these days. If they needed his help, they could feel free to contact him. The guy promised to definitely repay the favor. The 8th master replied that he was obligated to do so. Liuya and 8th master gave Xiaolan a glance. At this point, the parting ended. Our hero knew that they would definitely meet again. The demonic dragons were already waiting in the sky. The 8th master looked at the young man flying away on the dragon and thought, will the lone wolf finally make it to the big world? This guy is so willful and uncooperative. I wonder what kind of reactions he will cause when he arrives in the city of the Empire. Liuya hoped that after reaching great heights in the world, this guy would not forget her and come back to Yaoan City for her. The Zhang dynasty has a long history. It originated in the Land of Souls over 1,000 years ago. Over the past 1,000 years, the Z dynasty in the north had repeatedly tried to take possession of this rich land. Each time they failed and returned home with nothing. Over the past 100 years, the Zhang dynasty's royal power has weakened, especially because of the current overly cruel emperor. He led an idle life and accomplished nothing. But even with such a ruler, the Zhang dynasty is still very strong in the east. The Z dynasty's army never set foot on that land. This was all possible because there are 4 great families within the Zhang dynasty and the god of the army. One of the most respected strongmen of the Z dynasty said, "The Zhang dynasty will prosper as long as the 4 great families and the god of the army remain with them." There are many people in the town square and a loud noise is heard. Xiaolan flies up on his dragon to the capital of the empire. He sees how big the city is. The boy thought that Xiao's family is ahead of him. He has to meet his grandfather. Grandfather must be the best of the best. The townspeople saw dragons appearing in the sky. They realized that dragons didn't just appear. So after this, significant events would happen. Mrs. Qing Yi and the young master arrived. The young men and the woman in the wheelchair were met at the square. The young man said that he was greeting Madame Qing Yi. It was Xiao Qinglun, the current head of the Xiao family. He said that Qing Yi was finally home. All these years they had struggled to find her. The woman should get rid of her wretched character. Auntie motioned for her nephew, Xiaolan, to come inside. The head of the family did not relent. He saw the young man and said that it must be Qing Di's son, Xiaolan. Qinglun said that it was simply marvelous. The Xiao family hermits never disappointed. What a marvelous little guy. Xiaolan thought that this guy is very cunning and brazen. One should be careful with him. The elders appeared in front of the woman. She told the young men that these were the elders of their family. It is necessary to greet them. Xiaolan and Xiaodao bowed respectfully and greeted the elders. One of the elders, turning to Xiaolan, said that he was all like his father. He has grown up to be truly extraordinary. One could immediately see that he had cultivated under Qing Yi's supervision. The elder invited everyone against inside. The clan head must have already been waiting. It was announced to everyone that Qing Yi and Qing Di's son had returned. The old man said to let them in and leave them alone with him. In the courtyard of the manor, Xiaolan saw an old man standing alone in the back. The guy thought that it was most likely his grandfather. Xiao Qingyi saw the old man and realized that it was her father. The elder turned around and said that little Qingyi had returned home. She must have had a lot of misfortune heaped on her over the years. The woman cried out. The old man walked over and hugged her. He told her to calm down. After all, she was already home. The elder added that he would not let anyone else hurt her. They would get justice for all the years of her suffering. Xiao Qingyi said for her father to forgive her. He had suffered for so long because of her on Mount Lunhu. The woman turned around and told the youths to kneel down and bow to their grandfather. The young men knelt down. The old man was satisfied. The elder moved closer to his grandchildren and told them they were good boys. It was a very emotional scene. The grandfather told Xiaolan that he was now home. From today onwards, no one would dare to offend him. If someone does, however, the young man can break that person's leg. Grandfather will support him either way. Xiaolan asked, "Would anyone?" The grandfather was shocked by this clarification and confirmed that in any case he would support his grandson. Auntie said for Xiaolan to come closer and bow to his parents. Xiao Dao should do so as well. The young men came closer and bowed to the memorial slab. Xiao Qingyi mentally told her brother and sister-in-law that their son had returned to see them. He is now 17 years old. He won't let them down. The woman thought that this is a good boy. Therefore, they can rest in peace. Xiao Qingyi told the young boys to go take a walk. She would talk to her father in the meantime. The boys bowed to their grandfather and said that they were leaving. The old man let them go and told them not to go far and to stay within reach. The woman told the old man that her brother and sister-in-law had been despicably destroyed. It was very emotionally said. The old man replied that Xiao Futu had told him about it. So he made some inquiries. Daughter shouldn't worry. After he recovers, the culprits will be punished in the harshest way possible. The old man clarified, "It is rumored that Xiaolan can rival a high-level general, and Xiao Dao is not lacking in talent. Where is he from?" The woman replied that she had trained Lanner. He is quite intelligent. Soon he will be able to awaken his spirit. If he does, he will be able to accomplish much in the future, at least as far as he can. As for Xiao Dao, Lanner had brought him from Death Mountain. The guy seems to have lost his memory, but he has a terrible gift. This young man has the gift of reincarnation. He now has the power of a high-level master. After reincarnating, he can't be injured by ordinary masters. The woman added that her father's erudition is enviable. Had he ever heard of such a race? The old man replied that he had never encountered such a thing. He is sure that there are no such races on the spirit land. They must be from across the sea. Xiao Qingyi said that she didn't know. Maybe he can tell it when his memory returns. She believes that his memory has been sealed. The old man said that anyway, they should train these guys well. They can bring unprecedented glory for this family. The elder added that they should let Xiaolan fight against the geniuses of the greatest families. The tiger cub can stand out and become the king of all beasts just by constantly fighting. The man added so that his daughter wouldn't worry. If this guy does something wrong, he will solve everything. He wants everyone to know about the Xiao family's power. The guys were walking around the Xiao estate. Xiao Dao said that this place is as big as a city. Also, there are a lot of people here. They are new here, so it's better not to cause trouble. A guy was called out and said that he, Uncle Qing Di's son. It was Jin Xiao. He added that there were rumors that Xiaolan had eliminated 2 high-level generals. The servant said that these young men have just returned to the family, and he is showing them around the manor. The boys said hello and called Jin Xiao their cousin. Jin Xiao became angry. He asked Xiao Dao how dare he call him his cousin. He remembered that Uncle Qing only had one son. When did this guy manage to become the Xiao family's young master? Jin Xiao's companion said that maybe it really is his cousin. Maybe Auntie Qingyi did something that not everyone knows about. Xiaolan frowned. He said that this person had insulted Auntie and asked Xiao Dao how should he be punished. Xiao Dao, smiling, suggested breaking his legs. He remembered the elder's words. Xiaolan agreed. The guy was quite determined. He wanted to make a name for himself. Xiao Dao immediately pounced on the offender. Jin wondered how dare the guy. Well, he had asked for it. Young Master Jin's aides surrounded Xiao Dao. The boy wasn't the least bit afraid. They began beating the young man with sticks. Xiao Dao skillfully defended himself by blocking the blows with his hands and feet. Xiao Jin said, did this kid really believe in himself? Now the kid shouldn't blame him if he died. Xiao Dao didn't blame anyone. He responded stiffly to the attack. The The young warrior scattered all the attackers, inflicting maximum damage. Everything around him was covered in blood. Xiaojin was terribly surprised. How was this possible? Masters were no match for him. The companion thought, what kind of monster is this? Xiaolan assessed his cousin and his companion with a glance. Naturally, he had not forgotten the insult to Auntie. Our hero told his little brother to break that guy's leg. Xiaojin's companion got scared and said that was not going to happen. So he went on the run. He was very afraid of the consequences. Xiao Dao caught up with the offender. He shouted to be let go. Xiao Dao grabbed his opponent by the neck. The one shouted that he was a very important person. Don't they know who he is? The guy replied that he knew. The one in front of him is the one he is about to break his legs. The guy threw the offender to the ground and grabbed him by the throat. The injured man screamed in fear. Xiaolan said his little brother, much kinder, do they know what happened to the Zitu family after they insulted his aunt? The guy clarified he had wiped out their entire family the very next day. Xiaojin was terrified after hearing this. Xiaolan asked his cousin why he was still here and added that he should run away from here immediately. Xiaolan looked at the departing relatives with his gaze. The guy had his first victory in the new place. The servant said that it was Xiao Qinglun's son. By insulting him, the guy had insulted all the members of the Xiao family. Xiaolan replied that he didn't care about that. He was ready to take revenge on anyone who came out against him. In the evening, a servant reported that the clan head had issued a decree that anyone under the age of 18 could challenge Xiaolan to a fight, and whoever breaks his legs will receive a reward. Other family members can't interfere. Auntie looked at her nephew and asked, did he really do something wrong again? Does he even know what he has done? Qingyi said that the kid is not strong enough yet. His grandfather had set up an arena for him. In the future, if something like this happens again, he must remember, it's not only his legs that need to be broken, but also the 13 ribs. Otherwise, how is he going to achieve great success in the future? Xiaolan replied to Auntie that he understood everything and inquired if this family has something like a library. The boy added that he wanted to find some information. He needed to find out what happened to the wisteria. The woman replied that he could take her token and asked Jia to take him there. Xiaolan came to the family library. The library occupied a large area. The person in charge of the library was an elder. He was sitting lonely in a corner and dozing. Xiaolan respectfully bowed and said hello. The old man opened his eyes and saw the token in the guy's hands. After identifying this token, the librarian said that the guy could pass through. Xiaolan can read any book on the first floor, but he is not strong enough to enter the second floor. The guy was reviewing the literature. There were spiritual weapons, elixirs, spiritual beasts. There was also a list of wild beasts. The young man saw a map of the spiritual land and a list of cities. There was information about dangerous and abandoned places. Xiaolan also saw a list of famous families, strong people and races on Earth. A list of the souls of all the warriors, deities, and Earth spirits. The guy found what he was looking for. He picked up the chronicles of the spirit land. Xiaolan read all day, but he never found anything about the wisteria. He found out that the Soul Festival would be in a few months. The young man decided as soon as he could awaken his spirit, he would improve the token and go to the second floor. If he doesn't find anything there, he will ask his aunt or grandfather about it. A servant finds the young man and tells him that the head has asked him to go back, take a bath and change his clothes. He is going to the palace feast. Xiaolan wondered, what kind of palace feast is this? The servant told him that there are 3 great dynasties in the spiritual land. In the east is the Zhang dynasty, in the north is the Ji dynasty, in the west, the Yu dynasty. All the dynasties have a history of thousands of years. All this time, the 3 dynasties have been trying to destroy each other and unite the spiritual lands, but all to no avail. Each dynasty has a royal family, for example, like the Yun family in the Zhang dynasty. The royal family rules the dynasty. Zhang dynasty, it is a huge land, with hundreds of cities, thousands of villages, millions of villages, and hundreds of millions of people. For a long time, the greatness of the royal family has been firmly established in people's hearts. Xiaolan agreed and said that in that case he would go. He wouldn't be scared anyway. The guests were pulling up to the royal palace. It should be a very majestic and pathos event. The young man concluded that Xiaolan was very fortunate if he was able to immediately visit the palace after returning. However, he humiliated Xiaojin a few days ago, so he is very arrogant. Xiaolan walked out of the carriage. He was wearing a new suit and looked very spectacular. The guy was drawing attention to himself. The girls, after seeing him, thought that Mr. Xiao was very handsome. The guys thought with anger that this upstart was very cool looking. The elder called his grandson over and said that they would enter the palace together. The other young masters of the Xiao family, watching the elder and his grandson, expressed their opinions on what was happening. Xiao Qinglun's eighth son, Xiao Ye, said that this guy looks good, but he is not good enough. He won't be able to handle third son Xiao Kuang. After all, that one is a high-level general and has awakened a divine soul. Xiao Kuang replied that you can't judge a tree by its bark. He believes that this Xiaolan is quite extraordinary. The elder was welcomed into the palace and congratulated for successfully breaking the seal on Mount Lunhu and returning home with glory. The woman said that Xiao Buxi's strength knew no bounds. It had been 20 years since she had placed a memorial plaque for him, but he had gotten out of there alive. The old man looked at the woman sternly. The woman continued, she doesn't think he can live much longer. Therefore, she doesn't see the point of removing that plaque. Everyone in the hall was tense. The old man and his grandson proudly followed the red carpet. Xiaolan thought that this was a vain old woman. The people in the hall were watching the developments with interest. Something interesting should happen. The old man told his grandson to remember, you can't touch the women of the Zuo family. Once, when he was young and drunk, he made a mistake. Ever since then, they have held a grudge against him. Xiaolan replied that he would remember his grandfather's instruction. He would never touch any woman from that family in the future. The old woman said that the two of them were just good. The old man survived on Mount Lunhu, but will die here by her hand. She added for them to get away, or she would destroy them. Everyone present was frightened and lowered their heads. The elder present here expressed his displeasure at this dialogue. Xiaolan thought that he had just sensed the strength of a powerful master. The old man, Xiao Buxi, said that they had at least 8 duels in the past year. The evil woman and our hero's grandfather stood against each other and exchanged hateful glances. The Grand Master told them to stop. He warned that His Majesty would be arriving soon. The man told Pin to stop. Let bygones be bygones. She would still have a chance to get even with the old man afterward. The young warriors nearby sighed and said that they were saved. Otherwise, they were already starting to suffocate. It was announced to everyone that the emperor had arrived, and the emperor entered the great hall. Everyone bowed their heads and greeted His Majesty. Xiaolan thought that in front of him was a legendary emperor who, instead of looking like a ruler, he looked like a dandy. The emperor stopped and said for everyone to stand up. The emperor said he is glad that Lord Xiao has returned safe and sound. This is a blessing for him, the dynasty, and hundreds of millions of people. The emperor offered a drink to celebrate Lord Xiao's return. Xiao Buxi bowed and thanked His Majesty. The emperor sat down and said that another great event had happened today. Today was the 17th birthday of his favorite princess, Zishan. The day before yesterday, she had reached the senior general's martial realm. The emperor added that he would let her dance and the young men would show off their martial arts. If anyone impresses Princess Zishan, he will guarantee a wedding. Surely everyone would be interested in this. Xiao Buxi thought that 20 years ago, the old emperor was still alive. Would the Zhang dynasty be destroyed by this mediocre man? The emperor said to summon Zishan, "We should celebrate Lord Xiao's return." The young masters were eagerly waiting for Princess Zishan to come out. Everyone wanted to impress him. Xiaolan thought that these young masters had seen many beauties. Why are they so excited? Is the princess really that charming? All the young men in this hall opened their mouths in admiration. No one could resist the girl. The young lady appeared and said that she would like to perform the Nichang dance to celebrate Lord Xiao's return. The princess spun in a whirlwind of dance. No one could take their eyes off her. Our hero also fell under her spell. Xiaolan thought that this girl was very beautiful. He assumed that it would be fun. The girl danced and everyone repeated that this very beautiful creature was Princess Zishan. The emperor asked if the young people would have the courage to show their skills and talents to him and his daughter. There was one brave man. He stepped into the middle and addressed the emperor. Although he is not a versatile person, he hopes to please Her Highness. It was Zuo Ming, the most powerful young master of the Zuo family. He is only 20 years old. He had recently awakened a divine soul and became a senior general. He hoped that the princess would fall in love with him. Zuo Ming turned his head and said, as a man, he doesn't want to make a show, but he would like to make a duel with Xiaolan. The young warrior added, He just wants to see if Xiaolan has the courage to accept this challenge. The young men began to talk to each other. The Zuo and Xiao families are going to fight again. This warrior had summoned Xiaolan, who had not yet awakened his fighting spirit. How will the Xiao family deal with this now? It's bound to be fun. Xiaolan apologized and said that he wasn't interested in this. The warrior should choose someone else. Our hero thought that he could destroy that upstart and decided it was best to lay low. Everyone wondered why this guy would say that. Is he playing or is he afraid? He's probably afraid of getting killed. But this guy is the son of Xiao Qingdi, who was the most powerful master. It's a shame. Suddenly, another member of the Xiao family came forward. He said that his cousin had only returned a few days ago, and he didn't know the rules. The warrior introduced himself, he, Xiao Quan, and he agrees to duel with the Zuo family's master. Master Zuo agreed. He said that he was honored to duel with the most powerful young master of the Xiao family. Everyone decided that they were about to see the most powerful master's duel. It should be exciting. The masters entered the arena and fought a duel. They had something to show the princess and the emperor. After another clash, Master Xiao failed. He couldn't understand what had happened. Master Zuo thanked his opponent for letting him win. Xiao Kuang replied that that was it, not at all. Old woman Zuo applauded her warrior and said that he had performed well. Everyone remarked that judging from the spiritual energy Zuo Ming released, he had truly broken through to the level of a martial master. No wonder the opponent had lost. Master Zuo would become the strongest young master from the 4 major families. Zuo Ming asked if anyone else from the Xiao family wanted to fight him. None of the Zhao family masters wanted to accept this challenge. If Quan lost, then they had no chance. They realized that they would lose and be crushed. Master Zuo said, "There seems to be a lack of talent in the Xiao family." Suddenly, Xiaolan came up and said that he would fight Ji Ming. The opponent replied and said that he was Zuo Ming, not Ji. Xiaolan apologized and said that he was just thinking about the chicken leg. That's why he made a mistake. The princess turned her attention to the brash young man from the Xiao family. He was sharp of tongue, and not the fearful type. Young Master Zuo said that his opponent could call him whatever he wanted, and urged him to fight right now. He promised to hold back and not hurt Xiaolan so as not to shock the emperor. Xiaolan said that in that case, his opponent really deserved the reputation of being the strongest young master. Right now, his level was much higher than his opponent's, but he will try his best to give his best. Besides, if he injures Master Zuo, hopefully his family members won't take offense. Zuo Ming asked that Xiaolan not to worry. If that one succeeded, he could take his life. Xiaolan replied that, in that case, he was calm. After the first attack, Zuo Ming noticed that his opponent had an ordinary, negligible skill. Concealed weapons were useless and simply couldn't harm him. Xiaolan began to taunt his opponent, challenging him to a melee attack. It was very daring. The people watching thought, is Xiaolan really going to fight face-to-face with Zuo Ming? Does he really know how to do something? After all, Zuo Ming's hands are wrapped with spiritual energy. Xiaolan would be severely injured and would be in bed for several years. Zuo Ming angrily told his opponent to go to hell and attacked him with the desire to deliver a crushing blow. Xiaolan dodged his opponent's attack and prepared to counterattack. The counterattack did not take long. Our hero delivered a powerful crushing kick to his opponent's chest. Zuo Ming flew backwards. Zuo Ming thought that the opponent hadn't hit his Achilles heel. Therefore, he hadn't lost yet. Xiaolan told his opponent to be more careful in the future. Our hero immediately used a concealed weapon. The opponent was defeated. He had no chance of holding on in this fight. Old woman Zuo shouted, "How dare this rascal destroy a person with a concealed weapon in the palace? The guard should immediately arrest him." Xiao Bushi objected and said that this old woman's eyes were useless. He suggested giving them to others. The servants ran up to the young master. They wanted to help the loser recover and get him back on his feet. The servants turned their master over and saw a chicken leg sticking out of his mouth. It wasn't a concealed weapon. Xiaolan apologized to everyone and said that he had hidden the chicken leg that he was going to take home. Now he had accidentally thrown it, and asked them not to blame him for wasting the food inappropriately. Elder Xiao laughed and said that the young warrior could eat as many chicken legs as he wanted, and called him over to his place. The people watching laughed and said that this Xiaolan was very funny. It turned out that he was always teasing Zuo Ming. It was really humiliating. Now he would become a real chicken boy. The old woman angrily told Xiao Bushi that he would live for a few more days. She would return home and afterward, she would take down his plaque and put it back up only after he died. Old woman Zuo bowed to the emperor and said that she was not feeling well, and asked permission to remove herself. The emperor laughed and said that he was pleased to see so many distinguished young people tonight. He ordered the servants to continue serving more wine and delicacies and offered everyone a drink. Xiaolan felt like a real hero this evening. He thought that he had succeeded in impressing the princess, and perhaps the consequences wouldn't be long in coming. Xiao family house. In the main square in front of the house, a sports field was organized, especially to train young warriors here. Xiaolan has developed a unique training plan for himself. He carries a huge stone on his back as he moves along the poles. Xiao Dao follows his example. However, he shouted to his brother that he can't bear this ordeal anymore. Who advised him on this set of horrible training? The guy tossed the huge stone aside and said that he was tired after all. Xiaolan didn't give up and suggested that his brother practice some more after the break. The servant told the young masters that the person they invited was already at the gate of Qing Yi's house. Xiaolan said to let him in. The guy entered and said hello to the brothers. The newly arrived was Qian Shun. Qian Shun said that he couldn't refuse his friend's invitation. A servant appeared on the doorstep and said that the elder was summoning the young master to see him. Xiaolan said that the servants would now show Qian Shun to his room, and it was time for him to see his grandfather. The old man led his grandson to the shrine. The elder turned to Qingdi and Timing and said that their son had returned. Xiaolan asked his grandfather how his parents died. The boy thought, although he doesn't have any feelings for his parents, but they gave him life, and he could avenge them. Grandfather said that they were annihilated by the Ji dynasty's army. 10,000 warriors from the Qingdi battalion of the Xiao army were also wiped out at that time. The young man asked, did they really have a spy in their family? The elder confirmed this assumption and added that the investigation was still underway. He would tell the lad everything when he had information. Xiaolan thought that things were more confusing than he had originally thought. He might not be able to handle it now. The old man said that his grandson could use most of the books and pills of the family with the token he was offering him. Although the Imperial reward hasn't been issued yet, but he can reward the guy first. Xiaolan sincerely thanked his grandfather. The guy said that now he and his little brother can become stronger. Xiao Dao excitedly said that he was able to obtain 2 advanced speed books, and he would objectively become stronger. Xiaolan suggested practicing first, and decided that he would take some books for himself after practicing. Their auntie appeared on the doorstep and told the youths to come over for dinner. At dinner, the aunt, her nephews, and the newly arrived guest were present. Qing Yi said that in 3 days, the emperor would hold a hunting competition. It is necessary for the young people to participate. Xiaolan said that sounded problematic and asked if they could refuse. The woman replied that the emperor has decreed all unmarried young masters and girls from aristocratic capital families who have reached the age of 16 must attend. Auntie added, if her nephew likes some girl and wants to get married, that fact will make her extremely happy. Xiaolan replied that he's only 17 years old. He doesn't want to get married so early. He thinks he still has time to roam around. Auntie said that you shouldn't be so presumptuous. It might happen that a guy will like some girl. Unexpectedly, there was a knock on the door. Xiaolan asked who was there and told the visitor to show himself immediately. Auntie said for the young people to calm down and motioned for the visitor to enter. A man appeared on the threshold. He appeared in this house rather unexpectedly. The woman said for Xiaolan and Xiao Dao to come over to greet Uncle Dugu. The young men complied with their aunt's wish. They both went over and greeted the guest. Uncle Dugu was pleased with Qingdi's son. He said that Xiao Dao was not bad either. Qing Yi did not disappoint him in the young man she had raised for 17 years. Qing Yi smiled in response. Auntie said for the guys to go take a shower. They stink of sweat. It's unseemly to let the guests smell that. The boys obeyed. Xiaolan asked Qian Shun if he knew who it was. The interlocutor replied that it was the god of war in the modern world. Xiao Dao wondered, what other god of war is there? Qian Shun said that in the Zhang dynasty, the most famous people in these decades could be distinguished. Other than Xiao Bushi and a few unrivaled fighters, there is only one person, that is Xingdu Gu's god of war. The 4 big families are eternal, the god of war is invincible, and the Zhang dynasty has lived for centuries. The god of war, it is one person who can seize the fate of the entire dynasty. Xiaolan said that this is not surprising. This person seems unusual. He didn't even think that his aunt knew such people. King Yi said that she had been looking for him for 17 whole years. Du Gu replied, if Qing Yi doesn't want to return to the Xiao family, why doesn't she go to the northern regions? Although he doesn't deserve to be her favorite person, at least they are friends. The female interlocutor said that she was unlucky. She didn't want to involve Du Gu because the war along the northern borders was very tense. The woman added that it's already over. There was no need to bring up the past. Du Gu replied that the woman he was talking to knew everything. After all, he hadn't married her yet. The reason why he rushed back, including to meet Qing Yi, he will return to the northern region very soon. Could she give him even a little hope? The woman asked to give her 6 months. Du Gu said that he is willing to wait as long as she is willing to give him an answer. He is willing to wait for her for decades. Qing Yi asked, why is Du Gu going to do this? After all, there are many good girls in the world. She is paralyzed and already old, and thinks he shouldn't do that. The warrior replied that there are indeed many good girls in the world, but only one of them, Xiao Qing Yi. The woman mentally thanked her interlocutor. Du Gu said that he had already found the trail of those assassins. Everything points to the Black Dragon courtyard, and he suspects that one of the 3 families is involved. As for who did it, he doesn't have any concrete evidence yet, but he continues to work in that direction. The woman said that it is indeed related to the power struggle between the 4 great families. Du Gu suggested that she not to worry about it. He would come back right after dealing with matters in other regions. Then he would focus on this investigation. He doesn't care who it was. He didn't have to hurt her. Therefore, that person would definitely be turned to ashes. The man said goodbye and said that it was time for him to leave. He added for Qing Yi to take care of herself. Hongwei escorted the guest with a glance. It had been so long since they had seen each other, and this meeting was fleeting. Tears appeared in the woman's eyes. She asked Du Gu for forgiveness. She said she didn't deserve it. The young men in the large vats were taking water treatments. Xiaolan asked Qin Sun, is this god of war very strong? After all, he looks like an ordinary person. The interlocutor replied that the god of war doesn't rely on martial arts. He uses intelligence and strategy. Xiaolan agreed. Compared to combat power, intelligence would be more dangerous. The guy added that he doesn't know much about strategies. On the black warrior standing next to the god of war, he seems quite capable. He is a better match than Xiao Futu. Qin Sun replied that the black armored warrior is called Yu Ming. He is Du Gu's personal bodyguard. He is someone who is extremely close to the standard 5 most capable people of the dynasty. The guy shouldn't even think about Xiao Futu. He can destroy Xiao Qinglun with a single move. The 2 of them are both extremely powerful. The Soul Festival is in 3 months. Most likely, all of them will be able to surpass their threshold and rise to the top at the top of the world. Xiao Dao splashed in his vat and said that he wanted to be on the highest stage and wanted to be on top of the world. 2 days passed. The hunting competition came. Hunting tents were set up in the forest. Xiao Lan and Xiao Dao were thoroughly preparing for the performance. They carefully tidied themselves up. Qin Sen asked, would Master really not wear this? Then it would look like a blind dating competition. Xiao Lan replied that he didn't need that. He will go in what he's wearing and will practice on magical beasts a little later. All 3 hunters proceeded to the area where the hunting competition was being held. The other hunters were laughing at the youngsters. They said that Xiao Lan looked very funny in his old-fashioned clothes. Besides, he even rides a donkey. It's unbelievably ridiculous. It was embarrassing to admit that they were from the same clan. King Hong told the young master that he was being made fun of. Xiao Lan replied that he was ignoring those people, suggesting his interlocutor to do the same. Xiao Lan abruptly turned his head and looked at the guys who were laughing at him. Those instantly became silent, and it was obvious that they were scared. Xiao Futu appeared in the forest, a hell god slayer, an elder in the Xiao clan's bloody battle hall. He is ranked 4th in strength in the clan. The warrior was riding a magical beast. Xiao Futu asked if young Master Lan would like this sinister wolf to be his riding animal. Xiaolin replied that he didn't need it. A donkey suited him just fine. The fellow stroked his pack animal. Xiao Futu agreed that the guy's magical beast wasn't bad. We just need to keep an eye on it. The frightened youths were surprised that it was a magical beast. Then, no wonder the guy gave up on the sinister wolf. Did Xiaolan really get a magical beast? Everyone is dreaming of it. One of the youths watching our hero thought that he really likes to brag. The guy thought that this Xiaolan should learn the next lesson. The young masters and ladies were invited to come to the foot of the 9-star peak. The hunting competition should start soon. Xiaolan asked Uncle Futu, "What are the rules for the competition?" Futu replied that there are no rules. There will be groups formed. You can team up with anyone you want. Each group consists of 5 people. Hunting magical beasts, their main objective. It is necessary to destroy more spirit beasts and try to rank higher. The scores of the participants will be recorded, and this will come in handy when they become politicians or soldiers. Xiaolan thought that this was problematic. There are 5 people again. Where would he find 3 more? The guy saw a pretty girl riding a horse. Xiaolan, embarrassed, immediately lowered his eyes. This girl looks great, but she doesn't necessarily have to be good in battle, and that could be a problem. Xiaolan was still in embarrassment, trying to forget about this girl. He felt that he and Xiao Dao would be enough. There was no need to worry about the others. However, the girl was staring intently at our hero. She purposely did not take her gaze away from him. All of the participants crowded towards the starting point of the competition. The host welcomed the young masters and ladies to the opening of this hunter competition. He said that the start would be in 1 hour. There will be 5 people in each group. Everyone would gain points for destroying spirit beasts. It will last for 3 days. The hunter competition was declared open. An uproar and chaos began to break out among the young men. The guys shouted that they couldn't take it anymore and ran up to the girls. Xiaoda asked his brother, "What are they doing?" He got the feeling that there was a battle going on. Xiaolan assumed that the guys want to team up with the girls, although some of them agreed to just have a good time. Our hero was called out by someone. A girl said hello to young Master Lan. The stranger said her name was Nan Hwaner. She is a high-level fighter. She wondered if she could join his team. After that, another girl came up with the same request. Xiaolan was at a loss. He said that he agreed and it was nice to meet her too. Xiao Dao asked his brother, "Do these girls want to team up with them or just have a good time?" Xiaolan closed his brother's mouth and said that he should keep quiet now. Our hero explained to the girls that his initial goal was to get as many points as possible in the competition. The girls, hearing this, turned around and left. The guy heaved a sigh of relief. Xiaolan called out a young man and said that he was Cha Mu, and asked if he could join them, and suggested that to begin with, he should take a test. Xiaolan said that Cha Mu, one of the 4 young masters of the Imperial capital, was a high-level warrior. The guy welcomed him to his team. Cha Mu said that Xiaolan was too trusting. Cha Mu explained that actually his main goal is to hunt spirit beasts. In addition, he is going to take the first place, so he decided to team up. A spectacular girl appeared on the horizon and introduced herself as Hong Dao, the Red Bean, and offered to team up with her. She called our hero a baby. The boy replied that he was not a baby, and the girl could fight him if she didn't believe him. Cha Mu said that would be great. Hundo said she doesn't want to waste time. She wants an answer. Is Xiaolan willing to make a team with her? The guy was a little surprised and tried to explain. After all, it's not them joining her, it's Madame Red Bean joining them. Those are different things. The girl replied that she was agreeable to this. Xiaolan only blushed in response and became like a red bean. Hongdo said that she was ready to beat up Chamu now if he didn't stop laughing all the time. The company of 4 heard someone tell them that they could count on her too. Everyone looked carefully in the direction where that voice came from. In front of this team, there was a pretty girl whom Xiaolan had spotted riding a horse. The girl asked young Master Lan if she could join them. Xiaolan felt in his spinal cord that now all the guys in this hunting competition hated him. Our hero decided to make an indifferent expression and said that he agreed. Xiaolan extended his hand to the girl and said that he was accepting Her Highness into his team. The young man added that he was honored. One of the competitors from the other team looked at Xiaolan with anger. He was fearfully resentful. The fellow said to call the strongest masters to him. He was going to teach this upstart a lesson. All the participants of the hunting competition were given a wave, and the young men moved forward. Xiaolan told Chamu that this was their first time participating in this competition, and suggested that the guys should go forward so as not to slow him down. Chamu suggested that everyone in that case should follow him. He was more experienced. The 5 participants sprinted ahead in search of mythical beasts. One such beast appeared in front of them. Xiaolan slowed down and wondered what it was. Red Bean said that the white tigers in front of them were white tigers. They are 3rd-level supreme spirit beasts. The girl told the team captain that they should hurry up to avoid losing. Cha Mu said that Xiaolan had many enemies. The beasts closest to them have been chased away. They want this team to return empty-handed. Xiaolan replied that no one should be in a hurry. Although he's not in the mood to fight, but he doesn't want to give up. We should find a place with stronger beasts. It's boring to fight over such a small thing. Xiaolan told his brother not to get upset. They would still find high-level beasts. The princess suggested going to the 5th peak. The spirit beasts there have a higher level. Xiaolan agreed. A company of 5 hunters arrived at the destination. Xiaolan said that it was time to work and asked brother Cha Mu to wait for a while. Red Bean inquired what Xiaolan was going to do. Cha Mu assumed that he was setting a trap, but he wasn't sure exactly. Xiaolan said that the free hunters can rest for a while and prepare for battle. They will realize everything a little later. Our hero had indeed prepared a clever trap. It didn't take him much time. It was obvious that it wasn't the first time he was doing it. Red Bean walked up to the captain and asked little Xiao, "Is he really going to wait here forever?" The guy replied for the girl to prepare for battle. She can leave and ask for help by sending a signal if she is worried about her safety. But he promises that this team will get first place. The girl told Xiaolan not to look down on her, otherwise he might get it later. Her appearance was threatening. The hunters noticed that the beast was already approaching. They were all in suspense. Finally, Xiao Doa appeared. He rode his horse as fast as he could and shouted that the beast was coming. In the same second, everyone saw a huge demonic beast. The predator, growling and taking its time, was approaching the hunters. This predator was not alone. Many different demonic beasts appeared from different directions. They were approaching the company of young men. The ring was shrinking. Beasts from all sides came closer and closer. There was no escape. Cha Mu asked the team captain how many of these beasts were present here. Zhao Lan replied that not many, no more than 20. Red Bean looked at the captain. He was smiling. The girl thought that Xiao Lan must be crazy. But anyway, she planned to be on his side. The wounded beast, a white tiger with a black eye, slowly approached the humans. It growled threateningly. Xiao Lan warned everyone to be careful. Xiao Dao shouted for everyone to look at him, and he rushed forward. The young hunter kicked the white tiger in the teeth with all his might and ran away, breaking the blockade. The girls stood holding their breath. A huge demonic snake was approaching them. Red Bean thought that this guy dared to belittle them even more. This kind of thing wouldn't pass with her. Xiao Dao ran with great speed at each beast. After a while, all of the beasts were deactivated and were in the same place. Xiaolan was taking his time as he counted and sorted them. Xiao Dao was furiously killing the last beast, stabbing his sharp blade into its neck. It wasn't really the end of the hunt. Suddenly, a huge demonic bear rose above the girls. He roared loudly and was ready to kill the huntresses. But it didn't. The bear was hit by a sharp dagger. The bear screamed and collapsed to the ground. Xiaolan, who threw that dagger, told the girls to be more careful. Cha Mu and the girls sat on the sidelines and couldn't catch their breath out of fear. They didn't have time to do anything. Xiaolan stated that there were more level 3 and 4 beasts than they had imagined, by 20 and 8 individuals respectively. Cha Mu said that Brother Xiao had done a clean job and inquired how did he do it. Xiaolan replied that it was very simple. He put a couple knives, nails, and ropes in a few vital intersections and let Xiao Dao and Bai Dou lure them in. The beasts, after all, thought that once they came running here, none of them would get hurt. They thought humans were just that, a piece of cake. Xiao Dao confirmed that it was very easy. The main thing was to be technically prepared and not be scared. In the other team, the captain thanked his colleagues for their help. They had already destroyed 15 level 2 beasts and 5 level 3 beasts. The hunter said that next, he was going to move on to the 4th peak. Victory was already almost within their grasp. Our heroes moved onward in search of more beasts. Cha Mu asked Brother Xiao what he was going to do next. Xiaolan replied that they had killed quite a few beasts in the area today. Right now, the remaining ones would be hiding due to the fear of death. In view of this, why don't they rest and then continue hunting early tomorrow? Cha Mu asked, Xiaolan's magical beast, was it a gift from his family? His grandfather has one, but he's not going to give it to him. The guy replied that he had rescued this beast on the Mountain of Death. It's not a gift from his family. Red Bean said that Xiaolan was cheating them. The guy couldn't go there with an unawakened soul. Death Mountain. It is the most dangerous region of the Zhang dynasty. Xiaolan told the interlocutor that she should accept what he said or leave this place. He is not going to enter into a discussion with her about this matter. Red Bean said that Xiaolan is a good flirt despite his age. The guy replied that he doesn't like little girls. There is no point in flirting with them if they are too small. He prefers the likes of Ms. Redbean. Redbean grabbed her interlocutor by the hair and pulled. She told him to watch his tongue. Cha-Mu, watching the companions, only laughed. He thought they were both flirting. At the hunting tent city, all the participants were already in place. The dark time of day had arrived. Cha-Mu noticed that it looked like everyone had already returned to the base. The place they had previously chosen was already occupied. Xiaolan offered to follow him. He said that they would go to the cave. It would be just as comfortable there. The princess said that it wasn't necessary. She had prepared something for such an occasion. The young beauty showed the disassembled structure. It was impressive, but it was nothing of the sort for now. Xiaolan asked the girl what this four-dimensional space was. The princess pointed at the ring on her finger and said that it was a sumatabi ring, a magical spatial ring. It is very convenient as many things can be stored inside it. No one can create such a thing. It's a relic from ancient times. It is very valuable. The princess asked the team captain, what does four-dimensional space mean? The guy suggested not to talk, but to assemble the tent already. Under the full moon, the young people made a fire and cooked their dinner. They had a leisurely conversation. Cha-Mu asked Brother Xiao how he managed to cook the meat so deliciously. What spices did he use? Xiaolan replied that he had a few outdoor survival skills in reserve. He hoped that the girls enjoyed this skill. Cha-Mu thanked for the delicious dinner and said that this meat attracted both men and women. The young men laughed. A malicious, envious young man, Mingzuo, sitting by his campfire, noticed the merry laughter nearby. He thought that Xiaolan was intentionally showing off in front of him. The guy couldn't take it anymore. Envy jumped up and said that he wanted to fight Xiaolan immediately. Wouldn't he be afraid to come out against him? Xiaolan replied to young Master Zuo that he had just eaten. Therefore, it would be good to stretch out. Cha-Mu said that Brother Xiao hadn't awakened his soul yet. If Zuo really wants to fight him, shouldn't he wait until the Soul Festival starts? Master Zuo said that he could just not use it. Last time, he had behaved rather frivolously. Xiaolan replied that it was fine. He was fine with it. Zuo can use her as much as he wants. Our hero said that he would also like to see Master Zuo's soul. He wondered if his soul was similar to that of a chicken. The people around him laughed. Zuo thought that this guy was insulting him again. There would be no forgiveness for him this time. Master Zuo turned on the enlightenment mode and activated the soul awakening. Xiaolan didn't think that Zuo had a speed soul type. Therefore, dealing with him would be a bit problematic. Xiaolan threw his sharp dagger at the opponent. The dagger flew at lightning speed. Master Zuo disappeared. The dagger flew past. All the hunters put aside their business and watched the battle. The battle was a grand battle. The warriors behaved professionally, and each one was worthy of attention. The fans were divided into two groups. Some thought that Xiaolan wouldn't last long. Red Bean suggested that Cha-Mu should stop this fight. This boy had almost reached his limit. Ming Zuo asked for a duel, but he's going to destroy their captain. Cha-Mu replied that it was best not to interfere in their fight right now. Xiao Dao said with a laugh that this Zuo himself didn't realize what he had gotten himself into. The princess was anxiously watching this fight. Ming Zhao noticed that his opponent's speed had clearly decreased. It would be easy to finish him off now. Master Zuo closely approached his opponent and said that he would destroy him. As he did so, he delivered a staggering punch with his hand to his chest. Surprisingly, the hand went through his body. Ming Zhou was at a loss. In front of him, there was only his opponent's clothes. Xiaolan was not in it. Our hero found himself behind his opponent and said that Master Zuo had lost this fight. Young Master Xiao gave his opponent a powerful stabbing blow to the back. Zuo, unable to hold on, flew far forward. The blow was so strong that Ming Zuo fell on his back. Blood flowed out of his mouth. The assistants ran up to their master and picked him up in their arms. One of them shouted, "How dare Xiaolan dare to hit Master Zuo with the intent to destroy? Ming Zuo would never do such a thing." Xiaolan replied that he didn't need to destroy his opponent, since he was too weak. When he wakes up, he should come up and say that he lost. Xiaolan came out victorious from this battle. His team cheered and congratulated the captain. The envious people were even more envious. Red Bean wondered what had happened. How was the guy able to become faster than Ming Zuo? Xiaolan replied that it was such a strategy. He believed that Master Cha-Mu had noticed her. Cha-Mu thought that Ming Zuo had been tricked. Brother Xiao really is slower, so he reduced his speed, so that Minzuo would think he was winning and become more reckless in attacking. Then Xiaolan ended the battle with a single strike. Xiaolan noticed that this guy did not have much battle experience. Therefore, he was originally not a threat. Red Bean noticed that she now believed that her captain was on the mountain of death. Xiaolan said that of course he was there, and added that his liking for a girl with contours like Red Bean's was also true. The elder was darting from side to side. He was curious about Mingzu's well-being. The healer came out of the tent and said that the young man would live, no matter what shame he brought upon himself. The man said with anger that that rascal, Xiaolan, was gaining the upper hand time after time. It can't go on like this anymore. In the tent city at this time, not everyone was resting. Xiaofutu, after hearing the stories of Xiaolan's battle, laughed loudly. The warrior said that Xiaolan really didn't dishonor their family. He ordered to give ale to these brothers so that they could all celebrate together. Xiaofutu thought that he wasn't wrong about this guy. He was worried that the young man's talent was inferior to his talent for nothing. Chamu woke up in the morning and saw that the Xiao brothers were already practicing. They were dragging heavy stones from place to place. Red Bean said that these guys have been awake for a long time and have been practicing all the time. The girls had already finished making breakfast during this time. Today's breakfast today is roast pork, the diet food of all the hunters. Red Bean said that the fact that Xiaolan didn't win against Mingzuo by accident became clear to her. The girl added that this guy has more than enough brains and strength. Red Bean caught up with her captain and said that she would no longer call him short, because he's strong enough, and she is impressed. Xiaolan, smiling, said that he would still continue to call her big sister. The guy alluded to the appetizing contours of the interlocutor. Chamu asked the princess why she decided to join this team. After all, everyone here is a bit rowdy, right? The princess replied that she likes it. It makes everything more lively. Chamu thought that this girl may look harmless on the outside, but he worries that the princess's heart is the most treacherous. Chamu and the princess watched from the sidelines as the young men hunted. The young man offered to go down there and see what was going on. The hunters saw an armored lizard, a level 4 spirit beast. It appeared impregnable and terrifyingly insidious. Red Bean suggested that they were no match for the lizard. She suggested that they all run away. Xiaolan asked how many points they would get if they could defeat the beast. Chamu replied that no one had managed to do so yet in the past years. Almost everyone had passed by. Chamu added, if they can defeat this beast, he thinks the competition will end early. Our hero, after assessing the situation, said that in that case they just have to do it. The group of brave hunters bravely approached the armored lizard. The lizard assessed its opponents. They posed no threat to it at first glance. Xiaolan said that he and his brother would be on the front lines. The rest of them should obey his orders. As usual, the Xiao brothers began to strike the 4th-level mythical beast with striking blows from all directions. Xiao Dao was especially strong and assertive. Red Bean offered to help the brothers. Chamu replied that they should wait. If they started early, they would cause the brothers a problem. The armored lizard's defense is extremely high. Even though the hunter's attacks are aimed at one point, it doesn't hurt the lizard at all. The princess said that it doesn't. Ta suggested that everyone should pay attention. The girl said these hunters know what they are doing. The scales on the armored lizard's belly gradually weakened. Red Bean watched this battle anxiously. She was very worried about her captain. The lizard flicked its tail and struck Xiaolan. The guy flew far back. Xiaolan shook off the blow and got to his feet. Chamu said with consternation, he thought they should retreat. Xiaolan had a different point of view. The guy wondered, how could one give up so easily? After all, the show was just starting. Our hero jumped high up and threw his fast, sharp dagger at the beast. The dagger hit the lizard right in the eye. The beast screamed loudly. Xiaodao jumped up from the other side and stabbed the lizard in the weakened spot, where the scales were no longer as strong. The young man's hand entered the beast's body all the way to the shoulder. Xiaolan told his colleagues to use their combat abilities and attack the beast directly into its belly. Red Bean fired a bow shot, reinforcing the arrow with his soul. The arrow hit right into the belly of the emaciated lizard. The impact was incredibly powerful. After another attack, the team captain couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the ground. Red Bean asked, why did Xiaolan turn out to be so reckless? After all, he could have been seriously injured. The young hunter praised the girl for a good hit and asked her to help him with the ointment, to heal himself. It was more timely than ever. The girl wondered why Xiaolan was trying so hard. After all, he could have asked for their help earlier. The girl gave the ointment to Cha Mu. The one decided to help his captain himself. He said, "If you ask for help every time you get into trouble, then in a lifetime you will never experience the feeling of walking on the edge of life and death, and never come to possess the unearthly fighting instincts that Xiaolan currently has." The young man continued, "Besides, would the clan always be able to protect him? To become a skillful fighter, one that would be able to protect his clan members, one must grow through the bloodshed that occurs in battles." Xiaolan said that Cha Mu's brother knows him very well, and he is pleased to call the one a friend, unlike some people. Red Bean turned away and said that she would go look at that spirit beast. Xiaolan suggested that Cha Mu should also go see the results of its activities. The results of the activity were impressive. They saw a breathless body, a 4th-level armored lizard. Red Bean wondered if the young man had destroyed such beasts before. Was he acting too cocky right now? The boy replied that he was seeing this lizard for the first time. Red Bean inquired, in that case, how could he be so overconfident? The princess suggested that Xiaolan had always fought spirit beasts. After seeing one, he could immediately tell whether he was capable of destroying it or not. Xiaolan replied that the princess was almost right. If he didn't walk on the edge of life and death, he would never be able to eat and sleep well. Red Bean thought that someday the guy might ruin himself. Xiaolan decided to make a joke and said that in that case, Red Bean should promise that he would remain a widow for the rest of his life. The Red Bean couldn't stand the ridicule and rushed after the guy. Cha Mu thought they were flirting again. Cha Mu suggested that they didn't need to set up a new camp. He suggested that they go straight back to the base. Already at the base, Xiaolan saw Xiao Futu and approached him. Uncle Futu replied that the guy had returned early. They must have made good preparations. Xiaolan said that they had hunted very knowledgeably and showed his trophies. The guy spilled out a lot of gold coins from the bag. Xiao Futu said although victory is close, but the guy shouldn't relax. Uncle said that one should remember, if one has what it takes to defeat someone, one should not give the opponent the slightest bit of leeway. Xiaolan thanked his uncle for his teachings. Xiao Futu told the young man that he had gotten distracted and would now continue training the personnel. Mingzuo was very surprised. Had Xiaolan's squad really returned early, and they were even able to destroy the armored lizard? The elder tried to reassure the injured master. He said that Xiaolan was used to being in the mountains. When they returned, he would use the resources of the entire clan to train Mingzuo. Mingzuo angrily said, "He swears that he will destroy this Xiaolan." Xiaolan positioned himself near the campfire with the other hunters. The young warriors were interested in listening to the stories of the former hunter, about how he went out alone against a huge pack of wild animals. One of the guys asked young Master Xiaolan why he preferred to rest here with the guys. Wasn't it better for him to rest around young ladies? Xiaolan replied that he was used to resting around guys. Besides, none of the girls would look at him. The hunters noticed a group of people approaching them. They were guests, and there seemed to be quite a few of them. The guests called out to the young master. Xiaolan looked around. He realized that he was the one these people were interested in. The guests said that Princess Zishan and Madame Hongdo were asking to join them. The boy was at a loss. The young hunters told our hero that ladies are usually generous and decent. Xiaolan has a chance to become the emperor's son-in-law. After all, there has probably never been such a thing in the Xiao family. Our hero's interlocutors, smiling, asked which of the two ladies Xiaolan would choose for himself. Xiaolan put a glass of drink on the grass beside him and told the ambassadors to give the ladies word for word. The guys said that the girls should come here on their own. He had no time for them. Everyone who heard this was terribly surprised. One of the warriors asked, "How could Xiaolan treat the girls like that? You can't do that. We should get up and go to them. What the guy is doing is really stupid." Xiaolan replied he didn't promise to pick one of them. Besides, they are too delicate for him. They are not suitable for him. The young man heard someone from the side ask, "Who calls them gentle?" The boy looked around and saw the girls standing in front of him. They were quite serious. Xiaolan's interlocutors told him that he could offend anyone, but they couldn't help him when it came to women. This was a matter he must decide on his own. The young hunters told the girls that they were leaving this place and suggested the girls to sit down. Xiaolan is now completely at their disposal. Xiaolan shouted in desperation for the hunters not to leave him. He too wanted to leave this clearing. There was no chance for our hero to retreat. The Red Bean firmly grabbed him in a vice. Xiaolan realized that the path of retreat was cut off. The girl told Xiaolan to at least be respectful. Xiaolan took a deep breath and asked, why did the girls come to him? After all, apart from the few who are still on the mountain, the rest have already returned. There are a lot of guys here. Red Bean said it doesn't look all that fun. There are no strong guys on the mountain. Xiaolan asked the girls to talk about who are the strong guys. The princess said, does Xiaolan think that all the emperor's sons are nothing? The girl added that Xiaolan had only humiliated Mingzuo So a few times. The interlocutor waved his hands and said that he didn't want to know anything about it. Red Bean added that Mingzuo really wasn't very good. His brother Jianzuo even then has more ability. And of course, there's also her cousin, Dongfang Aozhan, who is currently guarding the northern district. The girl continued, from their generation, the firstborn from the Ni family, Ni Qiang and Xiao Moshen, the best of the best in the Xiao family. They are all fighting in the northern district while she is having these conversations here. Xiaolan agreed that they are all capable if they are on the battlefield right now. And they don't have time to weave intrigue. Someday, he too would like to join the military and go to the battlefield. Red Bean said that there was nothing difficult about it. One must awaken one's spirit during the Soul Festival. And after that, right away, the guy can become the leader of the group. The princess said that she was looking forward to Xiaolan wowing the world during the Soul Festival. Xiaolan replied that the girls could have no doubts about him. It was announced who came out as the winner in this hunt. The first place winner was Xiaolan. In second place was Mingzuo. Xiaomu and Xiaolan said goodbye for a while. The hunters said that they would still come back to get the reward and would track down Xiaolan as soon as they had the chance. Xiaolan said that he would come back as soon as he could. Xiao Mansion, Elder Court. Xiao Bushai was disappointed. He called them incompetent jerks. After so long, they couldn't find the Black Dragon Society's hideout. The old man resented. Had the Xiao family raised so many spies for nothing? One of the masters tried to calm his elder down. After he returned, an order was issued to investigate Qingdi's murder. They even found some leads and detained a few people. Master added, whenever they follow a trail, it gets cut short, because a witness either dies or goes missing for no reason. Hence, according to their initial guess, it could be more important people in the Imperial court, or maybe even one of the three contenders. The elder turned to Xiaofut. The warrior kneeled down and said that he was listening to his master. The old man said, whether it's the Imperial court or the three challengers, from today onwards, they must put forth their full strength. He is ready to tear his enemies to pieces because they destroyed his son and slaughtered 10,000 of his iron horsemen. Revenge has no statute of limitations. Xiaolan, while in the lotus posture, was meditating. The boy opened his eyes and saw his aunt in front of him. The warrior rose to his feet. Auntie said that the Soul Festival was in 2 months. Xiaolan and his brother should train harder. Soul awakening is very important for a martial artist on the spiritual land. A nascent soul will improve one's cultivation progress at least once. The guys should visualize how a good soul is important for a martial artist. Xiao King Yi said that an ordinary awakened soul would appear with their martial skills. Of course, there are both good and bad skills. However, higher-level souls would come with good martial skills. For example, the roar of an 8th Master's fierce lion, or Auntie's terrifying demonic cleavage. Historically, prodigies have a much higher probability of awakening powerful souls. Theoretically, the greater the skill of a martial practitioner, the higher the chance of him awakening a better soul. Xiaolan said that he understood everything and would try very hard. The young master, Chen Shun, told Xiaolan that he had reached the martial sensor phase. In his hand, he held something unusual. Our hero was surprised. Did he really do this? Chen Shun apologized for distracting the master from training. Auntie happily said that Xiaolan was in good spirits today and suggested that the young men take some rest. Chen Shun said that when he gasped at his clan's secret technique, he could raise his speed even more. Even if Huofeng level masters were here to hunt them down, he was confident that he would be able to save his master. Xiaolan smiled. His interlocutor is always worried about being hunted. He suggested Chen Shun to relax a bit. Xiaolan stated that he would probably get the same speed as well. Chen Shun expressed his confidence that his master would awaken a supreme soul, and Master Xiao Dao would also reach the pinnacle of mastery. The brothers resolutely declared that they would definitely achieve their goals and end up at the pinnacle of mastery. The grandson came to the old man and bowed. The elder said that the lad need not bow next time. One could put the courtesies between them aside and motion for the young man to sit down. The old man said he'd heard the lad's been manic lately. How is he doing so far? He is confident that Xiaolan can become a mid-level general before the Seoul Festival. Xiaolan stated without too much modesty that it was possible. The old man looked at his grandson lovingly and fondly. The lad had grown up and had become quite mature. Xiaobushi said that the young man's father was supposed to be the master of this house. Unfortunately, he had left. After the lad awakens his soul, the old man intends to make him the young patriarch of this house, so that there will be an opportunity to become the clan leader. The premise is that Xiaolan must awaken the heavenly soul. Xiaolan was surprised. Is he really competent for such a title? Being the young patriarch of this house. The elder stated that there was no one among the younger generation who could surpass Xiaolan. He is the best candidate to become the heir. Xiaobushi stated that starting tomorrow, the fellow will go to the war hall and meet the others. The young warrior stated that he is not very social by nature. His personality craves solitude. The old man said that Xiaolan can argue and even swear whenever he wants. People have to grow up. Everything will be fine as long as he has a good nature. The old man said that he has faith in his grandson. Xiaolan, Xiaodao, and Qianxun together walked past the people watching them. Everyone was studying this trio with undisguised curiosity. The young warriors greeted our hero in a friendly manner. They wondered if he had come here to train. Xiaolan said that from now on he would study with everyone. He wouldn't have any preferential treatment. The girls excitedly and with loving eyes decided that this young man was very hot, and he might be of some use. Elder Xiao Qinghu was enraged. Did the clan leader really want to elevate that guy? He was ready to destroy him. In the war room, the instructor said that there would now be refinement practice. It's very simple. You have to take an iron weight and run around in a circle. Xiao Qinghu, which was him, said that Xiaolan could take the lightest weight because it was his first day. Xiaolan replied that it was fine. He likes to challenge himself. Our hero seriously challenged himself. The guy lifted the heaviest load. He said that this load was a little heavy, but he could do it. Everyone was surprised. The instructor was the most surprised. He thought angrily, this guy won't last long. The young hunters thought Xiaolan was very tough. He had lifted the heaviest load on the first day. Many people couldn't do that even after years of training. The instructor told the two disciples, Xiao Ye and Xiao Hoer, since they both slacked off yesterday, they would be punished with extra training. The young warriors understood everything and said that they obeyed the elder. The training began. The two delinquents and Xiaolan carried the heaviest loads. The others followed them with smaller loads. The instructor thought that Xiaolan was at a low general level and would fall in 10 laps at most, while his disciples could do at least 30 laps. He will let everyone witness the true strength of Xiao disciples. Some disciples lowered their weights and breathed heavily. Their strength was running low. There was a need for time to recover. Looking at our hero, the warriors thought that this guy was incredible. He had already done 30 laps. Some people can't do that even with the lightest of weights. The teacher couldn't understand how this was possible. Even his top disciples can't continue. Why does Xiaolan look like it's not difficult for him? Xiao Qinghu looked at his top disciples and saw that they lifted the weights with renewed vigor. The teacher thought that it was all over for Xiaolan. The instructor and his disciple nodded understandingly at each other. The two of them conspired without words. Xiao Ye offered Xiaolan a bet. He said that his opponent had excellent stamina, but the one who loses would be the other's lackey. Would he agree? Xiaolan suggested forgetting about the lackey, but he doesn't mind the bet. Xiao Ye said in that case he starts, and sped up. Xiaolan said that it impressed him. He added that he was now done with his warm-up too. Our hero lifted the weight even higher above his head and increased his movement speed as well. The other students noted that the two had already completed 80 laps. Before this, Xiao Ye's personal record was 70 laps. Just how strong is this Xiaolan? Teacher was surprised. How does Xiaolan manage to hang on after the 80th lap? He hoped that Xiao Ye would definitely win. Xiao Ye was considerably tired. He thought that it was impossible. After all, his opponent, some kind of weakling. He couldn't be that strong. Suddenly, Xiao Ye slipped. He dropped the weight from his hands and began to fall. The instructor jumped up to his student and asked if he was okay. The guy realized that he had let his teacher down. Xiaolan asked, "How does this guy feel?" The teacher said that his student had fainted. Xiao Qinghu shouted for everyone to continue cultivating on their own. He carried his disciple's breathless body indoors. The other disciples were amazed that Brother Xiaolan had broken all records. He must have been very tired. and were offering him a break and a drink of water. The girls said that Xiaolan was quite polite. The elder had always shown bias towards Xiaoye. The guy let out all their hatred. They wanted to invite the hero of this tournament to the party and said that they were willing to meet him at the Apricot Hall tonight. Xiaolan, smiling, thanked and declined. He thought that he was not fit for such an aristocratic lifestyle. No beautiful flower could be grown in a greenhouse. A new guy appeared in the disciples' field of vision. Xiaolan said that he felt different somehow. The interlocutor said that it was Xiao Moshen. He is turning 21 years old this year. He became a mid-level warrior master half a year ago. This warrior's soul is at the peak of the celestial level. This is a wolf of the great wilderness. It is a very strong attacking style spirit. Xiaolan thought that Xiao Moshen is really different from other disciples. Imperial City is full of talent. The guy felt frustrated and thought that he was too arrogant. However, he had a feeling that they would have to fight, and it should be very interesting. The teacher returned to the playground. He asked why everyone had stopped. It is necessary to get ready to practice movements. Xiao Ye is already feeling good, so he went back to practicing. It is necessary to break into teams of 2, depending on their skill level, and fight against each other. The disciples are not allowed to cause harm. Teacher asked who would fight Xiaolan. His level is low, but his combat experience is intimidating. No one wanted to go out against our hero. The teacher said he heard that Xiaolan excelled in martial arts, and he noticed that the guy had impeccable stamina. Xiao Qinghu suggested that Xiaolan should fight against 2 of his disciples at the same time, Xiao Ye and Xiao Hoer. Xiaolan agreed, but said that he was worried about brother Xiao Ye. After all, he should have rested a bit more. Xiao Ye thanked his opponent for his concern and offered to learn from each other. He thought that he would definitely maim his opponent this time around. This group of competitors were given more space in the arena. Our hero stood against 2 opponents. He declared that he was honored. The duel began. The 2 masters took turns attacking Xiaolan. However, the young man skillfully dodged. Xiaoye decided that it would not be easy to defeat him. Xiao Ye and Xiao Hoer decided to change tactics and attack their opponent at the same time. They said they would see how he would dodge their double strike. Xiaolan went on the defense and started blocking the blows that were raining down on him. There were many punches, but none of them reached the target. The disciples watching the fight decided that Xiaolan was strong, but he wouldn't be able to hold off the combo of the 2 masters for long. It looked like the elder was going to destroy Xiaolan. Xiaolan also noted that his opponents had good combos. No wonder why the elder had put them together against him. Unfortunately, the 2 of them proved to be too weak for our hero. The result of their attack together was that they were both defeated. Xiaolan looked around at the results of his action. The opponents were lying not far from each other, showing no signs of life. They were simply unconscious. Everyone watching this fight was shocked. They didn't understand how this could happen. After all, these were the strongest students. The instructor flew over to Xiao Ye and tried to bring him back to consciousness. He shouted, "How is the other one feeling?" Xiao Qinghu looked at the young master and asked, how could he do this to his disciples? Xiaolan told the elder to exclude him from the next training sessions. He apologized and said that he was leaving. Silence reigned in the plaza. Everyone's gazes were seeing Xiaolan off. It was hard to explain this act of his. In the evening at dinner, the young brothers had an excellent appetite. They agreed to whatever auntie offered them. Xiao Qingyi said that her nephew was definitely not fit to be in the group. Xiaolan, excusing himself, said that it wasn't his fault. His opponents turned out to be too weak. It was a waste of time. Auntie replied that it was fine. The boy would become like them if he spent time with scum. It would be better for him to train on his own. A servant ran into the dining room and said that young Master Xiaolan had received a letter of invitation. Xiaolan opened the envelope with interest and surprise. The letter said that the author would hold a poetry banquet at the Moon Inn in 10 days. All the talented gentlemen and dazzling ladies were invited to the banquet. If anyone declined her invitation, she would ask her father, the emperor, to kidnap that one and bring him to the feast. And there was a signature, Princess Zishan. Xiaolan was indignant. What kind of poetic banquet is this? Does that mean one has to make up silly poems? Why not send Xiao Dao there instead? Xiao Dao refused. He said he wouldn't go there, even under the penalty of death. Auntie wondered if someone had invited her nephew to the poetry banquet. It was said that in ancient times, art and poetry flourished on the mainland. That being said, not many practiced martial arts. Hence, many beautiful poems were left behind from that era. Only after an inexplicable change did the practice of martial arts come to the forefront. Auntie said, "You shouldn't belittle the sons and daughters of aristocrats in the imperial city. Many of them are talented in the arts. In the distant times, it was our hero's father who excelled in both poetry and martial arts, fully deserving to be proclaimed as the prince of the imperial city." Auntie wondered if her nephew was afraid. The boy said that there was nothing difficult about it, although he doesn't like to study, but he can still memorize a few poems. Xiao Qingyi thought that her lanner is very popular. She heard that Zishan was praised as a national beauty. She even became a high-level military general at only 17 years old. In addition, she is very arrogant. This invitation came as a surprise. Despite being reluctant, Xiaolin still came as per the invitation. The guard announced the young man's arrival. The young man asked if the feast had already started. He was told it was half an hour away, but many of the guests had already arrived. You can go in and talk to them. The princess would be here soon. Xiaolan refused to go in and said he would walk around the garden for a while, and added the guard didn't need to follow him. Left alone, Xiaolan decided to forget about the garden and sneak in quietly. He was already hungry. How could he wait for so long? The guy looked into the nearest room and saw a lot of food there. It definitely interested him. The hungry young man entered this room and decided to start destroying the food. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. That voice belonged to Red Bean. Why is it here? Xiaolan ate a few buns, and after calming down, he decided that now was the time to prank and scare Red Bean. The guy decided to stealthily sneak closer. Using his hunting abilities, the guy did just that. He found himself in close proximity to the source of the rumbling sound. Xiaolan suddenly jumped out and said in surprise, he had seen the Red Bean. The way she looked was also a surprise to him. The girl's face read surprise. Xiaolan said, "Oops." There was nothing more he could utter. The girl so far could not utter anything either. The next moment, Red Bean shouted that he was a rascal. It turns out that he had been peeping at her all this time. This guy is really shameless. Xiaolan started to apologize and said, it's not what she thought. In fact, he didn't see anything. He just happened to be here looking for food. The guy's excuses were unconvincing. The girl screamed that she was ready to destroy him. She used all the tools she could get her hands on. All of it flew towards the unexpected guest. Xiaolan logically remarked that there was no need to shout, and one should calm down. Otherwise, one might attract unnecessary attention. By then, Red Bean had already cleaned herself up and looked as usual. The girl was trembling and crying. Xiaolan didn't know what he should do. If it was the ancient times, he should have married her already. But after all, he didn't do it intentionally. Besides, he still had Liu Ya. He didn't understand how he could get out of this situation. The guy tried to calm the girl down and told her to forgive him. It was his mistake, but he didn't do it on purpose. And he's willing to take responsibility for everything. Besides, she had just nearly destroyed him. The pot that smashed over his head was especially convincing. The girl didn't answer anything and ran off into another room. The boy thought that he ought not to have attended this poetry banquet. There was a suspicion that something out of the ordinary would happen. Suddenly, a maid appeared and said that the princess was looking for young Master Xiaolan. He should go to the banquet hall. The boy thought that the adventure continues. Our hero proceeded to the banquet hall. The place was all majestic and pathos. Beautiful carpets lined the way. Besides, there was plenty to eat. One should be able to compose better on a full stomach. Xiaolan looked around. Fortunately, Miss Redbean was not here. Otherwise, he would have been very embarrassed. The people present began to recognize Xiaolan. They understood that this was the young master of the Xiao family. But why had he come here? Didn't he grow up in the village? What poems could he possibly know? After all, this banquet is not for commoners. Xiaolan thought that he probably wouldn't get along with the people here. It was announced that the hostess of this banquet, Her Highness Princess Zishan, would now appear. The princess entered and apologized for being late. She invited everyone to take their seats. The princess took her seat and said that everyone should know about the culture of this dynasty. There is no separation between creation and martial arts. This banquet is arranged so that the current generation can show and share their knowledge. The princess motioned for young Master Zhou to begin. The master said that he had recently been to Mount Bulao and composed a poem there. He is ready to recite it. In advance, he wants to apologize for his poor performance. Rain drizzling straight through the mountains, the forest is engulfed in violet smoke. The winds merge with the scent of flowers, straight as a torch washed with water. As the beasts of heaven return to their homes, so travelers get rest. Those present remarked that it was a good verse, a great one even. One of the participants said that this poem is really beautiful, and it gives people a sense of how beautiful the mountains are. Other participants joined the discussion. They praised the young poet's talent. Xiaolan, leaning on his arm, was silently bored. Xiaolan, while munching on another portion of sweets, heard many people start telling the princess that they too had composed songs or poems. Our hero thought that he might die of boredom faster than he ran out of food. Xiaolan noted that Chamu's brother was also here. The guy said that he wasn't very talented, but he wrote a poem about a beautiful woman's smile. The girl's reflection on the water is so beautiful that even the cherry blossoms kneel before her. Her eyes are like a spring thief, full of life, infinite, and otherworldly. He is willing to undergo everything and let his cares fly away with the wind, for when the moon rises tomorrow, his beloved will belong to him. The young people also began to discuss this poem. It's pretty good, it's just not that explicit. It's not elegant enough. This poem is too straightforward and lacks charm. The princess looked at the author of the poem and said that it was good. The young critics started to change their opinions. Xiaolan said that Brother Chamu is really straightforward, and he admires him. Xiaolan added that he can only have a few trustworthy friends, and Chamu is one of them. The girl was lucky that he had his eye on her. The guy came out and showed her what he had. Xiaolan added that he was willing to give his friend his full support. Everyone present was amazed by Xiaolan's revelation. Chamu mentally thanked his friend. He knew that young Master Lan was straightforward, but there was no way he expected that he would be able to say something like this. Chamu thanked young Master Xiaolan out loud and said that he appreciated his friendship. Mrs. Zuoshi asked Xiaolan, as the sole representative of this family, will he be able to read something to everyone here? They want to test his skills as the nephew of the famous Xiao Qingyi, famous for her poems. Xiaolan thought that this girl was trying to make him look ignorant. The guy apologized for not knowing these elegant things. He's a rude brute. All he knows is beating and killing. Why don't the girl give him a poem to cheer everyone up? The girl didn't expect such insolence. Her brother asked her sister not to bother arguing with a guy as uncouth as Xiaolan. A young man appeared in the hall and apologized for being late. It was young Master Kang Ni. The princess said that young Master Ni had finally arrived. He must drink 3 cups of wine as punishment. Master Ni agreed. He said, perfectly reasonable, that he would be punished for being late. Xiaolan thought that this guy is truly the best among his generation. His generosity knows no bounds. But why does he feel such a great killing intent behind him? As young Master Ni stepped aside, Red Bean appeared behind him. It was from her that a murderous aura was emanating, directed towards Xiaolan. The guy thought that she hated him now. One of the participants said that he had heard about young Master Ni's exceptional talents. Could he compose a poem to enlighten everyone here? Ni said he was being flattered here, but he was ready to present something of his own creation. Life is glamorous, causing jealousy, anxiety known only to him. Achievement fades after flourishing. Fantasy reigns while reality fades away. Chamu stated that this is a brilliant poem. The words the author used may not be as glamorous, but their meaning, above all else. He is delighted with this poem. The artistic concept of this poem is out of their league. Master Ni deserves his fame as the best writer of a brilliant poem. It has opened the eyes of many. Xiaolan decided if everyone was distracted by Qian Ni, he could try to disappear from here. Conspicuously disappearing was not possible. Red Bean inquired, is young Master Xiao already running away? The boy interjected in shock. Why did Madame Hongdo think so? He decided to go out for a while for personal matters. Red Bean declared, if Xiaolan dares to run away, tomorrow she would take her sword and declare war on the entire Xiao family. The princess asked Red Bean, is there really something wrong? Did Xiaolan really hurt her? The princess offered to share her problem. Xiaolan bowed towards Red Bean and said that he was wrong, and asked for forgiveness. As a sign of that, he is willing to punish himself with 3 cups of wine. Ms. Hongdo said he won't get dressed that easily. She can't forget it. The boy has to please her today, come up with 3 worthy poems of praise. Then she'll let him go. People around here laughed. After all, this guy doesn't know anything about poems. He will never do it. Why did the Xiao family send him here? What a shame. The guy asked if he reads the 3 poems and they satisfy everyone, will today's incident be over? If someone is not satisfied with even 1 poem, he will stab himself. Does Ms. Hongdo agree to this? Everyone decided that Xiaolan had lost his mind. However, everyone was curious how this would end. Red Bean said that they had an agreement. She was curious to see how good he would be. The young man bowed to the great poets and said he was sorry. He wants to borrow poems from Li Bo and Du Fu, but he has always been against plagiarism. Xiaolan asked that his friend, Cha Mu, pour him a glass of wine. The guy drank the wine and looked for inspiration. Inspiration was found. Among the flowers, I set my pitcher in the silence of the night and drink wine alone, and no friend is with me. But I called the moon to be my drinking companion at a good hour, and I invited my shadow, and there were 3 of us. The boy continued to recite poetry. Everyone was silent and listened attentively. The princess thought that Xiaolan had a great talent. The young man slowly dispersed. Having achieved happiness in life, drink it to the bottom. Let the cup be full under the young moon. I've been given a gift by heaven to squander. I'll take possession of the wealth I've spent. Everyone thought this was too good. Even Ming Zuo, who hated this guy, thought, how could such a poem be so beautiful? Xiaolan and Red Bean looked at each other. Their gazes were more eloquent than all words. The guy thought that the girl didn't seem to be angry anymore. There was 1 more verse to go. Red beans in the valleys of the south. They've grown more twiggy in the spring. Pick more of them for a friend and comfort me in my sorrow. Xiaolan said he had read 3 poems. Now he really needs to go out for a while. If the listeners are not satisfied, they can tell him how many times he needs to stab himself in the chest when he returns. Everyone began to whisper, what kind of person could create such poems? They were ashamed in the face of this guy's great talents. All the sages' books they had studied had become trash. Master Ni said that Xiaolan was a man of great talents. Now he will never write again. He is ashamed of his incompetence. Young Master Xiao, the genius of this century. Ming Zuo thought that this Xiaolan is stronger than him in both fighting and poetry. The princess suggested that the 3rd poetry must have been for Red Bean. Hongdo said that of course it wasn't. The girl stated that she needed to step back for a second. Red Bean, on her way out of the hall, thought that for some reason this guy was just teasing her all the time. Chamu decided that Brother Lan was simply flawless. He is a master of flirting. Xiaolan stood on the carpet in front of his aunt and grandfather. The aunt said that it was a good job. The young man pondered. Could his aunt know about the Red Bean incident? The boy decided to justify himself. Xiao Qingyi wondered if her nephew's heart wanted to pursue literature. Had he hidden his heart from her while he was studying? The young man realized that the conversation would not be about the Red Bean, and he was relieved. In any case, Xiaolan was surprised. How could his relatives know about the poems? After all, he had just returned. Auntie said that the entire Imperial city is in a state of confusion. Everyone is talking about this genius who has passed through history. 5 great scholars have already sent letters inviting him to join their scholarly associations. Grandfather said that his grandson's name has gone through the entire Imperial city. The Xiao family's progenitor had received all the titles, except the scholar titles. Xiao Lan is the only one who deserves it. The old man added that he had a very wonderful grandson. He managed to scare all those old men. His grandson had raised Xiao's name to unprecedented heights. Xiaolan decided that he had overdone it. The boy said he wouldn't write any more poems, not even on pain of death. He wants to practice martial arts, and he hopes his grandfather understands him. The old man replied that it's not bad to excel at both, but grandfather will work it out. Xiao Lan can focus on cultivating in Qing Yi's house. He doesn't need to go to the martial hall anymore. The guy should prepare for the soul awakening. Grandson said that it was a great decision. He only has martial arts in his heart. During another training session at Qing Yi's house, a servant said that the princess had arrived. The young man wondered, had Zishan personally come to Xiao Manor? Auntie assumed that her little boy had become a girl tamer. Xiaolan suggested that something bad might happen. Everyone respectfully met and greeted the princess. Xiao Qingyi said that she was humbled to greet the princess. However, the condition she is in now does not allow her to give proper honor. She has problems with her legs. The princess told the woman not to belittle herself. She is honored to be in the presence of Lady Qingyi. Qingyi is the person she admired the most. She had wanted to visit the woman before, but unfortunately, she had not had the opportunity to do so. Xiao Qingyi said that she was honored. She wondered what brought the princess to Xiao Manor. The princess said that the emperor made Xiaolan a young marquise, a first-class viscount. She is here to announce it. But of course, the main reason for her is to visit Xiao Qingyi, whom she has admired for a long time. Everyone around them thought that this couldn't be possible. Xiaolan was awarded the title of first-class viscount. It seems that the title of first person in the Imperial city now belonged to this guy. Auntie said for her nephew to bow and receive the decree from the princess' hands. The princess replied that they were all martial arts practitioners, and there was no need for such courtesy. Auntie said that it was not easy for the princess to get here, and asked her nephew to walk around the manor with the girl. Chen Shun looked at Xiao Qingyi and asked, she didn't seem too happy that the young master had received a title. The woman replied that his title, it was just an empty sound. However, it allowed her nephew to achieve a high position and become a role model for the younger generation. This would not only add to his countless enemies, it would change his future path. If Lanner stays afloat, so be it. But if anything goes wrong, he will be sent to the bottom at once with no hope of return. The princess congratulated her companion and said that he was a young marquis, the first in the dynasty in 1,000 years, and inquired if he would like to thank her for it. The girl explained if she didn't praise him in front of her father, the guy wouldn't have that title. It's something that all young masters from prestigious families all over the country are vying for. It would turn out that she had wasted her efforts if he didn't thank her. Xiao Lan asked her not to be nervous. He knows that the princess treats him well. It's just a misunderstanding. Xiao Lan added that the princess is a good person and a wonderful friend. For that, he expresses his deepest gratitude to her. That wasn't what the girl was counting on. She said that this is not the way to go about it. Xiaolan has to make amends. She is angry for a reason. He should do something to make up for all her efforts. Xiaolan asked what the princess wants as compensation. The princess asked if Xiaolan could dedicate a poem to her, like the one he dedicated to Red Bean. Xiaolan stated that he had put his quill away. He wants to focus on cultivation. Besides, the Soul Festival is coming up. He needs to become stronger to obtain a supreme soul. The guy said he remembered that he owed the princess a debt, and he will definitely pay it back. She can rest assured. The princess honestly said that Xiao Lan can awaken a supreme soul and shock the whole city, but he must return what he promised her. Xiaobu Shi said that the black dragon finally showed its foxtail. The interlocutor told the elder that the blue wolf should also answer. He has a good relationship with the emperor since childhood, but he was also destroying the bloody warriors in northern Xinjiang. If he isn't destroyed, there will still be big problems. The old man said that the enemy was in Su Xianchen. 2 emperors were fighting against 6 emperors. Half of the 50 emperors were bloody wars. Xiaobushi told no one present to spread the news. He would lead the army himself. Xiao Qingyi told her father to be careful. She's very worried that it might be a trap. The old man said for his daughter not to worry, and those bloody warriors were facing each other. Other than them, no one can harm her father. The elder ordered everyone to follow him. Soul Festival. It is the most famous festival on the continent. It is also the most important day in the lives of countless fighters. Many wars that have reached the age of 18 will gather in the city pavilion to awaken their souls. Almost all of the strongest wars are spirit wars. These warriors have a higher cultivation speed and strong combat skills. The 3 dynasties were deeply concerned about soul soldiers, and they were a symbol of strength. Xiao Lan looked at this tower and said, "This is the Soul Pavilion. This is the place of his awakening." Chen Sun asked his interlocutor what type of soul he wanted. Xiao Lan said that it didn't really matter. His aunt's blood knife is pretty cool, and he liked Uncle Futu's beast spirit as well. No matter what type, as long as it's of a high level, he'll be satisfied. Chen Sun said that Xiao Lan's qualifications are very high. He won't awaken a bad spirit. It will most likely be a heavenly spirit, and Xiao Dao should get a heavenly spirit as well. Auntie said for the young people to calm down and not get distracted. Xiaolan wondered if there were too many people here. All the big families came here. Qingyi said that people with mediocre qualifications would also come to the Soul Pavilion, but they could still awaken the heavenly spirit. Therefore, her nephews should fight hard for it. Everyone noticed that someone was coming out of the Soul Pavilion. They noticed that the doors were opening. It was announced that the Soul Festival was starting. There are a total of 365 registered participants. awakening 10 people at a time. They began to announce the first applicants who were in the top 10. Xiaolan was starting to get nervous, not knowing what would happen in the first round. Half an hour had passed. The first round of awakening failed. The second 10 candidates were called out. Xiaolan thought that the chance of awakening was negligible. The seventh round. One was able to awaken. It was the master of the Xiao family. Xiaolan noticed that one had finally awakened, and he was immediately summoned by so many people. It seems to be very difficult. Auntie said that even the first level of soldiers increases combat power. Xiaolan noted that the next round was better. The two candidates managed to awaken, Heavenly Healing Spirit and Shoutian's Tiger Spirit. Xiao Qinglun said that he was happy to see Xiaolan. The guy replied that he was also happy to see his uncle. He said that it was hard to awaken this time. More than 30 rounds had already passed, and only a dozen people had awakened. Xiaolan and Xiaodao were announced as the participants for the next round. The guys decided that it was their turn. Auntie wished them good luck. Our hero thought that he wouldn't let down those who believed in him. The contestants were invited into a room and told to sit on the altar of the soul. When the soul awakens, the altar will shine. One must relax one's thoughts and feelings, and fear nothing. If it dims, one should come out immediately. The brothers wished each other luck. They were confident in themselves. Xiaolan did exactly as he was told. The young man saw spirit beasts above him. The guy realized that it was a demonic black dragon and a fire phoenix of demonic blood. All of these were divine souls. The young man began to summon the black dragon to himself. Xiaolan stretched out his hand and thought that it was the divine spirit of the demonic black dragon, and it came closer. Our hero found himself embraced by the spiritual energy. He realized that it was the spirit of the Holy Order. Those watching from the outside realized that a light from the Holy Order spirit appeared in that room where Xiaolan was. Could it be that Xiaolan, a genius, he was able to summon a heavenly spirit? Would he be able to take the chance and succeed in awakening to become very strong? Xiaolan felt that he was undergoing a divine soul awakening. Our hero saw a golden spiritual dragon in front of him and ascended to him. Suddenly, the dragon began to move away from him. The boy couldn't understand what happened. He found himself back on the altar. It seemed to our hero that as if the awakened soul was swallowed by the purple grass. Was it really over? What about his spirit? They announced that the awakening ceremony was over, and everyone was asked to go outside. Xiaodao asked his brother if he had succeeded. He said he didn't know. Xiaodao announced that he had failed. The guy looked very sad. The hooded man asked, "Doesn't Xiaolan know how to test? And doesn't know how to summon a soul?" He promised to teach the guy and told him to repeat after him. Apocalypse, the beginning of the soul pavilion, soul awaken. The man said that summoning a soul is very easy. One must focus on finding the spirit and call out to summon it. A soul appeared in front of Xiaolan. The man said that it was a useless soul. Grass, vines, flowers, and so on. These are all trash spirits, even though the guy's spirits are purple in color. But they do not have the attribute of human step, heavenly step, and sacred order. The man added that he has been working in this pavilion for 30 years, and his judgment cannot be wrong. The man said that he was sorry. He hoped that Xiaolan would at least awaken a divine soul. Outside, everyone saw that Xiaolan had come out. 1 celestial spirit, 5 ordinary spirits, and 1 useless spirit. This was the result of the current run. Everyone was surprised that Xiaolan was able to awaken the useless spirit. How was this possible? This guy is very strong, yet he awakened a useless spirit. The man thought that the Zhao family would belong to him sooner or later. And trash like this guy wants to fight the heavens. He's just crazy. Auntie asked her grandchildren how it went. The young men looked sullen. Chamu said that these guys will always be his friends. If they need anything, he is ready to help them always. Xiaolan thanked his friend and said that he could handle it on his own. Xiaolan said that he was really ashamed of himself for not giving out a good result. And now everyone would probably be ashamed of him. Red Bean, hearing the guy's words, slapped his face. She asked why he, after awakening his useless soul, thought the world was ruined. His useless soul doesn't mean he's trash. She was very disappointed by his words. The girl said that there is no such thing as a shortcut. Most strong warriors with a spirit, but that doesn't mean they rely on it alone. How can he just give up like that? Red Bean added, if the guy can one day smile and become the Xiaolan he was before, then he can come to her family and appeal to her. she is willing to marry him, because he is the only man who made her heart beat in all her 19 years. Hundo added that if her family doesn't agree, she'll leave with the guy. Our hero's mind was a hilarious mess. Different episodes from his life were going through his head. How he read poetry, how he was made a young marquis, and how he had a useless soul. Xiaolan was also replaying Red Bean's confession in his head. The guy was brought to his senses by his auntie. She called out to Lanner. King Yi said, if nephew is tired, he can go home and rest. No need to practice today. Xiaolan replied that he would be fine, and thought that he was not trash. The servant walked over to the guy and said that the master of the house was calling for him. The elder was not alone in the house. 5 universities had again sent out an invitation to invite him to come and study for his bachelor's degree. The elders of the family had a discussion and agreed to send the lad to Shueisha Pavilion. There, he would learn literature and be a person who would please the Yu dynasty with his virtuoso song. The guy thought that he had only awakened a useless soul, and they were already trying to throw him out of the family. Xiaolan apologized and said that he wouldn't write poems anymore. Therefore, he will not go to this pavilion. The guy was told that this decision was made by the elders and higher ranks in the family. He will not be successful in martial arts, but he can bring glory to this family through literature. If the Patriarch came back, he too would agree that the lad could not practice martial arts. The persuasion continued. Had he forgotten the Xiao family's rules? All the children of the family must work hard to restore the family's glory. Doesn't he think of the Xiao family? The young man has no choice. After awakening a useless soul, does he want to continue cultivating martial arts? Without a high-level soul, the family won't be able to support him. The boy thought that they don't even give him a chance to make a decision. The head of the family said that they had foreseen this problem and would take the guy to Shueisha Pavilion tomorrow. Xiaolan stated that he would not go and is willing to continue the conversation after his grandfather returns. The head of the family said for Xiaolan not to forget who he is. He is the son of the Zhao family and must follow the rules of the family. The boy said that they could kick him out of the Xiao family. When Xiaolan left, the head of the family said that this guy should make that decision. He is disrespectful to the elders and he is arrogant trash. A young man walked up to Xiaolan and asked, "Is it really him?" Seeing him for the first time, he believed that the guy would fly above the crowd because they were kind of chosen. Xiaolan said that he couldn't help his interlocutor, but the latter could be sure that he would make this world tremble under his feet. The interlocutor said that he would look forward to that day. Xiaolan knew that anything that was easy to say was often difficult to do. He blamed it all on the purple grass. Purple grass, it's trash. A small purple vine suddenly appeared in the palm of our hero's hand. It gave the impression that the vine wanted to communicate something to the guy. Xiaolan stated that he wouldn't understand anything if the vine was just twirling around. Xiaolan understood what this creature wanted to tell him. Unexpectedly, Xiaolan's eyes lit up. The guy realized that it was spiritual energy. The mysterious energy in his body seemed to be a high-level soldier. Could it be that he had broken through the rank of a high-level soldier after all? The guy noticed that the purple grass, that vine, had hidden. After that, the light disappeared. Xiaolan said for the purple grass to show itself. He realized that this soul could add energy. What if he trained with it? 2 hours passed. Xiaolan had heard that the pace of practicing the celestial soul could be doubled, but now the pace of his practice had tripled. The purple grass once again appeared on his palm. This creature did not scare the 8-claw golden dragon, but absorbed it. He now knew that it wasn't a useless soul, but the guy still didn't have any magical abilities. He decided that he would learn them later. Having only martial skills wouldn't stop him from becoming stronger. King Yi had a guest in Qing Yi's house, Xiaoqing Bao. The man said that the woman should teach her nephew a lesson. He caused trouble in the Hall of Elders and was not polite to them. The head of the family was very angry. If the guy wasn't stood up for, he would be expelled from the family. Qing Yi said that she knew everything. The man added that her nephew had awakened a useless spirit, and in the future, it would be meaningless. He wastes a lot of the Xiao family's money. Even if the Patriarch returns, Xiaolan can't escape the fate of being exiled from the family. The woman said that if her nephew was expelled from the Seven, she would also leave. The man said menacingly that his interlocutor still thinks she is the princess of the Zhao family. In fact, she is old, can't walk, and is overconfident. Does she really think that the families dare not touch her? Does she really think that the Patriarch will support her? Xiao Qingyi shouted for the man to get out. She doesn't want to see him in her house. Xiao Qingbao met up with Xiaolan on his way out of the room. They didn't exchange a word. Xiaolan said that he was uncomfortable being in the Xiao family, and he wants to leave it. Auntie said that they should wait until Grandpa comes back. Qingyi said that there was Lanner never stopped practicing with Xiao Dao, and she would help her nephew find the innate soul. However, if he is completely uncomfortable with this family, then they will leave. The guy was surprised. Isn't the purple grass an innate soul? Xiaolan sat down across from his aunt and asked her to tell him about innate soul. Auntie said that the world is so vast that there are many magical things in it, and the innate soul is a magical thing that exists in this world. Grandpa knows there are places where you can meet an innate spirit with a high probability. An innate soul is full of power. Maybe it's a fire spirit that grew up on a volcano. Maybe it's an ice spirit that appeared in a glacier. Maybe it's the essence of a mysterious beast or the essence of a plant. Auntie added that as soon as possible, she or his grandfather would certainly do their best to find the lad's innate soul. The guy remembered the phrase, plant essence. Xiaolan asked his aunt, "Are innate souls strong? What does she know about innate souls?" He wants to see her. Xiao Qingyi said that his grandfather told him that not much is known about it. There are only 3 people who have managed to obtain an innate soul, so it's useless to search for information about it. Whether innate souls are strong or not, no one knows about it. But those 3 people who have absorbed innate souls are very strong, and their cultivation knows no bounds. Legend has it that an innate spirit is stronger than a heavenly spirit, but no one knows the details. Xiaolan thought, is his spirit stronger than the heavenly spirit? We'll have to ask grandfather when he returns. 5 days passed. Chamu told his friend that Red Bean had sent him an invitation to his birthday party. Would Xiaolan go to the birthday party? Xiaolan replied that he would definitely go. Red Bean also said that she could open a private banquet in the backyard. Xiaolan said that it wouldn't suit him because he wouldn't be able to give a decent gift, since he is not rich enough. The friends continued to drink the heady beverage and said that they would have a lot more fun together in the future. In the dark time of day, our hero in the forest, without witnesses, decided to let his soul out into the wild and told it to show itself. The soul immediately appeared. Suddenly, the soul flew away. The guy didn't understand. What kind of soul is it? It can be stretched and strengthened and can also be released. She's strange, just like his aunts. If she's really more powerful than a heavenly spirit, why isn't he strong? Or does he need to practice with her? Need to study this. While waiting and pondering, the morning came. The guy thought it was time to go back and get ready for the party. It was time for the party. The guests were already present. Xiaolan showed up. Everyone wondered why this trash was here. He hid for a long time and finally dared to come out to meet people. Xiaolan walked up to the birthday girl. He had a gift in his hands. Our hero handed Hongdo the gift and said he hoped she would like it. Xiaolan wished the girl a happy birthday. The guests noticed that the birthday girl looked very good today. The girl considered the gift and thanked the guy. It was the best gift she had gotten. She liked it very much. In the girl's hands were origami, made by her guest's own hand. The princess sitting off to the side lowered her gaze. It was like a note of jealousy. The gift she had been promised, she still hadn't received. Ming Zhao said that he wondered what kind of gift the young marquis had prepared. It must be some kind of treasure. Xiaolan said that it was none of his business and asked him not to force-feed him another chicken leg. The guests thought that this young marquis was very excellent, but His Majesty had ordered that this fellow couldn't enter any academy. Master Xiao Kuang said that their family is rich and his grandfather is wise, and they don't keep trash. When the old man comes back, he will definitely make the right decision and kick out this trash. The guests once again noticed that this guy had awakened a useless soul. This means that he will never become strong and will be isolated in a small village. But he is still too arrogant. Xiaolan, listening to all this, couldn't help himself and threw the wine glass aside out of anger. The guy said that it was good alcohol, but unfortunately, this is how some people try to ruin the mood. If a lot of people don't want to see him here, they can fight him, but will not back down until he is dead. The strongest person here, Zhuo Ming, almost said goodbye to his life last time. Probably no one would dare to fight even now. Xiaolan called the guy's present a flock of sheep. Xiaolan thanked Red Bean for her hospitality and said that he would never forget her generosity and kindness. But he'd had enough and was leaving first. The princess said she too was going back to the palace and asked young Master Lan to accompany her. After all, they are almost on their way. Xiaolan replied that he would gladly fulfill Her Highness's request. Mingzuo angrily thought that he would use double cultivation speed and destroy the guy with his own hands within a year. The princess recalled the time when they used to have fun socializing in the pavilion. Zishan reminded the young man that he had recently joined the Xiao family, therefore may not know the complexities of being in this great family. The princess added that it wasn't her desire to cool down on him. The girl said that she still liked Xiaolan. The guy thanked the princess for her sympathy and said that he was unfortunately destined to be trash, and added that it was getting late and he had to go back. Xiaolan walked away. The princess escorted him with a glance. She remembered her position and the burden she was carrying. She can't blindly follow her emotions. And this guy is just trash with no future and no potential. Xiaolan was also pondering. Without strength, he had lost everything. He thought that the princess was at least half his friend. But it was only him who thought so. Xiaolan decided to train more and give in less to his emotions. Xiaolan remembered that the peak of the 9 stars was somewhere nearby. He decided to go train there. The young man met his older brother Chen Xun on the way. Xiaolan stated that he wanted to go train at the peak of the 9 stars and asked his interlocutor to tell his aunt about it. If Xiao Dao is interested, let him go there too. 9 stars peak. It is the royal family's territory. There are many mystical beasts there. You can't go there alone. Xiaolan said to Tianshun not to worry. After all, he is not that weak. Xiaolan met a mystic beast on the way. He realized that it was a 3rd-level mystic beast and decided to test its soul. Xiaolan commanded his spirit to move forward. The spirit obeyed the command and spread towards the mystic beast. The beast opened its eyes and noticed the man. The boy thought that he wouldn't be able to dodge it and would have to fight this beast head-on. Xiaolan gathered all his will and strength into a fist and struck the beast with that fist. The guy didn't understand what had happened. Wasn't it a level 3 beast? He had destroyed it with a single blow. Could it be that he was now a level 6 warrior? Xiaolan thought this is what he knew. He's not trash now. His spirit is not useless. The young man looked at the purple plant and said, he knows that one is not a trash spirit, and asked, what is the spirit technique? The kid said he knows it has it. Why is the spirit teasing like a child? The spirit disappeared for a moment and returned to the guy with the rabbit. Xiaolan said he guessed that the spirit could grab things from a distance. Suddenly the rabbit dried up and turned into a skeleton. This was unbelievable. Could a spirit really suck the life out of other creatures? Xiaolan stated that it was terrifying. If he snuck up on some strong cultivators and used his spirit, wouldn't he be invincible? The guy told his spirit he knew that the guy was strong and offered to hunt it. He was curious to see all the abilities. On the way, our hero met another mythical beast. Xiaolan spied the beast. Xiaolan thought that its spirit could only stretch 3 meters. This is a 3rd-level mystic beast. We should try to ambush it first, and if we can't defeat it, we should use the divine spirit's possession. Xiaolan asked the spirit if it was ready. After receiving an affirmative answer, the guy began to take action. A 3rd-level mystic beast was attacked by our hero's spirit. The beast was defeated. As a result, only bones were left of the mythical beast. Everything else was recycled by the spirit. Xiaolan said that this was too cruel. After all, his spirit is just a vine, but at the same time, it acts like a demon, destroying without leaving a trace. The guy thought that as long as he can get close to his target, he is not defeated. Our hunter's mythical beast appeared in the sky. The fellow was very excited. The other wars, seeing Xiao Bai in the sky, realized that he had found his master and guessed where they should go next. Xiao Dao and Chen Sun followed the bird and saw what was left of the mystical beast. They wondered, did Xiaolan really do all this? Xiaolan said that he wanted to check something and asked Xiao Dao to transform and hit him with all his might. Brother was scared that he might injure him. The young warrior said it would be fine and asked that the brother trust him. Xiao Dao transformed and said that he was ready to attack his brother. The guy went on the attack. Xiaolan was not afraid and put his hand forward. He activated the divine spirit possession and simply stopped his brother's attack with his palm. Chen Sun was surprised. How was this possible? Xiaolan said he had assumed that his spirit wasn't useless after all. He is very strong, even stronger than a divine level spirit. Xiaolan first thought that he had gotten a trash spirit, But after being possessed by the divine spirit, he became 2 levels stronger, and his training speed tripled. This spirit doesn't have any spiritual techniques, but there are still many abilities to discover. Therefore, it might turn out to be an innate spirit. Xiao Dao shouted. He knew that his brother couldn't have a trash spirit. He is too strong, and he has triple cultivation speed. Xiao Lan said that based on his guess, Xiao Dao probably has an innate spirit from a long time ago. That is why brother can transform. This is an ability that no one else can underestimate, so he's not trash either. Xiao Lan asked his friends to keep it a secret. He decided to use this as a secret weapon. The young men decided to continue practicing. The hunters saw an armored lizard. It was the kind they had encountered before. Xiao Lan said that such a beast had caused them a lot of trouble before. Now they would be able to show what they could do. The guy asked big brother Chen Shun to scout the area first. Xiao Dao transformed and decided to show what they were all capable of. He attacked the beast. Xiao Dao grabbed the lizard's tail and pulled on it hard. Brother said, "That's a good job, and this is their chance." Our hero released his fighting spirit. The vine spread everywhere. The vine enveloped the lizard's paws from all sides. It was unable to take any action. The guy shouted for Xiao Dao to let go of his tail. Xiao Dao said that his brother's spirit was very strong. Xiao Lan replied that his brother had also become stronger. He could even keep the armored lizard under control. Chen Sun reported that the armored lizard was now right in front of the cliff. Xiao Lan replied that he would deal with it himself next. The young man said that now it was time to reveal his new magic trick. He let his martial spirit out as much as possible. The vine was everywhere. The vine completely entangled the lizard. To the beast, this was unexpected and took it by surprise. Xiao Lan thought that ambushing it was his best option. His advantage in a face-to-face confrontation, not obvious. The vine, having completely enveloped the lizard, proceeded to devour it. Only bones were left of the lizard. Xiao Lan calculated that an armored lizard of this size would take about an hour to completely decompose. The warrior said for the spirit to return. It was a good job. Qiansun said, "I think he noticed the spirit had grown a little. That's because it has heat in its bones, and it is more sensitive to growth." Xiao Lan was surprised. Could it be that his spirit could grow after absorbing a mystic beast? The warrior said that it was wonderful. If he was allowed to develop, he would be able to ambush people from hundreds of meters away, and it would have no problem retreating in any situation. Chen Sun added that even someone like Huo Feng wouldn't be worth his attention. Xiao Lan said that his brother was too loud. He scares away all the birds in the neighborhood. The young men felt like someone was watching them. They turned around. Who could it be? Warriors appeared in front of the hunter and said that this forest belongs to the royal family, and all trespassers would be executed. Chen Sun said that this was where the Xiao family's young master was training. Why did they come here and make so much noise? The warrior apologized and said that he didn't recognize young Master Xiao. However, all the beasts here belong to the royal family. Xiao Lan threw a bag of money to the martial artist. The guy asked that they take care of him. He was now going to the Xiyao Mountains and wouldn't bother anyone else. The officer wished the young men a safe journey. The officer took the money bag and thought that Xiao Lan had injured his young master Zuo very badly. Therefore, he would inform the family right away. Xiao Lan will go to the Xiyao Mountain right now. Even if something happens to him there, no one will know about it. At Mount Xiyao, the young warriors continued practicing and hunting mystic beasts. Each of the warriors displayed the wonder of their skills and the martial arts skills they had acquired. Xiao Lan's martial spirit continued to improve. As he practiced and hunted mystic beasts, the vine only left bones from the animals time after time. After practicing, Xiao Lan said that this should be enough, and that was enough for today. He praised his friends for their good work. They could rest now. Xiao Dao replied that he wasn't tired, he was just hungry, and added that he would go look for food. Chen Sun, on the other hand, said that he would rest for a while, because he felt tired. Hao Lan thought that he should use this chance to break through and surprise his grandfather. By the time he returned, Master Ming Zuo was informed by the scout that Xiao Lan was currently training at the peak of the 9 stars with his bodyguard and brother. But soon, they would be traveling to the Xiyao Mountains. The young master's sister said that such a chance away from the capital, it's very rare. Her brother should not miss this chance. Ming Zhou said that Xiao Lan is a big schemer, and therefore he needs to come up with a reasonable plan. The sister stated that her brother, Ming Zuo, is really stronger than Xiao Lan. At best, he is just using the soul dragon pill, to get to the top-level war expert level. The girl stated that she agrees to accompany her brother. She doesn't think that Xiaolan will be able to defeat both of them. Mingzuo replied that his sister is smart. They will take soldiers with them as well and kind of unintentionally run into Xiaolan, but will make that guy look like the aggressor. The brother and sister praised each other for being smart and savvy. They decided that they would work together from now on, and together they can defeat this Xiaolan. Xiao Qingyi wondered how her father was doing. Suddenly, an elder entered the room. He shouted, and the woman dropped her cup. The elder said he brought bad news. Something terrible had happened. The woman asked why Elder Chan was panicking so much. The man said, "They received news from Sushan City. The clan leader has died." Xiao Qingyi's face immediately changed. The woman was terribly frightened. Xiao Qingyi lost consciousness. She remained seated in her chair like that. The elder shouted for someone to get a doctor. There was a commotion in the emperor's palace. Could it be that one of the 5 strongest people in the dynasty, a dynasty master, an emperor-level cultivator, Xiao Bushi, who hadn't died even after being sealed in the Tiger Dragon Mountain for 20 years, had died? This couldn't possibly be the case. His Majesty reported that Xiao Bushi was ambushed along with 300 soldiers of the Xiao family. They were all killed. The emperor shouted to gather the other 3 great families and gather all the cultivators. The emperor shouted that he would drown the Zhiwang dynasty in blood. Old woman Zuo said that Xiao Bushi was a scoundrel. If only he had been a little bolder back then. Even if the entire Zuo family is against it and wants to destroy him, he should have fought. The woman added that she would have fought to become the Xiao family's wife. If she had been by his side, it wouldn't have happened. Xiao Qingyi came to her senses. She couldn't believe that her father had died. He couldn't have died so easily. It must be some kind of mistake. The elder said that they didn't have any proof right now. They would only know the truth when they found Xiao Futu. He's the only one whose corpse hasn't been found. The woman said that she understood everything now. She asked Elder Chan to find a way to send messages to Dugu Xing and tell him she's going to Beijing. There is nothing more for her to do in the Xiao family. Her nephews, who are at the peak of the 9 stars, are safe now. When Dugu Xing appears, they will take them away. The elder said that the woman could not worry. However, there was a spy in the Xiao family. Does the Xiao family really want to send information to Xiaolan? That would never happen. No one would ruin young Master Mingzuo's plan. Xiao Bushai is dead. No one will grieve if Xiaolan dies too. There's smoke everywhere in Beijing, and Zhenbei's 500,000-man army is emitting an intensely murderous aura. They passed through 5 cities within a day, and the corpses of 200,000 barbarians will forever remain buried in the desert. The commander said that he was urgently going to the capital. Jing Li was now in charge of everything in Beijing. In Qingyi City, and now there are 3 government teachers. If the general stubbornly defends himself, there is no way they will attack. General Jing Li replied to the commander to think again. A country cannot be without a leader, and an army cannot be without a commander, even for one day. The commander said that he had already decided everything, and nothing would make him change his mind. Jing Ming must prepare the troops, and they are moving out. Old woman Zuo asked the god of war to wait. She asked, is Dugu Xing and his soldiers going back to the capital? Elder Zuo added that the situation has changed a little. But is he, as the commander, taking his soldiers and fleeing alone? After all, they, the 3 state teachers, have the right to destroy him on the spot. Also, while the 3 of them are detaining Beijing, the commander is leading 100,000 soldiers back. Does he really want to raise an uprising? Dugu's bodyguard asked the woman. Do she think the commander should justify his actions to her? He drew his sword from its sheath. Dugu said for Jing Ming to calm down. Dugu said if the 3 state teachers want to destroy him, they can do so, but he must return to the capital. Mrs. Zuo asked if Dugu is going to return to the capital, why can't he give a reason? Dugu said it's not a big deal. Qingyi wants him to take her, and he can't find a single reason not to honor that request. Elder Zuo was surprised. Is this act just because of a woman? Dugu confirmed and said that this act is because of the woman he loves. Madame Zuo didn't say anything in response. She turned around and silently walked away. The woman thought that if she thought that Dugu was a threat to the Zhan dynasty for even a moment, she would not hesitate to destroy him. Dugu understood Elder Zuo's intention and said that he was grateful to the state teacher for this. Mrs. Zuo thought that this was a dedicated man. Why couldn't Xiao Bushi have done the same for her in his time? She was willing to give up everything to be with him. Xiaolan continued to practice on the mountain and refine his spirit. He learned about his vine's new abilities every time. The guy thought that he had already destroyed all the demonic wolves here, and although the purple vine had gotten longer, its learning speed hadn't gotten faster. This could be a problem against high-level monsters. Speed solves everything. The guy decided to face Xiao Dao. Xiaolan noticed that there was someone nearby. He wondered who dared to ambush him. He shouted for the daredevil to show himself immediately. The daredevil was not alone. One of the warriors in black said, even if Xiaolan found out who they were, it wouldn't help him, because he would die today. And all the attackers went on the attack. Xiaolan thought that he had just communicated with the commander, a rank of assassin warrior. There was an urgent need to come up with a strategy. Immediately, two people attacked our hero. They dealt the young warrior the strongest blow. Xiaolan couldn't stand on his feet and had to fly backwards. The blow was so strong that Xiaolan made a trench in the ground and hit a tree stump. The attackers decided to send out a signal that they had caught this guy alive. They thought that he would turn out to be strong, but they only needed one punch to take him down. Why would they use 100 men on a piece of garbage like him? A signal in the form of fireworks was sent out. Xiaolan decided to fake it. He coughed and said in a weak voice that he was already dying, and he would like to know before his death who ordered it. One of the masked attackers said there was no need for that, and added that first he would cut this guy's hands off. The villain drew his sword. Xiaolan released his fighting spirit in response. The attacker was in for a rough time. The vine entangled his body from head to toe. After a while, all that was left of the villain was a skeleton in black. Our hero rose to his feet and, coughing, said that he was actually not as weak as his opponents. At this time, Xiao Dao appeared in the distance. He asked his brother what was wrong. Xiaolan said that he was fine, but it seems that a squad of assassins has been sent after them. Their opponent's forces number 100 men, and they dared to attack so close to the capital. That means something serious has happened. Our hero told Chen Xun to go to the capital for help. He and his brother would hide here in the mountains. All three of them quickly disappeared from this clearing. The next assassins who came to this place saw the skeleton of their colleague. They thought Xiaolan was carrying acid, and that they should be careful. The men in black decided to pursue the guy because he couldn't get too far away. They decided to surround the entire mountain range. The men in black spread out, but they couldn't find the fugitives. Where could they have gone? They had just been here. The brothers watching from hiding were deciding what they should do now. There were too many enemies, and they were searching systematically. It would be impossible to hide from them forever. Xiaolan told his brother that he should head west first. Survival is paramount. He will ambush and weaken the enemy, and then the two of them will take on the remaining ones. The mercenaries saw Xiao Dao running away. They assumed that the brothers were heading west. The villains ran after Xiao Dao en masse. Xiaolan suddenly appeared in front of the group of mercenaries. He prepared an ambush for the villains. The mercenaries drew their swords and said that Xiaolan would not be able to escape from them now. Xiaolan wondered, why should he run away? The guy let out his fighting spirit. The vine spread everywhere. The mercenaries didn't understand what was happening. They were all trapped by some purple plants. What are these things? Xiaolan thought that these assassins, the main warriors, we have to be quick. If even one main warrior leaves, Xiao Dao might die. The purple vine, this is his secret weapon. Until the enemy is confident in his strength, we need to weaken them. The assassins were closing in. They told each other that they had found Xiaolan and decided to surround him. Xiaolan thought that they had sent a lot of people against him. It seems like they really want to exterminate him. Xiaolan caught up with his brother. Now they were together. One of the attackers asked, what demonic spell did the guy use to destroy so many of his men? Now Xiaolan had nowhere to run away to. Xiao Dao told his brother that it looks like they should clash and start hand-to-hand combat. Xiaolan stated, everyone feels like he won't be able to escape death today. We will have to accept it, but the opponent can't just let him die. One of the attackers said that he was willing to fulfill this guy's wish. He came out from behind the bushes. It was Ming Zuo. Standing behind him was his younger sister. The young master said, here they are, they have met. Xiaolan laughed. Now it was clear who had started all this against him. How many more times does this young master Zuo need to lose before he is satisfied? Ming Zuo replied, Xiaolan is very arrogant. even though he is almost a dead man. Does he really think that the Xiao family will be able to save him? It's impossible. Old man Xiao Bushi is dead. No one is interested in trash like him now. Xiao Lan shouted with anger. It's all untrue, his grandfather couldn't have died. Ms. Zuo wondered if Xiao Lan thought why his bodyguard Chen's son had left so easily. His crippled aunt is also under house arrest. The Xiao family is no longer his patron. Ming Zhao said, if the opponent doesn't believe him, then he will send him to meet his grandfather, and ordered his men to go on the attack. Our hero told his brother, Xiao Dao, that these people had insulted their grandfather and aunt, and ordered him to destroy them all. Xiao Dao was transformed. He shouted that these rascals had insulted his grandfather and aunt. Now he would destroy them. Ming Zhao said with a smirk, is this really the strange werewolf that was rumored? Xiao Dao scattered the men in black who were attacking him in different directions. He did his best to cause them irreparable damage. Xiao Dao cleared the path and prepared to attack Ming Zhou and his sister. He shouted that they would not get anywhere from him now. However, a very strong warrior came out to defend Ming Zhou. He met Xiao Dao and counterattacked him. The guy flew back far away. Xiao Lan caught his brother and held him back. The punch was very strong. Xiao Dao's breath was cut off. Xiao Lan thought, is there really someone who can defeat his brother with one punch? It must be the chief warrior. The chief warrior told his young master Zuo that he would deal with this problem himself. It doesn't matter how much experience Xiao Lan has. He wouldn't be able to defeat a master rank warrior. Xiao Lan thought that his opponent was right. In the face of absolute power, all techniques would be like paper. Ming Zaka told his warrior, Zuo Feiyu, to bring Xiao Lan's head to him. Xiao Lan rushed to attack his opponent and told his brother to cover him. Zuo Feiyu activated his armor chi. He considered himself invincible. Xiao Dao and Zuo Feiyu collided in a frontal attack. There was a powerful release of energy. Ming Zhou thought that it was fortunate that he had brought this guy with him. No one expected him to be so strong after transforming. Xiao Lan told his brother to hold on with all his might. Xiao Dao responded by saying that he could handle it. Xiao Dao was in absolute anger and unstoppable. The opponent activated his full armor. He knew that Xiao Dao was very strong, but after activating full armor, no one would be able to match him. Unexpectedly, Ming Zhou saw a small purple plant appear. The young master thought that it might be Xiao Lan's spirit. He told his warrior to behave more carefully. At the same moment, many sharp knives flew at his opponent. Xiao Lan said that it was all cheap tricks. The vine entangled Zuo Feiyu with its tentacles. This was quite unexpected. In the next moment, Xiao Dao landed a series of crushing blows on his motionless opponent. Zuo Feiyu was safely deactivated. Young Master Ming Zhou thought, how could this be possible? Xiao Lan thought that he had a good chance. So he activated the martial spirit possession. Ming Zhao shouted to the men in black to block his opponent. Xiao Lan received a surprise punch and flew far away to the side. Xiao Lan didn't fly off in the direction his opponent wanted him to go. Our hero ended up right beside Ming Zhuo Shi. Ming Zhao shouted for his sister to run away immediately. However, it was too late. Xiao Lan jumped to his feet, pulled out a dagger, and grabbed the girl's hand. He brought the dagger to her throat. Xiao Lan told his opponents not to move. Otherwise, this girl's brains would leave her body. Ming Zhou ordered the attack to stop. Zhou turned to Xiao Lan and said that the latter had better let his sister go. After all, she would be a queen in the future. Xiao Lan replied that he doesn't mind. It adds value to the girl. Ming Zhou asked what the rival is going to do with the girl. Xiao Lan stated that he has decided to borrow his sister and will only return her when he returns to the Zhao family. But if either of them make a single move now, the girl will die. Xiao Lan and his captive left the battlefield and shouted that they would still meet young Master Zuo. Ming Zhao angrily asked, where is Fei Yu now? He was answered that this warrior was not breathing right now. Master Zuo ordered his warriors to immediately return to the family and inform second uncle to lead the elders to the Xiao family. Xiao Lan is holding his sister hostage and destroying the disciples from the Zuo family. Now, he wants to see who in the Xiao family will vouch for this guy. A servant reported to young Master Chamu that the Zuo family was gathering men and preparing to attack the Xiao family. Chamu thought that the current head of the Xiao family would not take care of Xiao Lan and would betray him in order to settle things. Master ordered to report to the elders and send everyone to the Xiao family to protect Xiao Lan. A message must be sent to Red Bean and the princess. Also the other masters, telling them to rush to the Xiao family. Otherwise, Xiaolan might die. Everyone in the city was discussing the events. The young marquis of the Xiao family had fought against the young master and Lady Zuo with a useless spirit. He was able to eliminate more than 10 guards and even kidnapped a girl. And this girl was possibly the future queen. Even the elder of Zechuan Hall, Zuo Fan, whose authority is only a notch below the Zuo family, is heading there as well as many other experts. Also, Red Bean is heading to the Xiao family. The elders from her family will also be there, along with the cultivators. Even Princess Zishan took a few royal court cultivators and went to the Xiao family. There are also the Ni, Cha, and Nangong families. The 10 big families of the capital are on the move. A serious conflict is looming. The brothers have set up a safe house. A hostage from the Zuo family was near them. Xiaolan told the hostage if she thought of running away anywhere, he would not hesitate to destroy her. The girl said if Xiaolan let her go and leave the capital, she would guarantee that the Zuo family would not bother him. Xiaolan thanked her for her concern. He said that he must take his aunt with him even if a death trap awaits him. The boy should return to the Zhuo family. Elder Zuo Fan said that the Xiao family is blatant. Trash is destroying Zuo Fei Yu and a dozen elite fighters in broad daylight. On top of that, he is holding his favorite granddaughter hostage. If there is no explanation, the Zuo family will never forgive this. The elder of the 7 Xiaos, Xiao Buho, told his opponent not to worry. The lady will be safe, and he will give his family a satisfactory answer. The old man added that he had already sent his man to the city gate. When Xiaolan returned, he would be captured, and the opponent's family would be immediately informed. Red Bean overheard this dialogue. The girl thought that there was a plot against Xiaolan. Red Bean told her uncle to protect Xiaolan, and she would be grateful to him for the rest of her life. Uncle said that this is an internal matter of the Xiao family, but as soon as he gets the chance, he will do it. Chamu thought that a serious conflict had broken out. The central gate of the capital. Everyone is waiting for Xiaolan to arrive. Xiaolan was in a hurry and was not patient. He said, how many times can he be warned not to block his way? The guards said for Xiaolan to release his hostage immediately. He must not keep Lady Zuo in his confinement. Xiaolan asked, what would happen if he didn't let her go? Xiao Dao held the hostage tightly. The guard said, there are orders from the head of the family. If Xiaolan refuses to let the girl go, it is necessary to destroy him. Xiaolan said in that case, he must destroy his hostage right now. The girl screamed. She was begging for help. The guard pulled out his sword and lunged at our hero. He shouted that he was about to destroy him now. Xiaolan grabbed the girl and showed that he could destroy her now. The girl was a hair away from death. The guard threw away his sword and rushed to save his mistress. He wanted to catch the girl. Xiaolan commanded for the purple vine to spring into action. The vine immediately appeared from the ground. The enemy was pierced through and through by the tentacles of the purple vine. There was no chance for him to remain unharmed. The tentacles of the purple vine wrapped around the girl's waist and lifted her up. The guards wondered how this was possible. After all, their captain was a mid-level war master. Isn't Xiaolan a basic warrior? He had destroyed someone who was 2 levels above him in a split second. The guards didn't understand what they should do now. They refused to attack a strong opponent. Xiaolan said his grandfather, Xiao Bushi, is the patriarch of the Xiao family, and he, the young master of this family. With his status, even if he committed a crime, the sentence could only be passed after all the leaders and elders decided together. The guy added he said that he was going back to Qingyi Pavilion, and anyone who stands in his way will be destroyed immediately. Aunt Qingyi's house has been turned upside down. Someone else has taken over. Xiao Qingyi is lying on the floor. A man stepped on her head with his foot. The woman doesn't say anything. The man stepped aside. Madame Qingyi struggled to lift herself up on her arms. Her mouth was bleeding. Old man Chan Lao asked Elder Qingbao to let his mistress go. Qingbao said that if the old man didn't step aside now, he would have to destroy him. Old man Chan said that the poison in Madame Qingyi's body is starting to take effect. She needs medical attention. If she goes to prison now, she will definitely die. She must be released. Master Qingbao said, his interlocutor is usually not so cocky. And Xiaolan acts like he owns the whole world. No one from this family will get off that easy. Qingbao kicked the old man in the chest and he flew far back. Qingbao walked over to the woman and said that the head of the family ordered him to take her with him. Qingbao and Qingyi looked each other in the eyes. The man apologized. The aggressor tied the woman's hands and pulled her behind him. Lying on the floor and bleeding, Qian Shun called out for his mistress, but there was nothing he could do to help her. Master Qingbao ordered all of them to be taken away and sent to prison. Xiao Lan and Shou Dao rushed to Auntie's house with all their legs and shouted that they had returned. What the young men saw really startled them. The opposing warriors led the Xiao family members outside. Master Qingbao was dragging Auntie Xiao Qingyi along the ground behind him. The three captives were all beaten up and feeling bad. Xiao Lan was indignant with anger. In front of him was his favorite aunt, but she looked different from how he was used to seeing her, cheerful and cheerful. Qingbao asked, how did Xiao Lan have the courage to come back here, and ordered the young man to be captured. The hatred inside Xiao Lan could not be contained and spurted out. There was a fierce fire in his eyes. Our hero threw the warriors attacking him far back with a stream of his negative energy. Xiao Lan's hair turned light and developed in the wind. He asked his opponent with hatred, how dare he dare to harm his auntie? Xiao Bao was scared for his elder brother. He had never seen him like this before. Xiao Bao pumped for his brother to keep his temper in check, but that was impossible. Qingbao said that Xiao brothers had no right to go against their elders and ordered his warriors to destroy them. Shou Dao was transformed. He began to crush the enemies attacking him, destroying them one by one. The warrior was indestructible. Chen Sun broke free from the guards and shouted that he would destroy Qingbao now. The guy rushed towards his abuser. Qingbao released his spirit beast. The beast pounced on Chen Sun, and with a strong kick, it threw him far back. Xiao Lan released his spirit beast, a vine. Qingbao, along with his wild spirit beast, asked in surprise, Xiao Lan must have lost his mind? If he decided to attack him with his futile spirit beast. The demon leopard, devouring shadow, was about to destroy this rascal boy. Xiao Lan ordered his purple vine to devour this leopard. The purple vine immediately increased to a huge size. The leopard was powerless. The purple vine wrapped its tentacles around the leopard like everyone else, and it was deactivated. Qingbao was terribly surprised. How could this useless spirit absorb other spirits? Xiao Lan said that the useless spirit of this worthless Qingbao. The opponent couldn't understand what was going on. Half of his spirit had already been depleted. Xiao Lan told his spirit not to let his opponent leave. Qingbao was wrapped in vines around his arms and legs. Qingbao felt immense pain, and he didn't understand what was happening to him. His arm began to exhaust. One arm had shriveled up and completely fell off. The shadow of his opponent stretched over the man. Xiao Lan stood over the aggressor and was ready to destroy him. The man begged not to be destroyed. Xiao Lan took out his knife, grabbed his opponent's head, and declared that he would not let the man die so easily. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Someone was shouting for Xiao Lan to stop immediately. The guy looked around and saw a huge number of people approaching him. The young man's eyes were furiously burning. Our hero said for Chen Shun to bring the captive here, and Xiao Dao to help Auntie. The wounded Master Qingbao was bleeding and begged. He said Xiao Lan couldn't destroy him. After all, his father is the Patriarch, and his brother, the head of the family. If he dies, they will all die. An elder came to our hero and told Xiao Lan to let the girl go, and himself immediately surrendered. The head of the Xiao family asked, is the guy really going against the will of the heavens? Is he really planning to fight against the entire world? The red bean also ended up here. The girl didn't know how to help her friend. The elder continued his conversation. He said, it seems like Xiao Lan is completely mad if he acts like this. Xiao Lan replied that he is not mad. He has been relying on Auntie and Xiao Dao since childhood. The warrior continued, Auntie is like a mother to him. She taught him how to avoid trouble. But even if he failed, she would help him, no matter what the situation was. But now it looks like Auntie's been poisoned, and they're treating her roughly. Since when are they allowed to humiliate her like that? The guy said he had a disagreement with the Zuo family. Ever since he joined the Xiao family, and almost the entire Xiao family treats him like trash, making life difficult for him, and now they want to destroy him. Xiao Lan said he has a question. Is he the one causing trouble, or are they finding it? The elder said for Xiao Lan to release the hostage and Qingbao. Otherwise, he would today inevitably die. Xiao Lan took out his dagger. He said that he does not cause trouble, but he is not afraid of them either. The guy said Qingbao must die. Blood spatters flew out in all directions. Qingbao found himself lying in a pool of his own blood. Everyone was shocked by this act. The elder shouted in anger that he was about to tear Xiao Lan apart. Shaolin said that they were all thinking that he was just trash at the level of a basic warrior. They can continue to think like that. He wants to see who dares to step forward first. The guy would be willing to let out his fighting spirit. The young warriors were discussing the fact that this Xiaolan had completely lost his mind. He had completely gone insane. After all, he has a trash spirit. But at the same time, he had destroyed Qing Bao, who was 3 levels above him. Xiaolan told his brother to leave with old man Chen Lao. If anyone followed them, he would order Qian Shun to destroy the hostage. The armed young warriors took a few steps back after hearing this. Xiaolan said his last warning. They must get out of the way, and he swears that he will not be hostile to them, won't make a single step into the capital, and won't harm a single hair of the hostage, Zuoshi. But if they want to destroy him, they can try. If they fail, he swears he'll slaughter every last one of their family, even if it takes him a lifetime to do it. The guy added for them to get out now. Red Bean's father said that they had reached an agreement. The Dongfeng, Ni, and Cha families. They would not be his enemies. As for the 10 great families, their leaders must decide for themselves. No one can tell them what to do. Red Bean father said that young Master Xiaolan can pass. They don't want to be his enemies, so they stepped aside. Xiaolan said he believes that the last person who can stop him is her. The guy looked at the girl standing to the side. That girl was the princess. She had the emperor's token in her hand. The princess said that Xiaolan had committed a big crime. The emperor will guarantee the Xiao family's safety for 30 years if they destroy this guy. If something happens to the hostage, the emperor will punish them and compensate the Zuo family. The head of the Xiao family said that in that case, he was sure that he would eliminate this traitor now. Elder Zuo added that Xiaolan must die. The spirit beasts of the Xiao family head and Elder Zuo came out and were ready to attack the guy. Xiaolan thought that it looked like he had to fight until his death against these two. Our hero was not afraid. Unexpectedly, an unbelievable thing happened. A huge sword pierced through the heavens and stabbed into the ground right in front of the crowd of gathered people. Amidst the clouds, the incredible-sized shadows of 2 men appeared. The 2 people approached and everyone saw that it was Xingdugu and his bodyguard. The princess was frightened. Wasn't he in the north by the Great Wall? How could he come back with one of the 5 greatest warriors, Jingming? Xingdugu, seeing the state Xiao Qingyi was in, immediately rushed over to her. He called the woman by name. The great warrior said that he was too late, but the woman shouldn't hesitate. He wouldn't let anyone else hurt her. If anyone dared to hurt her, he would destroy the entire family. The head of the Xiao family asked, "What does Master Dugu want to say with this?" The elder asked, "Does Master Dugu really want to protect this monster?" Xiaolan thought that he now had a good chance to attack. The purple vine attacked his opponent's spirit beast. It wrapped around the animal's body as usual and began to strangle it. The elder shouted for his spirit to return immediately. He realized that his spirit might lose. The princess thought, "Is this really Xiaolan's spirit? How could he injure a high-level spirit so easily?" Now she understood how Qingbao had died. Xiaolan had said, just as he had warned earlier, if anyone tried to raise a hand against him, he would destroy that rascal's entire family. The armed warriors shouted, "How dare he injure Elder Zuo!" and rushed to attack that fellow. Xingdugu said that he supports Xiaolan, and the guy can destroy everyone who wanted to destroy him and his aunt. He guarantees that the enemies won't do anything, but if they do succeed, he will wipe their entire family into powder. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound. Xingdugu's army appeared. Master said for them to wipe out anyone who stood in the way of Qing Yi's Sarajans. The head of the Xiao family said that Xingdugu has gone mad. Does he really not realize what he is doing? The princess asked, does Master Dugu really want to disregard the laws of the dynasty? Dugu replied that he just wants to bring his beloved back home. Does that make him a traitor? Even though the princess brought the Imperial token, is it really in the name of the emperor? If so, he will resign and take off his armor right now. The princess shouted with rage, is Xingdugu really going to blackmail the dynasty? Xingdugu said that his army is called Qing Yi, a name derived from his lover's name. If the princess wants to thwart him, he has no choice but to fight her. The princess thought that this warrior wasn't lying. He now has 10,000 Qing Yi guards. The princess was also accompanied by warriors loyal to her, cultivators. Xiao Qing Yi opened her eyes and saw Dugu. She said that Xingdugu had come for her after all. The warrior asked how she was feeling. He apologized for what she went through, and for coming so late. Shindugu said that he wouldn't forgive those who hurt her, just her one word and he would cut off their head. Xiao Qingyi said that there was no need to kill. She is tired. She wants him to just carry her away from here. The warrior replied that he will do as she says. Xiaolan said for Chen Shun to let the hostage go. Xing Dugu with the woman in his arms and the young men followed him through the crowd of opponents. No one dared to touch them. The Xiao family head cursed everything in the world and realized that there was nothing he could do right now. Xiaolan declared to the family head that he did not belong to the Xiao family from now on. If any of them wanted to destroy him, he would be waiting for them anytime. Xiaolan turned to his friends, Chamu and Hongdo. He said that he didn't know when the next time they could meet again. He had never had friends in his life, but from today the two of them forever became his close friends. Red Bean tearfully told Xiaolan that they would definitely meet again. Chamu wished his friend a good journey and said that he would look forward to seeing him again. Ever since then, the Xiao family had withdrawn and isolated themselves from the world. The Imperial family issued a decree to keep the incident secret. Qing Yi's 10,000-strong army left the imperial capital and disappeared afterward. Beijing Qingyi City, the population density is very high. It was the land of the Dongfang family, the family where Red Bean grew up. Elder Dongfang Shang said that Xiao Buxi had raised a good grandson. Wu Hongdou is smart. In the Ni family house, Elder Ni Shuxi wondered, how can Xiaolan's child be a brat? In the Zuo family house, the elder was very angry. She said that Fan, Ming, and Shi were real jerks. The elder said that it was necessary to pass an order to the entire Zuo family. Remove Fan as the head of Zuo from his position as the head of Zuo. Lock up Zuo Min and Zuo Shi for a year. Exterminate the guards who participated in Xiaolan's attack. Send their heads to Xing Dugu. The interlocutor said there was no need to do that. Xing Dugu has betrayed the state. The emperor will not forgive him. Why should we bow down to this weakling? It will only give the world a reason to laugh at them. The old woman said Xiaolan should see those heads. Do they really think he is insignificant? How could the god of war, Xiao Qingdi, have an insignificant child? Elder Zuo continued, if her guess is correct, then his spirit surpasses the divine spirit. If Xiaolan still hates the Zuo family, then they might disappear in the future. And if Xiaolan isn't satisfied with that, she wouldn't mind giving him Zuo Ming and Zuo Shi's heads. Xiaolan asked Uncle Dugu, where are they going? Xing Dugu asked, does he really want to take his aunt? Xiaolan said that Xing Dugu had saved their lives, and they are indebted to him. They are safe now, so they don't want to bother their uncle anymore. Besides, they need to cure their auntie as soon as possible. Xing Dugu said he knows about it. He thinks auntie never told her nephew about the poison. He asked if Dugu knows what she is poisoned with. Xing Dugu said it was one of the 3 dangerous poisons, Huang Chuang Shou. The guy was surprised. No wonder even the Xiao family couldn't handle it. Does Xing Dugu know any solution? The man replied that he wasn't sure. They are looking for one person right now. If he fails, no one will help Qing Yi anymore. Xiaolan asked his uncle to tell him how his grandfather died. Dugu said that after they helped Qing Yi, he would tell the guy everything. Suddenly, something fiery flew in the sky, leaving behind an equally fiery trail. Xiaolan raised his head up and asked what could it be. The fire dragon said that it was an order for Xing Dugu. Dugu said for everyone to stop. He realized that this fire dragon had appeared for a reason. It was one of the emperor's ministers. The dragon turned into a man who asked if Xing Dugu had anything to say to him. This is of interest to the emperor. Xing Dugu bowed his head and said, the despicable servant was in fear. The minister asked, is that really all? Xing Dugu should know the situation he is in. Is he a traitor to the motherland and he has nothing to say to the emperor? Huang Dugu thanked for his concern and said that he would soon tell the emperor everything in person himself. The god of war gave the order for his men to continue moving forward. The minister said that this man is very arrogant and shows no respect for him. A person like him should have been executed immediately. After a while, Xiaolan asked Uncle Dugu again, where were they going now? The warrior replied that they were going to Mount Shunfeng to find the medicine king Guo Huo. This medicine man has excellent medical equipment. He will examine auntie and then it will already be seen. The expedition has arrived at Mount Shunfeng. Xiaolan looked up and said that this mountain was very high, a great place to improve one's medicinal creation skills. The guard standing by this mountain reported to the general, Guohuo is now studying and creating the immortality pill. He has ordered that no one should be allowed to see him for 3 months. This applies to everyone. Xiaolan said that it seems strange, especially since they don't have time to wait for 3 months. Xingdu Gu ordered the brothers to take 1,000 warriors and bring this medic here along with all his medicines. Also, they must transfer everyone who resists. They can do whatever they want as long as they don't destroy anyone. Xiaolan asked, "Isn't Guohuo the king of medicine? Isn't that a very important and revered person?" Dugu said that he would do anything for Qingyi, even if he has to fight everyone at once. Xingdugu held out a ring to the guy and said that it was Hu Ming's ring. It should be taken care of. If the guy wants to find something, he should make every effort. Dugu added that this old man Guohuo dared to play with him. They should show what they can do. Xiaolan stated for his uncle not to worry. He would not let him down. The guards asked Xiaolan and his men, who were they? How dare they come to Shunfeng Mountain? Moreover, they had come uninvited. Xiaolan said that he had received orders to capture anyone who resisted. Xiaolan ordered no one to move, otherwise it would be worse for them. Guohuo said that Xingdugu is acting very boldly. How did he dare to do such a thing? The old man said, even if they get away with it, he will still get justice. Xiaolan inquired, why is the old man so angry? The old man stated he will wait for the guy's life to be ruined. Xiaolan ordered his men to grab the medicine man. The old man resisted and shouted that they had no right to do so. The doctor said that Xingdugu could destroy him. I wonder how he will explain this to the world. Xiaolan stated that he doesn't care about this old man. He is only following orders. Everyone here is eager to find the cure. Guohuo stated that they are all bandits and robbers. One of the warriors told his master Xiaolan that there was a locked room in front of him and asked if they should open it. The fellow said for them to open it. It was a room that was filled with different medicines. Xiaolan stated that there were indeed a lot of things very valuable here. The guy took out a ring and said that he would now try to use this gift. Our hero discovered that there was another secret room behind the closet, and there are probably a lot of very useful things there. The young man went outside. Xingdugu was already there. The doctor shouted that Xingdugu was a rascal. Xiaolan asked his uncle how he intended to use this ring. Xingdugu said for the guy to keep this ring to himself. He will ask for it if he needs it. Xiaolan stated that he still felt sorry for the medicine king. After all, he is completely innocent. Xingdugu said for the guy not to worry. In the future, this medicine man would only be grateful to them. The guy said that he found 2 strange things in that secret room. Xiaolan held out these things to Xingdugu and asked him to see what could it be. Xingdugu laughed, wondering where the doctor got such wonderful things. Xiaolan asked, what are these things? Uncle replied that it was a map fragment and the guy could keep it. Perhaps in the future it would come in handy. Xiaolan can keep the pill bottle as well. The green pill is for hardening the body. It can be taken. The red one will help cure serious injuries. You should keep it with you. Xiaolan said it was great and asked, where are they going now? Xingdugu said that after 10 days, the guy will figure it out on his own. The news that Xingdugu had brought troops to the capital spread all over the country. All the officials demanded that he be tried. However, Yunfei Yang only reprimanded him and revoked all his titles. But he didn't take away his military power. The whole country thought Yunfei Yang was a fool and Xingdugu was a traitor to the motherland. The elder told his interlocutor that this generation's god of war had truly reached the heavenly level, having settled everything with one hand. Elder Zhuo objected, taking out all the soldiers without authorization is already a crime. There is no talk of infiltrating the capital of the empire. Xingdugu has committed a grave offense. The emperor will not tolerate it. Besides, that warrior also attacked Guohuo. His wisdom knows no bounds. The elder asked, wasn't Xingdugu planning to seize power? With his military might, he could have done so. He gave up his prestige in exchange for the emperor's trust. The emperor didn't condemn him. The old woman added that he was a member of a military dynasty. If Dugu was from another country, he would be a terrible enemy. The road of the expedition was blocked by a huge stone wall. Xiaolan said that there is no further road, and the army can't rest here. Suddenly, a huge explosion was heard in the forest nearby. An ancient teleport appeared in front of the expedition. Xiaolan immediately realized what it was. He had seen such a thing in books. Xingdugu said that the guy was right. With this teleport, they could leave in such a way that no one would find their trail. The great warrior said for everyone to follow him into this gate. After entering through the teleporter, all the warriors found themselves in a different territory. There was no stone wall in front of them. However, there were huge meadows. Guohuo asked, "Is this a legendary hidden sect?" Xingdugu said, "This is that sect. A martial dynasty can hold its position for millennia due to a hidden sect." Three young men approached Xingdugu. They said, "Finally, the teacher is here." They were Lu Ming, Ziming, and Heiming. Xingdugu said hello to them and told Lu Ming to help take care of Qingyi. Xingdugu told the brothers to follow him. They must see the hidden emperor. Xiaolan thought that the hidden emperor is the strongest person in the dynasty. Xingdugu and the young brothers arrived at their destination and said hello to the hidden emperor. Xiaolan thought, what kind of power this is. His aura is much heavier than his grandfather's. The hidden emperor said, did they really come here to stress out the old man? He was getting fed up with all of them. Last time they didn't finish him off, this time they came to finish what they started? Xingdugu wondered what the hidden emperor was talking about now. He heard that the emperor was looking for someone to inherit the sect, therefore bringing two successors to him. The hidden emperor said, where did such kindness come from? After all, he fooled him last time. Although he's old, he can still live for about another 100 years. Therefore, he is not worried about the receivers. Xingdugu said he's very serious. These two guys are his nephews, Xiaolan and Xiaodao. Xiaolan has a hard time handling his strength. Not too long ago, he accidentally destroyed the warlord elder of the Xiao family. As for Xiaodao, he has a soul that no one has ever seen. The hidden emperor asked, really, is the war king destroyed? And this little rabbit was able to defeat him? Xiaolan thought, is this really the hidden emperor? Xingdugu's bodyguard. Xingdugu said that Xiaolan's spirit is a terrifying thing, one that can corrode not only flesh and blood, but also the spirit. The war king was attacked by it, which damaged his soul, after which he was destroyed. Xiaolan's talent is really very good, and he is the strongest among the teenagers that have been seen. The hidden emperor told these youths to get out of here immediately. Later, he will deal with them on his own. The hidden emperor said that this time, Xingdugu really came with good news. A heaven-level soul is worthy of being called a young master. The hidden emperor said that this guy is too bloodthirsty. There's a demon in his heart. It might come out soon. It's best to test him in battle. Otherwise, I'll have to kill him myself, if the demon gets the better of him. Xingdugu said that he understood. The hidden emperor added that the warrior didn't come here for nothing or to find a successor. What was really bothering him? Xingdugu said that Qingyi was poisoned by Huang Chuangxi's poison. Although he had given her the black lotus root medicine to temporarily suppress the effects of the poison, but the poison still continued to spread throughout her body. Only the hidden emperor is able to help her. The emperor said that this poison is extremely dangerous and complicated. It cannot be eliminated from the body. There is no antidote on the mainland. It can only help suppress the poison for 5 years. The people of the hidden sect can't go beyond the continent of souls. They must find the antidote themselves within 5 years. Otherwise, we can only wait for her to die. Master said that Xingdugu is very grateful to the hidden emperor. He will definitely find the antidote. The old man said that the warrior should take his time to thank him. Suppressing the poison also threatens his life. Xingdugu must give his word. The hidden emperor said that he wants to make Xiaodao his successor. Xingdugu agreed and said that so be it. Next, the hidden emperor said for this warrior to get the hell out of here. As for Guohuo, he will either help or get out of here. He doesn't need the trash. Xingdugu thought that the hidden emperor didn't even look down on Xiaodao. He immediately took a liking to him. It was the right decision, after all. Xiaodao seemed to be from another world. When the hidden emperor was left alone, he started jumping and cheering. He shouted that he had found a treasure. If Xiaodao really belonged to that ancient race, then his hidden sect would dominate the mainland. Qingyi was still not feeling well. She was weak and was in bed. The woman opened her eyes and raised herself up. She saw some young people in her room. The two were overjoyed when they noticed that the aunt had woken up. Xiaolan inquired how Auntie was feeling. Auntie apologized for deceiving them. Xiaolan replied that they couldn't blame Auntie. If she feels better, it will be very good. Qingyi said that Xiaolan himself now knows everything about her illness. Both of them have grown up and Auntie feels at ease. Xing Yi inquired, "How is Xiaolan's soul doing?" Xiaolan stated that his soul is actually not trash. It is very strong. It seems to even be of the heavenly level. Not only does the soul increase its power when used, it also corrodes the enemy's soul and body. Auntie replied that she had faith in Xiaolan. She knew that her nephew wouldn't let her down. It was a pity that she wouldn't be able to see the beauty of his strength. Hang Do-gu suddenly appeared in the room and said that Xing Yi would live. The man added that as long as he lives, his beloved will not perish. The woman said that as long as Du-gu is with her, she doesn't regret anything. Xing Du-gu asked the guys if they could save Xing Yi. Xiaolan inquired what should be done, and they would make every effort. Xing Du-gu said that first of all, the young men need to know the Divine Soul continent consists of 3 dynasties. Behind the Zhang dynasty, there is a hidden sect. Behind the Xi dynasty, the Blood sect. Behind the Yu dynasty, the Feather sect. The masters of these sects are the strongest people on the continent. Only one dynasty can destroy another dynasty. He is the messenger of a hidden sect. Therefore, Yun Fei Yang didn't even lay a finger on him. Xiaolan asked in horror, was his grandfather really destroyed by someone from the Blood sect? His grandfather was such strength, he couldn't lose to someone. Xing Du-gu said that this matter was much more complicated than the guy thought. It could have been someone from the Blood sect or traitors from the other 3 families. Xing Du-gu said that he wants Xiaolan to go to the battlefield with him. The guy needs to grow up and be trained by the Zhang dynasty for 5 years. Then there will be hope to save his aunt and take revenge. Xiaolan shouted that he agrees. This way he could become stronger and save his aunt. Xiao Dao asked Uncle Du-gu if he could go to the battlefield. Du-gu replied that Xiao Dao would stay and learn from the Hidden Emperor. He decided that the boy would be his successor. The Hidden Emperor saw him as his successor. All the more reason for him to stay with his aunt. It would be more peaceful for everyone. Xin Du-gu told his friend that the children she raised were really good. He blames himself for being useless and can only rely on these 2. Xing Yi replied that it was impossible. The boys relied on Xing Du-gu. She relied on Xing Du-gu as well. The Hidden Emperor tried to alleviate Xing Yi's condition. The woman endured all the energy treatments on her body. After the recovery session, the woman needed a period of adaptation. Xiaolan asked Uncle what would happen to Auntie. The warrior said that Xing Yi was being handled by the Hidden Emperor right now. That means she will be fine. Xing Du-gu thought that nothing should happen to Xing Yi. Their lives are just beginning. Everyone heard the door creak and a girl entered the room. The young men asked her how the aunt was feeling. The girl replied that Auntie was fine. Xin Du-gu thanked Lu Ming for that. The girl said, "Don't be so formal." 3 days passed. Xing Yi asked her nephew if he really wants to leave today. The boy said that he was leaving. The trash from the 7 Xiaos is unreliable, and if he wants to save his aunt and avenge his parents and grandfather, he needs to become stronger. Xing Du-gu said not to let his friend worry. He will take care of this guy. Xiaolan told his brother, if a hidden sect is interested in him, it means that he might really be a descendant of a powerful race. Therefore, he must diligently improve himself. The Hidden Emperor can only take care of him for 5 years. After 4 years, one of them should be able to break through the martial emperor realm, and they will go after the confrontation for a year for Auntie. Shouter told his brother not to worry. He would definitely become strong, and they would save Auntie. The brothers said goodbye. They told each other that they would definitely meet again soon. Suddenly, someone shouted that they should wait a little longer. It was a great medicine man. Guohuo said that he was very happy that he had been brought into the hidden sect. He would be able to learn much more here than he could learn outside in his 8 lives. Xiaolan asked why he came here. The doctor said that he made pills in 2 days and heard that Xiaolan was leaving to fight. The old man added that he had specially brought these pills for Mr. Xiaolan. If the guy takes them, people won't be able to recognize him. Xiaolan got excited and said that he really needed such a mixture. Auntie asked her nephew to take these pills right now. She wants to make sure that everything will be fine. Xiaolan gave 1 pill to Qianshun and said that this way they could remember each other. Xiaolan swallowed this pill. He looked at his hands. Xiao Dao stated that his brother's hair had darkened. Yanshun said that his hair had also changed. Xiaolan recognized that the effects of these pills were really good. Xiaolan told his aunt not to worry. No matter how he looked, he would always be her nephew. Xing Yi stated in response that she would always be his aunt. The young people said goodbye. Auntie thought that her nephew, Xiaolan, would achieve greatness. After a long journey, the expedition came to its destination. Xiaolan thought that he had come to the ever Xinjiang. The guy ended up in the city of Longya. The architecture of these places impressed him a lot. The guard asked the young men why they had come to this city. Xiaolan answered the officer that they would like to join the army. The officer said that first their bags should be checked. There was nothing forbidden in the bag, however there was a cold weapon. The guard said that weapons are not allowed to be brought with them. If there was anything else like that, they should either throw it away or go back and get out of here. Suddenly, someone yelled for them to split up. The warriors looked around and saw a girl riding a horse. After the riders rode past, Xiaolan asked the officer who it was just now. The officer replied that it was the general's daughter. Although she is not a general, but her power is exactly the same as her father's. It seemed to Xiaolan that this young lady was not inferior to men. There were a lot of eager people gathered in this place. It looked like this was a place for army selection. Not all of them passed the selection process. Some young men were rejected. The officer said that trash shouldn't come to the army. It was a waste of time. Besides, they might die on the battlefield. Some of the candidates, frightened, ran away. A man pointed his finger at our heroes and told them to come in. The man read out that Yao Shi, a novice general, good at field research, hopes to become a scout. Yao Ji, a novice warrior, possesses a top-level soul, a dark fox, hopes to become an intelligence commander. The man said that's not bad. He'll see what these guys can do. Perhaps in the future, they would work well together. The commander decided to see what these candidates could do. He said, started, and in the same instant, one of the boys found himself lying on the ground. Next to him was the general's daughter. She had a whip in her hand, with which she brought the boy to the ground. The man bowed at the girl's feet and asked Mrs. Lanya what they had done wrong. If the mistress was displeased, he was willing to make amends. The girl said that of course he had done wrong. He said that the scout she provided was the best in the army. As a result, Zuojin had clearly discovered the location of her army. Could it be that he had purposely decided to embarrass her in front of the influential people from the palace? The man explained that, in the recent battle, all the scouts had gone to the front lines. The best ones were handed over to her. Mrs. Lanya asked if he thought she was deceiving him. The man replied that he had said no such thing. The instructor told Mrs. Lanya that there are two masters of their craft. They both have souls, and he could give them to her. Originally, he had planned to give them to the advanced team, but if the mistress is satisfied, he has to change the plan and give them to her. The guys thought that was rude. They were so easily just sold. Lanya said that she wanted her soul to be revealed to her and looked at it. Chen Sun asked his friend, would they really have to go with this girl? She shouted for them not to hesitate. Did they really want to die quickly? Xiaolan reassured his friend and said that it was up to them to choose and stay in the barracks. The warrior decided to show his soul and activated the soul possession. Lanya was impressed and said it suited her. Inquired about the guy's name, and does he possess the art of intelligence? The young man introduced himself and said that his name was Yao Ji, and he doesn't have much mastery of the skill of intelligence. The man said that these guys live in the mountains, and they are forced scouts. Give them a little training and they will be fine. Lanya said that after completing the training, one should report directly to the general's mansion. This time, the instructor would be responsible with his own skin. The instructor told the two of them not to stand still and get down to business immediately. The next day, the master at this school said that he would be their trainer. The two men should be on the court in the morning. At night in the barracks, the guy asked his friend if he was still awake. Yao Shi replied that a lot had happened during this time. Now, there was a lot to think about. If the god of war gave such an order, then it must be obeyed. Yao Shi pointed out that this was correct. They need to prepare faster. In 4 years, he needs to become stronger to save his aunt. The next morning, the coach said that these disciples were early. The young men replied that military orders can't be disobeyed. The coach said that today they must run 10,000 laps with a stone on their backs. They are forbidden to take food until they finish. Yao Xi inquired, how can this help intelligence? The coach replied that physical strength is the most basic requirement for a scout, who must complete 10,000 laps every day. The coach added, if a student opens his mouth without permission, he will starve for 3 days. The trainer thought, these are not warriors with soul. These are some weaklings. Either he would teach them intelligence or they would soon give up. Night came. The young men decided to take a break. There was no more strength. The trainer appeared and said that they were moving very slowly. Today, therefore, remain without dinner. Tomorrow, they have to do 15,000 laps. Yao Shi said that it was the trainer who was deliberately bullying them. His brother replied that there is nothing wrong with that. Veterans are looking for ways to replenish the ranks of new recruits. He has physical pills, so they will continue tomorrow. Xiaolan realized that in order to stay here, they must follow orders. There would be no other way out. The next day, everything repeated itself. The trainer commanded, the disciples carried huge stones. Everyone thought that by doing so, they were improving their strength. After the intense training, the young men managed to eat. Food was scarce, and it was disgusting. However, after the grueling training, the brothers slept like babies. 10 days passed. The coach said he didn't expect these two could last so long. The brothers replied that they were in no hurry to quit. Coach said, "That's great. They will learn scouting today." The instructor thought that these two should be taught to fight to the end. The trainer was showing the brothers how to change position and stealthily follow the enemy. The man thought it was impossible to spot him, for he moved so quietly like a tiger before a hunt. Every trap would be detected by him. Even after 10 years, they wouldn't be able to achieve such a result. After all, this is true mastery. The youths were very surprised. Was this really it? They had suffered for so many days to learn this? The coach was also indignant. The mastery of this skill couldn't even be learned in 10 years. The boys turned their backs and ran off into the forest. The coach wondered, where did they run off to? Did they really want to find their doom in this way? The disciples asked if the instructor would look for them. The master inquired, did they really want to perish? If they fall into the trap, it would not be his fault. The students immediately found all the traps and showed them to their master. The trainer was surprised. Yaozi said that there were only 7 traps set, and they were set up in a random way. The guy thought that he was really offended. This is some weak scouting technique that he had already surpassed at the age of 8. This is not serious. The coach was horribly surprised. Could it really be called some kind of technique? Disciples shouldn't be arrogant. The brothers were annoyed that they had wasted a lot of time. The coach didn't say hello, and he got caught in the hot hand. Yao Zi said that they were attacked by some mysterious beast, and the brave instructor sacrificed himself to save them. Hence, he had bruises on his body. The trainer frightenedly asked that these students not beat him up again, and he wouldn't do it again. The brothers decided that the coach did not need to be destroyed. However, he must be tricked. Yaozi said, Mrs. Longya has known for a long time that there are problems with the scouts. He was sent to deal with it. The coach does have major problems, but they won't tell the girl about it for now. Yaozi thought that he actually just wanted to deceive the coach, but after all, now he could tell Longya about it. Yaozi thought that, in that case, he only had one choice, so he put a pill in the coach's mouth. The coach was frightened. Yaozi said he had given the coach poison. Now he must take the antidote once a year or he will die. From today, the coach must report all information about Longya to him. Lonya's general staff. The new scouts have been told that from today they will live here. The young men can go out on the first day of every month. At other times, they are not allowed to leave the area. Yao Shi replied that they would abide by the rules. Yao Ji, tired, plopped down on the bed and said that it was very soft. Yao Shi agreed that the beds here are much better. The brother inquired when they would get the assignment again. Yao Shi replied that he didn't know. It looks like they are under house arrest. It's good that there are no assignments yet. Yao Shi thought that because of the vine, his development speed had tripled. Perhaps in 4 years, he will barely reach a strength like the god of war. But that wouldn't be enough to save Auntie. The guy took out a ring and said he thought of a way he could become stronger. Yao Ji stood on the rooftop and shouted to his brother that it's okay to start. There is no one outside. Yao Shi replied that in that case they are starting. Yao Shi said for a soul to appear to him, but a small vine appeared in the palm of his hand. The young man activated the soul possession. The vine wrapped around his hands. The boy swallowed the pills. Yao Ji, watching from the rooftop, thought that Master Lan was working very hard. He had made the right choice. After Yao Shi swallowed the pill, he felt sick. He coughed and closed his eyes. Yao Shi jumped off the roof and ran up to his friend. Using his energy abilities, he tried to bring Yao Shi back to normal. Yao Shi thanked his friend and said that he was extremely impatient. At least half of the pill's healing power he had wasted. Yao Shi said that his partner needs to do things gradually. Yao Shi stated that he needed his friend's help. Shengdugu military camp. The bodyguard reports to the general that young men have entered General Longya's mansion. They have attracted attention. They were hired as scouts for the Red Guard. Shindugu thanked for the report and said that he accepted the information. The bodyguard said that the time for the 10 major families to share their experiences this year had come to an end. Shindugu replied that he had already possessed the information. Shindugu asked Jingming if he was worried about Xiaolan. Jingming said that this guy looked a lot like him when he was young. Dugu said that the young talents of the Zhang dynasty, the incomparable geniuses of the Jie dynasty, the young men of war. If this guy is really a peerless genius, this is the best ground for him to grow. Jingming said that he knows this. At night, when the young men were sleeping in their beds, someone's shadow appeared outside the window. Yoshi woke up. The shadow had disappeared. The boy jumped outside. That person, he thought, had extremely high martial arts skills. Who could it be? Could it be Chen Shun? Yao Shi walked over to his friend's bed and asked if Yao Ji was all right. Yao Ji woke up and asked what happened. After all, he was sleeping so well, Yao Shi thought it was all very strange. The guy saw a book on the table. He walked over and picked it up. It looks like his people came here to check on them. It had to be Jingming. He definitely wouldn't let down their expectations. Jingming looked from the roof of the neighboring house in the direction where Xiaolan was now. In the morning, after rising at the formation, the youngsters discussed the plans for the day. The young talents from the top 10 families of the Zhang dynasty had come to the battlefield to test their strength. The people of Longya must welcome them. After all, they are led by Princess Yunzi Shan. Yoshi thought that he might see the princess again. However, she would not recognize him. The disciples discussing this event said that an undeniable beauty would also arrive. It is the one about whom there is even a poem. Yoshi immediately guessed that Dongfeng Hongdo would also be present. The young warriors hoped that they would also be invited to this diplomatic meeting. Otherwise, Madame Longya wouldn't have called them all together. A barrier was placed in front of Madame Longya. The girl knocked. She was surprised. The guard said that Madame Longya was not allowed to enter, because Madame is only the formal leader but not the actual leader. Therefore, the entrance to the headquarters is closed. The girl said that the guard was a brave man and ordered him to call his superior to meet her in person. The girl appeared and asked, "What's all the commotion?" After all, they are the guards of the Nangong diplomatic mission. How could they make such a noise? Longya recognized the girl and said it was Nangong Yue Air. Nangong said that the person in front of her was Mrs. Fire. Did that one have some free time to play here? Longya said that she was here to welcome the delegation as well. Nangong replied that if the Red Guard fits the requirements, then yes, let her pass. The guard said that Ms. Longya does not qualify. Nangong stated that in that case, Ms. Fear can go play somewhere else. Longya replied that she must pass. The guard stated that the humble officer only recognizes military laws and only listens to military orders. If Ms. Longya wants to break in, the humble officer can only follow orders. He would have to destroy her. Startled, he suggested to Ms. Longya to just forget about the incident. After all, Nangong had always loved to mess with them. Today, power was on their side. Longya declared that she wanted to have an irreplaceable experience today. Therefore, she is willing to see who can stop her. She ordered her Red Guard to move forward, and anyone who dares to obstruct is allowed to be executed on the spot. Yao Jai was very surprised. After all, there are 100 of them. This is a real rebellion. Is this girl more stubborn than him? The aide said for Mrs. Longya to calm down. You can lose your head that way. Nangong said that she supports Ms. Longya. She had long had a desire to fight her Red Guard. Longya shouted for her Red Guard to follow orders. She would not allow a retreat. The warriors said they could not follow orders. Yao Xi asked his friend, what will they do? Yao Xi replied not to worry and do as he did. The boys raised their swords and shouted, for the ancestors. They will stand until the end for the glory of the mistress. Longya rejoiced these were her guards. Not everyone had disowned her yet. Nangong shouted that the Red Guard had risen and ordered her soldiers to attack. At the epicenter, passions were running high. The fighting was about to begin. Suddenly, General Liu appeared. Everyone stopped moving around and kneeled down to show respect. Longya said hello to her uncle. She immediately corrected herself and said that she was greeting General Liu. The general asked in surprise, "What's the scandal here?" The diplomatic mission was about to begin. Nangong reported that Longya Fair was causing trouble, and she only followed orders. The general told Nangong to let her in. If Lanya Fair continues to cause trouble, the general will execute her. Lanya, addressing our heroes, said that these two did the right thing, and added that they should follow her. Nangong thought with anger that she wouldn't just leave it like that. Yao Shi and Yao Jai obediently followed at a slight distance behind Ms. Longya. Yao Jai asked his friend, how did he know they would get help? Yao Shi replied that her father, a general. Adults can't leave out when children are fooling around. They are just attracting attention. It's normal. Our hero looked around at the people present. Chamu, Nia Chang, they all came. Yao Shi noted that Red Bean had lost a significant amount of weight. The girl was restrained. Yao Shi noticed that the princess was already here as well. The invited warriors remarked that Princess Zishan was very beautiful. All three dynasties have come to personally express their sympathy. It is very touching. Yao Shi thought that the princess was becoming more and more strange. The princess said that today, she brought a new generation of outstanding young people to the capital of the empire. Also, she would like to ask for advice from the older generation. The princess stated that the banquet can begin. The children of the palace will also take part in it. Ms. Lanya told the young people that they have done well, and they can relax here at the banquet. Yao Shi pointed his finger in the direction and asked, by any chance is Ms. Nanong dancing there? Lanya thought that Ms. Nangong is good at flirting in public. She can pretend to be anyone. Nangong said that looking at Ms. Lanya, one would think that she has a disdain for the secular arts. Lanya replied that she doesn't treat it with disdain. She just despises it. Nangong noticed that Ms. Fair's skills are better. Why doesn't she give a live performance and let all the gentlemen see her impeccable demeanor? Many people said that Miss Lanya must have extraordinary skills, and they're asking Madame Longya to perform. Yoshi thought that this could ruin Mrs. Longya. We have to bail her out. Nangong continued, doesn't Mrs. Fire have anything to show? Lanya replied that she has something to show. However, she needs to go backstage to change her clothes. Lanya said for the two young men to follow her. Nangong said that everyone would look forward to seeing Ms. Fire. Nangong was already celebrating her victory. After all, she knew what Longya was capable of. Lanya was nervous. She didn't know what she should do. The girl said that she could do 2 sword dances, play a musical instrument a little, and sing a few songs. There was nothing else she could do. The girl ordered the guys not to stand like statues, but to come up with something for her. Yao Shi declared that they don't know how to do anything either. They have never improved themselves in this direction. The girl said that she doesn't care. They have to find a solution for her, otherwise she will destroy them. And anyway, it's her military order. Yao Shi thought that was too brazen. The guy said that he had an idea. Lanya should listen to him and then she could surprise the audience. The audience waited for a long time. They were worried why Lanya hadn't come back yet. After all, she has been there for a long time. Nangong laughed. Should we find a person to check? Did Fire run away by any chance? 3 people appeared on the stage. The girl thanked the audience for waiting. The invitees wondered why those 2 guards dressed up as women. Did Mrs. Fear really let things go to waste? Yao Shi thought that they had learned a song, but he doesn't know how much the girl had time to memorize. Combining it with the dance, there's a chance to make up for it. Nangong said once again that she was ready to see what Mrs. Fire had prepared for them. The girl picked up a musical instrument in her hands and started playing. She also began to sing. You asked how deep is my love for you? How much I love you. Everyone immediately fell silent and began to watch and listen with interest. And my feelings are real. The girl continued singing. And my love is sincere. Yao Shi was amazed that the girl sang it like this. The moon is the representative of my heart. The girl's voice was incredibly beautiful. Red Bean was surprised. These words, this song seemed close to her. One light kiss has already touched my heart. Chamu thought, is it really Xiaolan? The princess thought, did Xiaolan really come here too? Is he really here? Deep feelings make me remember you till this day. But how long do I have to wait again to feel these feelings again? The audience applauded and said it was excellent. It was excellent. This is truly a masterpiece that can be passed down through the ages. The performance of Ms. Lanya and the 2 characters made the performance exciting and fabulous. Ms. Lanya's skills are unmatched in the world. The princess applauded and said that Ms. Lanya's performance was simply excellent. She is a very talented girl. To enjoy such a great performance, it was not for nothing that they all went to this northern place. Mrs. Longya bowed and said that she was not to be thanked. The girl didn't expect such a thing from herself. Nagong was infuriated. She decided to take revenge on her rival for this. Yoshi told his friend that it was now necessary to change clothes. A maid was walking towards the young people, carrying a glass of tea to someone. As the young men approached, the girl tripped and poured the liquid on Yao Shi's clothes. The girl, apologizing, began to wipe the liquid off the young man's clothes and face. Yao Shi, disguised as a girl, said it was no big deal. The maid who spilled the tea came up to the princess and whispered something in her ear. After the young people changed their clothes, Yao Shi asked his friend, wasn't it the maid who had just been by the princess's side? Yoshi thought to himself that the princess was quite perceptive. She was able to suspect him in such a short time. Yoshi remarked that he should be more careful and attentive to avoid future accidents. Lanya was in a good mood. She liked that her opponent was extremely dissatisfied with this performance. Yoshi stated that Ms. Fire was excellent. The girl was on an emotional high. Lanya said that these two also did well. From now on, they will communicate with her, and from today onwards, they will be the deputy commanders. Yao Shai was surprised after all. They had just joined the Red Guard. They have absolutely no experience at all. Lanya warned, if these warriors make any mistake, she will destroy them. Shamu and Red Bean conferred. They came to the conclusion that they had just seen Xiaolan. It was definitely him. Other than him, they couldn't remember anyone else who could write such a text. Red Bean thought and said that this region was very fun. She hoped that she would be able to meet Xiaolan earlier and hoped that the guy can avoid all the dangers. Chamu responded by saying that Xiaolan won't be set up so easily. In the military camp, Xingdugu found out that the princess might have recognized Xiaolan. Xingdugu said that both the young masters and the girl from the front lines were almost all within the princess's sphere of influence. Therefore, she recognized Xiaolan's identity almost immediately. Xingdugu told his bodyguard that it was not worth interfering at this moment. Yunfei Yang is ignorant, and it is hard for a girl to go through adversity. The bodyguard said that the entire Zhang dynasty has been searched. Everyone is looking for Xiaolan. The royal family and the major families are looking, but every time a clue is flashed, he disappears. Only the three big families can have the ability to conduct a global search. Xingdugu said that now that the clue is clear, it's better to go straight to the Black Dragon sect. The god of war said to gather everyone, and it was time to move out to battle. It was time for them to grow up. The next night, Yao Shi also slept carefree. A shadow of a person appeared above his bed. The guy opened his eyes and saw a dagger blade above him. Yao Shi and Yao Zi jumped to their feet and surrounded the stranger. He was wearing a mask. Yao Zi asked who he was. The stranger asked, "Where is Long Yafire now? He only wants her. Then he won't touch them." Yao Shi said that the stranger wouldn't succeed. Using his energy capabilities, he tried to hold the attacker back and told Yao Ji to warn the others. When Yao Ji was about to leave, he felt the guy activate the soul possession. Yao Zi climbed to the highest roof and sounded the alarm. He shouted that there was an intruder in the camp. It was necessary to protect Long Yafire. The stranger thought that this is not good. He needs to leave. Yao Shi stated that he shouldn't even think of running away. Otherwise, he will find his doom here. The masked man, using his inner energy, tried to attack our hero. At the moment of their confrontation, Lanya appeared in front of the rivals. The opponent stopped and looked at the girl. Yao Shi shouted for the girl to stay away. This stranger had come just for her. The girl, unafraid, walked closer and ripped off the stranger's mask. She was surprised beyond measure. The stranger shouted that she had no right to do that. Tearing off the mask, that's illegal. According to convention, it violated his rights. The girl indignantly turned to the stranger and said that her father was sure to launch a surprise attack every time she changed deputy. After all, it is not good. The young men were surprised. Was it really her father? The old man said that these warriors don't know how fast she changes people, but he always checks on everyone. The old man stated that these two did a good job with the check. The boys thanked General Lanya for trusting them. Lanya Fear said that her father is always like this. All the guards at Lonya Mansion are of warlord level, and it's almost impossible for people to pass through. Yao Shi thought he knew that when that person entered, that it was someone of his own. That was why he didn't destroy him immediately. The general said, although the guys reacted well, but their level is not high enough. He feels that the girl should be surrounded by guards of the level of a warlord. The daughter said that she doesn't want her father's men. They are all lifeless men. General Longya said that the god of war has given orders to prepare for the fall hunting war with the Ji dynasty. Therefore, the father is worried about his daughter. The girl rejoiced and said that in that case, her Red Guard would be able to participate. In response, the general said that he only had one request. The daughter must return from this military company alive. The general warned the two boys, if a single hair fell from his daughter, he would destroy them. The girl ordered the warriors to go back and rest. Tomorrow they will go to get the tiger talisman. We have to prepare for war. Yao Shi didn't think it would happen so quickly, but it would be much better to improve in battle. Yao Shi stated that they will destroy all the enemies. In the two dynasties, many young children grow up every year and go to the north to test themselves. Many of them are elite children of countless royal families. Every fall, the armies of both sides are silently motionless. When the elite children of both sides lead their troops to the north, a new round of war begins in the psychological forest. Among the large number of warriors, the Red Guard only included 100 fighters. Yao Shi wondered if this was not a small number. Lanya said that it was enough to prove oneself. Yao Shi asked the commander not to take his worry as a betrayal. There are dozens of armies with over 10,000 soldiers each. The opponents have far more troops. They can be destroyed immediately. Their deaths don't matter. However, what matters is the safety of the commander. Lanya stated that she had no choice. If she missed this opportunity now, she would have to wait for next year. Lanya Fire stated that she did not care. The battle must take place. The deputy commanders should mind their own business. Yao Shi told the girl that this time, the Z dynasty also sent some new leaders, which were several tens of thousands. The war could last for several months. It makes sense to listen to the news from the front lines first, to train the soldiers and formulate battle strategies before attacking. Lanya said that the deputy commander can proceed. Yao Shi exhaled a breath. He thought, if this 100 soldiers went to war, they would die immediately. Yao Tzi asked his friend, what would they do next? Do they really want to go straight to the front lines? Yao Shi replied that there are too few of them. Longya Fair is protected by people from the warlords, so they don't need to worry about it. The guy said that he wanted to practice and let the purple vine grow more. Yao Shi replied that he understood everything, and so he is going to look for mysterious beasts. Yao Shi thanked his friend for the good work. Our hero put his palm forward and told the purple vine to appear in front of him. The vine appeared in the palm of his hand. The master offered his soul a good meal today. The purple vine smiled and signaled meaningfully that it was ready for it. Yao Shi released the vine and told it to start by checking around. The vine rushed forward at an incredible speed, checking every part of the forest around it. Yao Shi thought that there must be quite a few wild beasts in these surroundings. After a while, Yao Shi came back and said that he had some new information. There are poisonous scorpions, sandworms, sand ants, and other low-level beasts living nearby. Although their numbers are staggering, they are not a threat. Yao Shi noticed that the soil in these surroundings is very loose. It is suitable for creatures building nests underground, and this place is like a treasure to him. Yao Ji wondered, why is his friend saying that? The young man said, because this region is simply the best place to hunt. It is home to the sand ant. It is a second-level profound beast. Yao Shi noticed that there was a nest of sand ants under their feet. There are thousands of them here. Yao Ci asked why a friend would want so many creatures. The boy said he would find out soon. He asked him to find the nearest den, the more the better. Yao Shi ordered the purple vine to absorb everything like crazy and sent it underground to an anthill. The vine began to increase in size very quickly. Yao Shi thought that this comes from just one ant nest. What if there were 10 for nests? Such an opportunity should not be missed. The warrior decided that today he would feed the vine to the brim. The soul increased in size very quickly. The vine grew to 11 meters. If it grew even more, the control range would double. Yao Ji stated that they had hunted almost half of the creatures in this forest. He didn't expect the soul to grow so large after swallowing them. Yao Ci thought that it was still too little. The vines had grown very large and the ability to absorb had never developed. The level of the creatures must be too low. We'll have to hunt for more high-level creatures. Our hero thought that in any case, it was too dangerous for the current army of 100 warriors. The Red Guard needs to be reinforced. Yao Ci thought, how would his friend be able to strengthen the armament of the army? Yao Shi replied that he has his own way. The partner just has to follow it. When our heroes returned from training from the forest, Lanya asked why they had been so long. Yao Shi replied that when they were returning to the commander, They found that the number of low-level beasts in the forest was astounding. Therefore, they stayed for a while to test their skills. Longya Fire thought that this was some kind of trick. Her deputy offered to follow him, and he would show and explain everything. The bearded warlord, one of Lanya's aides, said, if a guy were to deceive his general, it would be a crime. Yoshi asked to wait for a while and added that the show would start soon. Yao Tzi rushed to the appointed point. He was chased by various animals. Longya and her deputies were amazed. A fox, a sand ant, and a desert lizard. These were all third-level beasts. Lanya's deputy shouted, how could a guy handle so many beasts? Even the entire Red Guard has a hard time dealing with them. If he couldn't handle it, he would answer to all the military laws. Yao Shi replied that he has everything under control. Lanya said that she trusts her deputy, and she is willing to see his method. Suddenly, Yao Shi stopped. The girl shouted, what is he doing? After all, this is dangerous. Yao Shi replied to his commander that his friend was out of range of the attack. The guy shouted that it was time to strike. In the same instant, all the beasts were struck by the purple vine. It pierced through them. Longya Fire couldn't believe her eyes. So many beasts were destroyed in an instant. How was this possible? Yao Shi modestly said that this was only a small demonstration of his technique. He hoped that they liked it. The warlord said that her deputy's skills were simply impressive. Why would he need that kind of power? The bearded warlord coughed and thought that no one had counted on this guy being this tough. Yao Shi motioned for the commander to come back and said that he had other plans for this technique. It will become the most deadly weapon of the Red Guard. The psychological forest is a very dangerous place. If the traps are set competently, any army can be harmed. Yao Shi said if the commander allows it, he and his friend will immediately pick people to train them. Lanya said that she would allow it. This technique is so powerful that it will definitely be beneficial. The general promised the young men will definitely reward them again. The girl approached our hero and said that she is more and more interested in him. He, her blessing. The lad thanked the war lady for her favor. The Sentinel reported that the transmitting army was attacked by the Z dynasty in the psychological forest, led by 2 royal-level military princes and several powerful people of a mysterious sect. Their army was lost. The leader and dozens of other leaders had died in battles or tragically defeated. Longya couldn't believe that they had suffered such heavy losses. Yao Shi couldn't believe that a mysterious sect was involved. Yao Shi remembered Xing Du Gu saying that the blood sect would recruit disciples from outside sects, giving them secret medicines and secret skills to develop them and sending them to various battlefields for actual combat. Those who survive would become the pillars of the Z dynasty. Yao Shi stated that the blood sect was responsible for the deaths of his grandfather and parents. The boy hated them fiercely. He decided to completely destroy the blood sect. Longya Fire, noticing the worry on her deputy's face, asked, "What's wrong? Is he all right?" She wondered, why is his heart so heavy? Yao Shi replied that after hearing about the army being brutally defeated, he was very angry for a while. The guy thought that he had almost been exposed. Longya Fire said that they should return this blood debt to the Z dynasty. The duty officer said for everyone to go back to the commander. The news came. Young Master Nia Tsang and young Patriarch Chamu have joined the army. The queen is on the northern border. Leaders Zuo and Dongfang also led the army into the psychological forest. Lanya stated that her Red Guard will also join the war. Everyone must completely obey the deputy commander-in-chief, Yao Shi. After training, they would immediately go to the psychological forest to avenge their fallen compatriots. Yao Shi has ordered everyone to prepare. There would be training and then advancement, go to the combat zone. Yao Kai wondered if his friend was sure he wanted to do this. After all, his identity might be revealed. The guy replied that he was absolutely certain. If these people are indeed a blood sect, he will destroy them. He will find another way if the identity is revealed. The blood sect had destroyed his parents and grandfather. He won't let them go that easily. Yao Ji stated that he would follow his friend anyway. Yao Shi said that he will stay in the dark forest for a while. If anything happens, his friend should notify him about it. The guy thought that the most important thing right now was to increase his strength. In the dark forest, Yao Shi thought that he should give his best, so he summoned the purple vine to do so. The guy ordered that the purple vine should devour everything around it. It must turn the whole area into its hunting grounds. 3 days passed. Yao Shi came to the dark forest and couldn't understand what had happened here. Yao Shi stated that his friend had come just in time. We should help try out how strong the purple vine is now. Yao Shi was surprised at how fast the purple vine tentacles flew around him. They instantly circled the young warrior's legs. Yao Ji didn't even have time to dodge. In close proximity near his eyes, the purple vine tentacles stopped. It was incredibly fast. Yao Shi asked his friend if he was impressed. Yao Ji replied that it was very strong. He tried his best to dodge, but that soul becomes terrifying. It's just plain creepy. Our hero said that in 3 days, he had tracked down a large number of low and medium-level beasts at the edge of the forest, and finally achieved excellent results. All attributes were greatly improved, but the devouring ability had not developed. Yao Ji noticed that if such a soul was discovered, it would definitely cause a great disturbance. Those in the Blood Sect and the Black Dragon Society would definitely want to get rid of the master of this soul. Yoshi said that he might be a thorn in the eyes of all the strong ones, so he should keep it a secret for now. When he becomes strong enough, he will trample all the enemies and shake the entire continent. Yao Ji once again said that he would always follow his young master. The guy said that the main target right now, this Z Dynasty army in the psychological forest, and wondered what new things Yao Ji would tell him. The colleague said that news came from the front. The Zhang Dynasty has been defeated. Dongfang's 10,000 guards were defeated by the Blood Moon. Dongfang was on the brink of death. All the dead soldiers were torn to pieces. The victory was won by the prince of the Ji Dynasty, Blood Red Sun. Out of the 10,000 men, only 4,000 returned. Yao Shi said that only Zhuo Jian was able to defeat the Ji Dynasty Blood Moon army, but suffered heavy losses. Would the Ji Dynasty really be the victor? Yao Xie said they are going back. They need to return to the Red Guard. In such a short period of time, tens of thousands of soldiers, warlords, and reserve leaders died. The princess stated that the morale of their army has plummeted. Now they needed a big victory. The hope is in the masters Chamu and Nitsang. They are both brilliant and good generals of commanding rank. The princess hopes that they can defeat the Qi dynasty and raise the spirit of their army. The young masters said that they are determined to fulfill their mission and not to disgrace the honor of their emperor. The princess thought that this fall hunt, shame on the Zhang dynasty. She can only pray that some hero will emerge. Our hero was meditating in the lotus posture. His skills were progressing evenly. He expected to be able to enter the battlefield in a week. The guy thought that a week with the pill and the purple vine would be enough to break through to the level of a battle commander. Yao Shi studied the literature that outlined the combat skills that Uncle Du Gu had told him about, but it was very unclear to him. Yao Shi read about breath-holding technique, hidden form technique, joint technique. He thought that it was possible to conceal his breath after practicing. A warrior above the fourth realm cannot be exposed by the true realm. Using these techniques, he would not be able to be detected even tens of thousands of kilometers away. Yao Shi thought that this was really great. If this technique could conceal the purple vine, it would be great. The young man thought that although he couldn't understand the concealment technique, he would try practicing the breath-holding technique. 4 days passed, the young man made a breakthrough success. A friend said that Yao Shi's speed of development is amazing. Yao Shi decided to hunt down another wave of beasts and test his strength at this stage. Yoki noticed that the beasts in this part of the forest were already almost extinct. Yao Shi thought that the Blood Sect and the Z Dynasty would wait for him soon. He will take all their dog lives. Low-level beasts can no longer satisfy the purple vine. We need to enter the psychological forest to hunt bigger game. The Sentinel said that the Ji Dynasty's army had been defeated again. Dozens of families lost many heirs, and the Lord's son, Dongfang Xuan, was annihilated. More than 20,000 soldiers died, but Zhuo Jian had won a small victory. Longye was upset. Support came quickly, but even more quickly lost. Zhuo Jian was the only one trying to hold on with all his might. It's all very sad. Yao Shi thought that every noble clan didn't skimp on sending an heir to the front. It's all just for the sake of battle merit. With this kind of cultivation, everyone's strength is improved, but this generation is quite weak. Yao Shi did not yet understand who could be the ultimate winner in this autumn hunt. He reported, appearing before the commander with a report. Longye heard that her deputy had been practicing his skills lately. She inquired about the progress. When would the Red Guard be able to take part in the battle? Yao Shi reported to the commander that everything was going well. In 3 days, the army will be able to march on the enemy. Lanya said that they would, in that case, move out in 3 days. These two warriors are responsible. The Red Guard will immediately become famous by shedding the blood of the enemy. Our heroes, while training the personnel, built up the warriors for a show of strength. Lanya watched from the sidelines. She thought that Yao Shi might succeed. After all, he works hard to improve. Unfortunately, he is just a barbarian. His rank is too low. The girl was tormented by doubts. She still wanted this guy by her side. Yoshi thought that this girl often thought about him. Unfortunately, his true identity was unknown to her. In any case, after the fall hunt was over, Yao Shi would disappear. 3 days of intense training have passed. The Red Guard should be moving to the front lines. Longya said that Zheng Bei's army is ahead, which is in charge of the reception of the fall hunt. We must report to the princess in the city first. Yao Shi asked the girl to temporarily lead the Red Guard and let him and his friend go to the psychological forest to investigate the situation and find traps. Lanya stated that this forest is very dangerous. Would the two of them really be able to handle it? Yao Shi stated that they will be extremely careful, especially since it's only a scouting mission. After all, they had gone through a serious scouting school. The general ordered her subordinates to return safely. If they contributed, they would be rewarded. Yaoji stated that psychologically, the place is very gloomy, and one should be very careful here. Yao Shi told his friend to check the forest at once for strong beasts and enemies. Yao Ji went to carry out the orders. Half an hour passed. Yao Shi experimented with the purple vine. The effect of absorbing beasts is very good. The vine had grown to 80 meters. Looking around, the young man thought that the vine had discovered something. At this moment, an associate came running over and said that he had detected a team of blood barbarian scouts ahead, about 7 or 8 miles from here. Their level is quite high. Yao Shi said that they were moving forward. He decided to use these unfortunates for training. The enemy scouts moved cautiously. They stopped and looked back every now and then. It was immediately obvious that they had a high level of training. Grapevine, breaking out, stealthily crept up on the enemy. The enemy did not expect a trick. At some point, the vine wrapped around the legs of all the scouts. The enemy was trapped, and at the same moment, he was deactivated. Yao Ji stated that he had not expected the scouts to go so far into their domain. Yao Shi replied that they didn't come here just to scout. Therefore, one must exercise the utmost vigilance. Our hero placed his palm on the tentacles of the vine and pulled it into himself, thus hiding it from prying eyes. Yao Shi got the necessary information and said that more than 100 enemies are walking ahead along the edge of the forest. But it is a small army. Our heroes moved on the road. It turns out those scouts were following them and transmitting information from a distance. Yao Shi said they should split up. If they are really bloody barbarians, they should find a way to get rid of them. But if the situation turns bad, Yao Zi should immediately retreat. Yao Shi saw the enemy from the ambush. But why were there so few of them? Yao Shi noticed that there was Cha Mu among the men. He was captive and unconscious, and he was being carried by an enemy warrior. Yao Shi came over and said that there was a problem. It is 100 warriors led by the leader. It is urgent to leave immediately. Yao Shi said that they cannot leave. The enemy has captured Cha Mu. He must be rescued. The situation was not an easy one. The king of war was in front of them. They wouldn't be able to handle it. Yao Shi was overjoyed. He had never destroyed a war king before. Yao Shi remarked that even with a stealth attack, it was not a fact that they could win. Yao Shi replied that he would defend himself. If things got bad, his friend should run in that direction. Yao Shi couldn't hold his comrade back. He thought that it was still very dangerous. Yao Shi hid in an ambush. He thought that the enemy would soon be close, and warned the purple vine that they should be taken by surprise. The Blood Moon enemy wars, led by their leader, were moving through the territory that was hostile to them. Yao Shi looked at the leader and thought, so this is the war king. He felt that he was stronger than him. The enemy was getting closer. The distance between them was inexorably decreasing. When only 5 meters remained, our hero gave a command to his purple vine. The enemy forces were attacked by the purple tentacles of a plant unknown to them. They shouted that it was an ambush, and the enemy was attacking. Yao Shi was satisfied. He believed that the enemies had already lost. The leader felt that there was some hostile force nearby. He ordered to find the enemies and finish them off. Yao Shi was surprised. The enemy commander didn't even lift a finger, abandoned the troops and sent them after Cha Mu. There was no way to let him go. The main villain saw the vine spreading around him and thought it was no danger to him. The enemy saw our hero and realized that he was the source and organizer of the attack, and struck a staggering blow directly at the young man. Yao Shi realized that this was bad. He'd been discovered. The enemy war king saw where his rival was hiding and gave him another staggering blow. After that, Yao Shi couldn't move. Yao Shi came to the rescue. He picked up his friend and pulled him aside to safety. Yao Shi said that the danger was very close this time. Yao Ji grabbed his comrade's hand again and pulled him towards the retreat. On the way, he shouted that the war king couldn't be dealt with so easily. The war king shouted, "Are these weaklings really trying to escape?" He thought there is one warrior and one warrior without strength against him, and some strange plant. The war king noted to himself that either way, these two were a danger. They must be eliminated. The retreating warriors were carrying their wounded commander, Sha Mu. At this moment, they were in a forest clearing. The retreating warriors were talking amongst themselves. Didn't the bloody barbarians chase after them? The partner replied that they seemed to have been apprehended by someone. Apparently it was a small army. Could it be that someone decided to go to their doom? But anyway, thanks to this small army, they managed to escape. The warrior said that they now needed to escape from the forest and call for reinforcements to surround the bloody barbarians. Yao Shi and Yao Zi quickly moved through the forest. They were retreating and wanted to cover their tracks. Yao Zi said that they should hurry up or the enemy might catch up with them soon. Yao Shi replied that he had everything under control. The main thing was not to deviate from the path. As he retreated, Yao Shi dropped a vine from his palm. He asked his friend where they were going. Yao Shi replied that he would soon find out. Following the trail of enemy blood, the warrior noticed that some plant was clinging to his leg. He thought that this plant could pierce through his armor, but he must not stop. He assumed that the retreating warriors were trying to hold him back. The warriors stopped. The guy told Yao Ji not to go near that tree. That barbarian wants to get rid of them, but they must destroy him before. Yao Ji stated that he felt a very strong beast nearby. The colleague said that it was exactly the gift he had prepared for the enemy. The enemy on the trail saw the young men and asked that they must have decided to surrender. They seem to have realized that there is no escape from him and just decided to surrender, but unfortunately for them, he likes to watch his prey perish. The enemy felt a shiver spreading on the ground. He thought, what kind of tricks are these? Could this really be a trap? The next moment, a huge monster spider appeared above the barbarian. It opened its mouth and was ready to devour this barbarian. The barbarian was frightened. In front of him was a level 7 beast, a one-eyed spider. He realized that he had to retreat immediately. The enemy fearfully shouted for the spider to stay away from him and began to rapidly retreat. Yao Shi said with a smile, "The beast that the purple vine found is truly incredible. It is said that this beast was once able to ruin thousands of soldiers on a fall hunt. How did you find it?" Yao Shi said he wants this beast to fight a bloody barbarian, after which the purple vine will absorb it for reinforcement. The young men were very curious to see how such a magnificent war king would be destroyed by this monster. They wanted to watch his desperate attempts. The villain didn't just give up. Waving his weapon, he shouted that he must win. The spider unraveled his web. The enemy thought that the spider's thread was very strong and he had nowhere to retreat to. It would only have to fight to the end. At some point, the tentacles of the purple vine wrapped around the war king's legs, and after that, he was restrained in his movements. The spider immediately pierced through him. The barbarian was mortally wounded. Yao Shi was satisfied. He had in his piggy bank a level 7 beast and 1 war king. The guy thought that this was perfect. The vine had completely entangled this barbarian. He was lashing out and screaming, but there was nothing he could do. Yao Shi stated he didn't think that the barbarian could do so much damage to this spider. "We should take this chance," Yao Qi said. His friend is quite cunning. The interlocutor replied that one should seize the opportunities properly. Yao Ji said that he will learn from his comrades, but he won't even have 10 lives to learn everything. The young man noticed that the purple vine had changed its color slightly. It began to glow somehow. Yao Shi thought that this was the color of evolution. The purple vine became more resilient. This must be the result of evolution. The guy analyzed the situation. Although the vine had grown to 150 meters and increased in strength, but the ability to absorb had not become stronger. Could it really be because the vine evolved other properties? The guy said that there were more bloody barbarians around here. We should try it on them. The colleague was fine with it. Yaoji said he checked everything. There are no strong warriors nearby. However, the enemy warriors were nearby, and they heard those words. The next moment, the enemy said that there seemed to be something under the ground. A purple vine appeared from underground and completely wrapped around the enemy's arms and legs. After that, the purple vine dragged the enemy warrior underground. Yao Ji stated that his friend's soul had turned into an independent unit. The stability and control had also improved. Yao Shi thought that his spirit must have absorbed the 7th level beast and improved its characteristics. Only after the vine materialized did its corroding and absorbing skills deteriorate slightly. Yao Shi noticed that the web could now be used to control the War King. Yao Shi told his friend that he had thought of something again and suggested that he follow him. One of the enemy warriors shouted that he could see strangers. Who could it be? The stranger said he was the wizard Alishan and ordered the warrior to approach him. The stranger said he was a great mountain god. The warriors thought this man was from the Zhang dynasty and decided to destroy him. The people of the Zhang dynasty cannot defeat them. Therefore, they pray to the mountain god. That's stupid. The hooded man muttered for the sorcery to hear him and sent those scoundrels home. The enemy warriors were attacked by the purple vine. They shouted that the god of the mountain was devouring men. The hooded man shouted to the surviving enemies to return and report to their master that the wrath of the mountain god had come. Soon it would encompass their entire army. Our heroes laughed. These bloody barbarians really believed that the mountain god was in front of them. Yao Shi said that this was just the beginning. Now they are going to sow panic among the enemies. When the enemies are finally confused, it will be the best time to annihilate them. There was outrage in Xi's army headquarters. Could it be that their strong warrior Xi Shan had died? It was the 3rd prince of the Xi dynasty, Shui Hong. The subordinates confirmed. Master Xi Shan was blocked by a wizard while chasing the enemy. When scouts got there, only traces of battle and the remains of a one-eyed spider were found. Master Xi Shan was attacked by the one-eyed spider. After the ruse, there weren't even any bones left of him. The commander thought that that magician had the power to destroy even his general, the War King. Who is he? The scouts said that that wizard was still attacking small units of their army. According to the survivor's description, his sorcery, strange and terrifying. The wrath of this mountain god could soon engulf their army. The leader shouted that he had never heard of such a powerful sorcerer from the Zhang dynasty. Immediately, heavy troops must be sent to capture him. Another sentinel reported that Master Xi had been annihilated by Zhuo Jian. His 8,000-man army had also been halved. The general was annoyed. Xu Xie was the 4th son of Marshal Xu. How to explain this to the marshal? The commander ordered to immediately send a message to Brother Mems to have his army come to the aid of their troops. Yoshi stated that after an intense day, hundreds of bloody barbarians, 20 chiefs, and 3 respected warriors had been eliminated. After the purple vine swallowed them, armor and debris could be collected to reinforce their army. A partner came running over and said that the Zhang dynasty's army was fast approaching. There are many war kings there. Yao Shi thanked and said that these are their allies. A young master appeared. He was the leader of this faction. Our hero immediately recognized him. It was Zhuo Jian. The warriors said that they were Jian's guards. He inquired where the troops of the bloody barbarians were now. He asked who was in front of him. There was an answer that they were the Red Guards led by Longya. They were ordered to conduct reconnaissance here. They don't know what happened here. The guy wanted the Zhuo family to leave this place quickly. Zhu Jian said that there was a strong smell of blood in the air. Apparently, the battle had just ended. Zhu stated that the smell of these people have been here for a long time. How could they not know what happened here? Zhu Xian decided that there was something he wasn't being told. So he put his weapon out towards Yao Shi. He asked, how could these warriors hide military information? Disobeying orders and cheating, that would risk the death penalty on the spot. Our heroes found themselves surrounded by the warriors of the Zhuo army. Yao Shi said that he was reporting to the Zhuo commander. He was indeed attacked by about 10 men, as well as 2 warriors. The guy thought that the Zhuo family was not easy to deal with. If Zhuo Jian suspected something here, he might be in trouble. Master Zhuo didn't believe it. After all, there are no signs of battle here. There are also no corpses of those 10 barbarians. And how could a guy be able to destroy 10 of them without getting injured? Yao Shi replied that they were stealthy and used traps. All the corpses should be in the pit. Zhuo Jian ordered that the two of them should demonstrate their skills. If they couldn't prove that they had massacred 10 barbarians, they would be treated like spies. Yao Shi said that they understood the order and would try to prove their involvement now. The guy uttered for the great mountain god to hear his call. The warriors of the Zhuo army hearing this thought it was some kind of madness. What kind of sorcery could they be talking about? The next moment, everyone saw that at the place where the scout was pointing, the ground opened up and a deep hole appeared. Zhuo Qian thought that this guy was telling the truth. So he can really wipe out dozens of bloody barbarians. This is some kind of horrible sorcery. The commander said that two strong men really have such unique skills. That pleases him. Do they have any desire to join Zhuo Jian's army? Yao Shi replied that they are loyal to Commander Longya. Master Zhuo said that he would personally talk to Longya. Yao Shi thought that the power of the purple vine is very attractive. This warrior is determined to hire them. The sentry reported that General Dongfang is leading his troops to lend support. He asks to see the commander. Dongfang showed up and congratulated Brother Zhuo on his victory. In fact, Brother Zhuo had destroyed a disciple of a mysterious sect. It was truly amazing. Zhu thought that Dongfang was being undeservedly praised. He had destroyed a lowly sect. Although Zhuo had beheaded the emperor's son, the young generals began to discuss the significance of each of them in the current battle events. In the end, they decided to return to the camp. After the warriors withdrew, Yao Shi said that they should avoid such encounters and only then continue hunting the bloody barbarians. At the military formation, everyone celebrated Zhuo Jian's battle successes and called him a hero. The princess congratulated Commander Zhuo on his victorious return. Zhuo Jian knelt in front of the princess, thanked her, and extended his hand. The princess announced that the festive party led by Zhuo was ready. The princess would accompany him tonight. The commander replied that it was a great honor for him. The warriors thought with envy that the princess herself would accompany him. This warrior, a true hero, he might be worthy of the princess in the future. Yao Shi thought that after the prince and Shi's disciples were destroyed, they too could be rewarded. Yao Shi suggested to his friend that they should meet with the Red Guard. Zhuo Jian couldn't take care of them right now. Our heroes discussed their plan of action while at the Red Guard camp. Yao Shi said that first, they got information about the Ji dynasty, then walked to Longya and met Zhuo Jian. The interlocutor asked if such a record would cause others to doubt. At this moment, Xing Dugu's bodyguard, Jing Ming, entered the room and said that these guys had already aroused suspicion. Yao Shi looked around and asked, "How did Jing Ming get here?" The warrior said that he was sent here. Since many people in the capital are suspicious of the young man, why is he still communicating with Zhuo Jian? What happened with the bloody barbarians? Yao Xie told the whole truth. Jing Ming repeated, "So the guy improved the divine soul, destroyed the war king and many beasts, including the 7th level, destroyed almost 100 enemies, and met Zhuo Jian. Does he really not know what it means to hold his own?" Yao Shi said that this is just the beginning. His main target is the mysterious sect and the emperor's son. After all, isn't it a blood sect? Jing Ming confirmed from the latest information from the battlefield. This sect is the disciples of the blood sect. Jing Ming took out 2 vials. Master knew that Guy would attack the Shi dynasty at all costs. Therefore, he came up with a strategy to prevent them from revealing their identity. Jing Ming said, "These are the disguise pills and the undo pills to regain one's appearance. After, one would have to use the teleportation of the hidden sect and go to the mountain of death to massacre there, after which return back." Yao Shi continued, "This way, everyone will think that Xiaolan is on the mountain of death, and no one will doubt Yao Shi. It will be a great ploy." Jing Ming agreed. After all, the North and Death Mountain were separated by thousands of miles, but with teleportation, it wouldn't take long. Jing Ming told Yao Shi to follow him, and Yao Ji stayed behind to watch what was happening. Yao Shi thought that this way he could, while staying out of suspicion, arrange a battle in the north. 2 hours passed. The princess was surprised by the report. Was it really not that long ago that Xiaolan had been seen on Death Mountain? Could it really be him? The warrior said that according to their reports, the guy had encountered an assassin. The assassin's body was corroded to the bone. It could only be him. The princess didn't think that Xiaolan would be on the mountain of death. Then, who is Yao Shi? Jingming said that now that the suspicion had subsided, one could not worry too much. One could fight without looking back. But the Z dynasty might also hunt him down. One must be extremely careful. Yoshi said for Jingming to thank his uncle on his behalf. Also, for him to tell everyone that Xiaolan is going to wash the Z dynasty with blood, and to glorify Yoshi to the entire north. Jingming disappeared as suddenly as he had appeared. Yao Shi headed back to the camp. At the camp, Yao Shi sat sad at the same place where they parted. However, he was not alone there. Next to him was their supervisor, Longya. The girl asked what was their connection to Zuojian. Yao Zai explained that not too long ago, Zuojian had sent someone to send an invitation. The commander agreed. Yao Zai continued that. When they returned, they met Zuo's group in the psychological forest and returned together. The girl was angered. Could it be that Zuo had called her aides to a banquet after their first meeting? Yao Shi is most likely deceiving his commander. Yao Shi said that they would never deceive their commander. Zhuo Jin met them when they were destroying the bloody barbarians and wanted to lure them to his side. Longya said angrily, "It turns out that Yao Shi decided to betray the Red Guard by taking refuge with Zhuo Jian?" Yao Shi stated that it was absolutely not like that. Longya continued, "Is she really no match for Zhuo Jian?" Longya swung her hand at her subordinate. The guy grabbed the girl's hand and said that his only commander was Longya Fire. The girl calmed down and asked if what he said was true. Yao Shi replied that that was why he refused Zhuo Jian, but he didn't think that he would try to settle the matter through her. Longya decided that Yao Shi had taken a liking to Commander Zhuo, and he's now trying his best to lure the guy to him. Longya said that this Jian is very cunning. She's curious to see how he can steal people from her. Yao Shi noticed that Commander Zhuo has become famous in the war. He has a lot of influence. If the girl tries to quarrel with him, she probably won't get away with it. The girl countered that she was from the Longya family. If he messes with her, he will regret it himself. Yao Shi told his commander that he had a suggestion. After sharing this suggestion, Longya replied that she agreed and they would do so. The next day came. Mr. Zhuo was told that the two deputy commanders of the Red Guard had come. Zhuo Jian said that today's banquet was organized especially for them. Yao Shi said that there was no need to hurry. They came to give him an answer to the proposal. Zhuo asked, "So are they willing to join him?" Yao Shi said that they were loyal to the Longya family and would never betray the Red Guard. Zhuo Jian was surprised. How could the Longya family be compared to the Zhuo family? The young men must have thought badly. Yao Shi said that they had thought it over and made a decision. After that, he said goodbye. Yao Shi saw armed guards outside. Zhuo Jian said that as long as he was in the camp, these two should not even think about the possibility of leaving here. Yao Shi asked what his interlocutor had decided. Zhuo Jian replied that these two would join the Zhuo family today and will take part in the fighting with him. Yao Shi said that if Zhuo's entreaties failed, so he decided to resort to brute force. But would he be able to hold him back? Zhuo ordered his warriors to grab the two men. Master Zhuo, using his energy abilities, said that he would be Yao Shi's master. Our hero was surprised. Does his opponent really want to be the master? Yao Shi, scattering the warriors attacking him, said that his opponent would have to ask Madame Longya anyway. Longya and her warriors arrived in time and told Zhuo Jian to stay away from her men. Zhuo said that Longya Fire must have gone crazy. She had infiltrated someone else's camp and harmed the guards. According to the military laws, he could eliminate all of them on the spot. Longya and Zhuo entered the confrontation. Besides fighting, they also practiced verbal threats. Longya said that her opponent might try to attack. She had long noticed that he was not a good person. For what reason would he want to take her men? Master Zhuo attacked the girl. Yao Shi jumped up and picked up his commander in his arms. Yao Shi asked, "Is Zhuo Jin really going to destroy them?" Longya shouted that Commander Zhuo wanted to destroy her. Unexpectedly, General Longya appeared and inquired who among the people present dared to touch his daughter. Zhuo Jin was surprised. Had they really planned this from the beginning? Longya said that she couldn't hear him at all. Yao Shi thought that Zhuo Jian had literally become like this in a second. Calling his father for help, it was the right decision by Mrs. Longya. The father rushed to his daughter and asked Fear, "What happened here?" The girl told the general that Zhuo Jian wanted to take the deputy commanders from her by force, and then after it failed, he decided to destroy her and the Red Guard. The general became fiery with anger and said that now jokes aside, Zhuo Jian, startled, said that there was a misunderstanding. He had only invited these people to his place, but Mrs. Longya barged in and started a debauch. He was forced to defend himself. The girl claimed that Zhuo used force on her. He can't deny it. Is he really a coward? General Longya was still furious. It turns out that Zhuo wanted to steal 2 subordinates from his daughter. If Lanya's family meant nothing in his eyes, hence, it was necessary to teach him a lesson. Zhuo Jian's superior said that it was worth stopping there. Zhuo didn't want to harm the Longya family. They just misunderstood each other, and both of them were at fault. Zhuo Jian stated that he wouldn't do it again. General Longya agreed and said that this was the end of the incident. The girl showed her opponent her tongue and said that it wouldn't be half a day before Zhuo would become the laughingstock of the army. He deserved it. Zhu Jian was annoyed. How could they do this to him? And decided that he should be more careful with these two. The general said that as soon as Zhuo Jian entered the battle, he created many problems at once. How could he be so arrogant? We should think about his behavior. And after that, we can talk about his advancement. Zhuo thought that he had experienced great humiliation. For that, he would definitely take revenge on those 2 guys. The father told his daughter that Fear's act was very reckless. The girl, justifying herself, said that Zhuo had behaved very brazenly and was recruiting her men. She couldn't bear it. General Lanya asked the girl didn't hesitate to invade the barracks and become Zhuo's warg. Is it really worth those 2 warriors? The daughter said that those 2, the most capable men in her army. Father will soon realize what they are worth. The general said that in that case he expects them to perform well in this fall hunt. Yoshi thought that when that happens, the others would also appreciate them as much as the girl did. Longya recognized that she had hastily accused Yao Shi of betrayal. In the future, she would trust him, and he would prove his strength to her. The guy said that now was the best time to attack the enemies. It is the time for great accomplishments. Lanya said that she would order her army to start packing for the journey tomorrow. The next day came. Many people were discussing the incredible nightmare. The day before, Commander Zhuo and Lanya had fought over 2 soldiers. It was said that these 2 warriors were capable of sorcery and could invoke the anger of the mountain god. They destroyed 100 bloody barbarians. The princess also heard these rumors. She was very eager to see the sorcery of those 2 warriors. The princess thought that war was just around the corner. Where are those 2 men prowling around? She was informed that they had gone into the psychological forest with the Red Guard. The princess has ordered their whereabouts to be closely monitored and to report to her immediately if anything happens. The Red Guard moved out in the direction of fighting. Yao Shi told Mrs. Longya that her subordinates had a little surprise for her. Yao Xia said that they had buried several enemy corpses in one place. Hundreds of soldiers, 10 warlords and 3 commanders-in-chief, and 1 war king. The girl and her advisors slowed their horses down. How could this be possible? Yao Shi remembered how his purple vine had massacred his enemies. Yao Shi reported to his commander that they had found the exact spot. Yao Shi showed the place where most of the destroyed enemies were. They were destroyed by traps and sorcery. As for the War King, they had a chance to trap him into a level 7 beast and give him a decisive blow. Lanya replied that she was impressed with this excellent work and said that it was necessary to clean up this trash. The officer showed Ms. Lanya 1 corpse and said that it was the War King Xie Shan. The officer from Lanya's camp identified the enemies and said that they belonged to noble families. The girl said that it was necessary to take these exhibits to the main camp for identification. Lanya promised to reward our hero upon his return and asked what his next plan was. Yao Shi said that the barbarians are now traveling in groups. Therefore, they can set traps and use bait to catch big fish. The girl ordered the entire army to enter the forest to hunt down the enemy. She already had a detailed plan of action. After a while, Yao Shi reported to his commander that all the traps had been set. One of the sentries reported that a group of bloody barbarians had been detected ahead, about 300 people. 300, Lanya thought, is a golden catch for her army. This is the first battle, and they must win it. Yao Shi told the commander that there was a small unit ahead, an ordinary research group. Vanguard. Therefore, one must make quick decisions and beware of their support. The girl announced that the scout units are responsible for luring the enemy. Everyone else is sitting in ambush. The bloody barbarians discovered the enemies and moved to destroy them. The commander has issued orders to capture them quickly and prevent them from escaping. After a while, the bloody barbarians fell into the traps set by the Red Guard. The enemies realized that they were ambushed. Lanya immediately issued an order to the army to try their best to destroy every single one of the bloody barbarians. Yaoji asked her friend if they should join in. The friend said there's no need to hurry. After all, their target, the high-level blood barbarians, the ones who can bypass the traps. Our heroes saw the enemies retreating. They were about to report back to the third prince. The purple vine was at the ready. Suddenly, one of the barbarian warriors sounded an alarm. Lanya asked why the horn was sounding now. Yao Shi stated that it was a signal for help. The third prince of Shu Hongyu is coming this way. A sentry reported that there might be trouble. An enemy army appeared in the distance. Among them, several war kings. Yao Shi reported to the girl that the enemy's speed was very fast. He and his brother will try their best to delay them. Lanya should lead the Red Guard to escape from the forest. The girl said that there was no way she would go for that. In that case, the two might die. One of the warriors grabbed his commander. The girl resisted. The warrior said that those two would cover them. If no one helps, the Red Guard will be overtaken. Leaving the forest, Lanya asked for those two to come back alive and unharmed. Yao Shi said that he would promise. The Red Guard retreated from the forest. Yao Sai suggested his master to retreat. After all, this time the enemy has an army of thousands and many warlords. Yao Shi said he would show his partner a new trick. Both young men found themselves wrapped around their bodies with a purple vine. Yao Shi said that there was no need to play games right now. The purple vine moved our heroes to the dungeon. What kind of place is this, thought Yao Ji. Yao Shi said that this way they could avoid the attention of the war king. When it's over, Yao Ji should just run as fast as he can. Yao Shi stated that he wanted to capture the enemy. Our hero used the breath-holding technique. The sentries reported to their commander that their enemy has evacuated towards the camp. They are defending the place with the traps those set. Yao Shi recognized one of the enemy. It was Shu Hongyu. The warlord assumed that in that case, it was not Zhuo Jian's work. It was necessary to find out who these enemies were. At the same instant, the third prince and his troops were attacked. The attack was launched by the purple vine. The blood barbarians were surprised. What was it? They hadn't even noticed anything beforehand. This must be some kind of new trap. It is necessary to bring back the third prince. Yao Shi told his friend that the target nearby beside him. Yao Qi noticed that it was the third prince of the Ji dynasty, Zhe Hongyu. The warriors caught up with their general and shouted that it was necessary to rescue His Highness. Yao Ji thought that the enemy warriors were very fast. They might not be able to cope. Yao Shi ordered his friend to follow him. He decided to release the energy and blow up the tunnel, and will use the purple vine to guide the way. The enemies were unable to pursue our heroes. There was an explosion and the tunnel was destroyed. The enemy warriors said that now they could not feel His Highness. They need to break through this path faster. Yao Shi thought that the speed of the three war kings had noticeably dropped. Now they can break away from the pursuers. Our heroes blocked the pursuers underground and broke free. The captured prince was with them. Yao Shi said that he had already deactivated this prince. Now they need to catch up with their own as quickly as possible. Yao Ji said that his master did just fine this time. Now they have a third prince as a hostage. This prince must be very young. He just joined the army. Otherwise, he'd be a lot harder to catch. Our hero said that now the fall hunt would be in his favor. The red barbarians were frightened. It must be reported immediately that the third prince has been stolen. All the armies of the Zhang dynasty must be surrounded. The third prince must be rescued. There was a bloody clash between the enemies. Each warrior wanted to destroy more enemies. The edge of the psychological forest. The retreating Red Guard decided that they would soon arrive at the camp and find their salvation there. Lanya told her officers to send someone to help her deputies soon. The officers said that there were a lot of enemies in the forest, and her deputies probably couldn't be saved anymore. If they couldn't catch up with them, then these two are holding off the enemy. It turns out that they did a good job. Lanya said with tears in her eyes that these two shouldn't have such an outcome. The officer said that their rank couldn't handle a war king. Especially, there are only two of them. They can't stop an army of 1,000 people. They became martyrs. The girl was hysterical. She screamed that she was going to go save her deputies now. They must not die. The soldiers present, following their general, also cried. The two deputy commanders died, saving them all. Suddenly, two deputy commanders appeared on the forest path. One of them had a trophy on his shoulder. Yao Shi said that they had returned. On the faces of the Red Guard soldiers, there was first surprise, then joy. The deputy commanders had turned out to be alive. It turns out that they were able to catch up with their army. Yao Shi stated that he had used the pits to escape, and he has some more surprise. Lanya threw herself on her deputy's chest and said that she was very worried, and was glad that he was alive. The Red Guard soldiers were in good spirits. After all, the deputy commanders were safe. Army Commander Lanya said that those two did a good job, but next time, they should not create chaos. Yao Shi replied that he understood everything, and now he wanted to tell about the surprise. The surprise turned out to be the third principal of the Ji dynasty, Shui Hongyu. In the main hall of the Zhang army, they are listening to the war report. A huge army of bloody barbarians is approaching their border. They are advancing aggressively. Many troops are trapped. Other troops also facing a fierce attack by the blood barbarians. Support is needed. The princess and her military advisors were very upset by such military reports. Could it be that they were being defeated? Zhuo Jian's army should be sent immediately to help, to repel the enemy's attack. It was also lent to the princess that the Red Guard had returned. They met up with the enemy army of Shu Hongyu. The princess inquired about the Red Guard's casualties. The aide reported that thanks to Yao Shi and Yao Ji, there were no losses. There is one piece of news. The princess replied that if there were no casualties, it was already good. What else did she need to know? The Red Guards have managed to capture the third prince of the Shi dynasty, Shu Hongyu. The princess and her important military advisors were terribly surprised to receive such important news. The two deputy generals confirmed the identity of the third principal. He was taken to Qingyi City. The general gave the order to suspend the fall hunt. Yao Shi and Yao Ji entered the main war hall and told Xing Dugu and Jing Ming that they had returned. The military campaign was over. Xing Dugu stated he didn't think that the guys would get results so quickly. Destroy the war king and capture the prince. Right now, the city is full of rumors about them. We should talk about it. Xing Dugu said that the young warrior spirit had developed to a terrifying power. Sending them to war was the right decision. Jing Ming remarked that these two do as they please. Yao Shi said that he will tell everyone about the sorcery. He doesn't want to tell everyone the truth yet. Xing Dugu said this guy has made a lot of noise. He might make some new friends. He should definitely avoid trouble. He will prepare a big surprise for the young people in a few days. Dugu added that there was good news from the hidden sect. Xiao Dao has been promoted to the level of battle commander. Also, he has awakened a spirit protective battle shield. At the very least, the highest rank. Dugu added that such a spirit was very rare and had a protective power that surpassed energy armor. Now, no one in terms of strength could handle it, except for their grandfather. Yao Shi said that he rather wants to see such a strong spirit Xiao Dao. Ying Dugu asked if Yao Shi would like to move to the Mountain of Death if he had free time. Then he could return to the hidden sect to see for himself. The boy agreed. Jingming said that the two of them should be very careful when returning to the barracks. Shui Hongyu is the strongest disciple of the blood sect. The Z dynasty won't just let him go. Yao Shi wondered, how could a rookie be the strongest? Jingming explained that all the royal family members of the Z dynasty are followers of the blood sect, and the blood sect doesn't recognize alchemy. Already at the age of 7, this prince was already recognized as the peak of the Z dynasty's modern talent. It is also likely that this prince will inherit the C dynasty's throne. Yao Xie stated that by capturing this young man, he had snapped up the jackpot. Jingming said that now, because of this incident, the bounty on Yao Xi's head would be awarded one after another. Therefore, we should expect trouble, and we must prepare ourselves properly. Army barracks, the young men dismounted and tethered the horses. The young masters congratulated Yao Xi and said that he had achieved great success. Now, the entire army is seething. Only he is capable of being the commander of the army. Yao Xi's brother, Yao Xi, is really very cool. The general personally called him to congratulate him. This promises a bright future. Nangung said that she was very shocked by this sorcery and asked if Yao Xi would have some free evening time to show her his power in private. Out of nowhere, Lanya appeared. She told Nangung to stay away from her deputy. Each of the girls grabbed our hero by the arm and began to demand a confession from him. At the same time, a courtier appeared and said that the princess had arranged a banquet for Yao Xi right here in the backyard. The girls let go of this guy's hands and thought that Yao Shi was in great demand. He has a banquet alone with the princess. This is a recognition of his level. Nagong sighed and said that she would have to wait for the next time. Lanya said her deputy, a great hero. He captured the prince alive. The backyard, the place where the banquet was held. Yao Shi appeared in front of the princess. The princess said that she was respectfully waiting for the dear guest, Mr. Yao Shi. The princess congratulated young Mr. Yao for his great achievement in capturing the prince. The young man thanked the princess for her hospitality. The princess said, "She is very curious to know what is this warrior's sorcery." Zishan had never heard of such skills. The guy said that sorcery is the power of summoning mountain gods that can shake the mountains and the world. But this technique is secret in the clan and can't be shared. The princess wondered if there were really gods in this world. The girl was in doubt. Surely he is not deceiving. Surely it is, not Xiaolan? Yao Shi replied that of course there are gods. The princess may doubt his sorcery, but she shouldn't doubt the great mountain god. The guy thought that this girl is very suspicious. He should be careful with her. The princess replied that she didn't question the existence of the mountain god. She just wondered how such a powerful spell was still unknown to the world. Yao Shi wondered, had the princess never heard of such a power? It might be because their race stays away from this world, despising fame and notoriety. The boy added that he only chose to train because he was curious about this world. When the fall hunt was over, he and his brother would return to the clan. The princess said that she admired the young man. If she was not courteous to him, she apologizes. The princess thought this guy's sorcery should be tested again, but his power suits her anyway. Yao Shi replied that the princess has nothing to apologize for, and she doesn't have to make up for a non-existent fault. The guy thought that this girl has a talent to dispose people to possess them. The princess said she would stand her ground and must make amends. She wondered how Mr. Yao would want her to do that, but only he mustn't go too far. The maid reported that she had seen Mr. Zuo. The boy thought, why did that person come? Maybe the princess arranged it on purpose. She wants to force him to fight with Zuo Jian to see who's stronger. Yao Shi said that the princess is very beautiful and he dare not demand much. The young man, as if by accident, stepped on the dress of his interlocutor. He decided that he would fulfill her wish and play along. The girl could not keep on her feet and began to fall. The young man picked her up in his arms and they fell to the floor together. In this way, Yao Shi cushioned her blow. Yao Shi got to his feet and asked if Her Highness was all right. The girl was a bit confused, or pretended to be. Suddenly, Zuo Jin entered the room, and he saw that the young people were close to each other. Master Zuo angrily shouted, "What did Yao Shi just do to Her Highness? Is he really seeking death?" Yao Shi replied that he was on a date with the princess right now. It's unclear why Master Zuo showed up here. Does he really want to carry out a massacre? Zuo Jin said he wants to destroy this guy, if he's willing to fight him one-on-one. The princess thought that if there was a duel, it might end in someone's death. However, she felt ashamed to explain everything. Yao Shi said that he agrees, but he has two conditions. First, the opponent must sign a life and death certificate. Her Highness will be the witness. Second, the duel will be outside the city, so that there will be no unnecessary eyes. Young Master Zuo said he agreed, and thought, why is his opponent so confident, as if he thinks he can defeat him? The princess said that both young men belong to the Zhou dynasty. They shouldn't behave like that. Yao Shi replied that he would control his strength and try not to destroy his opponent. Zhu also said that he is not going to destroy his rival. At most, he will make him a eunuch. He asked for a pen to sign the life and death certificate. The young master, while withdrawing, named the meeting place and said that they would fight until their last breath. The princess thought that something irreparable might happen. Our hero, having saddled his horse, moved in the given direction. He was blocked by a rival armed with a spear, Zuo Jin. Yao Shi thought that he had a grudge against the Zuo family. Besides, Zuo Jian would become a threat to him sooner or later. It's better to get rid of this guy today. Our hero summoned the purple vine to his aid. A battle ensued. It wasn't easy to separate the opponents. Even the fighting spirit couldn't provide lightning-fast support. One of the opponents let a lot of smoke around, wishing to confuse the enemy by doing so. Zhu thought that it was all useless. This smoke won't do anything to him. When the smoke cleared, Yao Shi disappeared from sight. Zuo Jin began to show concern. Where did his rival go? Young Master Zuo couldn't understand why he couldn't sense his enemy. What kind of strange sorcery was this? Zuo shouted for his opponent to stop these shenanigans and come out for a fair fight. Yao Shi thought that his hunt was just beginning. Zhu Jin called his opponent a coward and a scoundrel. He had no right to even touch the princess. After all, she had already almost agreed to be his wife, and his rival didn't stand a chance. Master Zuo felt something crackle under his feet. Not far away, a vine sprout appeared from the ground. Zhu Jin believed that his opponent was constantly using deceptive moves to confuse him. Where could the next attack come from? Unexpectedly, Master Zuo felt a vibration appear. What is really going on? The warrior shouted again for Yao Shi to stop hiding and come out for a fair fight. Suddenly, a shadow appeared out of the smoke. Could it be that Zuo Jian was so persistently seeking his doom? From the smoke, purple vine tentacles began to appear around Zuo Jian in various places. The tentacles increased in size and swarmed the young master. He was entangled on his arms and legs. Zuo Jian cried out loudly in fear and hopelessness. The tentacles of the vine wrapped completely around this warrior's body and threw him aside on the ground. The guy couldn't understand. What was that thing? Yao Shi appeared out of the mist. His opponent was rendered incapable of making any movements. Yao Shi said that Commander Zuo could sleep soundly underground. The vine tentacles dragged Zuo Zan underground. Zuo Zan, disappearing underground, shouted that he was the king of war and therefore could not lose. Yao Shi said that he congratulated his rival. Zuo would be the third king of war he destroyed. There was a massive explosion. Everything around was engulfed in smoke and flames. Zuo Jian thought that soon he wouldn't be able to breathe. There wasn't much oxygen underground. The boy managed to get the amulet out and pronounced for his grandmother to help him. Zhu family estate. Granny felt a spiritual connection to her grandson and decided that Jian was in danger right now. Something had happened to him. Yao Shi was gathering back the vines and thought that Zuo Jian was buried 100 meters deep. Surely he must have died by now. Yao Shi looked around. He sensed that a strong aura wielder was quickly approaching here. The young man lifted his head up and saw an old woman approaching him. She was shouting, "Where is her Jian?" and was asking our hero who he was. The guy realized that it was Zuo Pingping, one of the greatest military emperors of the Zhang dynasty. The young man bowed to the woman and said that he was the deputy commander of Yao Shi's Red Guard. He had just had a duel with Zuo Jian, and the latter ended up buried underground. The woman tried to attack Yao Shi, shouting that she would destroy this guy. How dare he lay a finger on her grandson? The elder shouted, if something happened to her grandson, she would destroy this rascal 1,000 times over. Zuo Jian was mentally signaling his bully. He was asking for help. The elder, hearing the plea for help, shouted that she would retrieve him now. Yao Shi realized that his opponent was summoning help. Apparently, he wouldn't be able to die today. The woman retrieved her grandson to the surface. He immediately complained to her and said that it was the guy who brutalized him. Yao Shi declared that this was not true. It was a fair duel with a life and death certificate. The offended grandson said that his rival had taken a dishonest way and asked the grandmother to avenge him. The old woman didn't understand how this guy with such a low rank could defeat a war king. Zuo Pingping released her fighting spirit in the form of a huge bird of prey and said that she wanted to see what this guy was capable of. If he was able to provoke the Zuo family, Yao Shi was at a loss. He didn't know what to do. After all, this old woman would destroy him now. But if he used the purple vines, she would know right away. Suddenly, our hero's defenders appeared. The elder asked Sister Ping, "Is it fair to intrude on a duel between young men?" The old woman in turn asked, "What are they doing here?" Her grandson looked at the new arrivals with surprise. Jingming said that the duel between these young men was witnessed by the princess. It was heard about at the very top. To ensure the integrity of the duel, orders were given that no one should interfere. The man added, they sensed that Zuo Pingping had left the city and came to see what the matter was. The old woman wondered, is this really a duel? But this guy has such a low rank. How could he win and almost not destroy her grandson? The woman didn't think that these three could stand up for Yao Shi. What kind of person was he? The guy relied solely on his abilities and won fairly. Zuo Ming explained that this guy is the young patriarch of the sorcerer clan. He possesses powerful sorcery. He is indeed very powerful. The elder asked, can't the Zuo family accept defeat? If she still wants to fight, they can keep her company. The old woman admitted that the Zuo family had been defeated today. They were able to fight back together. The old woman told her grandson to be quiet and stop crying. He lost his face today. As she left, the elder said that the Zuo family had memorized Yao Xi's name. The grandmother and her grandson withdrew. Fortunately, Yao Qi went to his uncle for help in time. Zhu Ming told our hero that soon rumors of this duel would spread throughout the north. The boy would become the pinnacle of this generation. He's done a great job. The elder said that this guy is really very capable. He suggested that he return to Dongfang House. There's someone waiting for him there. Yao Xi immediately imagined this someone. Yao Xi was invited to the military palace to meet with the marshal as soon as possible after dealing with the Dongfang family. The guy was told that the Ni family also invited him to meet at their house anytime. Yao Xi replied that he was very grateful to everyone. Yao Xi and Master Dongfang left the area and headed to Dongfang Manor. The man, without saying a word, led the young man to the scheduled meeting. The old man said that the reason for everything was his precious granddaughter. Otherwise, why else would he have come to this party? The boy realized that it was all about the red bean. Could it be that his identity had been revealed? The elder said that Hong Do recognized him, but they will hide his identity and will keep everything secret. The elder warned him not to even try to hurt his granddaughter. He wants them to have a future together. The old man added that 5 years of battles is the condition of becoming Dongfang's son-in-law. Yao Xi said that he will not allow himself anything extra. Red Bean ran out from around the corner and called the young man by name, Xiaolan. The young men hugged each other and said that they were happy to see each other. The elder was satisfied. The patriarch asked his granddaughter if she wanted the entire Dongfang family to know the identity of her lover. The girl blushed with embarrassment and asked what her grandfather was even talking about. The old man reminded the girl not to forget the guy's current identity. Besides, he had almost destroyed Zuojian. Red Bean, hugging her bow, said that she knew everything, and she was also the one who warned her grandfather that this guy could handle Zuojian. Xiaolan asked the girl, how has she been doing lately? The Red Bean replied that she wasn't doing well. Xiaolan went to the north and didn't tell her anything. Therefore, she was very worried about him. Besides, she hadn't seen him for a long time and had no idea how much danger he was in. Xiaolan said that he disliked the Zuo family. Especially, he doesn't belong to the Xiao family. He doesn't want to pull her with him. The girl said that this man has no conscience. She would rather run away with him and marry him. She doesn't care that he lives on the street. The girl went on and said that she likes the guy and wants to be with him. Does he not understand her intention? Or did he have a new love? Xiaolan asked. How can she say such a thing? Red Bean said, she knows that he is with Commander Longya Fire right now. He even composed a song for her. He also turned Zuojian down. The guy explained that it was to gain the trust of the Longya family. Red Bean asked why he had a date with the princess, and he even had a duel with Zuojian. It was rumored that he had arranged a duel because of the princess. Xiaolan blushed and said that it was an accident. He couldn't refuse the princess's invitation. That guy had provoked him. There was a good opportunity to fight him. The girl turned away and added that it was also a good opportunity to win the heart of the princess. Xiaolan hugged the girl and said, she is very cute when she is jealous. Red Bean said, she is still angry with him. He should stay away from other girls. Xiaolan promised to listen to what she said. His 2 different personalities are 2 different people. He only has one love in his heart. Hongdo asked the guy that he should not leave her. The young man said that he can't stay with her because he still can't protect her, nor can he give her a future. He needs to become stronger. The boy swore to the girl that one day he would, like Xiaolan, honestly return to her and be with her not forever. A servant reported to the princess that Yao Xi almost destroyed Zuojian. Thanks to the head of Zuo, Zuojian was saved, and the god of war's order saved Yao Xi from being massacred. The princess said that it basically doesn't matter whether he was able to win or not. This guy is very strong. The princess decided that she needed that strength. The main palace, the courtiers are discussing the duel that took place the day before. If it wasn't for Zuo Ping's actions, this guy would have died at the hands of Yao Xi. The god of war ordered to stop further action. Apparently, Zuo provoked the duel because his opponent was near the princess. Yao Xi could become the king of war. He has a great future ahead of him. Everyone saw that guy approaching. Yao Xi showed himself. Everyone congratulated him. They said that he, the honorable sorcerer, he defeated the war king and captured the prince. He is the leader of the fall hunt. Our hero was told that the Ni family wanted to be his friend. Yao Shi replied that he was honored and thanked him for his help yesterday. Chamu said that his family also wants to be friends with Yao Shi's brother. No one expected Yao Shi to destroy the warlord of the Ji dynasty. He saved their army. Nanggong said that she didn't finish the conversation last time, and she agrees to the rendezvous. Lonya won't bother them. Lonya, who appeared here and there, said that she was already worried. No need to touch her subordinate. Yao Shi continued to stand in the crossfire. The girls were settling their relationship and claiming their rights to this guy. A princess appeared on the horizon. She decided to put an end to this disagreement. She said that Commander Longya was wrong. Yao Shi is now free. His master is the marshal and their royal family. The girl thought sadly, is it really true that Yao Shi should leave the Longya family? The princess announced that she congratulated the young patriarch on his promotion. She regretted that yesterday's banquet had been interrupted and asked if the young warrior would mind spending time with the princess tomorrow night. The young men watching this thought that Yao Shi is really popular. If the princess is up for it, then others don't stand a chance. This guy is really talented. Yao Shi apologized to the princess and said that he should stay at the God of War's house to train, and added that he would set a day to apologize to His Highness. The princess, hearing such a reply, immediately had a change in her face, but was able to pull herself together. She said that it was no big deal. They would arrange a meeting in the future. Zishan couldn't believe that this guy rejected her. Yao Shi thought if he even just stayed with the princess alone, Red Bean would skin him. The young people around were discussing the situation. Could it be that there was someone who could refuse the princess? The princess couldn't forgive this and thought that sooner or later, this guy would be her servant. Zhu family house. The elder couldn't believe that Xing Dugu had accepted this Yao Shi as his own. The God of War had stood up for this guy. Why did this happen? Master Zuo said that Xing Dugu's actions were suspicious. Yao Shi's appearance in this region is also suspicious. Could Yao Shi and Xiaolan be the same person? There was news that Xiaolan had appeared on Death Mountain, and it was impossible for him to get to the north and back in such a short time. Zujin told his grandmother that the purple tentacles that attacked him yesterday were very similar to Xiaolan's spirit. The old woman declared that her grandson was clueless about anything. The tentacles that pulled him into the ground were an essence. Could a spirit be an entity? It couldn't be Xiaolan. If it was him, there wouldn't be a bone left of her grandson. The old woman angrily said that sooner or later, this family would be destroyed by the hands of those weaklings. The Zuo family. They could destroy their own family. The old woman told them not to go hunting anymore and to return to the city. The young man replied that he would do as their grandmother recommended. The elder instructed that they should continue to hunt down Xiaolan. Also, continue to study Yao Shi. One day, Xiangdugu would become a general. Then they wouldn't even be able to touch him. Yao Shi stayed in the war god mansion. He practiced and young Master Zuo withdrew, bringing an early end to the Zhang dynasty's fall hunt. The Ji dynasty had lost its troops and generals. Therefore, Emperor Zi became furious and began to prepare the army for war. Xingdugu and Xiaolan went through the portal again. They returned to the mysterious sect. Xiaolan returned to his aunt and brother. The meeting was touching and intense. They had a lot to talk to each other about. Auntie said that while they had not seen each other, her family had become stronger. Xiao Dao stated that they were aware of his brother's achievements. He is doing well. Xiaolan replied that he couldn't help but live up to their expectations. Xingdu Gu said that Xiaolan didn't need to go back to the north anymore, but they couldn't linger here any longer. Xingdu Gu apologized to Qing Yi and said that he needed to finish the war in the north. Afterward, he will resign from his position and stay with her forever. The woman said that she would wait for him. Xiaolan praised his brother and said that he had become a mid-level commander. He wondered what the man had learned. Xiao Dao replied that his brother was not the only one who had become stronger. Xiaolan felt his brother's inner spirit telling him to be more careful. Xiaolan inquired, didn't his brother's protective spirit awaken? And asked for a demonstration of it. After demonstrating his brother's ability, Xiaolan said that it was amazing. His brother is strong. The youngsters tried to practice by fighting amongst themselves with battle spirits. Xiaolan was surprised. His brother didn't receive a single scratch. Auntie told Lanner that even she couldn't pierce through his shield. He must either be thrown into the air or use the battle spirit. It is a very strong defensive spirit. Xiao Dao told his brother that finally his purple vine couldn't pierce through anyone at all. Xiaolan replied that his brother was rejoicing early. His purple vine had yet to lose to anyone. Xiaolan tried to attack his brother using the vine again. Xiao Dao blocked the strike with his shield again and said that it didn't work against him. The tentacles of the vine went tricky and bypassed Xiao Dao's protective shield. This wasn't a head-on strike. It was a cunning ploy, and Xiao Dao found himself deactivated. The tentacles tightly wrapped around his body. Xiaolan said that the purple vine was always looking for a new method of fighting. Xiaolan told his brother that their purple vine and this shield were simply invincible. In the future, they will become invincible partners. Auntie said that Lanner's spirit had materialized. Xingdugu confirmed that it was unbelievable. Because of this, Xiao Lanner in the form of a sorcerer has raised a stir in the north. Qingyi said that both of her children are very amazing. In the future, they will be able to break out of their own world. Xingdugu told Xiaolan that he had already shown himself on the Mountain of Death. Therefore, he must be careful. This time, he needs to return after a month. Xiaolan called Xingdugu as his foster father and said that he would remember everything. The guy disappeared into the portal. Our hero appeared on the ridge of Death Mountain. The young man thought that there were so many strong beasts in this ridge. Perhaps it would make the purple vine continue to develop. The princess, accompanied by her bodyguards, is visiting Xingdugu. The girl told Marshal Dugu that her father has assigned her to the war in the north. She is here to discuss the battle against the Z dynasty, which Dugu reported not too long ago. Xingdugu said that he plans to mobilize the strongest into a national army, to set traps to wipe out hundreds of thousands of Z dynasty soldiers. Xingdugu was surprised that Yunfei Yang sent this girl to make the decision. The princess said that a lot of troops, financial resources, and materials should be mobilized in this battle. If Dugu loses the battle or the Z dynasty is not trapped, the losses of the Zhang dynasty will be incalculable. The princess wants to know how is the god of war going to win. The warrior said that it was very simple and gave the names of the strongest warriors. Among them were the names of Xiaolan and Yao Shi. Dugu explained that Xiaolan possessed a soul higher than heaven. Yao Shi had captured Shu Hong Yu, plus the Zhang dynasty's god of war. This combination with bait would clearly be dangerous for the Xi dynasty. Dugu added that when the time came, his plan would take effect. It needs all the strong troops to appear in the northern part out of nowhere, and the Z dynasty will be taken by surprise. The princess said that she doesn't like jokes. After all, that's millions of soldiers. To herself, the princess thought that this man was truly worthy of being this generation's god of war. He's obscenely cunning. Dugu said it's not worth revealing all the secrets. The princess would soon find out everything herself. The princess agreed and added that he had another problem. According to the intelligence, there are spies in the Northern Army. How can we make sure that the purpose of the battle is not revealed and the army is not ambushed? Xingdugu said that without this spy, it would be difficult to carry out his plan step by step. Although this person's identity had yet to be revealed, but this too would help him. A mantis catches a cicada and a sparrow sneaks up from behind. The princess said that her interlocutor deserved to be a marshal. Although much remains to be seen, the royal family fully supports him. However, the spy must be tracked down. The princess thought that Xingdugu was going to feed false information to the spy. At the end of the meeting, the girl said that she was going back to discuss military matters and then contact the marshal. Xingdugu thought that he is betting everything on this battle, which is the lifeblood of the Z dynasty. He hopes that the princess will not let him down. Death Mountain Ridge. Xiaolan continues to train his vine and achieve great results. In this case, he is escaping from an attack of poisonous insects. The young man didn't think that this nest of poisonous huge demon bees actually has dozens of level 4 beasts and 3 level 5 beasts, which are really good fodder. Xiaolan, while fighting off these insects with the vine, thought that they really want to destroy him. It was necessary to finish them off as soon as possible. The guy almost missed the attack from behind. The vine helped him defend himself. Xiaolan stumbled and fell to the ground. Xiaolan thought that if the sting pierced through his body, it would be very bad. It was necessary to widen the gap. The bees hovered in the air in front of the warrior who attacked them. Next, it was even more surprising. Xiaolan didn't understand why the insects turned around and flew away. The guy heard thunder and looked around and realized that a huge-sized, terrifying, and dangerous beast-like monster was standing in front of him. Xiaolan realized that the beast in front of him was a 7th-level beast, a large and cruel ape. It might have come because of the noise of the bees. It could be very dangerous. Xiaolan tried to deal with this monkey with the purple vine. The monkey was not easy. Its 7th level said that it couldn't be defeated so easily. The vine wasn't easy either. The monkey grabbed this plant by its tentacles and was immediately pricked by the thorns. There was a loud scream. While the monkey was dealing with its pierced hands, Xiaolan decided that it needed to run away. There was no way Xiaolan could deal with this monkey. It was some big misunderstanding. He thought that he couldn't do without Jingming's help. Suddenly, a stranger appeared, who with a strong blow of her weapon threw this huge monkey high up. The stranger turned to our hero. She said that Jingming was now in the north, and he asked her to look after Xiaolan. The stranger said her name was Lu, Master Lu Ming. Master Lu Ming stated that this guy was very smart. He knew that there were people assigned to protect him. Xiaolan scratched his head and said that he was used to Jingming often helping him in the north. There had already been some situation where he had urgently requested for help, and it had arrived. Xiaolan knew that it wasn't like that. In fact, the purple vine had long ago sensed that he was being watched. Otherwise, he would have escaped long ago. Suddenly, the guy noticed that the terrifying ape was rapidly approaching them. He pulled the girl to him and shouted for Master Lu Ming to be careful. The guy thought that this girl also belonged to the martial class. He should use her to defeat the wild ape. Lu Ming fiercely repelled the attacks of the attacking beast. She said that it was only a level 7 predator. The guy shouldn't make a fuss. Lu Ming added that she would have no problem getting rid of the beast herself. The girl continued to attack the monkey. Xiaolan was surprised by her talent. At the same time, he thought that she was showing off in front of him. She says that a level 7 beast is nothing. Lu Ming directed a blob of her attack energy at the beast. The monkey had no chance to escape. There was an explosion. The monkey was deactivated for a while. The blast wave was so strong that our hero, along with his vine, flew far away. Xiaolan had in no way expected that the consequences from this attack could be so powerful. Could it be that this girl possessed such a tremendous talent? Lu Ming used her pole to deliver the strongest blow to the monkey. The beast grabbed its arm and roared loudly. The girl applied a ghostly decapitation to the beast, striking it with all her might with her long pole. The terrifying beast fell to the ground, smashing everything in its path. Rock shards were flying apart. Xiaolan realized that now was his time to act. Using his vine, he wrapped his purple tentacles around the monster's body. The wild ape tried to resist and channeled its energy charges into its opponents. The young man tried to dodge. He said that it was the monkey hitting them with all its might. Lu Ming replied that the guy could take it easy. They are just futile attempts before they die. They are not much of a threat. Everything turned out just as Lu Ming had predicted. After a while, the monkey stopped fluttering and was almost completely immobilized. Xiaolan thought that this was very strong. This is the War Emperor. Now I can see why her strength is so dominant. Lu Ming jumped onto the monkey and swung her huge pole over it. Xiaolan asked her companion not to kill her and give the monkey to him. Lu Ming calmed down and said that she almost forgot. Jingming had told her that the young man's soul could consume creatures as food, taking away energy. The girl said that, in that case, Xiaolan could take it. In the meantime, she would take a walk around the neighborhood to find out about the other beasts. The boy thanked her for her favor. Xiaolan realized that Jingming had not told this girl that the purple vine could, while devouring a victim, evolve. After devouring, the young man concluded that there was no sign of evolution in the purple vine. Could it really be its last form? Xiaolan decided to continue experimenting. He thought that his soul needed a bigger prey. Lu Ming said that junior and senior brother were preparing for a big battle with the Z dynasty. So, for now, only she could accompany Xiaolan. The boy thanked for the courtesy. He knows that there will be an unprecedented battle ahead, but he believes in the strength of his foster father, Xing Dugu. Lu Ming said that whether the battle is won or not, the god of war, with a rich history, has unfortunately met his aunt. Xiaolan inquired, what did Master Lu Ming mean by that? The girl wondered, does this guy actually not understand anything? Xing Dugu really wants to start a battle to end the war as soon as possible. together with Qing Yi, the god of war, is willing to risk the Zhang dynasty. Xiaolan was surprised. Is Xingdu Gu really willing to risk the Zhang dynasty because of his aunt? How can Lu Ming say such a thing? Lu Ming replied that Xingdu Gu had fallen in love with his aunt. He missed the victory, took the blame, and just left. If his aunt died, so would Xingdu Gu go after her. The girl repeated that his aunt could be the cause of Xingdu Gu's death. Xiaolan told the girl that Xingdu Gu and his aunt love each other. If life is replaced by death, it's their choice. Lu Ming replied to the guy that his aunt is sick and might die soon. Xingdu Gu shouldn't give up everything for her. Xiaolan shouted with anger that his aunt will not die. Xingdu Gu, neither will he. He would not let them die. Lu Ming, while talking to the guy, felt a very strong aura coming from him. This was quite unexpected. Xiaolan continued to speak emotionally. He would definitely get the antidote and help his foster father win the battle. You shouldn't blame everything on their feelings. It's not a weakness. Lu Ming grinned. The guy can't even handle a level 7 beast. How does he want to help win the war? If Xingdu Gu can't help his aunt, how can Xiaolan help? Xiaolan replied that not being able to do it now doesn't mean it will never be possible. He will protect his loved ones no matter what the cost. Lu Ming, as she left, said she hoped that it would be exactly as the guy wishes. She thought to keep a glimmer of hope for him before he starts to despair. Xiaolan thought that he should, as soon as possible, become stronger. He couldn't rely on Xingdu Gu alone. He must only rely on himself. Only absolute power could change fate and dominate everything. Within half a month, the Zhang dynasty began to mobilize troops. The army was filled with rumors. Rumor 1. The Z dynasty mobilized the entire army, colluding with the Yu dynasty. They will fight the Zhang dynasty in the winter. Rumor 2. Young Xiaolan has a heaven-level spirit and is hiding in the army of the north. He is preparing to avenge Xiao Bushi and destroy the Ji dynasty. Rumor 3. Sorcerer Yaoxi has a terrifying secret magic. He destroyed the war king Jishan, captured the prince of Shu Hongyu, and defeated Zhuojian. The warrior reports to Elder Dongfang that the people of the borderland are now in a panic. Many have fled with their families. The emperor has sent troops to set up roadblocks to stop the refugees. This caused a riot. Many people began to resist the crackdown, many facing the army. The situation became even more heated. The elder said that the Zhang dynasty was now suffering internally and externally. Red Bean told her grandfather that she had heard that rumors about Xiaolan were spreading. The Zhuo family must be planning to destroy him. Some solution must be thought of. Her grandfather told Hongdo that as soon as information about Xiaolan comes out, she immediately panics. Nothing will happen to this guy. Elder Dongfang said that these rumors are intentionally spread by the god of war. Xingdu Gu is most likely creating a huge combination. The girl wondered, how could the marshal endanger Xiaolan? The elder said he suspects that Xingdu Gu is planning to go alone. The situation in the north is getting complicated right now. Red Bean said she is very worried about Xiaolan. Elder Dongfang said that his granddaughter should return to the capital immediately, and she shouldn't make him send someone to tie her up and deliver her. Hongdo said that Xiaolan's spirit would make him a thorn in the side of the other two dynasties, and the Z dynasty will never let Yaoxi go. The Zhuo family wants to destroy him. The elder said that exposing the dynasty's secrets could cause serious consequences. The Zhuo dynasty can't be stupid enough to do such a thing. Master Dongfang added, when the situation in the dynasty is turbulent, does anyone really think the emperor is that stupid? The old man added that Xingdu Gu personally commands in the north. If need be, he would suppress all the rumors. Red Bean asked her grandfather that he wouldn't let something like this happen to Xiaolan. The old man said that he would do his best. In this war, the entire dynasty is at risk. By then, only Xiaolan would be able to turn the danger into a slight breeze. Xiaolan continued to train his spirit. He hunted down and destroyed the high-level beasts. There were more and more snow wolves in the neighborhood. Therefore, there was always work for his spirit. The guy faced one-on-one with the leader of the white snow wolf. The beast stared at his opponent with glittering eyes. Xiaolan immediately determined that the beast in front of him was a level 5 beast. This beast was very fast and made a sharp dash towards the hunter. Our hero managed to bounce to the side. He thought to dodge every strike. In the next moment, the purple vine was able to wrap around the body of this beast. The wolf screamed. The purple vine handled it and digested it. But the boy thought, this isn't going to work. He needs more tricks. He can't rely on spirit alone. After all, his task to become stronger. The spirit had accomplished its task and completely digested the beast. All that was left was the skeleton and something that was in the wolf's body. The boy took the item in his hands. It looked like it was carried by some person who had been eaten by the wolf. He hadn't even had time to digest the item yet. Opening the box, the young man took out an item that seemed familiar to him. In Xiaolan's hand was a piece of silk cloth. There was a pattern on it. The guy realized that it was a fragment of Yao Wangu's secret map. This was really cool. After examining this map, Xiaolan realized that unfortunately, there must be at least 2 more fragments. And the destination, no destination at all, could be seen. The guy thought that this map was meant for him. If he could collect it in the future, he would find valuable things. The young man's whole day was spent hunting. The day was hot and our hero was tired. Xiaolan went to a cave and saw a lake there. In the lake, the boy saw Lu Ming. The girl, seeing our hero, said hello to him. The young man was confused and blushed with embarrassment. Seeing Xiaolan, Lu Ming was not embarrassed and generally did not react in any way to the appearance of the guy. Xiaolan turned away and, still blushing, asked why she had come so suddenly. After all, she had been gone for 10 whole days. Lu Ming said that it was very hot in these parts. Therefore, she had been away for a few days. But she was worried that the guy might be eaten by some beast. Therefore, she came back. Xiaolan wondered, did she really leave him alone just because she was very hot? Lu Ming is not a very reliable bodyguard. The girl was surprised. After all, he was still alive and well. Couldn't he be left alone for just 10 days? Xiaolan said that he had fought many high-level beasts this week. It's not that he's a fast runner, it's just that if something happened to him, she would have to search for his body for a long time. Lu Ming told the young man that she was here in part to diversify his survival, and she could teach the guy something good. Xiaolan, blushing, wondered, what are we talking about? Lu Ming, with a wink, said that it was about combat skills. The guy thought that martial skills were all he needed right now. He just needs bases to improve and powerful martial skills. Lu Ming said that she had 2 martial skills in her hand, one for attacking and one for enhancing. She can teach the young man to use both skills. Xiaolan stated that he wants to learn it. The girl said that before she teaches him these skills, he must first promise her 2 things. Xiaolan replied that he is willing to do anything and listen to his teacher. Lu Ming said that he must never be an enemy of the hidden sect. Secondly, he must fulfill one wish of hers. Not now, but in the future. When she makes a wish, he will fulfill it with all his might. Xiaolan immediately promised that he would fulfill everything. Right now, it was much more important for him to master new techniques. The girl said that they had agreed and gave her companion the 2 techniques. The first skill was ghost decapitation. She used it earlier on the monkey. It allows you to stun or confuse the enemy. This skill causes the enemy to hallucinate. The second skill is called Celestial Demonic Enhancement. It represents the strongest martial enhancement technique for low-level warriors. Lu Ming said that this martial technique is a stick of 2 ends. It can stimulate human potential by utilizing its life source. The body becomes stronger in a short time. But there could be consequences. The young man thanked and said he would practice a lot. He needed to build up his strength now. The girl regretfully thought that in the hidden sect, not everyone had a soul. Xing Dugu and Xing Yi might have to rely on this guy soon. Lu Ming thought that Xiaolan needed to become stronger at all costs. Heavenly Demonic Enhancement allows a piece of profound energy to completely change its actions. It destroys the body, causing the life source to release energy. The guy realized that he needed to put himself out there. His aunt is waiting for him to find the antidote, and Hong Do is waiting for him to marry her. If this technique will help him get results, he's willing to make some sacrifices. After practicing for a long time, the guy noticed that his whole body was torn by pain. This skill, a stick of 2 ends. Xiaolan thought that he should try another technique as well, ghost beheading, using the frequency and residual image of the weapon swing. This skill affects the enemy's sense and makes them see hallucinations. The young man tried it, but he failed the first time. He repeated it many times. After repeating it many times, the boy was exhausted. He realized that this technique was very difficult. At some point, he started to succeed. It gave him a new burst of energy. After a whole night of practice, the young man had finally accomplished something. He must do his best to become stronger. Lu Ming watched this fellow from around the corner. The mentor had come up with this technique. Among them, sect brothers. The fastest to master it was the sect's eldest brother in just 3 days. Xiaolan only spent 1 night. His trainability is truly astonishing. Perhaps he might actually be able to reach a peak that no one can match. A month of intense training had passed. Progress was evident. One day, when our hero was recovering while resting in a cave, a wild beast crept in. Xiaolan immediately realized with his professional eyes that it was a level 5 giant bear. He decided to use this beast to test the results of his month-long practice. The bear stood on its hind legs, put its claws forward, and roared loudly. It wanted to deal with this man. Xiaolan was ready for the beast's attack. The guy used his battle pole to deliver several blows to the terrifying beast. However, the bear remained unharmed. Its bones were very hard. Xiaolan activated the Heaven Demonic Enhancement and decided to overpower the enemy using only his fists. The hunter's punches were so strong that the level 5 wild giant bear was defeated. Xiaolan summoned a vine to digest this beast. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming ran into the cave. She said that she absolutely did not think that in a month the guy would become so much stronger. Xiaolan replied that it was all made possible by Master Lu Ming's martial skills, but he has only mastered them superficially so far. He needs to practice more. Lu Ming told him not to be so impatient. The north is in chaos right now and war is about to break out. Therefore, Xing Du Gu ordered him to stay here for a while longer. Xiaolan replied that he understood everything and thought that he needed a little more time to make a breakthrough. He hoped that the north would be fine until he returned. Another week of intense training passed. Meditating in the lotus posture, Xiaolan activated the martial divination. After the meditation process, the young man jumped out of the cave shouting he had finally made a breakthrough. The matter couldn't wait. A target had to be found to test the new technique. The boy with his experienced eye immediately determined that several people had invaded the area. From his hiding place sitting on the branch of a tall tree, our hero thought that this group of people had come here to hunt beasts. Next to the group of humans, he saw a high-level bear that had been destroyed. The group of warriors were here for a different purpose. They were tracking someone. Unfortunately, no tracks had been found yet. Among those present were Zuo masters. Zuo Ming said that a few days ago, this guy was still on Death Mountain. There was no way he could have escaped so quickly. Xiaolan recognized these people. He realized that there was an experienced team from the Zuo family here. The young warrior thought, since they came here on their own, he would take their lives without hesitation. So he released his spirit. The vine tentacles secretly followed the Zuo family warriors. Xiaolan sensed the aura of the 2 war kings. Zuoxi said, if they can't find Xiaolan, how will they explain it to the family? They were sent here at the risk of being targeted by him. Zuo Ming said that intelligence reported that this guy is on the mountain of death. They're a conspicuous target. They can't be missed. He will definitely fall for them. Xiaolan wondered why the family sent these people to Death Mountain now that the border war was approaching. The vine returned to its master. It turned out that these people were the ones who were looking for him. The brother and sister were just bait to lead him outside. The guy thought if he acted rashly, these 2 war kings would definitely notice him, so he must find a solution. Zhu Ming said that it was late today and it was easy to be attacked. We should go back to the camp. Xiaolan thought that a stealth attack, it's a good idea. If the attackers want to find him, he would play well with them. The Zuo family warriors advanced to the camp. Purple Vine, hiding from tree to tree, followed them. Xiaolan watched from hiding behind the camp. There were only guards outside. The guy decided to show the Zuo family who was the real hunter here. The guy saw that the camp was full of spies. This straightforwardly baited him. Xiaolan used his vine to capture the guards. It was a standard pattern. The guards shouted that enemies had entered the camp. The vine was able to captivate everyone who came running at this call. All the warriors were deactivated and immobilized. Xiaolan asked the surviving warrior, wasn't he the one they were looking for? He would be able to pass on the information to the Zuo family's people that he had come. Xiaolan let that warrior go, and he ran off with a report to his headquarters. Xiaolan thought that the fun was just beginning. The warrior ran to the headquarters with the report and said that Xiaolan was there. The master asked if he was sure it was really Xiaolan. The warrior said that he had no doubt. All of his comrades were destroyed and corroded to the bone. Xiaolan was aided by the purple plant. The elder ordered half of the troops to gather and warned that they were going in search of Xiaolan. The other half would stay in the camp. The elder arrived on the spot and said that he could not sense Xiaolan in the vicinity. It is necessary to search for him in the neighborhood. At this time, Xiaolan was underground, strictly under the elder. The guy thought that he had lured the tiger from the mountains to infiltrate his home. Zuo family camp. Sister Zuo can't believe it. How could this Xiaolan appear so suddenly? Brother Zuo said. The fact that he fell into their hands, isn't it wonderful? The brother and sister were shocked by what they saw when they turned around at the rustle. Standing on the threshold in front of the young men was Xiaolan. Zuoming shouted for the guards to immediately eliminate this person. Zuoshi thought, how could he be here? After all, the troops had gone out to search for him. The guards tried to apprehend Xiaolan. They were unsuccessful. Our hero was dodging the enemy's attacks. The guy thought that there were 2 war kings against him, the rest of them of the combat commander level. They are all quite strong. Xiaolan activated the armored Qi, and the enemy's attacks didn't reach their target. Qiming was frightened. This guy activated armored Qi. Could it be that he was definitely a warrior level? How could he become strong so quickly? Xiaolan released his devouring soul. The opponents realized that this was very bad for them. The ordinary warriors were immobilized and deactivated by the vine. They had no chance of escape. The master shouted that this guy was a monster and begged for mercy. They thought they had to retreat immediately and wait for the troops to return soon. Xiaolan said if they wanted to escape, they could not even dream of it. The young man engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Xiaolan grabbed Mingzuo by the neck and lifted him up. The opponent said that Xiaolan can't destroy him. Zhou uncle is nearby and will definitely take revenge. Xiaolan thought that this uncle would not save his nephew and could not harm him. This uncle might be the one who organized this trap. Xiaolan used the vine to destroy both uncle and nephew. The guy he warned, if the Zuo family wanted to deal with him, he would pay a high price for this. Zhao Shai told Xiaolan to stay away from her. She is the bride of the heir to the throne. If he touches her, the Zhang dynasty will not forgive it. Xiaolan said they organized this chase to destroy him, and after that they dare to say anything else. Zuo Shi shouted for the guy to stay away from her. The master of the Zuo family pounced on our hero. Xiaolan thought that his attacker, a peak-level warrior. Xiaolan used the attack, Ghost Decapitation. The opponent thought that he couldn't avoid this guy's attack. He thought it was very strange. Elder Zuo used 10,000 floating balls and attacked Xiaolan with this technique. After this attack, Xiaolan noticed that his opponent was able to slip away. It was hard for the guy to repel the attack of those swords. However, it was impossible for his opponent to slip away from the vine. He was caught in a trap. Master Zuo was sent underground by the vine. The girl cried out in fear. Xiaolan took Zhao Shi as a hostage and said that she would have to follow him. The girl resisted. Xiaolan saw the troops coming back, and the advanced warriors are shouting to destroy Xiaolan. Xiaolan felt Zuo Fan's aura was very strong. The girl said that it was her uncle, and now her usurper will be finished. It was better to let her go. The guy had to deactivate the girl, so she wouldn't distract him. As he walked away from the chase, he thought he could still withstand the level of a war emperor, but he could use a hostage just in case. The elder and his army returned to the camp and saw that Xiaolan had annihilated everyone. One of the warriors said that he had hunted Xiaolan outside the camp, but he didn't think that he was able to get out and attack the camp. All the guards of the camp were wiped out. Zuo Shi might have gotten hurt as well. The elder said that he was hiding behind the mountains to catch Xiaolan, but he didn't expect him to get the chance to make this raid. The man didn't understand how to explain everything to the family head now. The elder thought that the most important thing was Zuo Shi. She, the future princess. The old man tried to understand what was wrong with the girl now. The elder realized that Zuo Shi was not among the dead. She must be a hostage. The girl's body exudes a special floral scent. She must be found. This Xiaolan must be destroyed. Lu Ming, who was watching from the sidelines, thought that this Xiaolan had a very strong character. He had destroyed so many people. She decided to visit his foster father and then help the young man. The elder noticed someone running away in the direction and ordered his warriors to go in pursuit. Xiaolan thought that the Zuo family would definitely be after him. We need to meet Lu Ming as soon as possible. After walking with the hostage through the tunnel, Xiaolan saw an exit on the other side. This exit led to a mountain river. It was a good place to rest. The hostage came to her senses. She asked what kind of place was this, called her captor a monster, and told him to let her go immediately. Xiaolan didn't have any ceremony with the girl. He immediately pushed her into the mountain river. Zuoxi dived out and started shouting for her to be rescued. After all, she can't swim at all. A vine came to the rescue and wrapped around the girl's body and pulled her out of the river. The hostage became more talkative and less shouty. Xiaolan reminded the girl that now she was his hostage. Her life depends only on him. She should know what that meant. Zuoxi pleaded for the guy to have mercy. Xiaolan told her not to worry. At this moment, she is useful to him. Otherwise, there would only be bones left of her like her brother. The girl, after calming down, decided to rest and dozed off. The boy thought that the mountain of death was no longer a place to stay for long. One must return to the hidden sect. Xiaolan knew that the teleportation array was nearby. I wonder if Lu Ming will be there. Lu Ming called out to our hero and said she expected him to come to the teleportation array, but she didn't expect him to bring some beauty with him. Could it be that he had decided to beautify his life? Xiaolan told Master Lu Ming who this was and explained why she was here. Lu Ming replied that he was very brave. If he decided to fight under the nose of the king and war emperor of the Zuo family, it would obviously raise a big ruckus. The guy said that the girl could be temporarily locked up in a hidden sect. She's a future princess, so she might come in handy. Besides, he has used his soul in front of her many times. She might guess his second identity. Lu Ming said, whether to destroy or let this girl live is up to him. Already near the portal, Lu Ming asked our hero, does he really want to go back to the north? Doesn't he want to stay for a few days in the hidden sect? Xiaolan replied that he was a little worried about matters in the north. It was necessary to help his foster father as soon as possible. At the right moment, Xiaobai appeared beside our hero. Xiaolan was very excited. Lu Ming said that this mystic beast had completed its transformation not long ago and had entered the mature stage. It could now transform into more than 10 forms. It made sense to take it with him. Xiaolan said for Xiaobai to change form and become the smaller the better. Xiaobai turned into a kitten after the transformation. The boy asked Lu Ming to tell his aunt that everything will be fine. Lu Ming said that he shouldn't use the heavenly demonic enhancement anymore. It would harm his body a lot. In the future, if hatred comes over him, he can hate her, but not the hidden sect. Xiaolan walked out through the portal in the north together with the kitten. He thought about what Lu Ming meant. Does heaven demonic enhancement still have any effect on humans? Our hero was met by Jingming and said that he had received a message from Lu Ming. However, he had returned early. Is the guy still a commander level? Xiaolan replied that he had used the heavenly demonic enhancement technique that Lu Ming had given him. He also hunted a huge number of beasts. Jingming asked, is the conversation really about heaven demonic enhancement? The master wondered, had Lu Ming gone crazy? How dare she give him this behind their backs? Isn't she afraid that Xingdugu will destroy her? The young man was frightened and asked what exactly was the heavenly demonic enhancement. Jingming replied that it was a vicious and evil method that could destroy. The boy should follow him so that they could meet with Xingdugu. The master brought the young man to the god of war and said that a young messenger had arrived. Xingdugu greeted Xiaolan and said that the lad had become stronger. Jingming reported that Lu Ming had given the guy the heavenly demonic enhancement technique. He was already able to break through the warrior level. Xingdugu was furious. How could she do this? He was ready to destroy Lu Ming. Xiaolan defended the girl. He said that he knew the consequences of this technique. It was his considered decision. It was the first time the boy had seen his foster father so angry. Xingdugu grabbed his head. Lu Ming hadn't told him the whole truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have practiced it. Jingming had told the guy that when he started using this technique, at best he would be able to live for 5 years. Heavenly demonic enhancement was a well-known martial skill many years ago. Not only does it allow people to quickly become stronger, but it also accelerates their development. This technique has no limits. Someone even at the age of 25 already had the level of a war emperor. Xiaolan thought, this is not surprising. After all, he was able to break through from the warrior level so quickly. Jingming added that all of this had a price. Not only would it cost him his life, but it would also create a demon. The first demon would appear after 3 years of practice. The second, after 5 years. Xiaolan was scared. Are they really talking about an inner demon? Dugu said that the inner demon would begin to manifest. In the best-case scenario, it would consume his heart, followed by doom. In history, no one had ever survived 2 inner demons. The guy realized that he had 5 years left. Why had Lu Ming kept this from him? Did she really want to hurt him? Xingdu Gu had told Xiaolan to stop using this technique immediately. If something happened to him, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Qing Yi. We should definitely report it to the hidden sect master. Maybe he would think of something. Xiaolan asked his interlocutors to keep this from Auntie. And Xiao Dao must not know. He is willing to undergo such a risk to become stronger, and will definitely be able to defeat the inner demons. Hingdu Gu said they will keep it a secret, but it's not that simple. He still needs the guy to participate in the war right now. When the war is over, he will do his best to find a solution. Wang Dugu said that according to reports from the border, the Xi dynasty has secretly sent Xie Nu to lead an army near the border. Intelligence from the spy said that there is a civil war going on in the Zhang dynasty. Both of the young man's identities have been used as bait. Once he appears, he will attract a large number of enemies. The god of war said that Qing Yi's troops would escort the young man to the front lines. He would be the most important soldier in this battle. The boy thought that this war was inevitable, but he will use all his skills and won't die. Xiaolan thought that he has one more obligation. He must marry the girl. He must defeat the internal enemies and return alive. Elder Pingzhou was furious. So many people had been sent against Xiaolan, and they had not achieved any result. Moreover, many were able to destroy and kidnap Zuoxi. Zhu Fan said that this guy was very cunning. He was able to hide his whereabouts. The old woman said that this Xiaolan should be destroyed. The information about his soul is very suspicious. Most likely, he might appear in the war in the north. We need to find him. She will personally do it herself. The princess learned that Yao Shi was able to break through to the commander level. The scout confirmed and added that the guy had just left the outpost. The marshal handed over Qing Yi's troops to him. He was sent to the front line guarded by the Dongfang family. The princess thought that such a talent would not die in the war. After the war, one should definitely make him their man. The princess said that now that Mindugu had started to act, a plan should be prepared. Is everyone hiding in their places? The aide reported that all the forces are hiding in the mountains thousands of miles away from Qingyi City. The princess said, so everything is ready in this battle. Only the royal family of the dynasty and she, Zishan, can win. The northern border, near the city of Qinyi. Yaoji told his friend that they would soon arrive at Qinyi City. Unexpectedly, there was an enemy attack on the troops. Yao Xie was surprised. The marshal had only envisioned such a thing in 2 weeks. Yao Xie said that this army must have gathered for a surprise attack. They came at a very good time. The enemies were preparing for the attack. They had pulled up artillery as well. The attack on the city was swift and aggressive. The enemy tried to break through the city gates. Yao Xi, using his internal energy and soul potential, activated his armor qi. The guy realized that the war had begun. General Dongfang said for everyone to listen to his order. Dongfang Yixing said for all commander-level warriors with released internal energy to attack indiscriminately. The enemy troops continued to try to break down the city gates from the outside. General Dongfang himself came out with sword in hand to fight the enemy. He told his men to hold firm and not let the enemy break through. An officer reported to the general that there were too many enemies. There was no more strength to hold out. The general replied that help was nowhere to be found. Help came unexpectedly. The purple vine had spread everywhere among the enemy troops. The enemy had suffered significant damage. The Yao brothers watched the events from the top of the cliff. Yao Shi told Qingyi's army to obey his orders. The commander's sorcery had been triggered. The warriors must take part in the battle against Xi's army. Everyone must be annihilated. Not a single enemy must be missed. The enemy cowardly fled. Marshal Dongfang said that reinforcements had arrived and ordered his troops full speed ahead. The enemy leader shouted for his troops not to retreat. The enemy army is using a ruse. They won't last long. The enemy leader was approached by Yao Xie with his fighting spirit. Yao Xie jumped out of hiding and swung his battle stick and said that he was about to destroy the bloody barbarian. Yao Xie struck a few blows and hid with his fighting spirit underground again. The warriors who had abandoned to protect their commander couldn't understand where the enemy was. Suddenly, a vine appeared from underground in various places. The tentacles of this plant were pulling the enemy warriors underground. The soldiers of Xi's army retreated in fear. Everyone was celebrating the victory. General Yao Xi is invincible. General Yao Xi's sorcery is peerless. General Dongfang thanked our hero for his help. He thought that this warrior, a true talent. Yao Xi replied that General Dongfang was very polite. He came to guard the border on the orders of his foster father. Although they drove out the bloody barbarians for a while, but they would soon return. General Dongfang said that he would immediately inform the higher commanders of the situation and suggested that Qing Yi's army should enter the city. Guy thought that in this war, he would make Xiaolan and Yao Xi's names proudly resound throughout the north. Qing Yi City barracks. The young men are settling in for rest. The duty officer burst into the room and said that news had just come in that hundreds of thousands of Z Dynasty soldiers had attacked in 3 places. In 2 of them, there is still fierce fighting going on. Yao Xi thought that the enemy had divided the grouping into 3 parts. Could it be that they have such big ambitions? The duty officer said that in addition, 2 cities had suffered heavy losses. The city guarded by the Zuo family and the city guarded by the Ni family are suffering. Yao Ji said that this time, the action of the bloody barbarians is insane. They wanted to devour 3 Zhang dynasty strongholds at once in one fell swoop. Yao Xi said that in this situation, their enemy was taking a huge risk. They went all in. Another duty officer appeared and said that General Dongfang was requesting a meeting. Yao Xi arrived and said that Yao Xi's subordinate had paid a visit to Dongfang Goshi. The general said that this guy has made a great contribution to the defense. He is worthy of a holy soul. The fellow replied that he was not worthy of praise. He took the enemy by surprise this time, but next time they will be ready. The general nodded and said that fighting is fated. But if the guy shows up for the war like Yao Xi, the Z dynasty will send a huge force after him to get rid of him. He must not be left alone. Yao Xi said, the bloody barbarians have also launched an offensive in other places. They are using a large number of troops, so we should expect an offensive here as well. The general admitted that the blood barbarians are prepared for a protracted battle and are desperate to besiege the city. He is worried about a possible conspiracy. General Dongfang looked straight into his interlocutor's eyes and said that as of now, Xingdugu has not done anything yet. The kid said that his foster father must be plotting something. We still need to wait a while longer. The general said that Xingdugu is not only an opponent of the Z dynasty. The young man was very surprised. The general said that this is the Zhang dynasty's big game. Anyway, the guy should stay in Qingyi City and prepare for the battle. Yao Xi thought, what did Elder Dongfang mean by this? Could it be that there are traitors in the Zhang dynasty? Could it be the Zuo family? In the next few hours, King Si continued to attack the 3 cities. The battles were extremely heavy. The casualties of both dynasties went into the hundreds of thousands. Longya City and Qingyi City suffered heavy losses and struggled to resist. Only Xinyi City repeatedly defeated the enemy, having achieved huge victories. General Dongfang said that with the help of General Yao Xi and the Qingyi army, they finally managed to repel the enemy raids. They need to tidy up the fences and beware of night attacks. The Sentinel said that according to the report, General Yao Xi took his subordinate to pursue the enemies, saying that he wanted to investigate the location of the enemy camp. Dongfang said it was too dangerous. Some time passed. Z Dynasty, barracks, our hero's fighting spirit, Purple Vine, attacked the enemy camp. The enemy wars were taking their toll. The tentacles were eating the enemies alive. Only bones were left of the people. Yao Xi thought that the Z Dynasty didn't have any strange things. But it seemed to the guy that the strength had become a little less than before. Yao Zi said that it was necessary to leave the camp faster. Yao Ji thought that General Dongfang wouldn't let his friend go alone. Therefore, the 2 of them set off alone. Yao Xi thought that the bloody barbarians had been fighting for the Xi dynasty for a long time, but they still haven't gotten their act together. They have other goals. It's urgent to get to Dongfang Goshi, Xinya City. Yao Xi says we must hurry. There's urgent news. We must hurry to meet General Dongfang Goshi. Young Master Dongfang told General Yao Xi that his father had rushed back to the capital of the empire. Yao Xi inquired what happened. The Xi dynasty had attacked the city. In order to hold back the army, they took 100,000 men and have already crossed 3 cities. Yao Xi was surprised. No one expected such bravery. The bloody barbarians had obtained equipment during the battle, pretending to be their own. The particularly strong ones destroyed the scouts along the way, and are now not far from the inner regions of the dynasty. Yao Shi said that there is definitely a traitor. Dongfang said that the traitor warned that the empire has no army. The empire's army in the forest was suppressing the rebellion in the east, and the other army was fighting the enemy in the north. Yao Shi said that they can't be allowed to succeed. We need to report this to Xingdugu immediately. Dongfang added that Qingyi City was now temporarily commanded by General Jing Li. The marshal will secretly return to the imperial capital with the 3 national teachers. Yao Shi didn't believe it. Could it be that the foster father and the army had not even returned to the imperial capital? Would the emperor be able to defend himself against the enemy? Danfang said that they should definitely trust the marshal. Right now, they could only protect the northern border, to prevent the bloody barbarians from invading again. Marshal Dongfang gave the order that Yao Shi should continue to stay in Xinye. Yao Shi thought that his foster father was definitely worried that his identity would be revealed when he left. Yao Shi thought that Hongdou was in danger in the empire's capital, but he should stay here. Yao Shi mentally asked his stepfather to stop the bloody barbarians. Xingdugu and his bodyguard were moving through the inner lands of the Zhang dynasty. In front of them was Luoyuan's city. Jingming said that according to the spy's report, all the people from the city had been evacuated. Dugu replied that everything was going according to plan. There was a meeting in the secret cave. The warriors knelt down and said that they were happy to see the marshal. Dugu asked if everything was ready. An officer reported that 300,000 soldiers had gathered, waiting for the marshal to give the order. Xingdugu said that this was the only place to go to the empire's capital from. It would also be the burial place of the 100,000 soldier of the bloody barbarian army. Somewhere on the outskirts of Luoyuan city, an army of blood barbarians had positioned themselves. The commander has ordered the demolition of the city. Ahead of them, they would be able to reach the Zhang dynasty emperor. The warriors defending the city wondered, where did the army of bloody barbarians come from? After all, the Zhang dynasty has no defense here. This place is very vulnerable. The blood barbarians, advancing on the city, were suddenly attacked. The leader of the barbarians was very surprised. Why is there resistance here? Did the enemy army really come down from the heavens? Aren't the Northern Army and the Imperial Forest Army in front of him? How did they end up here? Panic arose in the ranks of the barbarians. Their enemies were becoming more and more numerous. How did they suddenly find themselves here? The head bloody barbarian shouted that they should leave the city immediately. The aide said that was impossible. Zhang's army is also present outside. They are surrounded. The head barbarian was discouraged. So many soldiers appeared out of nowhere. This is a real trap. They've lost. The peak of Mount Shin. The leader ordered to quickly surround the city and destroy the enemies. Xingdugu said that by cooperating with Yunfei Yang, the traitor had gotten the wrong information, because of which they decided to attack. The trap had slammed shut. Jingming said that it was a very wise move. With this, they could turn the course of the war in their favor. Dugu said that the war wasn't over yet. We should go back to Qingyi City. Emperor Zi's 100,000 army is just an appetizer. The real target is in Longya City. Xingdugu said that the Zi dynasty's plan has failed. At the moment, their goal should be to free Xu Hongyu, who is in Longya City. Xingdugu added, Xu Hongyu is not Emperor Xi's blood. He is the son of a blood sect master. The Zi dynasty will save him at any cost. Yunfei Yang was in the Xia Empire many years ago. He uncovered their secrets. Not only was information about Xu Hongyu obtained, but also about the traitor. Jingming asked how could His Majesty be so careless. Xingdugu said that Yunfei Yang is a very dark horse. Right now we need to deal with the traitor. He has a suspect. Jingming asked Dugu, who exactly is the suspect? The news of the destruction of the Zi dynasty's 100,000-strong army soon spread throughout the north, and the rivals' military spirit soared. The Zi dynasty's plan had been destroyed. The remaining forces were gathered and launched a fierce attack on the 3 cities. Yoshia said that the capital was now safe. However, without Dongfang Goshi, Xinye City might disappear. What should we do if the enemies come? Master said that there was no need to worry. One must have faith in the marshal's plan. They would go to Longya City. The master was going to repel another enemy attack and said that as long as they win this battle, and urged his entire army to follow him in the attack. Yao Shi thought that everything was according to his foster father's plan, but it went too smoothly. He had a bad feeling. The war hall, Marshal Jing Li walked in. He told Xing Dugu to lead all kinds of troops to stop the Ji dynasty's stealthy attack. But aren't these troops suppressing the rebellion in the east? Dugu replied that it was a game for the Ji dynasty. He, on the other hand, set up a teleportation array and waited for the enemy to appear at the door. The duty officer said that he had an urgent report to the marshal from Her Majesty. There was an urgent need to respond. Xing Dugu read the report and said, "Is General Yefei a traitor? That's too bad. Yefei is guarding Xinye City right now. Yao Shi is in danger." Dugu ordered Jing Ming to arrest Yefei immediately. Dugu ordered Jing Li to follow him to repel the bloody barbarians as soon as possible. They should concentrate their forces to support the city. Dugu told Jing Li that the enemy would come to rescue Xu Hongyu. Dugu added that he would send 3 national teachers to the capital. Together with the summoned army, they will be annihilated. Dugu said that thanks to the false report from the traitor, the Zi dynasty was trapped. It was doomed to defeat the moment it entered the north. Jing Li, standing behind Xing Dugu's back, was up to no good. He said that the master was indeed wise, and he himself walked closer to Xing Dugu. Jing Li wrapped his arms around Xing Dugu and stuck a knife into his back, piercing his body through. The traitor said that his real name was Xu Hong Li. He had been undercover for 15 years, but he still lost to Xing Dugu. Dugu fell to his knee. He said, "It turns out the real traitor in front of him." So Zishan had lied to him. The traitor said that his interlocutor let his guard down, and he took advantage to destroy him. Xing Dugu fell victim to his own plan. However, he was caught up in a plot in which Zishan planned to destroy the Ji dynasty, and then they would all end up in the hands of the Yun family. The traitor added, if he destroyed Xing Dugu, then the Ji dynasty would win. He said that he was saying goodbye to the Zhang dynasty's god of war. Xing Dugu regretted that he wouldn't be able to return to Qingyi. Fainting, Dugu thought that he was entrusting Lanner to his aunt. The leaders of the bloody barbarians watched from on high as their warriors attacked the city. They were determined to destroy this city. An elder watching from the fortress wall said, he didn't think the Zi dynasty would send 3 war emperors. Which one of them could be the third? This was Longyao City. The third god of war took off his hood, and the elder standing opposite on the fortress wall saw that it was Emperor Jie. Was Xue Hongyu worthy of having Emperor Jie himself come after him? Apparently, this young man is very important to them. Xing Dugu will come here soon, and then they can win this battle. The war emperors started the battle. It looked very frightening. The princess said that I expected Emperor Sai to appear in person, but the blood sect had yet to reveal itself. The interlocutor replied that the blood sect has always been in the shadows. Emperor Zai was enough. The princess said that the Imperial Forest Army had gone to Qingyi City to restore order, and other troops were about to arrive. The interlocutor said that he had finally waited for this day. A sentinel came up to Emperor Xi and said that a large enemy army was coming this way. They are surrounded. Emperor Xi didn't expect the Zhang dynasty's army to come here, so they knew about the attack on Longyao. It was imperative to destroy Longyao's army as soon as possible. The elder shouted that things were bad. The enemy is using the soul battle skill. It is necessary to stop them. The golden spirit dragon attacked the 3 military leaders of the Zi army, including the emperor. Emperor Zi thought that everything had failed. There was no longer any way to release soul energy. Emperor Zi shouted that his subordinates must definitely save him. There was no way to save the emperor. Yunfei Yang towered over his army and told all the generals to listen to his order. Emperor Xie is dead. We must attack with all our might and destroy the enemy army for the victory of the Zhang dynasty. The leaders of the army began to retreat. They didn't understand how Yunfei Yang was suddenly able to possess the highest point of Saint Soul. The elders bowed and saluted His Majesty. Elder Zuo thought, how did Yunfei Yang suddenly become so strong? How was this possible? Yunfei Yang had been hiding for so long. It turns out that he was controlling everything behind his back. Something big is about to happen. The emperor has received terrible news from Qingyi City. Xing Dugu had been destroyed by the traitor Jing Li. The emperor was enraged. He told the 3 national teachers that he wanted to go to Qingyi City to capture the traitor. They should lead an army to hunt down the bloody barbarians. Qinyi City. The barbarian troops are retreating. Yao Shi and Yao Ji are resting. It's finally over. They survived. Looks like the foster father's plan has succeeded. The battle for Longyao City was won by the Zhang dynasty. Yao Shi saw that Jing Ming had arrived to see him. The warrior asked where Ye Fei was. Yao Shi replied that he just heard from the soldiers that Ye Fei was attacked by bloody barbarians during the battle and died. Jing Ming said, so this guy was not a traitor. Then they had miscalculated. Yao Shi said he didn't understand anything. Jing Ming back said that the princess gave false information. In that case, the traitor is another person. Dugu might be in danger. Yao Shi should follow him to Qingyi. Yao Shi said for Yao Ji to immediately gather an army and advance to Qingyi City. It was reported to the emperor that Jing Li had escaped. He took advantage of the chaos to get out of the city and join the enemy army. The emperor ordered to tell the entire army that Jing Li was the traitor, and he had destroyed Marshal Du Gu. The emperor added that he would personally command the entire army of the north. He intends to defeat Zi's army and avenge the marshal. The princess said that everything had worked out the way the emperor wanted and congratulated him on his success. The princess added that it was all done for the royal family. For nearly 100 years, 4 great feudal families and 10 clans had controlled the government. The Yun family had emptied out and became a puppet. After Xingdugu appeared, all control of the army went to him. Now that the Zi dynasty has been defeated, Xingdugu is dead. Her father has reached the pinnacle of power. The regime's power can be restored in one move. The Zhang dynasty, in her father's hands, will enter the era of prosperity. The emperor, smiling, said that now no one can threaten the Yun family. This is a victory. Our hero arrived at Qingyi City and heard the warriors talking. His Majesty issued an order to pursue the enemy. The emperor's personal intervention helped defeat the Ji dynasty. The Zhang dynasty was victorious. The young man couldn't believe it. Had His Majesty really come to this city? Yao Shi asked, where is his foster father now? The warriors sadly said that the marshal was attacked by the traitor Jing Li and died defending the country. The young man was terribly upset. He shouted that such a thing could not happen, and he did not believe it. The boy rushed to the palace. The guard said that no one could disturb the place. Yao Shi stated that he was the marshal's adopted son and wanted to see him. The guard replied that the marshal is dead and His Majesty and the princess are grieving inside. No one is allowed in there. Yao Shi stated that he needed to go there. Jing Ming added that they can't stop him and calmly motioned for the guards to step aside. Yao Sai entered the room and saw the grieving princess and emperor. They were near Xingdugu's body. Yao Shi and Jing Ming were terribly upset. They couldn't understand how this was possible. The princess told our hero that it was impossible to bring back a person after death. They would definitely avenge the marshal. Yao Shi said that he would personally destroy Jing Li. But didn't the princess destroy his adoptive father? Did Jing Li alone do that? The princess said that the marshal had indeed died at the hand of a traitor. The soldiers of the mansion can testify to that. The guy said that the princess gave wrong information about the traitor, and Xingdugu let his guard down. Master Jing Ming was sent to capture Ye Fei. Xingdugu had no defense against Jing Li. Could the princess explain this? Unexpectedly, Yao Shi was attacked by a golden fire dragon. Without expecting it, the guy flew far back. The emperor said that this young man is a daredevil. How dare he slander the princess and blame her for the marshal's death? The kid felt the emperor's peak war emperor level. The emperor asked if the young man knew what sin was. Yao Shi thought, how could this incompetent, fainting monarch actually be a war emperor? The princess said that there was indeed an intelligence exchange. It must be a deception of the enemy. The princess wanted to stand up for Yao Shi. Jing Ming stood up for the young man and told the emperor that the guy was now in great sadness and depressed. Yao Shi thought that this was all calculated by the emperor. He and Jing Ming are not opponents to the emperor. There is no room for resistance here. The emperor said that for the sake of the princess, he will spare the guy. Since the princess values him very much, he will listen to the princess from now on. The princess explained that there was misinformation about her. She would definitely investigate the matter and asked General Yao Shi to believe her. Yao Shi lowered his head and said that he would listen to the princess. Yao Shi thought that the secret report was only known to her and her father. How could it be verified? She pretended to be the victim and covered for him. It turned out to be an impressive show. The emperor, as he left the room, told Jingming and Yao Shi to remember who the princess was. They could honor the martial spirit and deal with Jing Li. The warriors left the room. The princess thought that there was no use for their knowledge. They can only submit. Left alone, Yao Shi and Jingming gave vent to their feelings. How did this happen? It was their inattention. The main enemy is the royal family. Yao Shi said that he would definitely avenge his foster father. Jingming said that the emperor had hidden his powers for many years. And just today, he defeated the Z dynasty and got rid of the young envoy. He could restore both power and military might, and afterward, revive the royal family in one fell swoop. Jingming added that it would have to be a long wait to destroy all threats. Perhaps when the Black Dragon colluded with the Black Dragon before, it wasn't the three great clans, but the royal family. Yao Shi did not expect this. Xing Dugu was persecuted for threatening the emperor's rule, just like his grandfather who was the strongest in the Zhang dynasty. Now that no one from the Zhang dynasty could shake Yang Fei Yang's position, there was nothing they could do. Jingming cried and said that he had failed. Yao Shi told his interlocutor to take his father into the hidden sect and leave the rest to him. Jingming said he shouldn't do that. He can't compete with the Yun family. He should go back to the hidden sect to make a plan. The young man replied that his plan is revenge. The boy asked him to tell his aunt and Xiaodao that he will definitely come back alive. Jingming said that one person could not stand up to the entire Zhang dynasty. Longyao City, prison. Young Master Zuo said that thanks to his grandmother taking the initiative to take care of Xu Hongyu, the Zuo family had made a great contribution this time. Master Zuo said that Yao Shi couldn't match him on the main battlefield. This time, he had won. Suddenly, an explosion rang out, and a hole was formed in the prison wall. Through this hole, Yao Shi entered and said that Zhuojian would never defeat him. Master Zuo shouted, "How did Yao Shi dare to break into the Zuo family barracks?" and ordered his warriors to capture him. Yao Shi was swift and fierce. He deactivated all the warriors attacking him with a single blow. The guy used his magic, purple grape tentacles, and said that he was taking Xu Hongyu with him. He cut the ropes holding this guy down. Zuo shouted that Yao Shi had lost his mind. How can he release the prince of an enemy country? Walking away, our hero said that Zuo should worry about his crime, negligent security, an area located on the outskirts of Longyao City. This is where the clash of opposing armies continues. The barbarian leaders are discussing the fact that this Yunfei Yang was at the top of the war emperor level. This time, they were trapped and suffered heavy losses. They were unable to protect their emperor and save the prince. How would they be able to explain this? A sentry appeared and reported that the Zhang dynasty's general had arrived with the prince. Yao Shi, who appeared in the enemy camp, said that he was the son of Marshal Xingdugu. The young man of Zhang dynasty, Xiaolan, officially declared himself a traitor and asked Z dynasty to accept the surrender. Old Lady Zuo was outraged. How dare Yao Shi dare to steal Xu Hongyu? How could such a thing be possible? The Sentinel also reported that this guy had destroyed several of their warriors and injured the Zuo leader Jian. The woman asked where he had fled to. She personally wants to capture him and punish him for the crime. The duty officer reported that General Yao Shi had appeared in the Z dynasty army along with a prisoner. He also declared treason. In the enemy camp, Yao Shi said that he had saved the prince on purpose to show his sincerity. The bloody barbarians were surprised. Did the young son of the god of war really come to them? Did the third prince really want to seek refuge with them? The blood barbarians said that they accept this fellow's surrender. The leaders of the blood barbarians noticed that elders had advanced from their enemy's camp to repel Yao Shi and take their prisoner. The overseers said that Yao Shi had betrayed the motherland. This is treason and a national disgrace. He must immediately return with Xu Hongyu. Yao Shi threw his prisoner into the hands of the barbarian leader and said that he would never return. The boy swallowed one of the pills and said that today, in the name of Xiaolan, he was rebelling against the dynasty and would never regret it. The old woman said that he was born a rebel. Not long ago, he betrayed the Xiao family. Now he has betrayed his homeland. Xiaolan said it was the other way around that betrayed him. The Xiao family has nothing to do with him. And the Yun family destroyed his grandfather, his father and mother, and his adoptive father. With deep hatred, he swore that the Yun family would pay for it. The warriors, hearing this, were terribly surprised. Could it be that the royal family had destroyed two powerful men and the leader of the Jiao family? This was impossible. How could such a thing happen? The Zuo family elder thought that the death of all three of them really inextricably linked to the Yun family, and Xiaolan was in despair. The elder said that he didn't believe it. He was too wrong. He thought that in the end, the Yun family, the ultimate winner. Xiaolan's remarks would definitely damage the royal family's reputation. This is not good for the Zhang dynasty. Elder Zuo wanted to attack Xiaolan, however, one of the barbarian leaders said that this guy is already a member of his Z dynasty. If she wanted to destroy the guy, then she should fight him. The leader of the Z army, taking the hostage in his arms, told Xiaolan to follow him. Elder Zuo, fighting her enemy, said that the Zhang dynasty would forever pursue Xiaolan for the rest of his life. The guy replied that even if the Yun family didn't come to him when he was strong enough, he would also tear apart the Zhang dynasty, destroy the Yun family. This is a bloody sacrifice to his relatives. Army General Zai said that they should retreat now. Elder Zuo ordered her troops to go in pursuit and bring her the traitor. The elder said it was too serious a matter. We should report it to our superiors first. The elder thought that no matter what Xiaolan's goal was, he would never return to the Zhang dynasty as long as he lived. Main Imperial Hall. The emperor had been reported for treason. The princess and the emperor found out that Yao Shi is actually Xiaolan, and he had betrayed the motherland. The princess thought he had cheated. He was just playing around all this time. Xiaolan said that the deaths of Xiao Qingdi and Marshal Dugu were related to the royal family, and he must avenge them. The emperor was surprised. Is he really so brave? And ordered to pursue Xiaolan with all his might. He offered a huge reward for his capture. Whoever could destroy him would receive the title of duke and become a general. The princess said that spreading this case would definitely affect the royal family's reputation and morale. It is necessary to clarify the fact immediately. The emperor said that his daughter must do something. Xiaolan cannot be allowed to spoil the main event. The princess thought she wants Xiaolan to forever be covered in the shame of betrayal and die in agony. The Yun family soon announced to the world that Yun Feiyang had led the army to victory with the strength of a peak martial emperor. Marshal Dugu, the god of war, died at the hands of the traitor Xingli. Xiaolan deceived the royal family and stole the third prince and betrayed the motherland. And the whole country praised the wise Yun Feiyang and mourned the death of Xing Dugu. Countless families condemned Xiaolan for betraying and collaborating with the enemy. Dongfang family house. The Yang family became the hero of the Zhang dynasty. Xiaolan became the first sinner of this dynasty. Red Bean didn't want to accept it and said that he would belong to her forever. One should not be afraid to love, hate, and be an enemy of the entire dynasty. Red Bean said that she will always wait for Xiaolan to return. She remembers that he promised her a wedding. Bloody Barbarians camp. We need to send the third prince as soon as possible. The death of Emperor Zai must also be reported. We must take control of the situation. A sentry has reported that there is trouble. The Zhang dynasty sent Yeti troops to their border and attacked their army. Xiaolan thought that this was the last stage plan of his foster father. It was rumored that the Yeti tribe was extremely cruel and had always been a hidden danger to the Z dynasty. This war has caused a shortage of troops in the north, and now is a good time for the Yeti to seriously harm the Z dynasty. The Sentinel added that the Yeti tribe has gone on a rampage and invaded several cities in the north. There are already heavy casualties. There is an urgent need for help on the border. Xiaolan said that the Zhang dynasty had indeed calculated all of this. However, the large army had suffered heavy losses. How could they and still be able to resist? The general said that they had been attacked by the enemy. The blood sect was still slow to act. If they don't have countermeasures, the Z dynasty will truly be defeated. Guy thought that his foster father had thrown all his strength into the war and won, but unfortunately, he had fallen at the hands of those he believed in and gave his all. He would never let the Zhang dynasty win. He thought he would ruin his foster father's plan. Xiaolan turned to the warlords and said that he was willing to help them. The marshals turned to the young man and asked how General Xiaolan wanted to help them. The lad said, he knows that the Z dynasty doesn't trust him, so he needs to prove his loyalty. He wants to head to the Yeti tribe to destroy them with the power of the Holy Soul, so that the Z dynasty won't suffer any more troubles. The guy added that he wants to find a place in the Z dynasty so that he can one day destroy the Zhang dynasty. The warlord said that he will send a man to send the guy to the north. If he succeeds in completely destroying the Yeti tribe, he will become a great hero of the Z dynasty, and there would be no problem to obtain the title. When the young man left, one of the generals asked if this guy could handle the Yeti tribe. What exactly does he want to do? The interlocutor replied that one should not underestimate him. He possesses an extremely strong spirit. He seems to be determined to take revenge on the Zhang dynasty. Although the royal family of the Zhang dynasty is linked to the death of the three Shao leaders, but the Xi dynasty also had a hand in it, one must be careful. If Xiaolan tries sincerely, they can also cooperate with him. But if he has other intentions, it is necessary to destroy him. Young enemy warriors appeared in front of our hero. Behind them was a huge spiritual beast, a battle dragon. One of the warriors was Shu Kui. He had arrived to assist Xiaolan in carrying out his plan. Xiaolan thought that the commanders had sent 2 war emperors to keep an eye on him. The Z dynasty is very wary of him. The 3 warriors climbed onto the battle dragon and set off on the road. The guy thought, when he set foot on the Zhang dynasty's land again, the Yun family would definitely be destroyed. Xiaolan mentally told Red Bean that he would definitely come back to her, and asked her to wait for him. The marshal reported the bad news. The Zhang dynasty's army is advancing. Yunfei Yang and the 3 national teachers are personally leading the army. The commanders-in-chief thought that Yunfei Yang intended to devour the Xi dynasty in one blow. They didn't think that Yunfei Yang was so ruthless. Now that their army had suffered heavy losses, they would fight to the death in defense of the blood sect, and gave the order to defend the city to the end. Yunfei Yang, using his golden battle dragon, gave the order to destroy the enemies. Elder Zuo told the Z dynasty to surrender, and gave them the traitor Xiaolan. Suddenly, a shining girl appeared in the sky. She said that there had been enough deaths in this war. She scattered the enemy forces to different sides. Everyone was surprised. She was able to repel the attack of the 6th War Emperor. In the entire Divine Soul continent, there is only one person capable of doing this: a Soul Lord. All the marshals realized that it was a legendary absolute Soul Lord. The woman declared that the 2 dynasties should stop fighting, and added that she was determined. If they didn't refuse, she would personally force them to retreat. It was the Soul Lord, Chen Chengju. The warlord said that the Z dynasty was willing to retreat. Elder Zuo disagreed. This was the perfect time to destroy the Z dynasty. Immediately after saying those words, the old woman was struck by an energy charge, and with a wave of her hands, she fell down. The Soul Lord asked, did Yunfei Yang agree to retreat? Yunfei Yang ordered his troops to retreat. He thought that the dominance he had waited for so many years had been destroyed by some girl. The Soul Lord said that it was instigated by the Z dynasty. Therefore, they would cede 50 cities to the Zhang dynasty. For the next 10 years, there would be no more war. Yunfei Yang asked the Soul Lord, if war breaks out after 10 years, will she intervene again? The girl said as she walked away that if war was truly inevitable, she would not be stopped by 10 years. By then, she wouldn't worry about it anymore. Yunfei Yang said, if the enemy dynasty lasts for another 10 years, then they will finish what they started, and ordered his troops to retreat. Everyone saw the opposing troops disperse. This saved the Z dynasty. A hidden sect. 3 masters are performing a ritual over the body of a dead man. An elder asks the sect master, even if he uses a secret technique that defies the heavens, can this person be resurrected? The master replied that Xingdu is very important to the hidden sect. They should do their best to save the rest of his soul. Jingming heard that as to whether Xingdu could be resurrected, it depended on luck. So they were able to preserve his soul. Unexpectedly, Qing Yi and Xiaodao appeared. The women asked if the war in the north was over. Jingming said that they had temporarily gained the advantage. However, the situation in the north was too complicated. He went back alone to report. Qing Yi said that she had been very worried lately. Is her lanner all right? Jingming replied that the guy was fine. It's just that he can't come back for now. There was no need to worry. The woman calmed down and asked her to tell her nephew that they were waiting for him to return. Jingming couldn't tell them the whole truth. He couldn't say that Xingdu had left them, and Xiaolan had become an enemy of the Zhang dynasty and joined the Xi dynasty. Xiaolan and the 2 military generals were arriving at their destination on the battle dragon. Already from a bird's-eye view, it could be seen that the Yeti army was attacking the Xi dynasty warriors. It could be seen that the Yeti tribe's offensive was too brutal. It was necessary to rush to the rescue. General Xiaolan's help was needed. Xiaolan jumped off the dragon and went on the attack. Although the Yeti tribe is extremely ferocious, they can only attack physically. The purple vine with devouring power, their natural enemy. The purple vine immediately sprang into action. The tentacles attacked all the Yetis. They were restrained in their movements and began to lose the battle. The generals who arrived said that the reinforcements sent by Marshal Shu, the entire army must immediately obey to destroy the Yeti. The warriors realized that they were saved. Shu Kui thought that this Xiaolan with such a small level was able to destroy a huge number of Yetis. His holy soul is intimidating. Now I can see why they ordered them to follow him. However, he could be the savior of the Xi dynasty. With the help of the purple vine, Xi's army was able to win. The enemy was defeated. The bloody barbarians celebrated the victory. The young men who accompanied Xiaolan on this expedition thanked the general for helping him defeat the Yeti tribe. Xiaolan replied that he had to do it, but there was more to it. Xiaolan added that the soul is very toxic. It wants to get rid of these corpses to prevent the poison from spreading, and asked that they give the order for the soldiers to retreat. The guy thought, when the soldiers get farther away, we can start. After the purple vine had dealt with the bodies, he said that all the bones could be burnt. Xiaolan thought that even after consuming everything, there was no reaction. Maybe a bigger prey is needed? The sentry reported that the 7th Ripnincess and the eldest prince were staying at the border and wanted to announce the arrival of 3 reinforcements. Xiaolan greeted the 7th princess and the eldest prince when they arrived. The guy thought that they were the heirs of Emperor Sai. The newly arrived asked, "Is he really the rebel general of the enemy Zhang dynasty? Rumor has it that he has wiped out many of the Yeti tribe. This is truly amazing." Xiaolan replied that he was not worthy of the honor. The surrendered captain has a soul that is good against the Yeti. Also, the other soldiers have made great contributions. The heiress said that this guy's holy spirit is extremely strong. Without it, it's hard to accomplish anything. The heiress took out her sword and said that without his spirit, Xiaolan wouldn't have been able to capture her second brother. He made him suffer torture. Xiaolan realized that the girl wanted to take revenge on him for Xu Hongyu. The guy stepped aside while dodging the girl's attack and stealthily tripped her. Then he apologized loudly. The girl was in a rage. She screamed that she was about to destroy this man. The crown prince prevented her from doing so. He told his sister to pull herself together. The prince told Xiaolan he hoped his sister didn't cause him much trouble. On behalf of Emperor Sai's family, he officially welcomed the young man into the dynasty. Xiaolan bowed and thanked His Highness Hong Rai. Hong Rai told General Xiao that he has great strength at a young age, and he admires the kid a lot. What are General Xiao's plans for the future? Xiaolan explained that he wanted to join the Xi dynasty army and one day go on a campaign against the Zhang dynasty. Hong Rai said that he had one wish. Suddenly, a warrior entered the room and said that he had bad news. The Yeti tribe has returned, and with them is the Yeti king. Although the Yeti king can only use physical attacks like other Yeti, his strength is comparable to a war king. His defense is extremely high. He is very difficult to defeat. Xiaolan told the prince that he would like to join forces with the 2 leaders to fight the Yeti king. Everything possible must be done to destroy him. Xiaolan thought that a big prey had finally arrived. Somewhere beyond the outskirts of the border city, the Yeti king appeared. He was large in size and very intimidating. Xiaolan's colleagues in the upcoming battle asked him if the guy was really confident in dealing with this king. Xiaolan said for his partners to restrain the Yeti king and deal as much damage as possible, while he waited for the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to it. Xiaolan thought that the purple vine would definitely devour the Yeti king. The attack on the Yeti king began according to the plan he had devised. The 2 battle generals attacked the beast from different directions, trying to inflict maximum damage on it. After another attack, Xiaolan realized that the enemy's skin was too thick. It would be difficult to break through to the heart. In that case, we should attack another vulnerability. The attackers told our hero that they couldn't stop the Yeti king and asked the guy to attack the enemy in the head with all his might. The warrior said that he no longer has a way out. He can only hope for Xiaolan. The enemy can't be allowed to infiltrate the city. Choosing the right moment, Xiaolan released a purple vine on the Yeti king. The enemy was attacked from all sides and destroyed. The warriors repelling the Yeti attacks shouted that their king was dead, and they were victorious. Xiaolan thought that a Yeti king with the level of a war king had been destroyed. I wonder if the purple vase will be able to evolve. Xiaolan's colleagues in this battle thought that it was as if his soul was breaking the laws of nature. The soul was busy absorbing the Yeti king. It had already been 2 hours, and the spirit had not finished its work yet. The volumes are impressive. Perhaps it was influenced by the Yeti King's defense. Regardless of the success he managed this time, one must be wary. His might is beyond expectation. Xiaolan rose to his feet. The companions asked the general if he had finished already. Xiaolan replied that he was already fine, and asked to give a command to burn all the corpses. He had absorbed too many and wants to return to the city now. Already in the city, secluded, Xiaolan was jubilant. The purple vine had finally evolved. Not only had its appearance changed, but a second magical combat skill had also appeared. The red color of the plant quintessence. The second magic martial skill was a medicinal martial technique. Xiaolan had thought that the purple vine was an attacking spirit, but now it seemed that the purple vine's abilities were more extensive. Xiaolan decided to test the new ability and slashed his hand with a knife. The plant quintessence immediately activated. It began to heal early on. This healing power far surpassed the healing spirits he had seen in the Zhang dynasty, but it was still too simple compared to absorption. One must check if there were any other unusual skills. Right now, one must earn the Z dynasty's trust and enter the Imperial capital as soon as possible. Xiaolan went to the battlefield. The warriors of the Z dynasty were fighting the Yeti. Xiaolan once again used the purple vase's abilities. Once again, all the Yetis were destroyed and digested. The remaining Yetis went on the run. General Xiaolan ordered them to be captured. The commander told our hero that they had recovered almost half of the city in the last 2 days. In doing so, General Xiao had made a great contribution. His Highness Hong Rai will definitely reward General Xiao again. Xiaolan replied that he thanked His Highness for his appreciation. His Highness is a wise martial artist. He is the sole commander. When he inherits the throne, the Z dynasty will undoubtedly grow in his hands. The warrior agreed that His Majesty is indeed the right person to inherit the ruling line. Xiaolan said it would be good if His Highness inherited the throne, and added that he was willing to help him in every way possible. The interlocutor said that General Xiao could help by chasing away the Yeti tribe, and said that they were heading to the next city. Xiaolan thought that the bait had been thrown. Now we just have to wait for the fish to bite. When Xiaolan was meditating alone, General Shu Kui came to him. The young man inquired about the purpose of the visit. Shu Kui said that he brought a message on behalf of His Highness. One must give an answer after thinking carefully. Is Xiaolan really willing to contribute to the enthronement of His Highness? Xiaolan nodded affirmatively. He said that he was willing to swear allegiance to His Highness. Shu Kui said, "That's a good thing. General Xiaolan's strength is required to enthrone His Highness. They should fight back the Yeti as soon as possible and return to Emperor Xi's city." 7 days passed. With General Xiao's help, the Z dynasty defeated the Yeti tribe and restored peace to the northern border. General Xiao, accompanied by his colleagues, arrived in the city of Emperor Xi dynasty. Now that the Soul Festival is approaching, along with the retreat of the Zhang dynasty, the Emperor's city is celebrating. Xiaolan inquired, "What forces are ruling Emperor Xi city?" The interlocutor replied that Emperor Ji has fallen. There are 3 forces that can claim the throne: Marshal Ji, Juenu, the Blood Sect, and the 6 major families. The Marshal supported His Highness. The Blood Sect supported the Blood Sect Master's son, Shu Hongyu. The 6 major families decided to make Prince Jingli, who had been hiding in the Zhang dynasty for several years, the emperor. Xiaolan thought that the traitorous Jingli could become emperor. The young men flew on a dragon to their destination. The interlocutor said that His Highness had already arranged a banquet at the mansion. General Xiao has been invited. Xiaolan thought that in this battle for the throne, Jingli would definitely appear. He must destroy him personally. It would be revenge for Xingdugu, Emperor Xi's city, Shu Hongryu's house. The people on the sides whispered and said that Xiaolan, this is that traitor. He has a holy spirit and had killed many of their soldiers in previous battles. This time, he had fought back the Yeti tribe and made a great contribution. His Highness greeted General Xiaolan. He said that the general had led the northern defenders to a great victory. A wonderful job had been done. Xiaolan replied that he was willing to give his life for the success. His Highness asked why Xiaolan looked unhappy. The guy replied he feels that other people seem hostile to him. His Highness said, General Xiao has repeatedly achieved outstanding achievements, and everyone will be forced to accept it. Xiaolan replied that he will faithfully serve His Majesty. If there are any orders, he will definitely fulfill everything. His Highness said that there are 5 days left until the Soul Festival. The boy can have fun. Then he will talk to General Xiao to discuss important matters. Xiaolan thought that the Z dynasty is recruiting him with such strength that it has only one goal. He wants to be helped to get rid of the hostile forces. Xiaolan thought that he is fine with all of this. It allows him to turn the Z dynasty upside down. General Xiao was informed that the forces in the city were divided. It is not necessary to act alone. Otherwise, it could easily cause trouble. The fellow thought that now that he had arrived in Emperor Xi's city, the representatives of the other two forces would definitely show themselves. Unexpectedly, an associate shouted for General Xiao to be careful. In front of our hero's feet, someone's sword stabbed into the ground. Someone wanted his demise. The young man looked back and saw the master of Z's army. The warrior said that in front of him was a traitor of the Zheng dynasty. Xiaolan's interlocutor said that it was Prince Ziqi, the lord of Zichu city, Hongyu's man. His brother Zishan was eliminated by Xiaolan in the fall hunt. The Ziqi family, one of the 6 major families, they can't make an enemy out of this family. All he can do is only scare them. He won't dare to destroy Xiaolan. Xiaolan told his opponent that he had joined the Si dynasty. Yiqi attacked the guy and said, let him even be punished by the marshal. For Xiaolan destroying his 6th brother, he will destroy Xiaolan today. The sympathetic warriors shouted for their master to destroy the traitor. General Xiao's associate, General Xiao, asked if he should go to His Majesty now. Xiaolan thought that this meeting was deliberately organized by Xu Hongrai to see if he could only rely on him for his survival. Xiaolan replied to his interlocutor that he could handle it on his own. Xiaolan attacked with Ziqi and thought that unfortunately, he couldn't absorb this opponent. Our hero had no problem dealing with this obstacle. The subordinate warriors of the attacker were furious. How dare he offend their young master? Xiaolan told Master Shuqi to stop the attack, or else Shiqi would die here. Zhu Kuai thought that this young man is crazy. Not only did he dare to resist, but he also forced him to act. Zhu Kuai said that it was a misunderstanding, and asked General Xiao to let Shiqi go. The guy replied that it was not a misunderstanding. After all, Shiqi was going to destroy him. Shiqi, lying on the ground, confirmed his intentions. Xiaolan took out his knife and said if it came to this, he wouldn't just let the attacker go. The attacker was startled. Zhu Kuai shouted for General Xiao to stop immediately. This shouldn't happen. Xiaolan replied that it was everyone's personal matter and he was willing to bear any consequences. Xiaolan swung his sword several times and slashed the attacker's arms and legs. Everyone was horrified. How dare he slit the veins of their master's strength? Zhu Kuai thought that this would have huge consequences. The guy thought that Emperor Xi's city should be tarnished. He was called a daring rebel, and many people tried to deal with our hero. A patriarch appeared in front of Xiaolan and was told that this guy had offended his eldest son. Xiaolan felt that the war emperor was in front of him. Xiaolan thought that just as he straightened out his son, the father came immediately. This is indeed a big game. Xiaolan used his abilities and the support of the vine to deal with everyone who tried to attack him. The young man used his magic human tool and the vine's abilities. The boy was invincible. The opponents noticed that this young general was using a tremendous combat skill. Even the great master Shu Qiuqiu had retreated, and he couldn't destroy Xiaolan. Xiaolan responded to the threats by saying that he would not let the victim go. Otherwise, all of them would want to destroy him. Xiaolan thought that he was the first to hold out against the war emperor. The war emperor surrendered and said that this guy had won, and added that it was now safe to let the victim go. Xiaolan felt his mind suddenly blurred. This was Master Shu Qiuqiu's magical battle skill acting. He was determined to destroy Xiaolan. Master Shu Qiu went on the attack. Our hero noticed that his body was not obeying. However, a vine came to the rescue. The purple tentacle stopped and deactivated the opponent's attacker. He was also restrained in his arms and legs. The boy thought that even if he died, he would take all the attackers with him. The general swung his sword and said that only Xiaolan would die here. Xiaolan thought, Is this the end of his game? The next moment, His Highness appeared and shouted for the general to stop immediately. The opponent's sword stopped right in front of Xiaolan's head. The guy was scared to death. His Highness told General Q that this person had already crossed over to their side. He is the guest of honor of the dynasty. If the marshal and sovereign find out about General Q's intentions, there will be bad consequences. The general told His Highness that this fellow has his son in his hands. His life is fading away and the traitor does nothing. Is His Highness really willing to sacrifice his people for this traitor? The surrounding people thought that the prince was really protecting this traitor. Master Shu Chu really dared to speak to the prince like that. Is it true that the 6 major families don't support the eldest prince? His Highness told General Xiao, even if blood is shed here, when he is here, no one will dare to destroy General Xiao. The general said he will spare this guy today, but only if the marshal explains to him why he accepted this guy. Xiaolan told His Highness that he would take care of it himself. The guy thought that His Highness would have to pay a lot to explain everything to this old man. Everyone was surprised at what Xiaolan did in the next instant. The guy was covered in blood. He said that he had opened his veins and hoped that it was enough. General Shuqiu said that this young man is really ruthless. In that case, he considers the matter settled. His Majesty ordered Shu Kui to immediately bring General Xiao back home for treatment. Shu Kui hefted the fellow and said that he was rather reckless. Xiaolan thought that it wasn't reckless. He had carefully prepared himself an escape route. The general thought that this Xiaolan was actually very dangerous. If he wasn't contained, there would be a great disaster. It was reported to His Highness that General Xiao's injury was no longer serious. His veins were connected, he has taken the pill, but it would take 2 weeks to recover. Xiaolan thought that 2 weeks would be enough for him. Now he would be able to avoid the matter that was scheduled for him at the Soul Festival. His Highness asked, why is General Xiao so reckless? I mean, he might miss an important event. Xiaolan agreed that he was reckless, but this injury wouldn't be able to ruin an important event. His Highness said that he wanted General Xiao to help him eliminate the man. Now General Xiao was seriously injured. The guy was scared. Who is he talking about? After all, he is not strong enough. Why not offer to do it to General Shu Kui? The guy thought that he was destined to become a traitor, but in that case, he definitely wouldn't be able to destroy Jing Li. His Highness said that person wasn't too strong. Xiaolan can definitely handle it, and he and the marshal can cover him afterwards. If Shu Kui takes over, there might be a problem. Xiaolan asked who the target was. His Highness said that it is Prince Li of the Shi dynasty. That is the general of the northern army of the Zhang dynasty, Jing Li. His Highness added that Prince Li used one sacred thing to escape, which caused him to lose his strength, but the sect used magic to restore his strength. However, he had only recovered to the level of a commander. Now is the best time to destroy him. He is the enemy, and if he ascends to the throne, His Highness will be unfortunate. He needs Xiaolan's help. Xiaolan thought that this was perfect. His Highness added that now that his muscles and veins were completely damaged, it was extremely difficult to use profound energy and martial skills. But after all, this is an extremely important matter, and there is no room for error. Xiaolan replied that he could handle it. He will take the last chance to do his best. He wants this task to be entrusted to him. His Highness said that he would arrange it on the day of the Soul Festival, and then when everything is ready, he will notify General Xiao. His Highness thought that after that, Xiaolan would be useless, and he wouldn't need him. Xiaolan thought that by damaging his veins, it became a great trap, and after 5 days, he would be able to surprise everyone. The Soul Festival had arrived. Xiaolan thought that he had finally waited for this day. Shu Kui said that General Xiao's body can barely move. We have to be cautious. If the plan fails, it will be difficult to find another opportunity. Xiaolan replied that he would bet his entire life on this task. Passers-by recognized Xiaolan and said that he was a traitor. General Shu made him slit his wrists. Shu Kui said, when he kneels down, that will be the signal. Shu Kui told the guards that His Highness was waiting for him. General Xiao would follow him. Once inside the grounds, Yaolan noticed that there were no guards. This seemed to be Shu Hongrai's place. Yaolan thought that he didn't see any problems. Nothing would be able to stop him. Xiaolan stopped and shouted the name of his enemy, Jing Li, at the top of his voice. Jing Li wondered, what is Xiaolan doing here? Xiaolan replied, he is here to avenge the man for the death of his foster father. Jing Li wondered, does his opponent really rely on winning after slitting his wrists? Jingli thought that this guy was really stupid, coming here to die. In such a case, one should not be cautious. The Z family masters were outraged. What was Xiaolan doing here? Xiaolan used the plant quintessence and immediately recovered. His wounds quickly healed. He ordered his purple plant to attack the opponents. The opponents were surprised. How could this be possible? You can't use QI energy to transform armor if the veins are cut. With the help of the purple vine, Xiaolan deactivated Jingli. The traitor was completely sheathed in tentacles. He screamed to be rescued immediately. His Highness thought that once Jingli was dead and Xiaolan lost face, he would deal with this guy and would remain the sole victor. Xiaolan said he knows that His Highness wants to destroy him. He let his guard down, and that was his big mistake. Xiaolan took out His Highness, and he said he was going after Jingli because he wanted to take his life. There was panic all around. Everyone was shouting for help. However, the guards were far away from here. Xiaolan released a purple vine and said that whoever came near the door would be destroyed. Jingli tried to attack our hero. Xiaolan repelled the attack and counterattacked the attacker. Jingli thought, how could this guy recover so quickly after injuring his veins? Xiaolan said that he had only come to the Ji dynasty to destroy Jingli, this unscrupulous traitor. Jingli pumped, if Xiaolan destroys him, he himself will be killed. Xiaolan said that his foster father died and there is no bringing him back. But he wants this rascal's miserable life as a sacrifice to rest his foster father's soul in heaven. Jingli was able to break free from the purple plant's tentacles and said that Xiaolan would not be forgiven by the Z dynasty. Xiaolan was not ceremonious with his opponent and destroyed him. Blood splattered in all directions. Everyone present realized that Prince Li had also died. It was horrible. This Xiaolan, a horrible monster. Sister screamed, how dare he destroy Big Brother and Jingli? She was ready to tear the guy to pieces. A foreign sound came from outside. Xiaolan realized that the guards were already aware of it and were about to rush in. The woman shouted that Xiaolan was finished. The guards were going to destroy him now. The girl was attacked by a purple vine. The master picked her up and tried to save her from the purple vine. Xiaolan thought that they were already here. The enemy has been destroyed and they can leave. The guards rushed in and the master told them that it was all Xiaolan's fault. The warriors asked, how did this happen? We must notify Marshal Z immediately. A doctor must be brought in. Stop the bleeding of the 7th princess and His Highness. The arriving masters were told that General Xiaolan has rebelled. He suddenly attacked His Highness. The masters set off in pursuit of General Xiao. The master asked, how dare Xiaolan do such a thing? After all, the old man had done everything for him. The order came to put the whole city under martial law. We must hunt down Xiaolan, don't let him escape alive. The fleeing Xiaolan thought that because of the environment Hong Rai had created, all the guards were isolated, which gave him a chance. The young man mentally told his loved ones that he would definitely return alive. Xiaolan heard a voice telling him that he would not escape. It was Shui Nu's voice. However, they were far away from each other. It was necessary to run away faster. Unexpectedly, Xiaolan was attacked. It was a ranged attack. Fortunately, the attack wasn't very strong, so thanks to the purple vine, he managed to escape. The attack on our hero continued. To save himself, he resorted to the purple vine and continued underground. To get out of the underground tunnel was tantamount to death. He decided to keep moving here. The attacks continued. Even underground, our hero was having a hard time. He didn't understand how he could break free from the hands of the War Emperor. Xiaolan sensed that the purple vine wanted to tell him something. It wanted him to follow it. This seemed strange. The voice was telling our hero to stop running away. He would die here and now. The guy wouldn't give up. He had no choice. Either he would fall into the trap and die, or trust the purple vine. Xiaolan thought that the purple vine had never shown itself like this before. Could it be that there was something there that it was interested in? Xiaolan saw a light at the end of the underground tunnel. Moving towards the light, he found himself near some kind of mansion. What kind of place is this? The pursuers were not lagging behind. They had already almost caught up with the young man. One of the pursuers, Xu Nu, was using his energy abilities to continuously attack Xiaolan. The young man thought that it was already useless to resist. A green vine appeared out of nowhere. It restrained the pursuers' movements and completely entangled them. Xiaolan wondered why his purple vine had turned green. However, the War Emperor broke free from the green shackles, tearing the tentacles apart. He said that this plant was not enough to destroy it. However, it was impossible for the pursuers to detect Xiaolan at this moment. Junyu told his interlocutor that these plants could pierce through armor and were very toxic. Therefore, Shusai should not let them get close. Shusai said that there are a lot of plants and they are surrounded. Xiaolan looked back and thought that it looked very powerful. His soul hadn't done this before. The fellow thought that these countless vines had responded to the call of his purple vine and were actually able to withstand the level of a war emperor. The young man realized that there was a spiritual temple in front of him. He opened the door and followed his purple vine inside. The vine continued to pull its master behind it. Where was it aiming to go? Xiaolan noticed that the atmosphere was different under the one outside. It was as if something terrible was waiting for him ahead. The entire temple was glowing from within. The light was the same color as his vine. In front of the young man, a coffin hung in the air. The boy was afraid to touch it. His instinct told him that if he came any closer, he would die. Xiaolan turned around and headed towards the exit. He felt that the purple vine was against him. Xiaolan apologized to the plant and said that they should return alive. The secret hidden here could only be revealed in the future. The warrior reported that the blood sect masters are chasing Xiaolan. Also, martial law has been imposed in the city. The elder replied that it was a waste of time. It had been too long since there had been any news. It was most likely that the guy had been missed. Today's incident with Xiaolan? It's a disgrace to the Z dynasty. He can't be allowed to escape. All the blood sect disciples have been sent out with a search party. All the strong warriors have been sent to seal off the city. Xiaolan found an opportunity and proceeded to meditate in the lotus posture. He activated the heaven demonic enhancement. He thought that he was probably still being pursued. Xiaolan wanted to become stronger at all costs. At some point, the heaven demonic enhancement got out of control. The guy felt like he was falling somewhere. He couldn't understand, what was this place? Had the demon started to absorb? Xiaolan tried to expel the demon. Blood was coming out of his mouth. He summoned the plant quintessence to help himself. 2 days of intense struggle passed. The young man ascertained that the frightening demon had finally fallen behind. His consciousness was trapped. His heart ached as if 1,000 arrows had pierced it. The body was also injured. A small vine appeared in front of the guy. It was vigorously wriggling. The guy realized that this vine had saved him. Otherwise, the demon would have taken over his body long ago. The young man thanked the vine. Xiaolan gained an additional ability, an increase in stealth. His physical strength was increased. In addition, he had also raised his level. Xiaolan didn't know how long he had to stay here, but it was already time to go outside. After breaking out of the dungeon, our hero descended into a clearing at the edge of the forest. He was at the border between the Z dynasty and the Yun dynasty. We need to cross it quickly. The guy heard a howl and a huge wolf with demonic eyes appeared from behind a hill. It was followed by warriors who shouted that they had found Xiaolan. The guy realized that he was being chased again. He pointed his purple vine at the attackers. The attackers realized that they needed reinforcements, so they decided to call for it with fireworks. The fireworks were released and the warriors saw them from afar. The reinforcements realized that they had discovered Xiaolan. Xiaolan was upset that he had been discovered so quickly. Perhaps it was all because of the beast? Xiaolan was surrounded. He realized that he couldn't escape. The master announced to Xiaolan that he had been caught by the soul hunters. Neither the earth nor the sky could he escape. He must accept his doom. Xiaolan saw that 3 famous warriors had arrived behind him. He said that the Z dynasty's large army really appreciated him. The elder said that Xiaolan was the only one worthy of the attention of the 3 war emperors. He should be destroyed without regret. The 3 war emperors attacked our hero. While dodging the attacks, he managed to use the plant quintessence in time. The masters realized that he was being healed in the process of battle. He shouldn't be given a break. Xiaolan declared that it was impossible to destroy him. Moreover, none of the attackers would get out of here in one piece. Xiaolan approached the attacking warriors. He decided that he needed to blend in with the barbarians first so that the war emperors wouldn't be able to use area attacks. The 3 war emperors were stunned. This guy took the initiative to attack their troops. Something must be done. Xiaolan actively resisted the enemy's attacks and used the enemy soldiers as a shield. He was showing wonders of cunning. One of the warriors shouted that this guy's soul could damage the armor. It was necessary to exercise caution. The plants that restrained the enemy's movements were definitely related to Xiaolan. It was obvious to everyone. Xiaolan noticed the three war emperors approaching him at a close distance. He thought that a close combat was looming. This was to his liking. The fight was short but intense. The enemies were deactivated using the purple vine. They were asking for help. Someone speculated that Master Xiaolan had already used this trick before. He must want to escape. The attackers didn't understand. How would this guy with this level be able to escape from the hands of a war emperor? One of the attackers noticed that Xiaolan's breathing became quieter, and he was moving faster as well. Could it be that they had become his target? The pursuers were amazed that this guy could hide his breathing, and his attacks were more unexpected. Xiaolan displayed a war emperor level skill. The opponents were infuriated by the fact that he was taunting them. One of the war emperors discovered Xiaolan in close proximity and attacked him. The guy dodged the attack. The war emperor was once again furious. It turned out that the enemy had deliberately provoked him to attack. Xiaolan thought that the three of them were furious and were attacking him blindly, not paying attention to each other. Xiaolan noted to himself that the two war emperors were temporarily eliminated, but there was still a third one left. The third war emperor attacked our hero very aggressively. He used his internal energy to attack. The explosions from his hands followed very intense. Xiaolan used armor reinforcement. However, the explosions did not subside. As a result of one such explosion, our hero was injured. Leaning on a tree, he thought that all of his bones must have been broken. Is this really the end? Suddenly, an elder appeared in the air, asking who dared to touch Xiao Futu's nephew. The war emperors saw this elder and wondered, how could he survive? In Su Zhencheng's battle, the entire Xiao family was wiped out, except for Xiao Qinglan. Could it be that he had really broken through the war emperor level? The wounded fellow thought that Uncle Futu had arrived to help him. Was he really saved? Now all the enemy's attention was focused on the uncle. This was a great chance to get out of here. Our hero used the plant quintessence again and began to heal himself. The enemies thought that he wanted to escape. Xiao Futu told them not to get distracted. Right now, he, their main opponent. The war emperor summoned his spiritual fire demon to help and said that he would restrain Xiao Futu. The rest of them should follow Xiaolan. Xiaolan started to run away again. He thought that he wouldn't be able to dodge the attack. The pursuers attacked. The attack was repelled. Xiaolan wondered how did this happen. Looking around, he saw that help had arrived. It was Lu Ming and the others. The warriors who came to the rescue decided to spread out and take care of Xiaolan while repelling the attack. A violent confrontation was looming. The red barbarians were advancing. The defending ones prepared to fight. They said they would not give up Xiaolan. Xiaolan asked if Chen Xun had come here to save him. The interlocutor apologized that they came late. Even the cat had come to help. Xiaolan said that thanks to them, he was still alive. Chen Xun saw what was going on behind Xiaolan's back and cried out in fear. A spiritual enemy dragon was rapidly approaching Xiaolan. The war emperor didn't understand how one person could resist the strength of three war emperors. The enemy couldn't understand where Xiao Futu had gone. Turning back sharply, he saw Xiao Futu's image. However, it was a residual phantom. Xiao Futu appeared and disappeared in different places. While attacking and incapacitating enemy warriors, he was saying that ordinary ants were trying to resist him for nothing. Xiao Futu told the enemy that he would keep his canine life to return to his master. He must convey that the blood debt of the 7 Xiaos will be repaid to them 100-fold within 10 years, and will do so, Xiao Futu. The enemy war emperor, retreating, thought that Xiao Futu had come at the most inopportune moment. Therefore, they suffered heavy losses. The war emperor, while retreating, saw his warriors who had fallen on the battlefield. He thought that this army should have destroyed Xiaolan, and this could be used as an explanation. The war emperor saw that reinforcements were approaching the enemy. Xiao Futu was just a decoy to deter the war emperor. The warrior shouted that he would never surrender. The Z dynasty would never surrender. The young master told his father that they had won, but Xiaolan was seriously injured. He urgently needs to be treated. Xiao Futu said that one cannot stay here for long. If there is a chase, it will be very bad. We need to go to the City of Souls. Zhang Dynasty. The Emperor's office. The Emperor learned that Xiaolan had destroyed Jing Li and a member of the royal family, after which he escaped. The princess thought, did Xiaolan really manage to turn something like this around? The Sentinel reported that according to the spy's report, the Z dynasty had sent a strong army to hunt down Xiaolan. The princess asked what was the result. The Sentinel said that the Z dynasty strictly keeps information. All that is known is that the 3 war emperors were on the intercept. The emperor assumed that Xiaolan had died. This child, a great calamity, he has now sacrificed his life to harm the royal family of the Z dynasty. This is a celebration for the Zhang dynasty. The emperor said to immediately order the spy, locate Xiaolan and make sure he is dead. The princess thought that the threat from Xiaolan is great towards the Yun family. Unfortunately, this guy has to die. Dongfang House. Master told his father that Xiaolan, the hero of the Zhang dynasty. The elder agreed, but recognized that the guy had been attacked by the 3 war emperors. He didn't stand a chance, and that's a loss for the Zhang dynasty. Hongdo overheard everything. The elder decided that he should send someone to the border to find out the whole situation, and he said he shouldn't tell Hongdu about it yet. The girl cried. She thought it was impossible. After all, Xiaolan had promised that he would come back and marry her. He can't break his promise. Red Bean decided that her lover was definitely alive. He must wait for her, so she rushed to his rescue. City of Souls? The young man in bed was delirious. He kept saying his name, Hun Dao. The boy came to his senses. Qianxun rejoiced and said that the young master had woken up. He had been sleeping for a few days. Xiaolan inquired as to where they were. It was explained to the young man that it was the eastern part of Seoul City, a very safe place. Xiaolan asked, "What's wrong with Uncle Futu now?" and added, he had dreamed that Hongdo had fallen into a puddle of blood. It was a terrible dream. Xiaolan met and said hello to Uncle Futu. He thanked him for saving him. Qianxun told our hero that his injury was very serious this time. Xiaolan replied that he was still alive, and he has his own way to repair his bones. Qianxun said that you can take medicine for these injuries, but it is impossible to be cured. Xiao Futu added that his dantian had been destroyed. Xiaolan immediately checked the place. He shouted that it was impossible. The guy applied the plant quintessence. The people present were surprised. Did Xiaolan's martial soul really have the property of healing? And a great speed of healing? After the self-healing process, Xiaolan asked, "Why can't profound energy be used?" Xiao Futu replied that a damaged dantian is a serious injury. It can't be cured so easily. Xiaolan thought that he is now a scum. Xiao Futu said that a guy should be strong. He was lucky to survive. He had already taken his revenge. Xiao Futu said that tomorrow he would go to the Sea of Souls and find a person to look after Xiaolan. The young man was curious. Is Xiao Futu really going to the Sea of Souls? Xiao Futu said that there is a person who is far beyond their imagination. In order to become strong enough to destroy the Z dynasty, one must take a risk. Xiaolan said that he had a question. The guy thought that now that he was so infirm, he had no hope of reaching the Sea of Souls. He asked that Uncle Futu look for a cure for him. Xiao Futu promised and told the fellow to live peacefully in the City of Souls. Xiaolan was heartbroken. His dantian was destroyed. He had turned into a scum. Xiaolan decided that he would never reconcile with this. Xiaolan declared that he would definitely find a solution and be able to rebuild his dantian. Seoul City Square. It was reported to the girl that Xiao Futu had delivered Xiaolan to Seoul City. The girl thought of him and decided, why not invite him? It was reported to her that the guy's dantian was destroyed. The girl said that the Z dynasty really had a dead man's hand. The price of restoring the dantian is very high. It's not worth a holy soul. It's unfortunate, but there's nothing that can be done. Suddenly, Madame was informed that a stranger had arrived. A wounded girl was brought in. She was unconscious. She was found on the border with the Z dynasty. A very interesting person. Madame said that when this girl crossed the Zhang border, she was immediately discovered by the Z dynasty. Her lover had died in the war not too long ago. Therefore, her heart led the girl to the Z dynasty, where she was severely injured. The young man wondered, what was the head of the Zhang dynasty doing? Recently, a holy soul was lost, so they almost lost her too. Madame said that this girl would die of heartache. She was pitiful, so we had to seal her memory. We should send her home for rest. The interlocutor said they just arrived here, and Mistress had already teleported. The mistress asked what Fei Yi was worried about. Fei Yi replied that they came here specifically to find her brother. The person who found out about the boy's whereabouts is in the eastern city. The person in question is Xiaolan. It's been 2 days. Xiaolan said that Uncle Futu and the others are already packing to go. We should escort them out. The interlocutor said that the guy shouldn't walk around so much. Ying Rongdan should be taken. Xiaolan thought, isn't this a unique medicine of the hidden sect? Qianxun replied that the medicine was given to Master Futu by a woman with the level of War Emperor. Her name is Lu Xing. Xiaolan thought, could it be Lu Ming? Jingming said that she disappeared. Maybe she went to Uncle Futu's house to go to the Sea of Souls with him. Xiaolan thought that this medicine is very expensive. We should keep it safe. The wharf of the City of Souls. Uncle Futu went by sea. He should be back soon. Xiaolan, looking closely, thought that Lu Xing's figure was very similar to Lu Ming. She is going to rescue her aunt for the foster father. The young man decided that it was time to stop hoping in vain. Xiaolan asked his interlocutor why so many people came to see him off. Qianxun replied that since ancient times, those who had gone to the Sea of Souls had never returned. If someone came back, it would definitely cause a commotion in the city. The young men were greeted. Xiaolan looked back. The girl said that this was the first time they were seeing each other. She had just arrived and became Xiaolan's neighbor. Her name is Mu. Xiaolan thought that this girl has a very strange aura. It's hard to determine her level. Mu said that the guy's level wasn't too high to alert her. She realized that the guy had a Dantian problem. Xiaolan realized that he was the one to be wary of. The young men in the harbor were discussing the fact that Hongdo of the Zheng dynasty had gone missing. Now the entire dynasty was looking for her everywhere. Xiaolan heard that everyone thought she was dead. The guy was very upset. Xiaolan turned around and grabbed the chest of the person who was spreading this gossip. It is said that Hongdo went to the Zhi dynasty to avenge Xiaolan. Some say she jumped off a cliff. She loved that guy who was destroyed by the 3 war emperors. His name was Xiaolan. The young man was angry. He shouted that they had no right to spread such rumors and threatened to destroy everyone. Xiaolan couldn't do anything about these people. They said that he was only bragging. He can't even use his energy. Xiaolan shouted that he could do anything and activated his martial soul. The purple vine came to his rescue. The attackers shouted for the guy to let them go. Xiaolan shouted that Hongdo couldn't die. In response, they told him that they weren't being deceitful. It's just a rumor like that. He could inquire from the Dongfang family. Qianxun asked for the master to calm down. His nerves might give him problems. Xiaolan decided that he needs to return to the Zheng dynasty. He wants to find Hongdo. The interlocutor said that the guy can't go back. Xiaolan didn't agree. Qianxun asked the master to calm down. After all, he can't go back to the Dongfang family right now. There was nothing he could do now. Xiaolan couldn't understand how this could have happened. He blamed himself for everything, and there was nothing he could do. Tears dripped onto the sidewalk. Qianxun promised to look into everything and report back. Xiaolan should rest for now. The girls in the plaza in Seoul City continued to discuss that situation. Madam was surprised that that kid was still in love. We should help him. The girl said that he was the closest person to her brother here. But now, his Dantian has been destroyed, and he's very desperate. If her brother saw him like this, he would definitely be sad. The girl said that guy was kind to her brother. She's ready to repay him and set out to help. The mistress thought they would be a bit busy in the coming days. The spies who sneaked in under the cover of night determined that it was definitely Xiaolan. Based on the loss of soul and internal energy, it could be concluded that it was definitely him. The spies decided to eliminate him and go to the 2 dynasties for the reward. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a girl appeared behind the spies' backs. She, smiling politely, said, "Hello." The girl told the spies that they were not to meddle in her milady's affairs. They could now expect the death penalty. Qianxun told Xiaolan that he needed to heal his wounds. He thought that there was some noise outside, but everything froze in the blink of an eye. Xiaolan asked his interlocutor to find out everything about Hongdo. Qianxun said that he would look into it and ask the guy not to go outside without an escort. Qianxun checked everything, but he didn't see anyone in the neighborhood. He thought that he had imagined it. The girl told her sister that the information about Xiaolan's soul had gotten out. Many assassins are interested in it, but they are all weak. The girl said that everyone in the city should realize that the guy is under her protection. She added that there was only one thing left to do. In her hands was a spiritual kin. It is a precious, mysterious tool that can speed up and improve bodies. The interlocutor asked her sister, Did she really use such a precious treasure for Xiaolan? The girl said that Xiaolan wouldn't be able to recover his dantian here, therefore she could only give him another hope, even though he had used the heavenly demonic enhancement. The interlocutor wondered if his sister was going to help him enter the demonic void. That would be very wasteful, not to mention how dangerous it would be. He might not wake up. Sister wondered, what would this guy choose? To be a scum forever or to play a dangerous game with a good outcome? Xiaolan thought that Hongdo couldn't just disappear like that. He thought that he needed to recover his strength as soon as possible and leave this place. Our hero heard music coming from somewhere. He had never heard such a healing rhythm before. This rhythm was destroying sadness. Xiaolan couldn't understand what was happening to him. The inner energy in him began to rise. Could it really be the music of a stringed instrument? Right now, he couldn't use his energy at all. The guy noticed that the energy in his body caused a heavenly demonic enhancement. Apparently, he can't use his internal energy, but the heavenly demonic enhancement can still work. Someone is doing it for him. But if he summons the demon again, he will probably die. Xiaolan thought, is there any chance to save Hongdo? He will bet his life on it. Xiaolan asked his purple vine for help and used the plant quintessence. It seemed to him that this space was different from the first time the demon came. There is no frenzied, soul-destroying energy here. Can this marvelous music spread this emptiness? It's helping him to improve. If there is some secret here? Xiaolan saw inscriptions running in front of his eyes. He thought that this was the mind of a demon. Celestial demonic enhancement is accompanied by demonic mind. This is a completely different space. Could it be that this demon is not that simple and that strong? Xiaolan felt that he was winning. He must comprehend the mind and practice the skill. The girl from above, through the wall, watched our hero's transformation. She thought that this guy really dared to enter. It was a pity that he would only be able to come out after enlightenment. He would need a few months. However, if he can't utilize his energy, the soul won't last long. It all depends on his luck. Hall of Souls. The young man couldn't believe that those assassins who broke in had been destroyed by a young girl. It was reported to the master that several war kings were destroyed instantly. They had no time to do anything, not even to engage in battle. The master thought that this was a strange and powerful force. It was definitely from the Sea of Souls. He just wanted to save a holy soul, but he didn't expect to meet a strong person. Master said that according to his order, the entire city is under martial law. The place where Xiaolan is located is under special status. Those who cause trouble, they will destroy. 7 days passed. Xiaolan definitely felt an improvement. He could sense the heavenly demon's martial skills. Level 1. All 33 sentences of the mind had been comprehended, and the next step was to cooperate with the celestial demon enhancement to develop the celestial demon's martial skills. The magic combat technique was to directly inject energy into the body for enhancement without storing or releasing it through the dantian. This was perfect for him right now. Xiaolan thought that he had been here for a very long time. He was curious about what was going on outside. Kenshin happily said that finally the master had finished his training. It had been 7 days and everyone was worried about him. Xiaolan apologized and said that he was trying out a new practice and asked if there was anything strange nearby. He had used a soul earlier and his identity must have been revealed. The interlocutor said that his identity had indeed been revealed, and the rumor spread throughout the city. But many assassins who came here were secretly eliminated. Seoul City soon became under martial law, after which it became temporarily safe. Xiaolan wondered, were there really people guarding him? The interlocutor confirmed and said that he didn't even know who they were. Now not even assassins dared to approach. Xiaolan decided that he should quickly leave this place. We should send a message to the hidden sect. Send a message to Auntie and Xiao Dao that he was all right. The guy thought that there must be the creator of that strange sound. We should find out who it was. The girl said she didn't expect to get information about the master so easily. Probably shouldn't stay here anymore. The interlocutor said it was her brother's benefactor anyway, and offered to show herself before leaving. The girls and their musical instrument jumped off the roof and ended up in front of Xiaolan. It was unexpected for the guy. Madame stated she didn't expect Xiaolan to really understand all of the heavenly demon's magic. Xiaolan recognized this woman who had stopped the war and thought that she was the one who played the instrument. The mistress told the guy that they had met again. The female companion said that her sister had given the guy a precious opportunity for self-cultivation. One should thank her. Xiaolan asked, what was there to thank her for? They were living independently of each other and suddenly decided to help him. There must be a catch. The guy thought that they were actually helping him and eliminating the mercenaries. Xiaolan said that two strange girls approached him. Suddenly, they were interested in his body? The guy couldn't help but notice their level. Where did they come from? With a hand motion, the lady kneeled Xiaolan down and asked if he knew who he was talking to. Xiaolan felt a terrible pressure on him. She appeared to be stronger than a war emperor. These girls have supernatural abilities at a young age. Did they really come from the Sea of Souls? The guy thought that these girls weren't timid, and it was better for him to disappear from here first. Mistress said that the boy couldn't escape her grasp, and any move he made could take everything away from him. The female companion asked that Fei Yi should stop already. The sister agreed and left the young man alone. The girl announced to Xiaolan that they would not ask him for anything. Even if he learns the skills of a heavenly demon, he will be consisted of at the threshold of death as a scum. He wouldn't even be able to look her in the eye. Xiaolan was depressed. Could it be that a woman was able to humiliate him like this? Madame said that the reason why she was helping him would be revealed to the guy sooner or later. The girls turned around and left. Xiaolan said that he would never be a scum that women look down on. They will meet again and the girls will regret what they said today. One of the girls said if the guy could develop the Sky Demon skill to level 7 and come to her alive, she would give him a chance to get close. The companion stopped that girl. How can she talk to people like this guy? Xiaolan said if the girl gives her name, he promises that within 3 years, he will definitely visit her. The girl said that south of the Sea of Souls is Tianzhou, Shengkai clan, Mu family. Her name is Mu Xiaoyao. Xiaolan said that he had memorized her name and they would definitely meet. The guy thought that they really came from the Sea of Souls. Xiaoyao said that she would wait for him for 3 years. The sister asked Xiaoyao why she was so interested in Xiaolan. Xiaoyao replied, it only took 7 days to comprehend the heavenly demon magic. Even with the help of a tool, such a speed of mastery is extremely rare. She wants to find out what this guy is capable of. Sister said, even if he is talented. But this insignificant mainland doesn't have talents that compare to Tianzhou, especially since he is practicing the heavenly demon. He won't be able to live for long. Xiaoyao said that maybe this guy will create a miracle. Besides, this person with sincere feelings. She can't feel disgusted with him. The girls noticed that the teleportation was ready and they could move out. Xiaolan couldn't understand why these girls dared to contact him specifically. This all seemed very strange. A colleague said that a message had been sent. He had also received various invitations from the Yu dynasty. The Yu dynasty was impressed by poetry, and Xiaolan's poems attracted a lot of attention. Many people found out about him. That was why there were letters of invitation. Xiaolan said that there are more important things right now, so he refuses. He needs to become stronger. Jinchun said that this message has information that the banquet will be held in Seoul City. This invitation was sent by the Empress of the Yu dynasty, Fei Yu. It is said that this woman was born in a brothel. She reached the highest position within a year and helped the emperor in politics. It can be said that this is the unofficial emperor of the Yu dynasty. Xiaolan remarked, this is very cool. It looks like another troubled woman. Would such a woman go to Seoul City for poems? She probably has another purpose. Jianxun remarked that her trip was very long and she had notified the Seoul Palace. Soon everyone would know about it. Xiaolan said that now that they were in the custody of the Seoul Palace, staying in the Seoul City, they wouldn't be able to hide. But if they leave, they will be chased. It turns out that they are in the West. The guy remarked since the reward came straight to their hands, they would have to welcome it with open arms. Xiaolan thought that this woman would not be as intimidating as the two he had recently met. Hidden sect. These girls had entered the hidden sect through the portal and were surprised. Did the sect really look like this? The sect members were surprised. Were they really under attack? What's going on here? The girls said with a smile they finally found them. One of them told Xiao Dao that Sis would take him with her. The hidden sect members were brought to their knees by this girl. They could not understand what was going on. The elder explained that they are probably from the Sea of Souls. That is why they are so strong. Xiao Dao said that he didn't know this girl and backed up. She explained that his memory had been sealed. If he went back with her, he would soon remember everything. Xiao Yao told the guy not to resist. The guy was against it and said that there was no way he would leave his aunt and brother. The girl told him to forget about them and become a worthy heir. She hypnotized the guy and he became obedient. Jingming shouted, "What did she do to him?" The elder said that they could no longer interfere. Xiao Yao took the boy in her arms and got ready to leave the area with him through the portal. Her sister said that the elder had done a very reasonable thing. They had helped this guy and so they would be rewarded. They must remember that no one can know about this, and there is no more Xiao Dao on this continent. As a reward, the elder received a ring from the girls. He said that he understood everything. Jingming asked the master, they gave Xiao Dao away so easily. How would they explain it to Auntie and his brother? The elder said that these girls are absolute lords over the Sea of Souls. They have the power to destroy the entire continent at will. The elder added that they were lucky to be rewarded. As for Xiaolan and Qing Yi, their fate has been cut short. We should inform them of this. Jingming thought if one told Xiaolan about it, he would try to get his brother back. He didn't understand what to do. Soul City. Xiaolan had a strange feeling. It was as if he had lost something important. Jianshun said that they had finally arrived. Xiaolan motioned for them to begin. He had a lot of things to think about. Soul Palace. The master pondered. First the people from the Sea of Souls, now also Empress Fei Yu. Xiaolan had become a waste of energy. There were things much more important. A servant reported that Xiaolan had been spotted. The master asked, where did this guy go? Suddenly he felt that the aura of the two mysterious women had already disappeared. The servant replied that the guy had gone to the best restaurant in the city, Hai Tengge restaurant. Xiaolan and his friends decided to grab a bite to eat. The guy doesn't restrain himself and greedily devours the food. He has been practicing all day and is very hungry. He wanted to eat heartily. Jianshun said that they had come to a very expensive place and would have to spend a lot of money. Xiaolan replied that there were people who would pay for it. Xiaolan noticed that the vice emperor of Soul City, Lord Jia Sheng, had come to the restaurant. The lord said hello to the young man and introduced himself. Xiaolan continued to eat and said to wait for him to chew. The vice emperor of the city took offense. His assistant asked how could Xiaolan behave like that. Xiaolan said that he knew what the vice governor wanted to ask him anyway. He was interested in the question about those two women. Sea of Souls, a ship plies the expanse of water. One of the girls says they're finally going home. She doesn't want to go back to such a small and weak continent anymore. The girl looking at the sleeping Xiao Dao said, they won't come back here again, and doesn't know if they will be able to see someone again. Xiao Yao confirmed that this guy will not meet your loved ones again. However, Xiaolan was a worthy brother to this guy. Heavenly Demon's practice is very difficult. It's not a fact that he will succeed. Xiaolan told the vice governor that he could ask a question, but his information is not free. Can the deputy governor prove his sincerity? Lord Jia Sheng asked the guy if he was afraid of being turned into the two great dynasties. Xiaolan replied that he wouldn't dare to do that, because he's afraid of those two foreign dynasties and wouldn't be able to explain all of this to Empress Fei Yu. Lord Jia Sheng said that even in this case, it was impossible to draw a conclusion. What does a person with a destroyed Dantian represent? Does he have the authority to negotiate unless he proves it by force? Xiaolan told his interlocutor that those people who look down on him end up badly. If he doubts something, he can ask his men to check. Lord Jia Sheng said that he agrees. If the opponent wins, he will agree to his terms, and asked his companion, Liu Hai, to be more careful. After all, he still has some questions to ask Xiaolan. Kenshin said that it was unfair. After all, a subordinate of a lord has the level of a war king. Xiaolan asked his companion not to interfere and leave it up to him to decide this matter. Qianxun was silent, but he was indignant. How could Xiaolan agree to such a thing? In his current position, how could he oppose a war king? Xiaolan thought that everything was going well. He needs to check the result of the Heavenly Demon skill training. Liu Hai pounced on our hero and said that he had absolute strength in front of him. Xiaolan effortlessly repelled the attacker's attack. Everyone around him was surprised. The attacker was surprised the most. Lord Jia Sheng thought, even if one doesn't use internal energy, the War King's strength is enough to win. But what's going on here? Xiaolan took a few steps back and calmly asked, what kind of strength was his opponent just talking about? Our hero thought that the Heavenly Demon skills had strengthened his body considerably. His opponent had just tickled him. Liu Hai didn't give up. He said that he would now be extremely serious. If the opponent's bones were broken, no one would be responsible for it. Xiaolan said that, in that case, he too would not be held responsible if by the numbers of his opponent. Xiaolan threw a single punch and sent his opponent far back. The one who had broken through the wall flew outside. The young warrior said that he was very sorry. He must have overdone it. We should send someone to bring this guy back. Xiaolan thought that the power obtained from this skill was much greater than he thought. Qianxun thought that this guy had broken the armor with his bare hands and sent his opponent flying. Could it be that his opponent was indeed a war king? The vice-governor said to immediately find Liu Hai and send him for treatment. Qianxun asked his friend how could he have such strength and yet not use internal energy. Lord Jiaxing said that the guy had powerful physical strength and an unusual aura. He didn't think that the guy would develop heaven demonic enhancement. Xiaolan said that his interlocutor had earned the well-deserved title of deputy head of the city by merit. He can be recognized at a glance. The vice-governor said that heaven demonic enhancement is a special skill that does not require Dantian. It can make the wearer stronger in no time. But this skill has a huge threat. Is this guy really going to die? Xiaolan replied that his life was always in his hands. Lord Jiaxing recognized that his interlocutor was extraordinary. He had heard that there was a person who had survived an inner demon 6 times. I wonder if this fellow could surpass him? Xiaolan thought that there was hope of defeating the demon after all. So he asked, "Pull Dai, what level is this?" The vice-governor replied that it was a powerful force not available in the Divine Soul continent. Only Tianzhou people beyond the Sea of Souls can reach this level. The vice-governor added, "The Divine Soul continent is actually just an island in the waters of Tianzhou. The levels in Tianzhou are divided into many realms." Xiaolan inquired, "Is it really that scary there?" Lord Jiaxing said that martial artists need internal energy. It is drawn from natural energy. In Tianzhou, there's an artifact called the Black Stone. It has tremendous power. Therefore, their speed of development is many times faster than what exists here. Xiaolan realized why these girls had such power. The Divine Soul mainland relies on the soul, while Tianzhou relies on with everything else. The vice-governor asked, "Did the guy really mean to say that those 2 girls who were secretly protecting him were from the Shenkai clan?" Xiaolan replied, "They claim to be members of the Mu family of the Shenkai clan." The interlocutor replied that it was one of the most influential families in Tianzhou. The vice-governor said that his interlocutor is the one who is protected by the Shenkai clan. In that case, Soul City will do its best to help the guy. Xiaolan thanked his interlocutor for his support. The guy thought that his attitude had instantly changed, and it turned out that the Mu family was really significant. Xiaolan didn't even realize that those girls were so respected. Our hero took the opportunity to say, as a sign of affirmation of his friendship, he would like the vice-governor to pay his bill at this restaurant. The restaurant owner presented Lord Jiaxing with the bill for the food and the destroyed wall. The vice-governor was slightly upset. Xiaolan was in good spirits. He had eaten well and also got the information he needed. Heavenly Demon Skill, Tianzhou Continent, Black Stone. Xiaolan once again thought that he needed to become stronger. The outskirts of the City of Souls, the horse carriage was escorted by warriors. The officer informed the Empress that they were approaching Soul City. The Empress thought that she would finally be able to meet Xiaolan. Qianxun said that it was no wonder. They had heard the instrument's marvelous music recently. It turns out that great things were happening behind the back. Xiaolan said he didn't know the purpose of these girls, but because of them, he had become much stronger and increased the attitude and interest of the Soul Palace. Xiaolan explained that the vice-governor had a tiger smile on his face. His purpose must have been to use him to communicate with the Shenkai clan. Qianxun asked his interlocutor to be vigilant. Xiaolan replied that as long as he was useful to the vice-governor, he could use the Soul Palace for protection. Xiaolan remarked that he had never heard of the Shenkai clan in Tianzhou until now. A messenger approached our hero and said that he had come on behalf of the Empress of the Yu dynasty. The messenger said that the Empress has arrived in Soul City and is now waiting in Haitian Palace. She wants Xiaolan to appear before her. Xiaolan was surprised. Did the Empress really turn to him? The guy replied to the messenger that he was very honored by this attention. Xiaolan stated that he couldn't right now. He needs to change into nicer clothes. It would be rude if he looked indecent. The messenger asked that Xiaolan hurry up as soon as possible. Haitian Palace, this palace, the best inn in Soul City. However, it is empty today. It's because the Empress booked the entire inn. Xiaolan thought that the Empress was afraid of being bugged. Upon meeting him, Xiaolan thought that the Empress was up to something. The guy said that he was a wandering man who had left his hometown, and it is a great honor for him to meet the Empress. The girl said that her interlocutor was incomparably gorgeous and invited him to sit down. The Empress sent a servant and said that she wanted to talk to her guest alone. Xiaolan said that he was honored to talk to the Empress about poems. The Empress walked right up to the guest and said that today there is both fine wine and a beautiful girl. Why is he only thinking about poetry? The guy wondered. Didn't the Empress come from far away to hear poetry from Xiaolan? The Empress said that Mr. Xiao is very intelligent. She can't help herself. If he doesn't mind, he can just call her you. Xiaolan said that's unacceptable. After all, his interlocutor, the Empress. The Empress put her hand on her interlocutor's chest and told him to keep it simple. Fei Yu came specifically for his sake, only he has the power to help. If he wants to, he will become Fei Yu's great benefactor. Xiaolan replied that he doesn't have the strength to help even himself. If the Emperor can't, how can he help Fei Yu? The girl said that Emperor Yu took her by force to be his concubine. For the sake of survival, she had to use many people and gain the favor of all the officials. Now His Majesty has fallen in love with someone else. That woman has mesmerized His Majesty and wants to usurp the throne. Xiaolan thought that girls are actually very scary. Yu said that not long ago she saw a secret report that His Majesty secretly summoned 4 masters and combined their forces to get rid of her. Xiaolan asked, did Madame really hope that he could protect her? The Empress replied that the guy wouldn't be able to protect her. Xiaolan said that he didn't understand the point of the request then. Fei Yu said that only Xiaolan can handle her request. She wants him to destroy Emperor Yu. Xiaolan was surprised, really. The Empress wants him to destroy the Yu dynasty emperor? Is she confident in her request? The girl added that this is not only for Fei Yu, but for the entire Yu dynasty. The emperor, a mediocre man, and she would be able to hold power for the good of the people. Xiaolan asked, but what significance would it have for him? Besides, eliminating the emperor, it's a serious offense. He can't afford it. The Empress said that if the emperor dies, she can inherit the throne honestly, and is willing to share the throne with Xiaolan. The young man said that he was not interested in ruling the Yu dynasty. He will not participate in this adventure. The lad thought if he took up this endeavor, the Empress would make a scapegoat out of him. The Empress said that, in that case, she wanted to offer this thing for the Emperor's life, and took out a box. The girl inquired if Xiaolan had ever heard of the Tianzhou stone. The box contained a stone that shimmered brightly in the light. The boy thought that the stone in front of him was the same stone used in Tianzhou. Fei Yu said she saw that Xiaolan recognized this stone at a glance. It is the smallest thing among the 3 things that the Yu Empire found in the Sea of Souls. Xiaolan asked how to confirm the authenticity of this stone. The girl was upset that Xiaolan didn't believe her and said that he could verify it himself. The guy touched the stone and felt that such a small shard had tremendous power. The princess said, now the interlocutor must believe. To make him believe in her sincerity, she will give this stone to the boy now. He will receive the other 2 after completing the task. Xiaolan thought that such a small stone could already help him surpass his level. It would be great if he could get the other 2. Xiaolan said that he needed to think about the Empress's offer and check his schedule. The girl said that she would wait 3 days for Xiaolan's reply. The guy said that the answer would definitely follow. The Empress said that Fei Yu's life is in Mr. Xiao's hands and came close to his face. Xiaolan decided that there really was a need to think things over carefully. There was no need to fall into the trap of this very troublesome woman. Xiaolan returned from his meeting with the Empress. Chenshin was feeding fish to the little cat and asked how did the negotiations with the Empress go. Xiaolan said that everything went well. He immediately locked himself in his room. He said he wanted to be alone for a while and asked not to be disturbed. Our hero didn't think he could get such a treasure from the Empress. We need to quickly test what this stone can do. Xiaolan looked at this stone and didn't understand yet. How could it be used? Furthermore, he realized that because of the damage to his dantian, he could store internal energy, but he couldn't use it. The young man remembered he has a heavenly demon martial skill. That skill doesn't use internal energy. Dantian doesn't need it. Perhaps it would help him use the stone. Xiaolan sat down in the lotus posture and began to meditate. The young man was eagerly awaiting the results. He didn't know how much stronger his skills would become or how much he could raise his level. 2 days passed. Chen Shun was tired of feeding the cat. The cat was tired of eating so much. The young man thought, why is Xiaolan still not coming out? Suddenly, a terrifying rumble was heard. Chen Shun thought that there was an attack and rushed over to rescue Xiaolan. Xiaolan appeared and said that nothing terrible had happened. Xiaolan said that he was just a little excited after practicing. Therefore, he accidentally hit the wall. Xiaolan didn't think that his body would become so strong. The entire house almost collapsed from the slight impact. Chen Shun thought that even at his master's level, such strength could be traced. He is truly a monster. The guy said that this stone was magnificent. Now he needs to meet with Empress Fei Yu. The maidservants reported to the Empress that Mr. Xiaolan had arrived. The girl said that this guy had kept her waiting. Xiaolan explained that he needed to think very carefully about the Empress's proposal. The Empress asked what Mr. Xiaolan's answer would be. The guy said that he would agree to her proposal and would save her life. Xiaolan decided that he needed to become much stronger, so he couldn't do without the stones. Fei Yu rejoiced and said that now she could escape from the sea of misery, and snuggled up to her savior. Xiaolan immediately remembered Red Bean, who said that she would wait for him. Our hero recoiled and said that the Empress should respect herself. It's only a business deal between them. Besides, his heart belongs to another man. The Empress sadly said that she understood the feelings of her interlocutor. In her heart, the girl was surprised. Had she really been rejected? Xiaolan asked the Empress if she had a detailed plan of action. The girl replied that the Emperor was now protected by 4 masters. It is impossible to approach him. But one could try to simply break through this line of defense. The guy thought that the 4 masters must be the strongest in the Yu dynasty. They are the war emperors. The Empress said that Mr. Xiao is really smart. He is a famous literary master of the Yu dynasty. Emperor Yu also appreciates his talent. He will definitely want to meet him. The girl added that as long as they secretly cooperate here, they will have the opportunity to destroy Emperor Yu. Xiaolan said that in the Ji dynasty, it took some luck for him to escape, but this time he doesn't know what can help him. Fei Yu said that the guy has nothing to worry about. As long as he is under the protection of the Soul Palace, the 4 masters won't attack him. If Xiaolan doesn't mind, she will invite him to Tianyu City tomorrow, after which they will make arrangements. One must be optimistic. Xiaolan agreed and said that he would wait for a notification from the Empress. Xiaolan left the room, and around the corner, Long Yi was waiting for the Empress. The Empress told him to get ready to implement plan number 1. There should be no failure, only success. Xiaolan optimistically left the inn where he met with the Empress. The guy thought, if Jia Sheng found out that he wanted to destroy Emperor Yu for the sake of the stones, how would he feel? The young man was called out by someone. The stranger approached our hero and said that he was expected at the Palace of Souls. Xiaolan thought that the Vice Emperor wanted to know the result of the meeting with the Empress. We need to slip him some information. At the Palace of Souls, our hero once again said hello to the deputy city leader. Xiaolan asked if Jia Sheng wanted to invite him to dinner again. The vice governor said that he had one thing to do with the young man. The guy had met with the Empress twice in the past 3 days. The case was most likely not related to poetry. Xiaolan asked if the deputy city leader had any clue about the Empress's intentions. Zhexing said that he was advising his interlocutor to be wary of the Empress out of friendly motives. She is no ordinary person. This woman is known for her malice. The number of people in her hands is uncountable. There is also secret information that Yun Zishan secretly came to meet her a month ago. The vice governor said that Yun Zishan is also dangerous. Over the past 5 years, she has been replacing Enfei Yang, who has been secretly engaging in politics to destroy the dynasty. The Xiao family, one of their victims. Xiaolan asked, are they really from the Black Dragon Society? The vice governor said that the young man had gotten it right. Su Xiangchen conspired with the Ji dynasty to destroy Xiaobushi. All of them were controlled by Yun Zishan. Xiaolan angrily thought that not only his foster father, but even his grandfather had been victimized by this woman. He must destroy her. Lord Jiaxing said if they teamed up again this time, Xiaolan might be the next victim. There was no need to fall for their bait. The guy thought that he wouldn't lose to these rascals. Xiaolan said that the Empress invited him to her city. He wants to see what kind of celebration there will be. Jiaxing said it's dangerous. he might get killed. If there is an accident in the Yu dynasty's domain, the Soul Palace won't be able to protect him. Xiaolan replied that without climbing into the tiger's den, you can't catch a tiger cub. If they are really working together, then she should have Yunzi Shan's information. There was no way to miss such an opportunity. Besides, those two stones would be a great opportunity for him. Lord Jiasheng said that this guy first rebelled against the Zhang dynasty, then against the Ji dynasty. Now he has contacted the Yu dynasty as well. Is he really going to insult all three dynasties? Xiaolan said that he will definitely take revenge. If they want to offend him, he will make them repay them with blood. Kenshin wondered where Xiaolan had disappeared for so long. The cat happily continued to devour the fish. Xiaolan said that something had happened, and he has a favor to ask of his interlocutor. A guest has arrived at our hero's house. He said that he was a poet from the dynasty who had sent an invitation earlier. He would like to invite Xiaolan to Tianyu City to compose poems together. Xiaolan replied that he would agree. It just so happened that the Yu dynasty really interested him. The guest invited Xiaolan to share the road with him in his carriage. Qianshun said that he would definitely fulfill the gentleman's request and warned the gentleman to behave carefully. The vice-governor of Seoul City told our hero that now that he had decided on the journey, he should be careful not only with the Yu dynasty. Before, they didn't dare to send mercenaries to Seoul City, but once the guy leaves the city, there might be nothing to stop them. Whether he would be able to safely reach the Yu dynasty was already unknown. Xiaolan thought the empress probably doesn't want him to die. Therefore, she sent 3 people to accompany him. Suddenly, the carriage was met by a cart with a peasant. He accidentally blocked the road. Xiaolan looked out the carriage window and saw that a mess had formed. A mercenary had probably appeared there. Our hero thought that it might just be a decoy. The guy saw that there were a lot more mercenaries. They were trying to attack the people with the carriage. Xiaolan had to leave the carriage and fight back the attackers. He did so in time as the carriage was destroyed. The attack on the travelers was well planned. However, Xiaolan was able to elude the mercenaries and remained unharmed. In place of the carriage were its shards and a crater in the ground. The attacker couldn't understand how this happened. How was this guy able to dodge the War King's attack? Xiaolan stated that the level of a War King was not enough to destroy him. At the very least, a War Emperor was required. The attacker shouted, no matter what means Xiaolan used, he would never be able to resist the level of a War King. He tried to attack once more. Xiaolan said that this way, this mercenary would be destroyed. He is waiting for help any minute now. Help did indeed arrive. The warriors who arrived said that this rascal had no right to offend an honored guest of the Yu dynasty. They stood in Xiaolan's defense. The attacker was eliminated. The carriage guards apologized to our hero and said that they had unfortunately let their guard down. Xiaolan found himself wounded in the shoulder. Xiaolan said that he had a wound. The attacker was strong and injured his arm. Tianyu City, Emperor's Palace. The Empress was outraged. Had Xiaolan been seriously injured? It was reported to her that the Imperial physician had diagnosed it. All the bones in his arm are broken, his body is severely injured, and he won't be able to move for some time. The Empress said that these warriors, worthless trash. She also ordered them to be careful. Now that Xiaolan is in such a state, how can the plan be realized? The Empress reported that Xiaolan had promised to recover with his own strength. She felt that this was a lie. If the doctor couldn't do anything, then he wouldn't be able to do anything either. The Empress said that Xiaolan should make a move this time. She would only have to trust her. Xiaolan was in bandages and in a weak state. An assistant came over to him and said that he had a message from the Empress. The message was in the form of medicine. Xiaolan thanked and said that he needed time to recover. Xiaolan thought that the trick had succeeded. He used the plant quintessence, and his wounds instantly healed. Our hero thought that he should get at least one more stone as soon as possible. The next day came, our hero met the same man again. The guy said that a serious injury was healed in such a short time. Mr. Xiaolan is indeed an extraordinary person. Xiaolan was being sly and said that he himself was surprised. Thanks to the Empress's medicine, the wounds healed very quickly. Although he had not recovered completely, but the plan should be executed as soon as possible. Xiaolan's wishes were conveyed to the Empress. The overall plan had been finalized. Now one could go to the palace for further instructions. Xiaolan released a vine from his palm just in case. Xiaolan had encountered armed warriors everywhere. They were from inside and outside. The guy thought that this army was very strange. There were very many war kings stationed here. Xiaolan met the emperor and said hello. And beside his highness were 3 war kings. The guy didn't know how he should start. The empress said that Xiaolan shouldn't be very polite. His highness couldn't hear. She pushed the emperor and he fell down. Guy was horrified. The emperor was already dead. Fei Yu said for Xiaolan to release his soul and destroy his majesty. The 3 war kings told the young man to do as the empress ordered. Xiaolan understood everything. The empress's plan was to blame everything on him. Fei Yu said that she was just fulfilling part of her promise. The stones were already ready. Doesn't Xiaolan really want them? Xiaolan said that the emperor has already died. Removing the corpse is an additional task. The empress gave the stone box to Xiaolan and thought, does he still hope to leave here alive? The guy thanked the girl and thought, finally he has this stone. Xiaolan said that he too would fulfill his part of the bargain and released a purple vine directly onto the lying emperor. The vine coiled around the emperor. Fei Yu said that everything was fine. She thought that now it would be possible to blame this guy for everything. The empress stepped back, with the 3 war kings standing between her and Xiaolan. The purple vine was doing its job. It was corroding the body. The empress cried out in fear. What is he doing? After all, he was supposed to keep his head. The young man apologized and said it was an accident, and offered to keep her head in return. The empress realized that she had been tricked and ordered the guards to destroy the boy. After all, without a corpse, it's impossible to prove that Emperor Yu's death was because of Xiaolan. Her plan had completely failed. The 3 war emperors asked, how dare Xiaolan ruin their plan, and decided to pounce on him. The guy used the heavenly demon technique to defend himself. An explosion formed in front of the attackers. They shouted that the young man was about to die. After another attack, Xiaolan found himself injured. His body was covered in blood. The attackers asked, would he really still resist? How dare he destroy Emperor Yu's head? After all, they would now be implicated as well. Xiaolan must be destroyed. Xiaolan retorted that he wasn't going to die here. The guy decided to use his abilities to counterattack. A purple vine wrapped around the empress's body. The woman was frightened and screamed to be released immediately. The 3 war kings couldn't understand how this happened. They kept their eyes on this guy's soul. Xiaolan said, after all, they had already seen how fast his soul could corrode. Before they pounced on him, he could guarantee that the empress would become just like the emperor. The empress cried out in pain. The purple vine squeezed her with renewed vigor. The 3 war kings shouted for the guy to immediately release their mistress. One of them asked, what does Xiaolan want? The guy replied he wants them to escort him back to Seoul City. Our hero added, if his rivals plot anything bad, the empress will immediately die. The 3 war kings noticed that their rivals' wounds healed quickly. Could this be another skill of his soul? They said that they agreed to his terms. The carriage drove outside the gates of Tianyu City. Xiaolan, who was in the carriage, said that the empress's figure was indeed seductive. The empress in the carriage opposite our hero was immobilized with a vine. The woman was dissatisfied and scolded her interlocutor. The lad wondered, did the vicious woman dare to scold him? She had only recently begged him for help and then decided to set him up. We should think about her punishment. Xiaolan said that he might change his plans for the empress if she told him what kind of deal she had with Yun Zishan. Xiaolan was not answered by the empress. The guy assumed that she didn't want to destroy him. Instead, she wanted to give it to that woman, Yun Zishan. Xiaolan grabbed the empress by the throat. She confessed that she had promised that woman to send him out of Tianyu City after he dealt with the body. Xiaolan thought that Yun Zishan wanted to use Fei Yu to get him out of Seoul City and then send out mercenaries to deal with him on the way back. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from outside. The guards shouted that the enemies had carried out an insidious attack. Xiaolan looked outside and saw the attackers. They were shouting that they needed to destroy Xiaolan. The guy immediately guessed that they were mercenaries of the Zhang dynasty. Xiaolan shouted that it was necessary to protect the empress. The guards engaged the attackers. A purple vine jumped out of the carriage through the window. It wrapped around a human body and moved towards the forest. The attackers thought that it was Xiaolan's soul, and he was retreating. An aura could be felt inside the purple vine. The attackers changed their trajectory and rushed into the forest after the purple vine. After catching up with it, they looked at what was inside. There was the Empress with her hands tied. The attackers were surprised to see a woman instead of Xiaolan. This wasn't exactly what they had hoped for. Xiaolan, using the commotion, was able to use the purple vine to penetrate underground and thus escape. Seoul City. The girl introduced the inspector from the Heiling clan, Qing Yu, to the vice-governor. Jia Sheng greeted the inspector. The inspector said that this time he was here to raise the case of the Shenkai clan. The girl asked in surprise, did the Shenkai clan really come to their domain? The Shenkai clan has a rule that its children must go to this continent to hone their skills. The inspector asked where Xiaolan might be right now. The vice-governor replied that he was invited by the Empress of the Yu dynasty to Tianyu City. Emperor Yu had recently been annihilated. The assassins from the Zhang dynasty had also been sent toward this city. The girl thought that this guy was really crazy. The inspector assumed that based on the fact that that guy's Dantian was destroyed, he must have already died. Jia Sheng asked the inspector, could they really not help the guy? The inspector replied that there was no need. The Shenkai clan is known as a cold-blooded clan. They have no time to waste. Jia Sheng wondered, how could the Shenkai clan have difficulties? After all, they are among the top 10 Tianzhou lords. The inspector said that it was a secret and not worth asking too many questions. The duty officer reported that a messenger from the Xi dynasty had come. He wants to exchange Xiaolan for the treasure. The inspector said to let this person in. The envoy appeared. Bowing, he said he was paying homage to the lords of the Seoul Pavilion. The inspector inquired what treasure was in question. The attackers found traces of a tunnel under the carriage. They realized that Xiaolan had fled in that direction. The elder ordered them to forget about the Yu dynasty people and immediately set off in pursuit of this fellow. A guard ran up to the empress and asked if she was all right. The woman felt uncomfortable. She was humiliated. The empress screamed that her guards were a bunch of trash. The three war kings were together and allowed Xiaolan to take her captive. After that, he was able to escape. The three war kings fell to their knees and asked the empress if she would forgive them this time. The woman replied that the punishment would follow after they returned home. The empress issued a decree. Xiaolan is an enemy of the Yu dynasty. Anyone who encounters him must destroy him. Xiaolan, traveling through the dungeon, thought that the Zhang dynasty had sent 3 war kings and a dozen war kings to pursue him. It seems that Yun Zishan is determined to destroy him. The guy decided that he would retreat in the direction of Seoul City. So far, he had such a plan. Our hero noticed that he had been discovered in the dungeon and the chase was continuing. He had to jump out to the surface. Xiaolan noticed that he was surrounded. He had nowhere to run to. One of the attackers said that this guy would definitely die today. Xiaolan, unafraid, said that he had other plans. He didn't want to escape, but to gather all the pursuers together. Xiaolan's heaven demonic enhancement. The opponent shouted that this guy couldn't use energy. It looked like the Xi dynasty had destroyed his Dantian. Our hero had a special defense and offense technique. He released his purple vine. The tentacles began to occupy every opponent and rob them of their mobility. The leader of the attackers shouted for his subordinates not to touch this guy's soul. We have to destroy him. The battle turned out to be bloody. Xiaolan defended himself with all his might. Taking advantage of the opportune moments, he aggressively attacked his opponent. The opponents knew that because of his damaged Dantian, Xiaolan could only use force. However, he broke the War King's armor with a single strike. Aggressively, Xiaolan said that only one would be able to leave this battlefield alive today. Our hero was invincible. He appeared in different places in this battlefield and continued to destroy the opponents. Xiaolan was surprised. Were there really war kings fighting against him? After destroying more opponents, the guy said that there were scum lying next to him. The 3 war kings were surprised. How could this guy heal his wounds so quickly? They are not his opponents. Xiaolan is very dangerous and should not be underestimated. One of the main opponents decided to attack our hero once again and told him not to be too arrogant. Immediately, 3 war kings attacked Xiaolan. The guy blocked these blows, but because of their immense power, he flew back far away. This triple punch was so strong that the young man coughed up blood and staggered while standing on his feet. Xiaolan gathered his strength and counterattacked one of the war kings. The opponent asked if his strength was really at the level of a respected warrior. Xiaolan grinned and asked, "Is it possible that a war king can't defeat someone who doesn't even have a Dantian? This is very ridiculous." The war king thought, this guy has a strange power and healing power. Our hero asked, why doesn't this war king try to make his best strike? The third war king shouted that the boy in front of him was very insolent. In that case, he would indeed deliver a crushing blow with his soul skill. The other warriors shouted for their comrade in arms to stop. Could Xiaolan's soul be devouring other souls? Could this guy be provoking on purpose? The war king said that he had completely forgotten about it. But it was too late. Our hero's soul attacked and enslaved the war king's soul. The warrior screamed that he couldn't move now. Xiaolan gave a victorious, crushing blow and destroyed this war king. He said that the first such warrior out of the three had fallen by his hand. The companions, upon seeing the destroyed colleague, shouted that they would definitely tear this Xiaolan apart. The attacking warriors were crushed. The king of war had been destroyed by Xiaolan. How was this possible? Xiaolan was attacked by the energy charge of one of the war kings. The blast wave was so strong that our hero was thrown far back. The guy fell to the ground and started coughing up blood. His ribs were almost completely broken. His internal organs were damaged. That's probably his limit. The two main villains decided to finish off their rival. They moved towards him and shouted that he would now die. Xiaolan thought that he would never see his Hongdo again. Suddenly, an energy charge flew from the sky to the ground. It was the inspector and the Seoul City representative accompanying him. They were surprised that this guy was still alive. Xiaolan thought, who were they? 2 hours before these events, the inspector is talking to the vice governor of Seoul City. The aide reported that Xiaolan was able to escape from them because of the underground mausoleum. He was helped by a green vine. The sovereign personally went to investigate. However, he was unable to get inside the premises. The tomb definitely didn't belong to the inhabitants of the continent of souls. The inspector said that they would give an answer after reviewing it. Jia Sheng should return to the Z dynasty and wait for instructions. The warrior on duty said that he would immediately report everything to the sovereign. The vice governor said that he would fulfill everything. The inspector asked the interlocutor if his conclusion was correct. The girl said that a blood sect master, that was the level of a war emperor. If even he couldn't enter, this tomb should be nothing but something extraordinary. The inspector said that he was curious about it. He wants to see what secrets are hidden in this tomb. It is necessary to retrieve Xiaolan. Thus, the inspector and his companion appeared in front of Xiaolan and rescued him. The inspector was surprised that this guy was able to destroy so many enemies. Among them, even the king of war. Our hero asked, who were they? One of the attacking war kings shouted that it was the Lord of Seoul City and she shouldn't interfere in the personal affairs of the Zhang dynasty. If they save this guy, the Xi and Zhang dynasties will never agree on this matter. The inspector said that the young man doesn't have to worry. No one will know about it. The inspector had eliminated 2 war kings at once with a single hand movement. He didn't need to negotiate. The inspector took Xiaolan by the shoulder and said that this guy would go with them. Xiaolan was indignant and said to let him go. The man told his companion Jia Ling for the girl to give him medicine. Most importantly, he must not die on the way. The inspector gave Xiaolan a pill and told him to eat it. The guy swallowed the pill and lost consciousness. After that, the inspector picked him up and went to Seoul City. Sai Dynasty. It was announced that Xiaolan had been brought in. As long as the treasure was not there, it would not be given away. Asked to wait for the sovereign at the entrance. Xiaolan woke up and asked Yixing, what is this place? He thought, is this person from the dynasty? Does that person not remember where this is located? Xiaolan realized where he had been led to. There was a tomb up ahead. The blood sect master had told the guy that they had let him escape that day. Today, the sovereign had taken matters into his own hands. Therefore, Xiaolan immediately returned to the Z dynasty at the sovereign's wish. Xiaolan thought that the Z dynasty wanted to use his life. Seoul City had betrayed him. Everyone present actually saw a green vine appear. It turned out that it was all true. The inspector said that it was actually a charm. The tomb is protected by such high-class plants. Apparently, the owner is not an easy man. The inspector said that this time they would definitely find the treasure. Xiaolan thought that they wouldn't be able to stop them. That plant is called enchantment. What is there to be found here? The blood sect master said that even he couldn't open the entrance to the tomb. The inspector said this gate was locked by the ancients. How can the people of the Soul continent open them? The man used his inner reserves and activated the energy part of his Soul continent. He needed to open the entrance. A huge explosion followed and everyone present flew far back under the impact of the blast wave. The vice-governor thought that it all looked very terrifying. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that the door was intact. Not a single scratch appeared on it. The inspector was surprised and upset. His power couldn't break down these doors. Could it be that these gates would remain locked like this? The blood sect master said that Xiaolan had entered the tomb before. May I ask how he did it? A man walked up to Xiaolan and grabbed him by the throat. He ordered him to open the door now, or he would have to be destroyed. Xiaolan said that he had already fallen into the Z dynasty's hands and would still be destroyed, so they could destroy him right now. He won't help make money for those who sold him. The opponent let our hero go and said he has a hard character. He thinks the guy can get around that restriction. If he opens the door, the inspector will defend him. The girl said that the blood sect master is the person in charge of the Z dynasty. They shouldn't do that. The inspector replied, they will say this guy stole and destroyed. The opponent said to the guy, if he doesn't open the door, he will suffer the same fate. Xiaolan said that he understood. In that case, he would open it. Xiaolan thought that his interlocutor was obsessed with treasures. We have to find a way to get out as soon as possible. Xiaolan summoned his soul to his aid. A purple vine appeared. It interacted with the green vine. The girl wondered, how could the soul resonate with a charm? Xiaolan had completed his part of the task. The door was opened. The girl was surprised that the soul was able to remove the restriction so easily. Even if it was a heavenly soul, she had never heard of such a strange ability. The inspector replied that he would look into the matter. He believed that he had reached his goal. The inspector told Xiaolan to move aside. He would take the treasure himself. This man said that the corpse could give off a frightening aura. Of course, it's not an ordinary person. This is the pinnacle of the human realm. Xiaolan thought it would be better to stay away, especially since there might be a perfect human realm there. The girl asked Master Qi, is it possible to touch the coffin of such a strong person? It's too dangerous and one should go back. The inspector refused and said that this year there must surely be treasures. Once he has them, he can dominate all the families. He should use his wits to investigate situations in the temple. The man decided that there was nothing unusual ahead of him. But just in case, he summoned Xiaolan to have the guy check if there was a restriction on this hump. Xiaolan thought that this rascal was actually taking advantage of him. Xiaolan, realizing that there was nothing he could change, summoned the purple vine to his aid. It seemed to him that there was some connection between the purple vine and this brute. Xiaolan, using his soul, began to contact this coffin. Everyone was surprised. What kind of power was this? The coffin began to glow. The inspector told his companion to run away from here quickly. The young man sank powerlessly to the ground. The girl's powerful aura appeared. The girl, shaking her head, called the baby charm to her. She took what the purple vine had turned into in her hand. The girl said that they were destined to be separated, and added for the little charm to be careful. The boy came to his senses and looked at his purple vine. It was a completely different color. The kid realized that his soul had mutated. Xiaolan noticed that the mausoleum started to collapse, and the coffin had disappeared. Panic began to set in. Everyone was trying to get out. Xiaolan wondered what had happened. He only remembered being pushed, and some other figure. Everything around him continued to collapse. Xiaolan decided that he would find the answers later. Right now, the most important thing was to get out of here. Xiaolan said to wait for him. Those dead people might have something useful. He saw that his purple vine was already digesting the bodies. That person wanted to use it to forget the treasure, but ended up paying the price himself. In that case, we should take his treasure. Our hero thought that this time he had really gotten out of a hopeless situation. He felt excellent. Xiaolan moved to a safe place and hid his soul inside. His wounds had healed. He thought that it was time to leave the C dynasty's territory. Xiaolan took out 3 rings and said that it wasn't safe outside. We should hide for a while, then meet up with Chen Shun. He decided to take a look at the harvest. Xiaolan didn't understand why Jia Sheng was harvesting so many stones, even though they contained energy, but it was extremely low. Why do the rulers of Seoul City have these stones and not a single black stone? Xiaolan continued to look through the harvest. The skills seemed pretty good to him. A map of the Sea of Souls and a scroll came into view. Having the map was a stroke of luck. As for the scroll, if it was kept by the rulers of the City of Souls, it was a very valuable item. The guy thought, after all, Master Qing should clearly have black stones. Xiaolan examined all the artifacts. However, there were no black stones among them. Could it be that this Master Qing was the poorest? Xiaolan thought that black stones, it wasn't the most common resource. Xiaolan studied everything that came to hand. Now all that was left for him to do was to absorb the stone he had stashed away. As always in such cases, our hero assumed the lotus posture and began to meditate. He activated the heaven demonic enhancement. In any case, the death of the blood sect master and the head of Soul City would soon be known. Would he be able to escape from this cauldron? 3 hours had passed. The messenger of the Soul Palace appeared and asked in surprise, "What happened here?" The masters replied that they didn't know. They were ordered to stay outside. When they sensed something wrong, they returned to check it out. But everything was already destroyed. Their sect master is very powerful. The 3 masters of Soul City are even stronger. They can't imagine how they could die. The Soul Palace messenger determined that there were no wounds on the body. That means that the soul was pulled out. No one from the Divine Soul continent is capable of such a thing. Once Tianzhou finds out about this, the Heiling clan will be furious. The Soul continent, it's one of Heiling's domains. The truth must be found out as soon as possible. Otherwise, everyone will die. The envoy of the Soul Palace was curious about what happened in this tomb and what was missing from the vault. The Soul Palace envoy noticed that there were 2 bodies missing, but that was impossible. The master said that they couldn't find Xiaolan's body. Could it be that he was still alive? Could the missing treasure be his work? 4 masters died here. How could that guy survive? The messenger said for everyone to pay attention to his words. If Xiaolan survived, he's the only one who knows what happened here. He must be connected to the deaths of these people. It was imperative to find him immediately. Displaying his telepathic abilities, one of the masters discovered that there might be a tunnel in the room. Having discovered this tunnel, the masters hypothesized that Xiaolan could indeed have survived and leave here through this tunnel. The envoy of the Soul Palace ordered to immediately go in pursuit. The other 2 dynasties must be informed so that they can all track down Xiaolan together. The Soul City is putting up a reward. If he is not caught, the entire continent might be in danger of being destroyed. Xiaolan realized that processing the 2 larger stones was really difficult. It would take at least 2 weeks. After that, he is ready to move out immediately. The guy was surprised that the purple vine came out on its own. It was trying to protect him. Something incredible appeared in front of him. This something incredible absorbed our hero. He couldn't understand what was happening. He found himself in the belly of a sea beast. Our hero's evolved soul said that he had just been eaten. Xiaolan was extremely surprised. Could the purple vine really know how to talk? The purple vine said that only Master could understand it. It can understand other beasts as well. That sea beast that swallowed them is heading towards the Sea of Souls. Xiaolan thought that after evolving, the purple vine could talk to him. He had a lot of questions piled up. The guy asked, where did the purple vine come from? It replied that it didn't know. Xiaolan asked if she has parents and family. Is she a soul that has an origin? Does she have a connection with the green vine in the mausoleum? To all the questions, the vine answered that she didn't know. After all, she is not a ChatGPT. The young man asked why she wanted so badly to get close to that coffin. What was in the coffin? And where did that coffin go? Purple Vine replied that she was tired and didn't want to talk anymore. Xiaolan realized that the Purple Vine didn't want to talk to him at all. He decided to talk to her later. Right now, we need to deal with these stones. The young man continued meditating, absorbing these stones. Purple Vine said that she still couldn't answer his questions. Hidden sect. It is discussed that Xiaolan has now become the enemy of the entire continent. He is causing more trouble each time. The Yu dynasty and the Z dynasty were still unable to find Xiaolan. The highest combat power of the 3 dynasties couldn't find with their combined forces. He can't be that fast. Did he really vaporize, or has he perished somewhere? Other than him, Jingming and Xiaoqing are impossible to locate. The elder said that Master Jingming left a letter. He decided to go to Tianzhou to find ways to resurrect the young master. The elder felt tired. First Lu Ming, now Jingming. Why are they doing everything out of order? He must have seen the strength of the Shenkai family. Xiao Qingyi had used the magic medicine left behind by the Shenkai family to cure her legs, and now she was able to escape. Then she was caught by the Zhang dynasty troops at the border of Seoul City. In the Zhang dynasty, the emperor said that Xiaolan not only survived but also caused the disaster. The princess told her father that the three great dynasties are looking for that person. Perhaps there is a way to make him appear. The princess said that Zishan has established a good relationship with Seoul City. They will help capture everyone who is friendly with Xiaolan. As soon as their lives are threatened, Xiaolan will immediately appear. Not far from the city of Souls, Chen Shun still couldn't wait for his master. At some point, the guy saw a large number of people approaching. The strangers surrounded the guy and said that this was Xiaolan's close person, and he should be captured. Yan Shun wanted to run away, but he failed. The Zhang dynasty envoy said that they were taking this guy with them. Zhang dynasty prison, Xiao Qingyi is here and remembers about Lanner and Xiao Dao. The woman screams that she has nothing to do with that person. Auntie realizes that there is no way her Lanner should come back. Yunfei Yang issues a decree. Xiao Qingyi, Liu Ya, Qian Shun have committed a criminal conspiracy and will be executed in a month in the capital of the empire. 3 weeks had passed. Our hero was still inside the large sea beast. At some point, Xiaolan said he had finally finished absorbing those stones. He wondered how strong was he now. The guy knew that this beast was quite strong. However, he tried giving it a weak strike. The purple vine told the guy to spare the sea beast. Xiaolan replied that he had been hiding here for many days. He agrees that it's not worth it to test the strength here. Can the purple vine, ask the beast, bring them back to the continent of souls? Half an hour passed. The sea beast docked at the shore. The animal opened its mouth and prepared to let the young man out. The guy saw the soul continent in front of him and said that Xiaolan had returned. The animal let the guy outside and immediately swam away into the ocean. Purple Vine said that the animal was afraid of him. It almost stabbed the guy in the stomach. Xiaolan said that he still doesn't know how much stronger it has become. They need to test it somehow. The guy accelerated and tried to attack the huge rock. His speed was too fast and he couldn't stop anymore. He decided that by crashing into the rock, he would crash. Purple Vine whispered in his ear for him to shatter that stone. Xiaolan realized that he should try to do so. Xiaolan struck that boulder with his fist and shattered it into small pieces. The young man thought that he was strong. He stepped to the next step. He was now as strong as a king of war. He needed to fight someone, but first, he needed to find a place to eat. In the nearest town, our hero found a tavern and, hiding his face, decided to eat there. At a neighboring table, they were discussing that Xiaolan had actually destroyed Emperor Yu. He had also kidnapped the Empress. With Seoul City, this guy had soured relations. This Xiaolan is really crazy. Now all three dynasties and Seoul City are now united against him. Where is he hiding? The guy, finishing another portion of food, thought that everything that happened in the dungeon was blamed on him. And now all four sides are busy looking for him. The young man needed to find a place to hide out. The boy heard it said that his own aunt and his partner were hurt because of him. I think there was some other woman there. They could be destroyed in a few days and he still hadn't shown up. Hearing this, Xiaolan became furious. He jumped up and walked over to those who were talking at a neighboring table. The guy grabbed the talkative man's chest and told him to repeat his words once more. The frightened man said that this was reported by the Zhang dynasty 3 more weeks ago. Back then, they said that these people would be exterminated in the empire's capital in a month's time. Xiaolan thought that the Zhang dynasty was acting very boldly. Everyone in the tavern recognized this guy and shouted that Xiaolan had returned. Our hero allowed that it was false information to provoke him. There was a need for proof. It was possible that Yun Zishan and Yunfei Yang had set a trap for him. Warriors appeared outside and shouted that Xiaolan was surrounded and should surrender. The guy realized that he had no choice. He broke through the encirclement and annihilated all those who were eager for his demise. Xiaolan rushed to the capital of the empire. He needed to find out the truth. Had they been captured or not? After all, if it was true, he needed to save them. When he went outside the tavern, our hero saw that in addition to the ordinary warriors and masters came out against him. Xiaolan determined that there were only 3 war kings against him. It was time to stretch his arms. One of the war kings cried out that Xiaolan didn't need to be destroyed. We should try to take him alive. Xiaolan was ready for battle. The guy said that he didn't plan to be captured and called on the Purple Vine for help. It was decided that only war kings would fight Xiaolan. The others would retreat for safety. Xiaolan didn't stand on ceremony. He showed what he was capable of. The attacking war kings were terrified. how did this guy have such terrifying strength? I mean, he's at a low level. Xiaolan said that the blood debt that the blood sect owed to his Xiao family, he would start collecting now. With his skills and increased strength, and with the help of the purple vine, Xiaolan was quite successful in repelling the attacks of the three war kings. The guy was at such a level that the enemy's attacks didn't achieve the proper result. Xiaolan said that they had messed with nothing. One of the attacking masters was knocked out by our hero. The remaining people were puzzled. How is this guy still alive? Master Shuisai was finally defeated, but that's impossible. The King of War was sitting in a corner in a pool of his own blood. One of the masters said that the marshal should be notified immediately and was about to leave the battlefield. Xiaolan said that he had recklessly turned his back on him. After all, it was already too late to run. Xiaolan said that the lives of these war kings now belonged to him. The purple vine left no chance of survival for any of the opponents. Xiaolan said so that everyone would remember. The next time he set foot on the Zhang dynasty's land, it would mean its annihilation. Everyone shouted that this Xiaolan was a real monster. Even the kings of war couldn't stand up to him. It's urgent to retreat. The capital of the Zhang dynasty. One of the elders found out that this guy is hiding in Xi dynasty territory, so he killed one of his men. That was brave. He decided to catch the traitor personally. The princess said that it was necessary to calm down. Xiaolan must know that they came here to ambush them and deliberately wants to lure them. One of the masters agreed. Since they know that the guy is alive after all, they should just wait for him. In this headquarters, several war emperors and one god of war had gathered. The god of war was Yu Fei Yang, a master of the feather sect. They decided that when this guy comes, they would definitely finish him off, because their strength is much greater. As we approached the Zhang Empire, our hero was already preparing to attack. He was working out his plan. The guy rushed inside the empire and said that Xiaolan had returned. The elders came out to meet our hero and inquired, did he really come here to die? Xiaolan smiled and said that he was greeted by a very dignified team. 8 war emperors and 1 god of war. The game is truly over. The emperor said that they were not the only ones and suggested that his opponent pay attention. Xiaolan was shown the hostages. Qianshun shouted for his master to stay back. Auntie wondered, why did he come here? Xiaolan shouted, he is here to rescue them all. The guy urged the emperor to let them go and deal with him personally. Yu Fei Yang replied that he would let them go after dealing with this guy. Xiaolan was attacked by the emperor. The energy charges coming from the emperor hit his opponent's body. The guy fell to his knees and asked, now will they let the hostages leave? The emperor replied that he was in a hurry. Hadn't they just started? Yu Fei Yang stated that his opponent was not allowed to even speak. The emperor's attacks continued. Many of them were reaching their target. The hostages watched this and felt terribly sorry for the guy here. Seoul Palace and Seoul City. Xiaorongrong said that the aura in these places was extremely weak. It's understandable why clans don't develop. Elder Qi said that their level cannot be compared to Tianzhou. Their energy is weak in nature. Xiaorongrong said that it is indeed a pile of trash, and asked, where are the bodies of Jialing and Qingyu? The representatives were shown those bodies. The elder looked at them and said that their souls had been destroyed. Is there really this kind of strength? No matter how strong a cultivator he is, anyone who dares to touch the Heiling family must die. Elder Heiya, the representative of the Heiling family, inquired where the person who calls himself Xiaolan was. He was told that not too long ago, he appeared in the capital of the Zhang Empire. Xiaorongrong wondered why this guy hadn't been caught yet. She decided to look into the matter herself. The woman gave the order to go to the capital of the Zhang Empire. Everyone followed her. Yu Feiyang thought that he had defeated Xiaolan and said if he didn't want to feel the wrath of the Heiling family, he could personally deal with the guy now. The elders were outraged. Yu Feiyang had beaten Xiaolan to a pulp. How will he tell about what happened in the tomb? They wouldn't be able to explain it to the Heiling family. Yu Feiling excused himself and said that this guy had destroyed the first of the war kings. We had to make sure that he couldn't resist. The elder said for Yu Feiyang to bring the guy to his senses and bring him to Seoul City. The prisoners shouted that they had a god of war and those guys keep using dirty tricks. They shouldn't hurt that guy. The elder grabbed the auntie and said, if she wants to die with the guy, he can fulfill that wish. Kenshin said for the elder to take his hands off Xiao Qingyi. Immediately, he received a fist punch to his jaw from the elder. Xiaolan, seeing such a thing, sprang into action. He attacked the emperor and knocked him down. He himself went to save the people close to him. Everyone realized that this was a bad thing. Turns out this guy was just pretending. He let their guard down on purpose. His target was the hostages. After a short time, our hero was already on the fortress wall. He released his purple vine and told the hostages that they would leave here together. The young man added that the hostages would leave and he would catch up with them. If he could get away safely, then he had won. And he shouted for Lanner to return in one piece. She would be waiting for him. Xiaolanner shouted that Zuofan had hurt his aunt. Now we'll have to destroy him. The boy gave the old man a crushing blow. Zuofan found himself restrained by a purple vine. The guy told the man to invite his nephew here. The old man refused. Elder Zuo shouted why Xiaolan dared to use this old man as a shield. Now we would have to destroy him. Elder Zuo applied a heavenly kick. Our hero realized that he wouldn't be able to dodge. He only needed to meet this kick head-on. The elders shouted for Zhuo Ping to stop. After all, they only wanted Xiaolan alive. The old woman didn't listen to anyone. However, Xiaolan withstood the blow and even stood on his feet. Zhuo Ping was surprised. After all, this was a heavenly war emperor's skill. How was he able to stay on his feet? Xiaolan replied that he would never fall until he made sure that his auntie was safely hidden. In the next moment, Xiaolan counterattacked the old woman. She lost her balance, shrieked, and fell off the fortress wall. Falling to the ground, the old woman screamed. Her leg was injured. She shouted that she would destroy this guy. Yu Feiyang was once again surprised. This guy was able to defeat a war emperor. Xiaolan applied the plant quintessence and recovered completely. He said that if there weren't so many opponents, he would have destroyed that old witch today. The boy thought that his aunt and the others must be far away by now, and there was nothing more for him to do here. Taking the help of his purple vine, Xiaolan made a hole in the ground and disappeared. The emperor thought, where did this guy get such strength from? The speed of progress is terrifying. He will never stop. The guy thought that he was able to fool everyone. This time he has to destroy the emperor, to avenge his grandfather and foster father. Xiaolan appeared out of nowhere and said that he would destroy Yu Feiyang. The emperor released his spiritual golden dragon and wondered, did this guy really expect to deal with him? He would now show him the strongest soul dragon. Xiaolan stated that this was exactly what he was waiting for and ordered his purple vine to absorb the emperor's soul. The dragon tried to resist, but in this case, it was powerless. Everyone around him was amazed at what he saw. How could this be possible? The emperor was struck down. Blood came out of his mouth. Xiaolan said that in front of his purple vine, everything else was trash. Xiaolan pounced on the emperor with his fists and said that his doom had now come. The elder shouted for the guy to stop immediately. With his energy abilities, he tried to prevent the imminent. The elder thought, if not a holy soul, how would he be able to resist the war emperor? The young man replied that he had him next in line. It just so happened that he was able to avenge his grandfather. The boy once again used the plant quintessence to restore his body. The elder attacking our hero said that he was curious to see what would win, the guy's healing or his fist. Xiaolan wasn't scared and was ready to face the attacking elder. He shouted he was also curious to test who was afraid of whom. However, an unforeseen thing happened. Xiaolan failed to dodge in time and received a crushing blow. The guy fell to the ground. He ended up in a vortex. He tried to use the purple vine to recover. The elder did not leave the young man alone. He asked if he really wanted to heal himself. Xiaolan realized that it was already too late to use the skill. The attacker beat up our hero and said that he would also break his leg now. Xiaolan opened his eyes and thought, he finally waited for the moment. Xiaolan released the purple vine and told it to immediately devour his opponent. The purple vine complied with the order. The young man said that even a war emperor couldn't resist being devoured by his purple vine. The war emperor did not give up and was able to destroy the purple vine. This was the first time this had happened. The opponent asked, was this really Xiaolan's last trump card? The masters rushed over to Emperor Yu Feiyang to check on his well-being. The warriors reported to the sect master that His Majesty's soul was injured. He had underestimated the enemy. The elder looked at how Xuanyu was able to resist being devoured by his soul. But would he be able to defeat that fellow? Xiaolan thought that his purple vine was unable to absorb his opponent's scales. If this continued, he would be the first to lose. The purple vine whispered in its master's ear not to worry. It would be over soon. The opponent shouted that Xiaolan would lose soon. He was already losing his strength. The purple vine entangled the attacker with a new intensity. Shui Nu was engulfed this time. The elders watching the battle saw that only a skeleton remained of that warrior. The elders realized that Yue Nu had died. This Xiaolan was able to destroy the War Emperor. How is that possible? We should definitely eliminate this guy. Xiaolan was finally able to activate the plant quintessence and recover his body. He told the purple vine that it was a good job. The War Emperors continued to advance. They had one goal: to destroy this guy. Xiaolan recovered his body and said that he wasn't gonna die. Suddenly, the young man felt a strong gravity and fell to the ground. He couldn't understand what was happening. The elders sensed a terrifying aura. Xiaorongrong and her entourage appeared and said that there was trash in front of her. Xiaolan couldn't understand who it was. This gravitational force was very similar to that woman from Shenkai. The woman's entourage shouted for everyone to immediately kneel before the representatives of the Heiling family. Everyone present kneeled down with fear and said that they saluted the masters. The elder accompanying the woman said, "This Xiaolan is not such trash. This guy is resisting skill," and it turned out that he was able to single-handedly not only defend himself, but also destroy. Xiaorongrong wondered how was he able to accomplish such a thing. After all, he is not even 20 years old, and his aura is very weak. The elder suggested to capture him and find out everything. The boy was captured by some unfamiliar vine. He shouted to be released. The elder told his companion that this fellow is indeed a genius. He's developing the skills of a celestial demon and has even reached the stage. Xiaorong said that, in that case, he would die soon. No matter how much of a genius he is, it's all useless. The elder said that it was a pity. He could be taken away to train for a while. He should be cured of his injuries. He should have the strength to respond. Xiaolan noticed that he was instantly healed. Purple Vine whispered to the guy that these people were very dangerous and suggested that he should run away. Xiaolan replied that they wouldn't let him go. The elder said that this guy's soul was very strange. He had never seen such a soul before. The old man explained that Xiaolan's holy soul can devour flesh. This is strange. If not for that, he would have been overpowered long ago. The interlocutor agreed that it was indeed unbelievable. Xiaorong said that this time the soul mainland was not useless and suggested that she would be able to play soon. The elder waved his hand and Xiaolan was lifted upwards under the influence of someone else's strength. He didn't understand what the opponents were doing. The old man said that this guy should answer the questions. How did Jia Ling and Qing Yu die? Xiaolan replied that he didn't know and shouted to be let go. The old man grabbed the young man by the throat and said that he had no choice. If they wanted to, this whole continent could be destroyed. Didn't he have any friends, family in this continent? Xiaolan repeated that he really didn't know. At that moment, he passed out. The guy added that Master Qi touched the purple jade coffin. The player slowly emitted a terrifying aura. Then he passed out. When he woke up, the tomb started to collapse. The coffin was gone, and all three of them were dead by then. The elder told the companion that the coffin was sealed, and after opening it, it tore the space apart. Its owner must have been a powerful person. Xiaorong told He Fei that he should immediately report this to the Patriarch and ask him to send a strong person who possessed space magic. It is necessary to find this coffin. The old man let go of the guy and he fell to the ground. Xiaolan confirmed that he had told everything he knew. Those three people didn't die because of him. The young man tried to walk away. Xiaorong said that she wouldn't let him go. It was time to take this guy's soul and give it to the beast. The old man said that he would fulfill it right now. The attraction was activated again. The elder ordered the guy to release the soul. Otherwise, everyone he knew would be buried with him. Xiaolan was not going to give up. However, the purple vine began to come out apart from his will. The woman let go of the beast and said that his food appeared in front of him. The animal lowered itself to the ground. The guy resisted and didn't want to let go of his soul. Xiaolan summoned his purple vine with all his might. It replied that it was nearby. Suddenly, a powerful explosion erupted. Everyone who was around was terribly surprised as to what it could be. The beast that wanted to devour our hero's soul was wrapped around the purple vine. It was screaming in fear. As a result, the bones of this animal fell to the ground. The woman and her companion were frightened. This was the aura of Tiandi's power. The woman couldn't believe that her animal was gone. Everyone saw a huge image of a woman in the sky. The guy looked up, didn't think that he had seen that woman. She was in that tomb. Xiaolan was glad that his purple vine was all right. The young man realized that this phantom, the master of the tomb. But what was the connection between this woman and the purple vine? Everyone around fell to their knees and felt unwell. Many people's mouths were bleeding. This residual soul was terrifyingly powerful. A frightened elder asked, "Why is there a residual soul Tiandi on this continent?" The mistress couldn't accept that her animal was no more. How did such a thing happen? Xiaolan noticed that he was the only one who was not affected by the power of this phantom. It must be because of the purple vine? The color of the purple vine changed again. What on earth is going on here? The elder told Miss Heiqi to get up. Fortunately, this remnant soul is unconscious and should dissipate soon. Xiaolan didn't understand why this image was guarding his soul. The guy understood that the protection would soon drop. He needed to leave this place immediately. Xiaolan approached the elder and Heiqi, asked what the guy wanted to do. The young man replied that he wanted to destroy them. They wanted to harm his purple vine. If that remnant soul disappeared, they wouldn't let him go. The old man shouted that the boy wouldn't dare. After all, they are the He Ling clan. Submitting to the phantom robbed the old man of his ability to move. He can't even use his energy. Xiaolan said that he would stop at nothing. You shouldn't have touched his loved ones. There was no need to touch his soul. There was no need to try to destroy him. Xiaolan grabbed the old man's chest and lifted him up. He said that he only wanted to live with his loved ones. Therefore, in order to achieve his goal, he must remove all obstacles. Xiaolan gave crushing blows to this old man. He started coughing and blood came out of his mouth. The old man shouted that this boy would regret it. The boy replied that he would never regret it. The elder said that the He Ling family would definitely catch him and destroy his soul and body. He thought that the heavenly demon's skill was very crushing. Therefore, the guy easily broke through his defense. Xiaolan replied that he was willing to face anyone. The same end would await them. The old man was destroyed. The young man's soul consumed his body. Heiqi cried out, "How is this possible? How could a person with such a level be able to destroy this elder?" The astonishment of the surrounding people was unprecedented. Xiaolan dared to destroy the envoy of the He Ling clan. This fellow was now in great danger. Heiqi was terrified, telling him to stay away from her. Purple Vine whispered to the guy that the phantom was leaving and it was time to run away. Strength was returning to the warriors. They shouted that it was necessary to save their mistress. Xiaolan wrapped his purple vine around Heiqi's neck and said that if they came even one more step closer to him, they would get that woman in the form of bones. Heiqi thought that destroying her animal had hit her hard. Plus this skill that drained all her strength. She can't even fight back. Heiqi's guards tried to attack our hero. They couldn't sit idly by. Xiaolan gave an ultimatum. He said he would let her go if he was provided with a flying beast. The elders told him not to touch Heiqi. They agreed to his terms. 10 minutes passed. Xiaolan loaded the hostage onto the provided bird and jumped on it himself. Xiaolan shouted for everyone to memorize his words. When he returned to the divine soul continent again, they would all feel his vengeance. The bird flapped its wings and our hero flew away. The emperor shouted that this fellow had eluded them again. The elders stated that they had lost. The emperor said that Xiaolan had destroyed the messenger and was holding back the mistress. Even if he escaped to the ends of the world, he would not survive. One of the war emperors looked after the departing bird. He thought that after today's battle, Xiaolan would become an unrivaled legend in the Soul Continent. But now, the powerful family with Tianzhou would be after him. Would he be able to perform a miracle again? Xiaolan dived on his bird and looked for his friends. Finally, he saw the ones he was looking for. A young man from aboard the flying machine shouted that he could see them. The boy reunited with the fugitives. They were glad that he was alive. Xiaolan stated how great it was that he could see everyone again. Luya hugged the young man and said she didn't expect to see him anymore. Auntie said she didn't doubt it. Qian Shun said that his master was too cool. Xiaolan said that anyway, they were reunited. But right now, they should immediately flee to save their lives. Everyone wondered where can they hide, and who is this hostage? Kanshun said 2 warriors appeared on the horizon, chasing them. They are terrifyingly strong. He has never seen such a thing before. Xiaolan noticed that they were from Tianzhou. They are from the He Ling family. This woman is also from this family. She is their guarantee. They should get to the sea now. Everyone loaded onto the flying machine and rushed towards the sea. The bird dropped them off on the shore of the Sea of Showers. Chen Shun said that he had done earlier what the master had asked him to do. Qin Shun said that he dug a tunnel and brought the ship according to Xiaolan's instructions. Auntie wondered, had her nephew made preparations to escape long ago? Xiaolan replied that originally he just wanted to hide by the Sea of Souls for a while, but now it could be seen that it wasn't enough. Luya said that she would always follow her liberator. Qing Yi said that she is happy when her nephew is safe. Xiaobai joined the company. He was now in the form of a cat. Chen Shun noticed that Xiaobai was on the ship the whole time. The guy saw the pursuers. They reminded him that they had fulfilled the conditions, now waiting for him to let their mistress go. Xiaolan said that these two should wait in this place for 3 hours. After that, they will be able to take their mistress. The guy added that these two don't have a choice. If they step forward now, he promises that he will destroy her. The Greens called a bad word to our hero, but said that they have no choice and will wait. Xiaolan tells his men that they are leaving, and they start loading onto the ship. 1 hour passed. Auntie asked Lanner, "The enemy won't be able to fly that far, but it's also dangerous to be on the sea. Do they have a chance?" Xiaolanner replied so Auntie didn't worry. "He has a plan, and they will definitely be saved." The guy released a purple vine into the water and told Auntie that he had a boat that could travel on the seabed. The purple vine, after making the necessary search on the seabed, brought the sea beast to the ship. Everyone present was frightened. After all, it is a sea monster. Could it really be the submarine? Xiaolan told everyone not to be afraid. This healthy animal is very good. This woman they are not taking with them, but they need to leave quickly. The sea beast opened its immense mouth and the whole company fit in there. After a while, the pursuers came down to the ship and freed their mistress. One of them said that it was urgent to begin treatment. The soul of the mistress was destroyed, and she herself wounded. The Greens with their mistress decided to head back to the City of Souls. The City of Souls. The rescuers tried to bring their mistress back faster. The warriors were met by Hei Hei, an elder of the Hai Ling family. The rescuers reported to the elder what had happened to their mistress. The elder was terribly angry when he learned that her soul had been destroyed. He asked where Hei Ya was. The warriors reported that Hei Ya had been destroyed. Lady Qi's soul had been destroyed by that man's spirit. The elder asked, how could a person from this mainland be so strong? Who was he? The elder was informed that that guy's name was Xiaolan. The warriors told him what happened. All they could do was to save Lady Qi, but only in this condition. The elder gave the girl a healing pill and interrogated, did this guy come from here and he was able to harm Qi? The warriors lowered their heads and apologized for not being able to avoid this disaster. The elder shouted with anger that all these warriors, trash, and with a flick of his hand, he scattered those present in all directions. The elder issued an order. Summon the 8 best of this mainland to search the entire Sea of Souls. It was imperative to find that guy, or else the entire Soul Realm would be destroyed. 1 hour has passed. In the Sea of Souls, the top 8 scans the water surface and searches for that kid. The Zhang clan elders were also looking for that kid. They realized that the entire continent was in danger because of Xiaolan. Xiaolan had turned a large number of people and high-ranking officials against him. They believed that they would definitely find that kid. The top 8 decided to split up. Even if they had to turn the sea upside down, they must find that guy. Every bit of space was scanned. Xiaolan must not have gotten away. At the same time, a sea monster was moving smoothly in the abysses of the sea. Within the depths of this monster, our travelers had positioned themselves. The purple vine made them comfortable. Xiaolan asked the purple vine how things were going. The vine replied that according to the navigational indicators, the beast was traveling along the set route. Everyone present started praising Xiaolan again and saying how cool and all-powerful he was. Xiaolan asked the people present, "Isn't this boat good? Its purple vine can communicate with the beast. If the monster doesn't cooperate with them, it will be corroded from the inside first." Auntie agreed that thanks to this beast, they could take shelter. But what should they do next? Purple Vine told its master that they were already close to their destination point. Xiaolan told everyone present that they were already at the finish line, and added that they were on their way to land. He had already decided everything about the future. The animal swam up to the natural pier and dropped the passengers on land. Xiao Qingyi looked around and realized that they were on an island. Yi asked his nephew where they were, territorially. The young man said that according to the sea beast's description, the island was in the east of the continent of Souls, 1,000 miles from land. He added that he hadn't thought of returning yet. Therefore, they traveled to the other side of the continent along the coast. Above the Sea of Souls, the Green Top 8 continued their search. They had already searched everything within a 100-mile radius, but they found nothing. One of the Greens said that in the depths of the sea, there were sea beasts more than 500,000 years old, even older than that. With Xiaolan's strength, it's impossible to bypass them. The senior of the 8 ordered to immediately expand the search area. Not a single corner of the seabed should be missed. All the searchers didn't understand. Where could this guy have gone? Xiaolan and his companions headed towards the interior of the island. Among the trees, they saw residential structures. Auntie wondered, did this island really have a village as well? Xiaolan remarked as he asked the beast to find a better hiding place. Qian Xun returned from his reconnaissance and reported that there was a small independent country in front of them. This city is the largest residence on the island. The overall strength of the warriors on the island is very weak, and the ruler is nothing more than a war king. Our hero handed out stealth pills to everyone. Everyone must be very careful not to reveal their identity and culture. Everyone once again began to praise their savior. Xiaolan warned everyone that they were staying on this island. He, on the other hand, was leaving for Tianzhou. The group of companions expressed their discontent. Is their savior really going to cross the Sea of Souls alone? Is he really going to leave them? Xiao Qingyi said that the Sea of Souls was extremely dangerous, especially in Tianzhou. This is a journey with a stake in it, their lives. Lanner doesn't want them to take any more risks. Xiao Qingyi told her nephew that she understands. The kid shouldn't be hiding here. He is not fit for this. He should become even stronger. Xiaolan said goodbye to his aunt. He said that he would shake Tianzhou and come back to them. Kenshin said that he would be bored here and asked that Xiaolan take him with him. Xiaolan said that the latter is very weak. Besides, he has to protect the women here. Xiaolan brought everyone to the inn of this island and said that for the time being they would stay here. They need to explore the surroundings and adopt a new image. Xiaolan said that he used this jewel to make a deal with the owner of this hotel. The young man added that the gem in his hand is far from an ordinary gem. It contains a powerful energy that helps in training. Auntie said that it was really amazing. This stone contains more energy than she was able to accumulate in a month. Everyone began to praise Xiaolan again and said that he was the owner of a true jewel, namely this gemstone. Xiaolan, using his ring, pulled out the jewels that were stored in it. He said that it was all he had. She wants to give it away and keep it here in a safe place. Kenshin stated that these are all amazing things. They can help training. With their help, he will quietly reach the level of a war king. Auntie noticed that the divine level skill scrolls present here were divine level skill scrolls. Xiaolan said that he found all these things in the tomb, but these things are useless to him. To those present here, they might be of help. Xiao Qingyi said that her legs were fine now, and it was time for her to regain her strength. Xiaolan asked who cured her legs. Auntie replied that it was time to tell her nephew something. Xiao Qingyi told her nephew that Xiao Dao had been stolen. Those two girls dragged him away. He won't go back to them again. Auntie added that the hidden sect emperor had cured her legs. The young man said angrily that Xiao Dao was his brother. He would definitely find him and take him home. The guy realized that they only helped him because of Xiao Dao, and he would definitely not stop at the Shen Kai family. Xiao Qing turned around and walked away with a determined step. He said that he needed to get to Tianzhou as soon as possible. The annoying girl was still trying to hold Xiao Qing back. She pleaded for him to stay at least until morning. Auntie supported her and told him to rest here until morning. Qiang Yi took Ken Shun with her and said that they were going to go prepare the rooms. The boy was left alone with the girl. The girl threw herself onto Xiao Qing's chest and said that he wasn't going anywhere today. She added that she had a cherished wish. He should give her a child. Xiao Qing was surprised and asked how. The girl moved closer to her interlocutor and said while looking into his eyes, she wants her to have his child when he leaves her. Xiao Qing said. Her face turned very red because she was embarrassed to say such words. The young man took the girl in his arms and carried her to the bed. He said that he needed to prepare himself properly. Tonight was the whole night ahead. Palace of Souls. The elder with the girl in his arms angrily asked, had they still not found Xiao Qing? He was answered that the Sea of Souls is very large. They need more time. The man said that he had also searched the entire tomb, but he didn't find anything. Apparently, the jade coffin had flown into the chaos space. The warriors were surprised. The chaos space was a forbidden place that even a heaven emperor wouldn't dare to enter at will. Could it be that the owner of that coffin is so powerful? The elders said that it was worth investigating the owner of the coffin. Besides, they have orders to return home. Therefore, there's no time left. The elder, leaving this place, said that Xiaolan should not be left behind. We must turn the whole sea upside down. The warriors said that they would definitely catch Xiaolan and bring him to Tianzhou. It was the morning of the next day. Xiaolan told the girl to take care of herself and stretched and headed back home. Xiaolan met up with Auntie and asked if she was really waiting for him. Auntie said that she couldn't help but say goodbye to her nephew. She wanted to see him off. The boy stated that he would definitely get stronger and come back here. Leaving the cat on his shoulder, he rushed to his destination and flew over the sea surface. The boy thought that the warriors chasing him would find this place soon. We need to leave as soon as possible. He released his purple vine into the sea. The purple vine once again fished a huge sea animal out of the sea. The guy saddled it and said that he needed to get to his destination point through the Sea of Souls faster. One of the top 8 greens said they needed to split up. That guy was probably already back on the continent. The other agreed and said he would still search the sea. The sleuths hoped that Xiaolan would definitely not get away from them this time. To our hero inside the sea animal, the purple vine told him that there was a search party near them. The guy realized that they had increased the search radius. The sea beast should leave this place faster. The green warrior turned his attention to the sea beast and thought, why did this beast immediately ran away as soon as it was spotted? And the aura within it is very strange. He made a decision to catch this beast. Green fired a blob of energy at the beast. There was a detonation. The beast began to shake. Xiaolan immediately realized that the sea beast was under attack. Did the people outside there really suspect something? Escaping would only increase the risk. There were no options, and the guy made the decision to destroy this green one. The sea beast opened its mouth and a purple vine immediately appeared. It attacked the green one and entangled its body from all sides. Our hero emerged from the purple vine. He swung and struck the warrior. The warrior, realizing that he had found his target, managed to fire a flare. The signal was seen by the other greens. They realized that Xiaolan had been detected. The guy realized that his pursuer had broken the jade talisman before he died. Now he was in big trouble. He told the purple vine to tell the sea monster that they were going to even greater depths. The sea monster replied that if they dived lower, they would become prey for stronger monsters. The boy thought that in that case, the monsters would pounce on the pursuers. He wondered who would eat who faster. The monster dipped even lower. Now they were in the deep sea, but it was safe for now. All that remained was to break through the monsters and get away from the pursuers. The guy saw a huge mite approaching them. On the other side, a green stalker was approaching. He identified the young man and said that he was hiding in the stomach of a sea beast. Our hero identified the stalker's aura. At the great depth, Xiaolan realized that his body wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. He was seriously injured by the pursuer. He needed to be treated. Xiaolan grabbed onto the tail of the big beast. A fight broke out between Xiaolan and the green stalker. The huge monster was also involved in the fight. The guy thought that this monster's aura was stronger than that person's aura. The stalker thought that it was a 300,000-year-old monster. Its strength was 5 times the level of Manhwa. It most likely arrived at the scent of blood. The stalker decided to snatch Xiaolan from the clutches of this monster. The guy can't be allowed to escape. The sea monster attacked the green stalker, and he was forced to retreat. The guy and the monster looked at each other. They were companions in this operation. The attacker thought, did this monster dare to play with them like a toy? And decided to counterattack it. The monster let Xiaolan go. He needed to heal himself. The green stalker noticed that the young man had improved his health, but that didn't cancel the plan to capture him. The sea monster portrayed an outwardly aggressive appearance to scare off the green attacker and spread harmful vibrations. Green was surprised. Could this beast really affect the soul? There was an urgent need to retreat. The monster took advantage of the pause and grabbed the aggressive green warrior with its tentacles. It began to strangle him. Xiaolan was very surprised. Could this monster really be able to destroy a warrior at the Renhua level so easily? The monster became aggressive against our hero as well. It seized him with its tentacles and brought him closer to its mouth. Xiaolan thought that he might be finished. However, the monster did not swallow him. but asked if this man could treat his injury quickly. He needed medical attention. Xiaolan said that he could help, but in order to do so, he had to be released. Xiaolan, using the purple vine, cured that monster. The monster rejoiced. Its pain was gone. The sea beast didn't let go of the guy and dragged him to the depths. Xiaolan thought that he would never take the word of a huge octopus again. The octopus brought our hero to the underwater city in gratitude. Xiaolan said that it was amazing. He couldn't even imagine the power of the person who owns this place. This place was separated by a simply unimaginable power in the form of a sphere, so that water couldn't seep in. It was amazing. The octopus said when the person helps to get the treasure of this place, he would let him go. Xiaolan asked the beast, how could a weak man like him help such a powerful and terrifying beast? Would he just let him go? The terrifying beast said that the young man should only heal his wounds. If the octopus died, so would the lad. The young man determined that it was the octopus that was very frightened. What is it afraid of? Suddenly, a powerful electric charge rang out, and one tentacle of the octopus was damaged. The octopus told the man to fix it immediately. It was a lightning strike. It was quite strange. It must be some kind of spell. Xiaolan healed the octopus and thought that this attack was much stronger than anything he had ever seen before. The octopus was satisfied. This person could heal lightning wounds. With someone like this, he would definitely be able to sneak in. The guy thought that this magic is very powerful. Even if they get inside, would he be able to survive after leaving this place? The lightning strikes continued. The guy continued to heal the tentacles. After a while, the octopus still managed to get inside. The octopus came close to the building. Too much effort had been expended. It was necessary to see what was inside. It was impossible to open the door. The octopus was very angry. He had spent a lot of effort, and now he was standing in front of a closed door. The guy thought that there might be some terrifying mechanism. It would be better to leave. Eventually, the door managed to be unlocked. The octopus stepped inside and decided to take a look. The treasure was nowhere to be seen. There was a wagon of some kind in the room. The octopus took a closer look with his tentacles and examined it. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The guy realized that it was a trap. Good thing nothing bad had happened to him. He wasn't going to die here. The wounded octopus told the man to heal him quickly. Xiaolan thought, is it worth treating him? If the octopus was killed by lightning, perhaps it would be salvation. The octopus screamed for the human to cure it quickly. It was already quite sick. Xiaolan approached the octopus and said that he had returned, but he saw a very weakened octopus. The octopus told the guy to hurry up. After all, he was already dying. Xiaolan shouted that the octopus was really about to die because he had acted unfairly and released his purple vine on the beast. The octopus screamed that it was unfair. A man shouldn't do that. It was very bad for him. Xiaolan told the purple vine to swallow that monster faster and covered his ears so he couldn't hear the beast scream. Xiaolan knew that there was another trap ahead, and lightning might appear again. He shouted for the purple vine to return immediately. The vine managed to hide in time. The octopus was struck dead. Xiaolan thought that now was the time to get out of here, and our hero's gaze stopped on this wagon. He was surprised because it had just been in the tentacles of an octopus. Xiaolan was glad in his heart that he was able to survive all this. After thoroughly examining the wagon with his vine, Xiaolan came to the conclusion that there were no traps, but there must be an external force to make this strip move. The boy thought that all that was needed was force, and he used his inner energy to move this wagon. He thought that he had found a treasure after all. Xiaolan sat down in that cart and thought that he could only convert the energy of the earth and sky into internal energy. But his Dantian couldn't absorb internal energy to develop a level. The internal energy he was collecting from the colorful stones was just accumulating from him. But what was happening now? Xiaolan noticed that his efforts were not in vain, and he was able to achieve the desired result. In front of our hero was a celestial ship powered by internal energy, which was controlled by thought. The cart could walk on land and water. Xiaolan decided to test it all out. Xiaolan sat down in the driver's seat and grasped the steering wheel with his hands. He decided to mentally indicate the direction of travel. For a while, our hero tried to learn how to drive this marvel of technology. Suddenly, he saw that lightning appeared, but it was too late to escape from this wagon. The wagon turned out to be the center in which numerous lightning bolts began to strike. Nothing happened inside the wagon. Our hero was not hurt. He realized that he had actually gotten the treasure. The defense of this item surprised him so much that no beast would be afraid of him now. Xiaolan mentally ordered the celestial ship to take him out of here, right through the Sea of Souls. The celestial ship from the sea floor began to make a surfacing movement. After a short time, the celestial ship was already on the coast. Xiaolan didn't even think that this thing would be able to do so quickly. It directly amazes him. Therefore, he thought that with this device, he would definitely reach Tianzhou. Near the city gate, the guards asked the travelers why they had come to Longqi. Our hero, watching the entrance to the city from above, thought that judging from the number of ships at the harbor, it was a shipping hub in the Sea of Souls. He didn't observe any strong aura nearby. The young man decided to look around. The guards passing through the gates were inspecting the arrivals, looking for anything illegal. The traveler felt the strength of the guards. He decided he had to be extremely careful. The guard warned the traveler that in order to enter Longqi Island, one must pay 10 magic stones. The traveler realized that the magic stone was a gem. The hooded man dusted off the guard with the right amount of stones needed. The guard let him through and told him that no fighting was allowed on the island, and after dark, a curfew would begin in the city. The young man thanked him for the warning. He realized that the gems had another purpose. More information needed to be gathered. There were many unfamiliar races in the city, and a great many high-level ones. The young man was spotted by the owner of one of the stores. She offered him a tour of her establishment. She said she had everything. The traveler asked if he could sell something in her store. The stranger said she had everything in her store and offered to follow her. A worthy representative of the establishment was in the store. The girl said he was an appraiser. He should show the goods and he would give a decent price. The guy, with the help of a ring, pulled out some items. The appraiser said they were very nice things. The appraiser said that 2 scrolls have yellow rank skills. One is worth about 10 magic stones, the other about 500. The young man logically asked, "What does yellow rank mean?" The appraiser said that they were levels of skills and items. They are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Heavenly, the best rank. Yellow, the worst. The appraiser looked at another item and said it was worth 100,000 magic stones. The guy said that he wouldn't sell the weapon for now. "Does this store sell black stones, and how much would they cost?" The appraiser explained that both magic stones and black stones were the currency of this place. A yellow-level black stone is worth 1 million magic stones. The interlocutor asked what size would that stone be? The expert spread his fingers and showed what size the stone would be. The guy thought that in the past, when he had encountered an artifact of the same size, it was worth 10 million. The visitor thought that he didn't have that many magic stones, and the things he can sell aren't too expensive. He needs a way to earn magic stones quickly. The young man took out a spatial ring and asked the appraiser to help open this ring. The boy explained that this ring has someone else's mark on it, and he can't open it. The assessor said that he was a professional in his business, and it would not be a problem for him. After magical treatment of the ring, the expert said that the mark was removed. It can be checked. If all is well, the cost of this procedure is only 1,000 magic stones. The boy thought that this boutique was very expensive. The young man examined the contents of the spatial ring. There were a large number of boxes of various stones. In total, there were about 10 million stones that belonged to a lady from the Hailing family. The young man asked the expert if he had a map of the area, because the guy had forgotten his navigator in another place. And how much would this map cost? The expert said that he had a map of the entire Sea of Souls. It's worth 1 million magic stones. The map is projected directly into your head. The young man thought again that this projection would cost him a lot. After purchasing this map and loading the projection into his head, the boy started up his navigator. He saw that the Sea of Souls was very huge. In order to reach Tianzhou, he would need to travel another huge distance. After paying for the map, the customer asked if there was a fast way to get from here to Tianzhou. The expert said that the guy could use teleportation if he wanted to get to Tianzhou. He needs 10 yellow rank black stones. The young man continued to ask questions. He was interested in a cheaper way to travel. The interlocutor suggested using the merchant fleet. Their store is in the business of brokering. For only 500,000 magic stones, they would help the boy contact representatives of the shipping company. The young man agreed. A week later, he was already on a merchant ship sailing the expanses of the Sea of Souls. Already on the ship, our hero was told that they have passed halfway. They would soon arrive at Black Hawk Island. They could prepare to disembark. Xiaolan asked how soon they would arrive at Tianzhou. The interlocutor Shuang Jiao replied that they still had time. Black Hawk Island was under the jurisdiction of an influential family. In Tianzhou, they would need some time for transportation. Shuang Jiao, gazing into the distance, said that they had arrived at this island. Watching from the docked ship, the guy saw that there were slaves on the island. He was very surprised. Shuang Jiao said that there are many slave traders on this island. They specialize in catching people from small islands. The guy should be careful not to get captured. Looking back at the slavers walking along the ship, it seemed to the guy that one of them looked like Jing Ming. The cat wanted to break free from his hands and screamed loudly. Xiaolan looked at the man and thought that it was definitely Jing Ming. The guy realized that he was not mistaken. What on earth is this person doing here? Did those rascals really capture him? Without thinking long, our hero jumped off the ship right onto the land. He was ready for decisive action. Xiaolan got to his feet and rushed straight toward the slaves. 3 huge guards blocked his way and asked him what he was thinking of doing. The guy felt that the guards in front of him were Zhu Wang-level guards. Xiaolan pointed his finger at one of the slaves and said that he would like to buy this person. He wasn't sure if he could defeat these guards, but he couldn't stand idly by. The guards asked if the guy could afford to spend 300,000. Xiaolan said he could afford it and reached into his pocket. The smart security guards thought they had cheapened the price, and that guy has considerably more money. The slave traders thought, should they negotiate with someone much weaker than them? So they offered to obediently give him all the magic stones. Xiaolan replied that these slave traders were unscrupulous scoundrels. The boy called Brother Shuang Jiao for help. Brother Shuang Jiao was outraged. What are these slave traders going to do to their guest? The slave traders realized that they might lose in the coming battle and decided to run away from here, for good. One of the slave traders shouted for this slave to immediately follow him. Xiaolan shouted for him not to touch that man and activated his purple vine. The slave trader was naturally terribly surprised. The guards, watching the events from the fortress wall, were curious as to what was going on down there. They saw the purple vine and realized that it belonged to a wanted criminal, Xiaolan. Bills of interest had been sent out to all the cities. Xiaolan thought that perhaps this area was owned by the Heiling family. Xiaolan grabbed the captive's hand and said that they should run away urgently. The 2 of them headed towards the celestial ship. The pursuers saw the celestial ship moving away. Where did it come from? Isn't it from the continent of souls? Where did the guy get this treasure from? It was necessary to gather the entire army to destroy Xiaolan. Already in the celestial ship, using the purple vine, our hero tried to bring Jing Ming back to normal. He had now realized everything. His friend went to the Sea of Souls to find an opportunity to resurrect Xing Dugu, but was attacked by a sea monster. Jing Ming confirmed and added that when he almost died, he crashed into a boat with slave traders. And of course, he didn't expect to meet Xiaolan here. Xiaolan said that he wanted to get to Shenkai family and was looking for a way to destroy the demon in his heart. Jing Ming said that he heard something about Tianzhou from the slave traders. Tianzhou has a list of the most beautiful girls. This year, there is one person from the Heiling family on the list. In a very short period of time, she has gone through all levels of Zhousheng. This girl's name is Dongfang Hongdou. The interlocutor added that this girl had only recently appeared in the Heiling family. She was most likely kidnapped in Tianzhou. Xiaolan decided to personally verify all of this. If it was her, he owed it to his fiancée to bring her back. Jingming said that the Heiling family is very powerful. It's hard to do anything to them. They have the level of pull DI. Xiaolan once again decided that he must become as strong as possible, and mentally asked Hongdou that she would wait for him, and that he would definitely find her. The guy realized that the most important thing now was to get to Tianzhou. Although the speed of this ship is slow, but it consumes too much energy, they wouldn't be able to last long. Xiaolan said that there are plenty of spare transportation on the seabed, and the pursuers certainly won't follow them there. Our hero, through the window of the skyship's porthole, released his purple vine underwater and said he wanted sea monsters. The sea monsters were varied and to suit all tastes. Xiaolan explained to his traveling companion that the purple vine could control the sea beasts. They would hide in one of them's stomach. Jingming, a little frightened, asked where these monsters were headed. Xiaolan suggested that it was certainly not after them. Jingming asked if it could be that the monsters were fleeing from their pursuers. Xiaolan said that it was likely that the monsters themselves were chasing something. The guy suggested to go after the monsters and see what attracted their attention. At the same time, take a ride with them. A purple vine attached itself to one of the monsters, and the celestial ship followed it. There was a bloody battle ahead. The monsters fought each other and devoured the losers. Xiaolan looked through the porthole and asked the purple vine what was going on. The vine replied that the beast had explained everything. There's a spiritual cluster about to burst. Xiaolan was surprised. He was unfamiliar with the meaning of this phrase. A decipherment was needed. No deciphering was needed because, indeed, the spiritual cluster had burst. A huge energy pulse began to spread out in all directions. Jingming noticed that a rich aura had formed in front of them. Xiaolan did not unreasonably assume that there was spiritual energy stored here. The travelers also noticed that many magical stones had appeared. Xiaolan decided that they should not miss this opportunity. He told Jingming to take control of the celestial ship, and he himself went to collect a fortune in the abyss of the sea. In doing so, he had to beware of the sea monsters. The purple vine created a protective shell for our hero. Xiaolan successfully harvested the magic stones. Suddenly, the young man saw that a huge sea monster started chasing him. The monster opened its mouth and wanted to swallow the uninvited guest. Xiaolan thought that these sea beasts were really creepy. One must be extremely careful at all times. The guy thought that the sea beasts also wanted to collect these stones at all costs. It was surprising. Why would the monsters want these stones? After all, they didn't contain much energy. Unexpectedly, Xiaolan saw a stone with a large source of energy. It was a black stone. The guy wanted to take this stone and headed straight for it. However, he had an opponent, a huge sea monster. The energy-charged stones began to appear more and more. Xiaolan decided that this time he would get them all. However, the number of monsters per unit area in this region began to increase significantly. The guy realized that he wasn't the only one who wanted these stones. The sea monsters were also after these stones. Xiaolan used his purple vine to grab the sea monsters by their tails and tried to keep them from devouring the precious stones. He wanted the black stones to belong only to him. However, the sea monsters were getting bigger and bigger. Black stones were being released in huge quantities as well. Xiaolan noticed that this time, the aura was much stronger than before. More sea monsters might arrive now. We should quickly harvest and leave. The young man saw a very shiny stone and decided to grab it with the purple vine. The stone turned out to be very large. It exuded tremendous energy. Apparently, this stone was a heavenly level stone. Xiaolan placed the stone in the spatial ring. The monsters, seeing the large source of energy, turned around and started chasing after the young man. Xiaolan decided that he needed to escape and directed his movement vector toward the celestial ship. Jingming, seeing the black stone hunter approaching, opened the door for him and launched him into the celestial ship. Xiaolan got inside and closed the door behind him. He said that he could barely get his feet out. He didn't want to see any more sea monsters today. Xiaolan took out a spatial ring and said that he was about to show something to his interlocutor. A large number of magical and black stones appeared in front of Jingming. Among them, one particularly large one stood out. Jingming was very surprised to see such a large number of stones. He had heard from the slave trader that black stones contained a huge amount of energy. It was very important for development. Xiaolan gave 2 black stones to his companion and said that it should be enough for him to raise his level. Jingming replied that the 2 stones were very expensive and thanked him for the gift. Xiaolan said that now there was another way to get to Tianzhou. We need to use these stones faster. The travelers sat against each other in lotus posture and began to increase their levels in strength, while utilizing the power of the black stones. Jingming could feel the powerful energy and was saying that he couldn't take it anymore. At the same time, the purple vine was also absorbing the black stone's energy. Xiaolan didn't know how powerful this stone was. Perhaps a heaven demonic enhancement would help him deal with it. 2 days passed. Xiaolan was happy to report that he had finally raised his level. With all the energy his Dantian could absorb, he hadn't absorbed even half of the stone. Jingming speculated that the heavenly demonic enhancement was bottomless, and it could continuously absorb energy. He couldn't even imagine how much stronger it would become. The young man looked through the porthole and saw the pursuers. They caught up with the celestial ship and said that they had found the fugitives. Jingming reported to his companion that He Ling's army had found them. Xiaolan was in the process of breaking through to the next level. He had never imagined that they would see the demon again so soon. The celestial ship changed its trajectory and surfaced. The pursuers were in close proximity. Jingming once again looked through the porthole and determined with his professional eye that they were being pursued by 4 Zhu Wang-level warriors. The pursuers were surprised. How did this celestial ship have such a powerful aura? It was most likely coming from a soul. It might be Xiaolan. It is urgent to catch him and get a good reward for his head. Jingming noticed that the improvements weren't over yet. The process is still ongoing, therefore Xiaobai must come to the rescue. Jingming said that Xiaobai should take the master as far away as possible. He himself went outside and was going to take the fight to the outside. To delay the pursuers, Xiaobai transformed into a sea animal and began to push the celestial ship, giving it an extra speed of movement. The pursuers logically decided to climb with Jingming first. Xiaolan continued to fight the inner demons. He didn't think that this stone would be able to summon the demon in his heart a second time. This time, the demon was much more ferocious than before. But he didn't want to give up, because there were people waiting for him. The guy felt the aura of the black stone. There was a powerful release of a huge energy charge. The black stone was actually able to destroy the demon. It was unbelievable. The young man had acquired a heavenly gift, the god's slashing arm. It was a good skill. He wondered whose gift it was. Was it from the heaven demonic enhancement or from the stone? Xiaolan had gotten better. He had survived the second coming of the demon. This gave him confidence. The level of this stone was truly amazing, and it possessed a power of unknown origin. The door to the celestial ship opened and a stalker appeared outside. Xiaolan asked in horror, "What happened to Jingming and Xiaobai?" Our hero looked out the porthole and saw that Jingming was unconscious and captured again. The same fate befell Xiaobai. The pursuer claimed that that guy died protecting Xiaolan. That's very unfortunate, and this Xiaolan is of a very low level and extremely weak. Xiaolan, using the new abilities and increased strength that had appeared, shouted that he would destroy all the pursuers, and struck the closest one of them with a powerful punch. The young man left the celestial ship and rushed towards the opponents. He shouted for them to immediately release his comrade and spirit animal. The pursuers were frightened. They saw that this fellow had a Zhong Shen level. How was he able to achieve this? Xiaolan used the purple vine to take away Jingming and Xiaobai from the pursuers. The pursuers decided to destroy the rogue for doing so. Xiaolan decided to try out his new skill on them. He dealt the villains a mighty blow. The warriors were surprised. This guy is fighting on par with them. It's all due to the heaven demonic enhancement. He has an inner strength with which he artificially raised the level, and he is using his soul power. Xiaolan was surprised. Had the opponents forgotten about his soul power? He unleashed the purple vine against them. One of the explorers remained untouched. Xiaolan offered to take the fight to him. The villain said that he had a 6th level Zhu Wang, and Xiaolan has absolutely no chance. The opponent added that Xiaolan would not be able to overpower him, and no purple vine would help him. Xiaolan noticed that the opponent was talking a lot. He urged him to settle things man to man. The attacker called our hero a bad word and said that he would pay for everything with his life. The opponents did come together in hand-to-hand combat. The opponent was expectedly deactivated for a while. Xiaolan said that this warrior was definitely as weak as his colleagues. The villain rose to his feet and asked, "Did this guy really decide to mess with him before his demise?" Xiaolan summoned his vine and said that he was extremely serious, and in such cases, jokes were inappropriate. The vine increased to a huge size. However, the opponent was of a high level and he began to chop the tentacles of the vine with his weapon. He said that these tricks wouldn't work against him. Xiaolan replied that the tricks might not work, but there would be nothing to stop him from bypassing his opponent and reaching him from the rear. The opponent thought that this guy was very cunning. Turns out the vine was just a distraction. Time was lost and our hero gave his opponent a crushing blow in the back. The opponent said it still wasn't a strong blow. The attacking warrior told our hero that his physical strength was of such a level that it couldn't penetrate his defense. The villain grabbed Xiaolan by the throat and lifted him high up. The guy thought that his opponent was purposely revealing weaknesses and disadvantages. The attacker said that he could use dirty tricks too, but if the victim doesn't resist, it's boring. Xiaolan gathered all his strength into a fist and used the god's dissecting arm. It was a new skill. The attacker was startled. He saw his opponent's very intimidating aura. It looked very powerful. Xiaolan made a crushing strike using the god's dissecting arm. It pierced through his opponent's body and said that he was saying goodbye to a Shkest-level warrior. Our hero said that this god-slashing arm is so powerful that it ignores high-level defenses. How is this possible? Xiaolan decided to leave the pondering for later. Right now, he decided that he had to leave. The guy dragged his friend into the celestial ship. He saw that he was still alive, so we should treat him soon. Xiaolan communicated an extra energy charge to his celestial ship and told it to move faster towards Tianzhou. The young boy noticed that this energy had a completely different structure. The guy noticed that the speed increased disproportionately fast. The celestial ship began to move through the sea at a tremendous speed. 3 hours had passed. The guy thought that he now possessed dark energy. The recovered Jingming said that the energy in his body would change depending on the level. Jingming added that Xiaolan must now learn how to control his extra energy and control its changes. Xiaolan logically assumed that the speed of the ship depends on the energy invested. But he was only developing the skills of a celestial demon. Why did such a change occur? Jingming also agreed that this was all very strange. It might be due to the celestial demonic enhancement. Xiaolan said, "The most important thing is that it has become stronger." The interlocutor remarked that his friend is just a monster. The increase in strength is like a game to him. In the distance, the shore appeared. Our heroes realized that they were already at their destination. Xiaolan said that they had arrived at Tianzhou. On land, the young men traveled on foot. The gate to the city was already close by. In front of the young people was the Po family's city. There were a large number of people in front of the city entrance. At the gate, there were a large number of soldiers. Xiaolan determined that the weakest soldier was a level 6 Zhu Wang. If someone wanted to enter the city without asking, they would be caught immediately. Jingming asked his traveling companion, did he still want to sneak in? Xiaolan remarked that there would probably be an entrance fee that they wouldn't be able to afford. The guard said that if someone wanted to enter Tianzhou, they must have the Tianzhou Soul Seal. There are 2 ways to get it: getting a pass from respected families or working unbendingly. Xiaolan realized that it was about exploitation. The companion agreed. Since our heroes didn't have any acquaintances, they arrived at the gathering point for exploitation. It was an ore mining site. It is necessary to mine magic stones here. After 3,000 stones were collected, they would receive Tianzhou's soul seal. The guard said that stealing and trying to escape were forbidden here. Those who are guilty will be put to death. Xiaolan realized that the magic stone dwelling in front of them. The Po family seems to be very wealthy. Jingming said that he had no desire to mine the ore. Besides, they are wanted by the Hailing family. We need to proceed more carefully. Xiaolan replied that he has always been careful. Jingming noticed that they put different meanings into that word. Xiaolan said that if 3,000 stones were to be mined, he wanted to test how easy it would be. After a while, our hero realized that it was not only not easy, but even very difficult. Jingming observed his comrade. Jingming noticed that this stone wall was not only hard, but it also muffled his internal energy. Therefore, it takes a lot of energy to mine ore. Just how long does it take to mine all these stones? Xiaolan got angry and said that he could use his skill, Heavenly Demonic Enhancement, to break these walls. After all, we need to collect the stones as quickly as possible. The guy used all of his skills and shouted that he could do it anyway, and no one could break him. Jingming said that they wouldn't be able to collect all these magic stones, so they should, as quickly as possible, mine all the ore to get to Tianzhou. The interlocutor said that he was not going to give up. Xiaolan applied the god-splitting arm. The rock was able to be broken and a few stones were obtained. Jingming rejoiced and said that his partner's skill was very strong. With his help, they would be able to mine the ore quickly. Xiaolan agreed and said that they could even get rich. The partner said that it was better not to abuse it. It might not end well. In that case, our hero decided to speed up and told his companion to collect all the ore, following behind. Purple Vine, while doing so, will explore the area for rocks and ore. The young man determined that this place had a very strong aura of magic stones. He applied the miner's magic strike. With Jingming following behind, he barely had time to collect these stones. Purple Vine said that there was a place with a special aura nearby. Apparently, it was a black stone mine. Xiaolan used the god-splitting arm and mined a large stone. The young man took this stone in his hands and said that it was as if it was made for him. Its aura was quite strong. If the guards were to conduct a search, they would definitely notice it. However, no one would notice an empty stone. One of the elders noticed that a strong aura had appeared. Someone must have been able to find the black stone. The old man thought that perhaps a thief had sneaked in. He should report to Master Po immediately. The old man ordered the soldiers to quickly search the entire mine. We must find whoever is absorbing the stone and destroy him on the spot. Ji Ming, who was carrying the ore, saw the soldiers and realized that they wanted to find Xiaolan. Why does this guy always find adventures in the same place? Why does he always get into trouble? Xiaolan continued to work with the black stone. Ying Ming decided that he should warn his friend, but the soldiers, much faster than him. There was an urgent need to find a way to contact Xiaolan. The soldiers saw that Jing Ming, upon noticing them, immediately tried to hide in the mine. Did he really want to inform his comrade to escape? Jing Ming said that they were mistaken. He was just mining ore here and thought that Xiaolan should hurry up and hide. Xiaolan felt an energy strike and realized that Master Jing Ming might be in danger. The guy thought that he would solve this problem and told the purple vine to deal with this matter. The purple vine said that a lot of soldiers were running in that direction. The boy wondered, how did they know? He realized that he had to run and hide immediately. One of the guards took Jing Ming by the throat and lifted him up. He said he needed to hear everything in detail about his buddy. Could he just drop everything and run away? The guy said he didn't know what he was talking about. Suddenly, Xiaolan appeared in the cave. He activated the God Hand and drew the purple vine to his aid. Xiaolan struck a staggering blow and freed his friend. He said that he never leaves his friends in trouble and wondered why Master Jing Ming kept getting captured. The young men were glad that they were together again, and the adventures were going on again. The guards sensed the black stone aura emanating from Xiaolan, so he must fulfill the old warden's order and destroy this person. The guy felt that this stalker was very strong. His punch was very huge in strength. Xiaolan thought that this person's aura was much stronger than those he had seen before. This is the pinnacle of Zhu Wang. Xiaolan told his opponent that he could walk over and feel the full extent of his strength. The guard said that never such a low-level warrior will be able to overpower him. He would take this pitiful life in one blow. Our hero used the heavenly demon combat skill and the god's dissecting hand. Another opponent was destroyed. The guards standing to the side were surprised. How could a person with such a level be able to defeat their captain? He had simply torn him apart. Xiaolan asked the attackers, who was next? The guards ran away in fear with shouts that their captain was dead. Jing Ming thought that this guy is really amazing. Xiaolan wondered, will the limit of the god's dissecting hand be reached? It was a good thing that these warriors didn't defend themselves in close combat. Otherwise, he might not have been able to deal with them. Xiaolan told his companion that they needed to leave this place immediately. The most important thing was to make sure that they weren't chased by high-level soldiers. Our heroes made their way out of the mine, but they saw reinforcements. The celestial chariot arrived with an additional squad of guards. The elder guard told the chariot's passenger that they found the man who used the stone. The threat is very high. He must be destroyed. Xiaolan shouted that he did it all by himself, and he didn't have any accomplices. He wasn't sure if he could use the god-dissecting arm once more. A passenger looked out of the chariot and said that this guy was still willing to help others. The young man who got out of the chariot asked how this worker was able to break the stone and destroy the Zhuwang level peak. The old man shouted that this rascal should not make Mr. Po wait for an answer. Xiaolan replied that he used the heavenly demon skill and combined it with a martial skill. The guy thought that the son of the city head was in front of him. Mr. Po said if his interlocutor destroyed his guard to make sure of everything, then he would think of what to do next. Jing Ming said that this is their chance. One must not miss this opportunity. The old man told Mr. Po that the man was a sinner. He had broken a taboo. Mr. Po stood his ground. If the guy can defeat his guard, he will keep him alive. Xiaolan said that he refuses. Jing Ming was surprised. Xiaolan stated that he won't be at anyone's beck and call. In order to survive, he just might do something. If Mr. Po says what he needs, then maybe they can come to an agreement. Mr. Po was surprised. Even under the threat of death, this guy had the nerve to negotiate terms. Xiaolan said, if they want to destroy him, why are they bargaining? Mr. Po said his interlocutor is brave and he will give him life. Next, he asked if the guy had ever dug a grave. Xiaolan thought if Mr. Po kept him alive, he can now say anything. Po family house. Xiaolan thought that the housemaster's tastes were a bit strange. The housemaster said that the young man was very interesting. No wonder he had put an astronomical amount of money on his head. Xiaolan wondered if Mr. Po really wanted a bounty on him. Xiaolan didn't know that the Heiling family had told everyone so much about him. He should be more careful next time. Mr. Po said he just saw how depressed Hei Qi was. That guy destroyed her soul. Good job. Xiaolan asked what exactly Mr. Po wanted him to do. For him to dig up the grave of the Heiling family? Mr. Po replied that he didn't want that. The interlocutor told our hero to dig up the grave of the Supreme Emperor. This emperor was one of the most powerful men of ancient times, the Dragon Emperor. Xiaolan told his friend that they would set off in 2 days. After completing the job, they would be given Tianzhou's pass and released. The interlocutor asked if it was dangerous. Xiaolan replied, he hopes it is not dangerous. Xiaolan suggested to Master Jingming to just dig for 2 days. Mr. Po said that he could keep everything he found. To himself, the guy thought that digging a TND-level tomb was a desperate job. Jingming wondered, why is this Mr. Po so generous? A few more stones must be found to increase his strength. 2 days passed. In the cave, the young men got some magic stones and black stones. They said they were taking them for themselves. The elder overseer thought that the boys had collected a month's worth in 2 days. How were they able to act such a thing? Xiaolan said that there was no need to be envious. He regretted that the god-dissecting arm could only be used for half an hour a day. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped. Mr. Po asked if the guy in the cave was finished. After he packed up his things, it should go fine. Our heroes saddled the magical animals. This time, they were white wolves. Xiaolan stated that they could now move around. 2 hours passed. Mountainous terrain. The guy thought that they were at the top of the TND level. Mr. Po told our hero that after reaching the bottom of the lake, one must not radiate energy, otherwise doom. Jingming told his partner that he and the cat would be waiting for him here and wished him good luck. The expedition, diving into the mountain lake, rushed to the bottom. The guy noticed that a very strong aura was rising from the bottom of the lake. After swimming through an underwater tunnel, the expedition surfaced in a dungeon. At the edge of the lake was a huge green snake. It was a heavenly serpent. Xiaolan thought that it was a fierce beast that had existed for almost millions of years. It is almost invincible. It should be avoided. There are no spells on the gate, but it's hard to break through. How will they be able to use large amounts of energy to smash the gate? If the serpent wakes up, nothing will help. Skills, dissecting Hand of God and Heavenly Demon, don't use energy, and it won't disturb the serpent's sleep. Therefore, Po Jun asked him to open the path. Xiaolan thought that he knew too much. They won't just let him go. Xiaolan decided to use the god-dissecting arm and struck a series of massive blows. The serpent still continued to sleep. Even the noise couldn't wake it up. We need to finish this as quickly as possible. After a short time, the hole was ready. The guy looked inside. In front of him was the emperor's tomb. The warriors approached the young man and said that this was the end of his work, and he could leave. The warriors themselves went inside the tomb. Xiaolan decided that nothing would happen to him if he just looked at this tomb. The guy returned to the opening. Po Jun stated to our hero that he had done a great job. He should wait for him to return, and he would receive a reward for it. Xiaolan thanked Mr. Po for his trust. At the same moment, a powerful energy surge formed not far away. Everyone looked around to see what had happened there. It was actually the ancient fire-breathing heavenly serpent that had woken up. Everyone realized that now that the heavenly serpents had awakened, it was necessary to retreat. Mr. Po told Xiaolan to restrain that serpent. He, on the other hand, with his guards, retreat. Mr. Po saw a celestial ship under the water. He realized that Xiaolan had retreated first. He shouted to his guards to protect the master. The celestial serpent was bloodthirsty and opened its mouth. Flames came out of its mouth. Po Jun shouted for Xiaolan to come back and rescue him immediately. Xiaolan, sitting in his ship, wondered, should he rescue or save himself? Xiaolan remembered Po Jun telling him that the young man would be able to mine stones from him at will. If the Heiling family bothered him, he would be able to seek support. Xiaolan appeared in front of Mr. Po. He said that since the latter was from a rich family, he had befriended him. It would cost 20 black stones to save him. Mr. Po was enraged. Why is this guy thinking about profit when his life is at stake? And it was imperative that we get out of here quickly. The people left on the shore felt the aura of the serpent. What happened out there? A celestial ship flew up from the water. Xiaolan looked out of it. A purple vine held and lifted Mr. Po behind him. Everyone was saved. The vine let go of Mr. Po and he fell to dry land. The guards grabbed him and he didn't hit upon landing. Jing Ming didn't understand what was going on. Zhao Lan said that there was no time to explain. There was an urgent need to get out of here or they would be caught up. A huge heavenly serpent appeared from under the water. It was angry and fierce. Our heroes in their celestial ship managed to fly away from this trouble. Zhao Lan shouted to Mr. Po that later he would return. The guards said that there was bad news. The aura of the tomb had opened up. A huge number of troops have arrived. There are many high-level fighters. Not far from Po Tien City, our heroes landed their skyship. In the forest thickets, Xiao Lan said that a large army might be drawn here, and sadly stated that there must be incredible treasures hidden in that tomb. Jingming told his interlocutor not to think much about the tomb and its treasures. Only a heavenly emperor could go there. The young man felt a strong aura somewhere nearby. He noticed several warriors heading towards the lake towards the tomb. The interlocutor said that these warriors had a Tiandi level. It was best to avoid them. Xiaolan, already in the city, said that the tomb might fall into other hands. All the Po family's hard work would be in vain. Besides, Mr. Po had already obtained the seal. As usual, there were many people who wanted to enter the city. All those who had the seal went inside. Our heroes saw that one of the 10 lords was nearby, along with the most beautiful girl of this region. Perhaps their appearance had something to do with the event in the outskirts. Xiaolan thought that the Dragon Emperor's tomb had attracted too much attention. Xiaolan looked at the people who had attracted everyone's attention. He was shocked. It turns out that he knows them. Everyone said that it was Mu Xiaoyao, the second on the list from the most beautiful girls. The Sheng Kai clan is also here. Next to her is some Zhu Wang level warrior. Xiaolan recognized it was his brother. Xiao Dao. Jingming held his friend back and said that they should keep a low profile. Shen Kai's family would not recognize his existence. Right now, it's not a good time. Xiaolan mentally told his brother to wait for him. He would definitely release him. There were still people showing up ahead. There appeared to be some familiar faces among them as well. It was the Dongfang family's lady. What on earth is she doing in the Heiling family? Jingming once again reminded his friend that they should be careful. The people who had arrived positioned themselves on the fortress wall. Hongdo's companions said that they would go there too, because if they were late, there would be nothing left there. Just then, a stranger appeared on the fortress wall. It was our hero. The guard asked who he was. Xiaolan jumped to his feet. His body triggered before his brain did. If she is now in the Heiling family, is this the Hongdo he knows? Hongdo's companion told the guards to chase this stranger away. The hooded stranger shouted that Dongfang Hongdo was the best beauty in the world. The young people met each other's gazes. The girl didn't recognize or pretended not to recognize the guy. Hongdo's companion said that the person in front of him appeared to be a fan of this girl's beauty. If he saw her beauty, he deserved to be forgiven and could get out. The guard threw a punch at the stranger and the guy flew far back. Jingming picked up his comrade under his arms and apologized and said that they would leave immediately. Jingming said that his companion is not thinking with his head at all. After all, he realizes what Heiling will do to him if he recognizes him. Xiaolan was upset. Hongdo didn't even pay attention to him. Xiaolan sadly clutched his heart and said that he didn't even exist for this girl. Mu Xiaoyao thought, what is really going on in the Heiling family? She looked at Red Bean and wondered if this girl, whose name Xiaolan was so worried about. Mu Xiaoyao's companion Mu Xiaoyao said that it was time for them to leave. Jingming thought that Hongdo might have forgotten about what happened before. The situation is constantly getting worse. It was no longer possible to be inactive. Xiaolan vowed that he would definitely make Hongdo remember him and would definitely bring her back. Jingming told his friend that it was difficult to stay in Tianzhou in their situation. What is their next plan? Xiaolan replied that they have a lot of things to do. First, he plans to do some shopping. The nearest store offered our heroes a map of Tianzhou, a guide to Tianzhou and all sorts of medicines and pills, and was billed for 4 million magic stones. Jingming, taking out the stones from his pocket, said that this was a very expensive boutique. Xiaolan asked the salesman, where can one earn the stones? The vendor in the pavilion said that there are 10 major chambers of commerce in Tianzhou. The fastest way to earn is to go to the first chamber of commerce, the Asura Hall. The Asura Hall is the first underground force in Tianzhou, which will give out different rewards. One must consider the fact that although it's a quick buck, it's also a quick demise. Xiaolan thought that Heiling City was far away. As for Shenkai Mansion, It's in the southernmost part of Tianzhou. According to the old man, the Sura Hall should be somewhere nearby by now. Po Tian City is in the east of Tianzhou. If he wants to see Xiao Dao again, they need to cross half of Tianzhou. The companion said that they had already arrived. This building is rightfully called the First Chamber of Commerce. It is very huge. Upon entering the building, the old man asked, "What do the dear guests want?" Xiaolan said that he wanted to earn money, and so he came here to take a task. The old man said, since he had a heavenly demon skill cultivator in front of him, he could take a list of different tasks at the 3rd level. Xiaolan wondered, why are these tasks so low paying? Are there tasks where the reward would be a black stone? The old man replied that such missions and rewards are only available to senior hunters. To become one must complete at least 5 level 3 missions or 1 level 4 mission. Xiaolan, after studying the list, said that these missions were simple but time-consuming. The old man said, if the youths urgently need the black stone, just the city lord gave a task of level 5 difficulty. This task can be performed by warriors who are not afraid of corpse poison. There is no level restriction, and one can obtain the black stone. Xiaolan rejoiced. He saw this as a great opportunity to earn more stones. Jingming added that he wasn't afraid of any corpse poison either. The old man advised the young men to think twice, because level 5 missions are dangerous, especially for people like them. The mission is to collect the corpses of the beasts in the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. The young people were surprised when they received such information. Who comes up with such tasks? Our heroes settled down in the tavern. They discussed the terms of the assignment. According to the assignment, in that place there is a large number of corpses of beasts. Their bones, an excellent material. The bone can be exchanged for a yellow level stone. Xiaolan said that now that the existence of the tomb is known to everyone, everything will be divided among the big families, although the Po family suffered the biggest losses. Jingming said, this indicates that the danger is not completely eliminated. Is Xiaolan willing to take the risk? Xiaolan replied that he is willing, but he needs more stones. If one wants to become stronger, one must take risks. Jingming told his interlocutor to be more careful, and thought that he needs to become much stronger. After all, he cannot afford to rely on Xiaolan all the time. The carriages driven by white wolves were approaching the tomb. Xiaolan wondered, how dangerous was it there now? These beasts were hard to deal with, even with Renhua's level. The guy said that the day before all the animals had been destroyed, and most of the treasure was taken by one person. Was it really the Supreme Emperor? It was really him. He is the Lord of Eastern Tianzhou, the Supreme Emperor of the Leng family, Leng Di. The warrior said to make preparations. They would soon arrive at the destination point. Those who arrived at the destination point stepped out of the carriage and were stunned. In front of them was a huge depression. At the bottom of the depression was a huge crack. Xiaolan thought that one blow was commensurate with the entire lake. Even the water had all evaporated. He really deserves to be called the strongest in Tianzhou. I wonder if he and Emperor Leng will meet in the future. Xiaolan thought that he wouldn't be able to cross paths with such a great person, and thoughts in that direction could be put aside. After descending into the cleft, the young men saw many corpses of wild beasts. There were also people hunting these beasts. The warrior said that Xiaolan could go down and collect the bones of these beasts. 1 bone, 1 stone. Xiaolan thought that even a Zhu Wang level could hardly handle this rotten flesh. Our hero's companion had a skeleton under his arm. The young man cried out in fear. Xiaolan noticed that this companion had turned into a zombie after coming into contact with the skeleton. The young man summoned a purple vine to help him. A warrior from above shouted that one should beware of the green poisonous mist. If a corpse was poisoned, it would cease to be human. Xiaolan now realized what corpse poison he was talking about. No wonder it was so dangerous. What kind of creepy person had refined this poison? It must be very insidious. Xiaolan hid behind the corpse of one of the beasts and thought that no one else here should notice him. The guy applied the god's dissecting arm. This skill certainly worked. Xiaolan also hoped that the purple vine would help him in this matter. It should be able to handle this poison. Our hero noticed that while absorbing the corpse of the animal, the purple vine absorbed all the poison. He realized that it really wasn't picky about food. Xiaolan said that this was just what he needed and ordered the purple vine to absorb everything. After a while, only the bones were left. It was a flawless work. Xiaolan thought that the more often he used the purple vine, the more likely he was to declassify himself. One must not get carried away. One just needs to become a high-level hunter. After the amount of work done, the young man went to exchange his prey for stones. Those who were following our hero realized that he was helped by the purple vine. This guy also had a heavenly demon skill. This was undoubtedly Xiaolan. The He Ling family had set a bounty on him, 200 black stones. The hunters decided to attack this guy and get the reward for him. The warrior handed over a token. This token indicates that the mission has been accomplished. It can be handed over to the Asura Hall when it's over. Xiaolan made the exchange and stepped aside. Xiaolan went to the dungeon again. He thought that earning black stones was very simple. The opportunity is very rare, and one must collect as many as possible. After going downstairs, our hero noticed that he was being watched. It was not for nothing. Hunters came out of hiding and told the guy that they recognized him. He's the one the He Lin family is looking for. It was unlucky for him to meet them. Xiaolan realized that he had been discovered. Now we have to act much more carefully. The hunters decided to attack our hero and told him to say goodbye to his life. Xiaolan smirked. Could some pathetic hunters at the Zhu Wang level really overpower him? One of the attackers said that this guy's level was very low. He wasn't even close to them. Xiaolan thought it would be trouble if the heavenly demon skill didn't help him. But this wasn't his only option to defend himself. Xiaolan released his purple vine. The attackers knew about it, but overlooked it. After all, it was the same spirit mentioned in the manhunt. It was too late. The purple vine restrained the movements of the attackers. Xiaolan thought that the attackers had information about his purple vine. This was also complicating things. Another attacker appeared. He said that his opponent was often distracted during battle. Therefore, he would take advantage of that. Xiaolan replied that this person was the only one who would die in this fight. The fellow used all his skills and increased strength to deliver a staggering blow to the advancing opponent. With the god-punishing hand, Xiaolan had seriously injured the villain. He couldn't understand how this was possible. After all, his opponent was so weak. Xiaolan realized that his skill was at its limit. It needed time to reset. The villains shouted for help. They discovered the wanted Xiaolan. Xiaolan shouted that he would not allow help to be called for, and maximally applied his purple vine to deactivate the villains. The villains shouted that it was very late. Now all the hunters would come to their aid. Xiaolan said that his opponents had yet to realize the full extent of the problem they had. The attackers found themselves near a huge corpse of an animal. The corpse poison had affected their body, and they were poisoned. Other hunters began to pull up. They wondered where Xiaolan had been found, and what's going on here. Xiaolan shouted that these two had inhaled the corpse poison. They needed to be exterminated immediately. Xiaolan got out and said that he urgently wants to trade for stones. He has very little time. The guard got the ring from our hero and said that there are 15 stones in this ring. They can be exchanged for a black stone and a token. Hunters came up from the dungeon and shouted that it was Xiaolan. A large reward was promised for him. The boy thought he had to run away immediately, so he jumped into his skyship. The hunters who were chasing our hero shouted that they were going to catch him. The celestial ship, gaining momentum, was quickly moving away. As it accelerated, the ship rose into the air and flew away. The hunters shouted for him to come back. After all, they wanted to capture him. Xiaolan realized that he had been exposed, and he couldn't stay in the city for long now. The purple vine told its master that danger was coming. The huge-sized striped tail wagged and struck the celestial ship. After this collision, the ship lost its orientation and collapsed to the ground. The young man felt a very strong aura. It was something he clearly couldn't control. Just before the ground, at the last moment, Xiaolan managed to jump out of the celestial ship. The young man landed in front of some person. He asked who was driving like that. Where did he acquire his driver's license? Xiaolan raised his head and saw the young creature in front of him. The girl said embarrassedly she didn't know how it happened. The young people stood against each other. Not far away, their means of transportation were lying on the ground. Xiaolan inquired, "Is the girl here alone?" The girl tearfully said that she was careless and didn't look at the road, therefore crashed into the skyship. She apologized. Xiaolan said that he was not angry and asked, "How is the girl feeling?" After all, it is very dangerous to be alone in such a place. The guy stroked the girl's head. In response, the young creature kicked our hero with all her might in the most unapproachable place and said that he had no right to touch her. Running away, this girl said that no one should touch her. Squirming in pain, Xiaolan thought, who could this child be? The girl jumped into her ship and sped away. In response, she only waved her hand. The angry Xiaolan said that he would definitely talk to her parents about proper parenting. The guy saw that striped tail in the sky again and shouted to the girl to be more careful. The girl thought, the sky ship has no power. Why is that tail attacking her? Xiaolan thought that it was a Manhwa-level striped beast. While he was distracted by this girl, we should hurry up and get out of here. The beast grabbed the pink ship with its tail and started shaking it from side to side. The girl flew out of the ship and began to fall. The wild beast tried to swallow her. Our hero came to the rescue. He picked up the girl by the hand and dragged her into his skyship. Once the girl was safe, Xiaolan asked if she wanted to apologize. The interlocutor said that she didn't know what to apologize for. After all, no one asked him to save her. Xiaolan said that in that case, he would throw her back out to be eaten by that tiger. The huge celestial tiger with furious eyes tried to attack our hero's celestial ship. The celestial ship collided with the tiger for the second time and fell to the ground. Xiaolan asked the girl again, how is she feeling? The girl asked why he, being so weak, was constantly trying to protect her from being injured. Xiaolan said that he is not weak but stronger than her. The girl declared that she is 1,000 times stronger than this guy and wore a magic ring on her finger. Xiaolan replied that she only knows how to brag and cause trouble. No one believes her. The girl in pink looked out of the skyship. Xiaolan told her to be careful. There is a huge tiger dwelling outside. The stranger got a staff and said that this tiger cub was careless, and she'll show you who's really strong. With a wave of the staff, the young creature summoned a lightning bolt that struck the beast. The huge tiger fell into a clearing among the trees. Xiaolan thought, what kind of scepter is this girl holding? She could easily deal with a Manhwa-level beast. The young man was surprised. How could such a child possess such an item? Who was she anyway? Po family manor. The elder said that he could sense the aura of the god scepter. Could it be that the god scepter hasn't been taken away by Emperor Lang? Is there another one? The elders decided to find out and went to investigate. The mysterious stranger was fueling her skyship with stones, which she had taken out of the ring. Xiaolan asked if that was allowed. The girl replied that she had been doing so for a long time. Otherwise, the speed is small and it's uncomfortable to drive, and asked what was the name of her new acquaintance. The guy introduced himself and said his name, and thought, does she just throw stones like that? The girl said that Xiaolan was the first interesting person Yaoji had met after running away from home. Now they will be friends. Xiaolan replied that he was very happy. Xiaolan wondered who she really was, and thought, did this girl really run away from home with so many treasures? She clearly didn't come from an ordinary family. Shouldn't her family worry about her, especially when she's alone? The girl said that her family was in Tianzhou. At the same moment, the elders arrived at their meeting place. They arrived here after sensing the aura of the scepter. One of the elders asked why such a little girl had a god scepter. Xiaolan decided to protect his new acquaintance and told her to step back. He wondered, is there really such a thing, a god scepter? The elders thought that the people in front of them were just two pathetic ants. To them, this is a real boon. They thought that they would quickly kill them and take this thing away. No one would ever know they were here, and the god scepter would belong to them. Xiaolan thought that there were 3 Manhwa-level people in front of him. He realized from their clothes that they were from the Po family. Do they even realize what they'll get for robbing a child? The elder wondered, doesn't this guy realize what kind of weapon this is? After all, it is a weapon left behind by the Supreme Emperor. Another elder added, after the young man found out everything, now he won't live. Yuji said they have no right to take away the Supreme Emperor's weapons from her. Because of that, they would be doomed. The girl waved her scepter and summoned a lightning bolt that struck the 3 elders. The elders, after getting hit on the heads by the lightning, thought that this is definitely a supreme magic weapon. But the girl's strength was too small to unleash the potential of this weapon. Xiaolan grabbed the girl in his arms and tried to run away together with her. The elder shouted that they couldn't get away and unleashed his mighty energy strike directly at the pink celestial ship. Xiaolan thought that this was a powerful attack. This shield might not be able to withstand it anymore. Yujai said that this attack wouldn't harm her, and added that these people are shameless, so they will die today. Xiaolan said that this was a powerful Manhwa-level attack. It would be much stronger next time. He said that he would go outside and distract these attackers. The girl should get out of here quickly. Yaoji said that they would instantly destroy this guy. Xiaolan replied that he would handle it himself. Xiaolan went outside and shouted for Yaoji to quickly run away. Xiaolan thought that he couldn't use the god-splitting arm. We have to decide how to hold these attackers back. The guy summoned his purple vine to help. Xiaolan decided that one could just hide underground and force them to awaken their souls. Yaoji had no intention of retreating. She lunged forward and rushed towards the attackers. The girl shouted that she would not allow her new acquaintance to be offended. Yuji used her scepter to summon a huge energy blast. It was directed towards the unscrupulous elders. After this explosion, the young people were under a protective dome. The boy opened his eyes and thought that he was still alive. Yuji stated that he was alive because of her. The elders were outside the dome, and there was no way they could break through. This dome was created by the girl's robes. The elders realized that the girl was wearing an immortal's robe. This is one of the 8 treasures of the world. Who is she? One of the elders stated that they were caught in a great disaster. They need to retreat immediately. Xiaolan thought that he had learned of another treasure. It's an immortal's garment. The girl was frightened. She said that after using the immortal's garment, she would be easy to detect. And indeed, a crack formed in the sky through which someone looked out. From there, they asked who dared to bully a child from their family. The crack in the sky increased in size, and a warrior appeared from there. Xiaolan immediately determined that that warrior had the level of a heavenly emperor. He could distort space. The girl sadly stated that she had been discovered. The elders started to retreat. They too had seen the tearing of space. They concluded that this girl was from the 7 Yang. The heavenly warrior detained these elders and decided to deal with them. Justifying themselves, they shouted that they didn't know that the girl was from the Yang family. It didn't matter. The attackers from the Po family were instantly annihilated. The heavenly warrior approached the girl and told Mrs. Yaoji that it was time for her to go home. She had been riding the celestial ship for a very long time. If she didn't return home soon, her father would be very angry. Xiaolan thought that the Yang family seemed very intimidating. It was good that he had not done anything bad to her. The heavenly warrior took the girl in his arms and went home with her. The girl turned to our hero and told him to remember her. Her name is Yang Yoji. They will definitely meet again. After Xiaolan was alone, he thought that he had never seen something more frightening before. No wonder her family allowed her to be all alone. She has such a powerful insurance and an exceptional security system. The guy thought that this was the Yang family, probably more intimidating than the Shenkai clan, and remembered that he needed to return to the city. Xiaolan looked at the annihilated elders of the Po family. He wondered if they were as rich as Mr. Po. Meeting with Jingming and Shoubai again, Xiaolan showed off his trophy. It was 2,000 black stones. The guy also boasted about the tasks he had completed in the Sura Hall. Jingming said that his friend was truly blessed by someone if he was able to survive and profit from the disaster. There are 10 big families in Tianzhou, and each family has unique skills known to the world. For example, the Shenkai family possesses divine armor. Xiaolan realized why their family is called Shenkai. So the Yang family has a space-breaking ability. The Yang family flies through the void, completely ignoring the laws of physics. Xiaolan didn't think that this little girl's family would be on the same level as Shenkai's family. Jingming objected. The Yang family is the first among the 10 families. She, the first lord of Tianzhou. Our hero thought that he had really met an amazing child. Jingming stated that many people in the city had sensed the aura of the God Scepter. Now this matter might cause a lot of trouble. Xiaolan thought that his presence would soon be revealed. We should take advantage of the situation. Po City. Mr. Po was indignant. Why did those 3 scoundrels provoke the Yang family? The counselor said that Yang left immediately after destroying them. It remains to be seen if they will be held accountable. Mr. Po asked if anyone had seen Xiaolan's skyship. He might also have something to do with this case. Xiaolan, after studying the manuscripts, said that these martial skills were useless to him, so he suggested his colleague to look into it. The fellow had discovered one skill for the soul. He wondered if it could somehow help him with the demon in his heart. Xiaolan retrieved a jade box from the ring. He wondered what kind of treasures were inside. After opening the box, the young man felt a strong aura and saw that there was some kind of fruit inside. The purple vine immediately swallowed the fruit. The boy thought maybe this fruit is precious or poisonous. The purple vine spit out the stone into the palm of its master's hand. She said that memories from the past told her that it was a poisonous fruit. the spiritual fruit of heaven and earth. The human species would immediately perish if it were consumed. But it is a beautiful thing for their race. Xiaolan held the pith in his palm and didn't understand what to do with it. The purple vine said that it had helped its master get rid of the poison of the pith. All that was left was pure soul energy. Xiaolan was overjoyed and decided that he would quickly absorb it. He assumed the lotus posture and began to meditate. Jingming noticed that Xiaolan's soul had changed color. Could it really be the purple vine? The purple vine said that it had reached the 4th level, awakened her talent and supernatural power, immortal clone. Vine explained that she could now split into multiple clones with the ability to absorb. A real body could be in any of the clones. As long as the clones existed, the body would not die. Xiaolan was surprised. Multiple soul clones? The purple vine bloomed bigger and stronger. Jingming said that Xiaolan looked much stronger. Xiaolan stated that they needed to become much stronger. The young men meditated at the same time. The purple vine was now level 4. Just how many levels does it have, and in general? What is the purple vine really? Mrs. Heiqi and her assistant were rushing in the given direction. The girl asked if their information was accurate. The interlocutor said that from the description they got from the bounty hunters, that person looked like Xiaolan, but he owns a celestial ship. Heiqi said that guy has a lot of secrets. He should be found as soon as possible. 2 days passed. Xiaolan swallowed 2,000 stones, but he didn't feel any change. This heavenly demon skill had become a bottomless abyss. In order to break through to the next level, it doesn't need that many stones. It takes much more time. Therefore, reaching the Zhu Wang level in a short time would not be possible. Xiaolan took out another scroll from the spatial ring and decided to study it. The guy read in this scroll about a wandering skill of the Tiandi level. It was a technique that didn't require a high level. This skill was related to the soul. Our hero absorbed the energy of the fruit and enhanced his soul. Now he would definitely be able to learn this lost skill. This skill was very similar to the skill he had already learned, but learning it was more difficult than it appeared at first glance. Although this skill looks very useful, but it will take a long time to fully master it. Looking closely in the distance, our hero realized that someone was approaching him. Who could it be? Xiaolan ran up to Master Jingming and said that it was urgent to stop training. Alarmed, Xiaolan announced that they had guests. Guests had indeed appeared. It was Heiqi. She said that she had finally found this guy. Now she intends to take his life. Xiaolan said that Mrs. Qi from the Heiling family had come to visit him. He thanked the girl for feeding his purple vine with her soul and for being his hostage. The woman got angry and gave orders for her assistants to bring her the scoundrel's head. Xiaolan laughed. He said that there were 2 Renhua level people and a few Zhuwang level people in front of him. They were not his rivals. However, they came just in time. The attackers immediately noticed that Xiaolan had let his soul out. Before his soul would do anything to them, he would already be a casualty. Xiaolan grinned and said that his purple vine was already around the attackers. This was how it turned out. The purple vine wrapped around all the attackers and restrained their movement. They did not understand how this was possible. One of the warriors was perplexed. He didn't understand how a soul could be divided. He asked for help. Xiaolan stated that it was too late. The attackers didn't understand how this was possible. How could a person with a level 3 heavenly demon be able to break through Renhua's defense? Xiaolan said that he definitely wouldn't let them go. His god-splitting arm skill and the heavenly demon skill were both strengthened. After all, these 2,000 stones were not wasted. Xiaolan grabbed the attacker by the throat and asked, was he really the one who threatened him just now? Heiqi fearfully asked, how could he become so strong in a short time? Is he really a monster? Mr. Po stated that the Heiling family's army had just been spotted. He understood where they might be advancing to. Mr. Po moved in the same direction and shouted for Xiaolan not to dare to die. Heiqi shouted that she had to be saved and rushed towards the retreat. The warrior asked Mr. Po, wasn't it Heiling's family that was chasing after Xiaolan? Now it's the other way around. Mr. Po said that Heiling underestimated Xiaolan's strength. Instead of being the hunters, they became the prey. Heiqi shouted that she needed help. The girl introduced herself and said that she needs help. She is afraid that the psychopath will destroy her. Heiling's family would be grateful for her rescue. Mr. Po wondered if Ms. Heiqi doesn't recognize him. The man said that her family had destroyed quite a few of his soldiers. He never thought that luck could smile on him like this. Did she really forget how she threatened to destroy his soul? Xiaolan asked what Mr. Po was doing here. The man said that he was on his way to help the young man, but he didn't expect to see such a picture. Xiaolan replied that Brother Po was very kind to him. The purple vine entangled the girl from head to toe. She screamed, if the young man dared to touch her, her father would never forgive him. Mr. Po asked his interlocutor what he was going to do with this girl. Xiaolan replied that she was from a big family. Therefore, we will have to let her live. Mr. Po asked his interlocutor for permission to take care of her. Xiaolan replied that it was fine with him. The city of the Po family. Hei Qi is in a dungeon and is chained up. She is wearing torn clothes and tearfully asking to be released immediately. Xiaolan and Mr. Po decide to take a walk together to Hongdi town. Our hero said that he doesn't know anything about this town. Mr. Po said that this city is the territory of the Ouyang family. It is a very large city in Tianzhou. Mr. Po said that his men gave trouble to a girl from the Ouyang family. He thinks the young man knows more about it than him. Mr. Po said not to let the Ouyang family hold a grudge against them, but he wants to apologize and wants Xiaolan to help him. The interviewer asked our hero, doesn't he know Ms. Ouyang? Can he arrange meetings? Xiaolan replied, he's not sure if this little girl would want to see him. It would be nice to see the big city, though. Xiaolan said that he needed a favor in return. Could Mr. Po take him to Shen Kai's mansion? Mr. Po was surprised, first Hei Ling, then Ouyang. Now he wants to contact Shen Kai. Xiaolan said he needs to do that. Mr. Po said the young man has the ability to find problems, but Shen Kai's mansion is far away, and suggested that he should go to Hongdi City first. Xiaolan agreed, but warned that Jingming and Xiaobai would stay here. Mr. Po said he didn't mind. A friend's friends, his friends. The young men approached the teleport gate of Potian City. Using the teleportation gate, Mr. Po and Xiaolan entered Gaotian City and found themselves right in its center. Mr. Po said to get to Hongdi City, they need to cover most of the east, and they would make several stops in the cities. Xiaolan said he agreed. After all, Mr. Po is paying all the expenses anyway. In the next town, Mr. Po said that his traveling companion is an embezzler. He absorbs so much that it will cause him to lose at least a third of his energy. Has no one taught him how to absorb stones properly? Mr. Po said that Heavenly Demon's skill is actually bottomless, and it is a waste of stones. Xiaolan said that he has 200 more stones to absorb. Mr. Po replied that his traveling companion was very insatiable. Finally, our travelers arrived at the city of Hongdi. It was a big city in Tianzhou, the land of the Ouyang family. Traveling through this city, Xiaolan noticed that the Ouyang family was really powerful. Near the Luoyang pavilion, our hero asked, shouldn't they meet the Ouyang here? Mr. Po said that it's not very easy to do. Po said they should send a note first. Only then can they meet after the inspection. It might take about 7 days. The young men are staying at the best hotel in town. Mr. Po warned that he would pay all the bills. Xiaolan was surprised by what he saw in the courtyard of this hotel. Restaurant, karaoke bar, casino, fistfights. He pointed out to his traveling companion that it was not beasts fighting here, but humans. There were indeed people fighting in the amphitheater arena. Po said that this is where they place bets. They make money on whether the contestants win or lose. In the Luoyang pavilion, the currency is black stones. Xiaolan thought that there are a lot of black stones to be earned here. Po agreed. A successful bet doubles the winning score. The winner also takes the prize. Po wondered if Xiaolan really wanted to make a bet. Would 100 black stones be enough for him? Xiaolan replied that he wants to participate. Mr. Po makes a bet, he wins. The administrator, after examining the characteristics, said that the guest has the 3rd level of Heavenly Demon skill, Zhuwang level. He can really participate in the competition. The assistant offered to follow her and sign the necessary documents. Xiaolan thought that he had to exaggerate his merits a little. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been allowed to enter this tournament. However, his strength is far greater than his level. Mr. Po took a seat among the spectators. The spectators were discussing the victory or defeat of the various contestants and were cheering for them excitedly. Mr. Po thought that his traveling companion was relying only on his skills, but that's reckless. If he died in the ring, he certainly couldn't help him. The assistant asked if anyone wanted to place bets. The maximum bet is 10,000 black stones. The newcomer in this business, Mr. Po, said that he wanted to bet 10,000 stones on a new participant. Xiaolan thought, just how many stones could he earn today? The first fight turned out to be fierce. The opponents were worthy of each other. However, after another blow, the warrior thought, how did this kid have such great strength? His body was writhing in pain. Xiaolan doubted that his opponent's soul could harm him in any way, but his defense was almost as good as his. With a series of successive strikes, Xiaolan dealt with his opponent. The referee gave the victory to our hero. The referee asked if this guy is ready to continue his performance. Xiaolan replied that he was ready to continue. Everyone was excited about this performance. Mr. Po was jubilant the most. This guy was able to win. The judge announced that the person who had recently raised the 7th level of Zhuang would be the next to perform against the rookie. The assistant asked again if there were any people who wanted to bid. Mr. Po said that he wanted to bet 10,000 stones on the same player once more. The girl walked among the spectators and accepted everyone's bets. The fight began. The opponent turned out to be very strong and aggressive. Xiaolan thought that this guy had watched his previous fight and was able to prepare. The opponent attacked our hero and said that his previous victory was just luck. Now the winner would be someone else. Xiaolan said that he was not so simple. After all, he didn't reveal all his secrets in the previous fight, and now he had something to show. Xiaolan summoned his soul to help him. The purple vine attacked the opponent. Xiaolan became victorious once again. He said, did they really think that he only possessed the heavenly demon skill? Everyone was surprised. What kind of soul was this? He easily broke through the opponent's defense. It was no wonder that he dared to perform. Mr. Po was delighted. Xiaolan knows how to surprise. He's won 2 times in a row, but he is not stupid enough to continue today. Xiaolan told the judge that he wanted to continue. Mr. Po was surprised. Doesn't he really care about his life? After all, the next battle might be deadly? In the next battle, Lei Ting came out against our hero. Everyone said that the winner was already known. Mr. Po knew that Lei Ting was at the top of the Zhuang. However, he hoped that Xiaolan still had the dissecting god hand. The assistant asked Mr. Po if he would continue betting. Mr. Po thought for a bit and said that he would definitely place another bet. Also 10,000 on the same contestant. The third competitor came out against Xiaolan. He grinned. Even if the guy has the heavenly demon skill, he still won't last long. He is here to send this guy on his last journey. Xiaolan apologized and said that he hadn't finished today's matters yet. Therefore, it would be his opponent who would go on his last journey. The opponent showed his immense power. He called Xiaolan an insolent boy and said that he was about to cut off his talentless life. The attacks on Xiaolan were indeed brutal and strong. The boy wondered how many stones his opponent had absorbed. Mr. Po shouted for Xiaolan to be more careful. After all, his opponent has a heaven-level skill. Its strength was comparable to a Tian Di. After his opponent's next attack, Xiaolan noticed that his body didn't move. What kind of skill was being used against him? The attacker decided to launch one last decisive strike on the motionless Xiaolan. However, our hero, with the help of the purple vine, was able to avoid this attack. The young man couldn't catch his breath. Why was his body not obeying him? Mr. Po shouted out that the companion had scared him a lot. Why is he being so cocky? He should be much more careful with his current level. Or does he not realize the money at stake? Xiaolan said he doesn't see anything wrong, and Mr. Po should trust him. The opponent saw our hero standing unharmed. He didn't understand how it was possible. After all, he had destroyed Xiaolan's soul. Why is he still here? And why wasn't his soul actually harmed? Xiaolan said that he would answer all the questions now. The opponent said that his lightning caused damage to this guy, and he had the negative effects of the lightning hanging on him. Either way, it was the end of him. Xiaolan, dodging another attack from the opponent, said that he didn't think so. There were no negative effects on him. The opponent couldn't understand how this guy had completely recovered. Indeed, all the negative effects had disappeared. Xiaolan got closer to the opponent and swung. He said that from such a close distance, he wouldn't be able to dodge. The opponent laughed. Is this young man still relying on his 3rd level heavenly demon? His skill is not enough to resist, and there will only be ashes left of this kid. Xiaolan asked, why did his opponent think that he only possessed this skill? Our hero's hand prepared to deliver a crushing blow, and he implemented the god's dissecting hand. Our hero pierced through the opponent's body and said that he, in any case, turned out to be stronger. The referee once again recognized Xiaolan's victory. He declared it unconditionally. All the spectators shouted that this guy was really unthinkably gray. When asked by the judge if he wanted to continue, Xiaolan refused and said that he had other things to do. Xiaolan followed the assistant. She said she would show him where to get the prize. The champion thought that he wasn't strong enough. He needs to practice more. Mr. Po congratulated his companion and said that he got a huge amount of stones for 3 consecutive wins. He said that in the end, their pockets were filled with 30,000 black stones, and he was willing to split them in half. The companions hugged each other and went to celebrate this victory. Mr. Po said it was his traditional treat. During the festive banquet, the interlocutor asked our hero, "Does he not know about the power of the heavenly path?" Xiaolan replied that he didn't have the slightest clue. Po said that besides people improving their level, they should improve the path of heaven. Each person has a different type. His opponent had lightning. The path of heaven determines a warrior's strength. If his path of heaven is high enough, like the warrior himself, only then could he be nicknamed as a Tiandi. Xiaolan asked if he would be able to develop his path of heaven with the heavenly demonic enhancement. Mr. said that he is not sure about it. He knows few people with Manhwa level who were able to achieve such a thing. Po said not to let his interlocutor worry. He believes that he will be able to reach the 7th level of Heavenly Demon and shake the entire Tianzhou. The friends drank to each other's health, and Mr. Po said that he would witness the formation of a new monster. The sponsor said that tomorrow they will continue to hold death fights and make a lot more money. A maid came up to our hero and said that Mrs. Yang wanted to see the young man. The young man did not refuse the audience. The boy appeared in front of Mrs. Yang and asked what business she had with him. He thought that this woman's aura was very strange. It's hard to understand what level she is, but she is very dangerous. Miss Yang said she wants the guy the next day to participate in a deadly battle, but wants him to lose. Xiaolan was indignant. Does this woman really want to hold a fake battle? Could someone really be in the business of doing such a thing? The woman said that it was a good opportunity to earn black stones. Miss Yang said if he made this deal with her, she would be willing to devote an entire night to him. Xiaolan inquired, "So what good is it? What is the benefit to him?" Xiaolan said that if he loses, his life will be cut short. The interviewee replied that this doom would be fake, and the guy will be rewarded with 100,000 black stones. The femme fatale asked if the boy would agree to such a deal. Xiaolan proudly said that he was not interested in such deals. The stubborn woman grabbed her interlocutor by the throat and asked if he was such a daredevil that he dared to defy her. Mrs. Yang said that she asked one last time, "Does he agree or not?" If he refuses, she is ready to destroy him. Xiaolan responded by showing his interlocutor one of the fingers on his left hand and asked, how on earth is she going to destroy him? Mrs. Yang said that her interlocutor was nothing more than trash. If he wants to live a good life, he must do what she tells him to do. Our hero started threatening the lady. She said that his threat sounded tempting. If he can reach the 7th level of Heavenly Demon, then she will do whatever he wants. Xiaolan doubted that she would let him go so easily. The woman said that now this rascal boy can get out of here, as long as she is kind today. After Xiaolan left, Mrs. Yang met with another person and said that she saw that guy. The woman added that he was really not bad. No wonder Yuji keeps talking about him. That guy has a handsome face, fine manners, but a rebellious character. And the most vile thing is that he has studied heaven demonic enhancements. The interlocutor said that's why he didn't take that guy with him. Even if he absorbed an inconceivable amount of black stones, there was no way he would be able to break through the 7th level. No one had even made it to the 7th level yet, let alone more. It's a waste of time. Miss Yang said that this guy can't be allowed to meet with Yaoji. It would save them a lot of trouble. The woman added, she wanted to get rid of this guy at the death fights, but he was lucky enough to refuse. That meant they would do things differently. The next day came. Mr. Po said that it was most likely the hotel hostess, Liu Ruyan. She was always very mysterious, so why would she go for such a deal? Xiaolan assumed that this way she wanted to test him. A woman with such power and influence would have no reason to deal with him. She also offered very tempting terms, but he does not understand her purposes. Mr. Po said that, in any case, it smells bad. It's better to get out of here quickly, especially since they had gotten an answer. Xiaolan asked if they would get a chance to meet Yaoji. The Ouyang family said, as they closed their eyes as if nothing had happened. There would be no meeting. Xiaolan said sadly. It seems that this girl did not remember him. And that is not surprising. She is the princess of Tianzhou, and he is just a low-grade redneck. Mr. Poe said to his interlocutor not to be sad. They still had many important things to do ahead of them. The friends approached the portal. Mr. Poe said that they should be careful. After all, they had earned a lot of black stones. Xiaolan assumed that he would be able to raise the 4th level. Xiaolan sensed an aura of death nearby. The friends turned around and saw that there were several people surrounding them. Xiaolan inquired, "What happened?" One of the pursuers, with eyes glowing with rage, said that he had finally found this guy. The offended man shouted that this guy had spent the night with his woman, and now he just wanted to escape like that. The friends looked at each other. They didn't realize to whom this complaint was directed. Each of them said without collusion that there had been some misunderstanding. The offended man did not listen to excuses and told his subordinates to bring him their heads. Our heroes barely had time to get away. They crossed the portal in a split second. Already on the other side of the portal, the friends began to ask each other how they had spent the night. When they looked back, they saw their pursuer. It turned out that he had followed the friends through the portal. He was followed by his subordinates. Xiaolan asked what they were going to do. Mr. Poe replied that he didn't know yet. The friends turned around and started running. On the way, discussing again which one of them might have angered this gentleman. The stalker shouted that his wife had told him everything. He married the second woman of the 7 Ouyang, and this impertinent man ruined everything. His wife told him about drinking at the Loyal Hotel last night, and these 2 guys broke into her room. That's why they're gonna die today. Mr. Poe said it's a story so dumb, only a complete moron would believe it. They were definitely set up. Xiaolan said they're surrounded. There's nothing else to do but show their strength. Xiaolan said that he has a lot of strength. The interlocutor remarked that he too had strength at the Manhwa level. Xiaolan didn't believe his partner's stories. The latter said for the young man to watch carefully. Mr. Poe warned that he would give the opponents a great strike now. In the next instant, the great blow came. The opponents flew apart in different directions. Xiaolan thought that his partner really isn't weak. Even he has the strength of the path of the heavens. Mr. Poe scattered the enemy in different directions. He asked if his partner could provide support. Xiaolan asked if Mr. Poe could hit harder. Mr. Poe gave a crushing blow, and all the attackers in the area were thrown back by the ensuing shockwave. The attackers realized they had messed with the wrong people. The deceived husband shouted that they must be caught at all costs. Xiaolan shouted that there was no need to look for him. He would come on his own right now. Our hero decided to hurry up and finish this needless process. In the process of fighting, the young man pretended to fall down and lie unconscious. He thought that the opponent should buy into this ruse. At that moment, his purple vine wrapped around the legs and arms of his jealous husband. The man cried out in fear. Xiaolan said that if the opponent didn't want to turn into a pile of bones, he could come to his senses in time. The opponent was not going to change his intentions. Our hero used the god-splitting arm and made a strike to pierce through the opponent's body. The attackers were startled. Was this guy really able to break through the defense? However, he himself was seriously injured. We need to finish him off quickly. Xiaolan said that he gave a guarantee. If they attacked him now, their master would definitely die. Xiaolan added, if they don't want him to die, they should move aside. Then with the help of the plant quintessence, he would cure their master. Xiaolan urged his friend Mr. Poe to climb into the celestial ship faster. Besides, it still needed to be charged. Mr. Poe, retrieving the stones from his spatial ring, said he didn't think they would have hostages. The celestial ship drifted away. The pursuers ran, but they couldn't catch up with it. They shouted that they had stolen their master. The ship was traveling with great speed. Mr. Poe said that this ship was a very high-level ship. Because of the high-level stone, the ship was able to gain tremendous speed, and asked where this ship came from. The Ouyang family's house. Mrs. Yang was surprised. Where did this guy get such a treasure, a celestial ship? The interlocutor said he didn't know, but eyewitnesses say that the speed of the ship says that it is a high-level ship, but its model is unknown. Ms. Yang wondered if that guy had entered the tomb of the great emperor. After all, he simply wouldn't be able to survive there. The interlocutor asked Madam what to do now. Should we send someone to retrieve this ship? Mistress Yang inquired where they might be right now. She wants the exact coordinates on the navigational map. The interlocutor replied, eyewitnesses say they are not far from Huoyu. The woman said that is very bad. You can't let Xiaolan go there. South, only the abyss of death. Suddenly the ship landed. Xiaolan asked Mr. Po what was a high-level celestial ship. Po replied that the ship was created by Master Tianjingzi. There were only 10 celestial ships in Tianzhou. Right now, there were 5 celestial ships left in Tianzhou. One of them is this one. Where did that guy get it? Xiaolan said that a big octopus gave him this ship. However, it's a long story. Mr. Po didn't believe a word of it. The ship was rushing straight into a strange abyss without brakes. Furthermore, this abyss was sucking all matter inside. Mr. Po shouted that the abyss of death was ahead and warned Xiaolan to duck down and not to approach the exit. The abyss of death is one of the most dangerous places in Tianzhou, the tomb of the great black swordsman. Mr. Po said that the great emperor is the strongest person of Tianzhou. He united all of Tianzhou and was the first to reach the supreme level. From this abyss, even he did not return. Xiaolan shouted that this was a straight path of death. They need to stop quickly. The guy tried to reduce the speed of the celestial ship by all means possible. Suddenly, someone with their invisible energy hand possessing incredible strength put a barrier for the celestial ship, and just before the cliff, it stopped. All 3 passengers flew out of the vehicle. Mr. Po said that this someone stopped the ship with a single hand movement. Xiaolan wondered if it was a new enemy. An elder appeared in the sky and said that no one was harmed by the old man's strike. The old man said that he really needed this treasure, the sky ship. Xiaolan immediately realized that the person in front of him was someone who possessed the heavenly emperor level. Mr. Po looked around and saw the pursuers. They were shouting for him to let their master go. The pursuers surrounded Xiaolan and Mr. Po. The young warrior said, "Is it really starting again?" Po replied, "As long as they have the ship, they can always escape." Xiaolan said for his associate to get to the ship faster. He will cover for him. Xiaolan walked up to the hostage and grabbed him. He told the attackers if they approached, he would destroy this hostage. The old man who possessed the heavenly emperor level directed his strength towards Xiaolan and the hostage. A powerful explosion erupted. Xiaolan and the hostage and the celestial ship flew apart. Xiaolan and Mr. Po flew down into the cave of death. The old man said that they wouldn't have any use for the celestial ship now. Falling to the bottom of the cave, our hero thought it was the old man who was very strong. To save himself, he wanted to reach the purple vine, but he couldn't do it. Mr. Po asked, "Why does Xiaolan always get into some kind of trouble? Is he really so unlucky?" Xiaolan replied that his jokes were inappropriate in this case. Po said that he would now try to use the stone he had prepared for the ship. The other black stones are in the ship. It is necessary to retrieve them. Po, using the power of the stone, gave acceleration to his companion, and he flew out of the hole and headed towards the celestial ship. An old man was approaching the same ship at a similar speed. Xiaolan was the first to manage to hop into the celestial ship. Now he had to save his friend. The old man said if this guy didn't want to die, he just needed to give up the celestial ship. Xiaolan told the old man that he was willing to postpone the negotiation to another time. Right now, he needs to save his friend. The guy accelerated his transport and headed into the abyss of death after Mr. Po. The old man shouted that this guy must be suicidal. Had he really lost his mind? The people on the edge of the precipice shouted that he was headed for certain death. He himself jumped into the abyss of death. A rift appeared in the heavens and Lady Yang and her companion looked out from there. The woman said that this fellow had gone again. It should be forbidden to spread news about him. The companion said that they had a new trouble. Something unforeseen had appeared. A celestial ship belonging to Yu-Ji jumped out of the rift to Xiaolan's rescue. The girl shouted, "Where is Xiaolan now?" Mrs. Yang asked, "Why did Yu-Ji appear here?" The woman thought, "Who told this girl?" Leng Mo, grabbing his head, said, "This is a problem." Xiaolan caught up with his friend. He gave him a helping hand and managed to drag him into the celestial ship. Now they had to get out of there. Xiaolan said that Mr. Po was alive. He said they were both saved. Mr. Po wondered who was going into the abyss of death himself. How did he happen to meet such a troubled person? Yaoji pounced on the old man and screamed, what had he done to her little brother Xiaolan? She was ready to destroy him. The old man apologized and said he didn't know that this guy, Yaoji's close friend. Auntie Yang tried to calm her niece down. She said that there was nothing to be done. This boy was just a stranger she had seen once. Yaoji said that Xiaolan is her friend. He has a good heart, unlike the Ouyang family. Mo told the old man that today's situation should be kept secret. He should go back with his men. Yao Jie said that Xiaolan came to see her. Why did Auntie Yang hide all this from her? The girl asked why they couldn't protect Xiaolan. So they set it up on purpose. Mrs. Yang said that the girl shouldn't cause trouble. She should return with them right now. Madame Yang added that Xiaolan would never come back. Yao Jie, sobbing, shouted that she was demanding Xiaolan. The girl was brought back home through the heavenly rift. Our heroes landed at the bottom of the abyss of death. Xiaolan inquired, "What kind of place is this?" Mr. Po repeated that this is the burial place of the Black Swordsman. It is a void. Xiaolan said that it is like the place where he met the demon in his heart. It's like the insides of a soul. Mr. Po replied that it's not exactly like that. This place is real. If it's not strong enough, it will die from one aura. Mr. Po added, he never thought he could die with some guy alone together. Xiaolan said he is not going to die. There is a girl waiting for him to come back. Mr. Po wondered, what kind of girl are we talking about? After all, Xiaolan is a lone wolf. Xiaolan replied that this was not the time for unnecessary talk. We have to get out of here quickly. Mr. Po didn't stop talking. He asked his interlocutor to tell him about his affair before they died here. The young men saw a large number of skeletons. Mr. Po stated that it was a gruesome sight. He wondered how did they all die. Xiaolan said that he seemed to have the answer to that question and suggested his interlocutor look straight ahead. Mr. Po looked ahead and saw that there were huge monsters in front of them. Xiaolan told his companion to stay close to him. Mr. Po said that they were reanimated corpses. To destroy them, one must either smash them completely or destroy their soul. The two of them simply wouldn't be able to destroy such a large number of them. Xiaolan let out his purple vine and said that it would be enough to destroy their souls. Mr. Po saw the purple vine's abilities and was surprised. Was Xiaolan really capable of absorbing even corpses? Where did he get such power from? Xiaolan replied that he doesn't know. He only knows that it is very cool. We have to rush through quickly while the road is open. Po said that the soul-restraining monsters is awesome. He now believes that they can get out. Xiaolan stated that he saved his companion's life again. Now he just has to feed him heartily in the most expensive restaurant. Our heroes move forward. The corpses were getting stronger and stronger. It said that they were on the right path. There was a way out ahead. Suddenly, Mr. Po shouted that he had found a giant corpse. Our heroes visually determined that this monster was about 1,000,000 years old. It was huge and terrifying. The monster opened its mouth and roared loudly. Mr. Po immediately determined that this monster had exceeded the TND level, and it had done so quite a long time ago. The long-lived monster began to scare away everyone in the neighborhood. The other monsters started scattering away earlier. Our heroes also decided to find a way out of here. In addition, this giant was also able to shoot fire. Xiaolan said that he saw no other way out but to punch his way out. Mr. Po called this action suicide and added that he was not like that. Xiaolan wrapped purple vine around himself and his companion. Thus protected, they decided to avoid the place. Perhaps this giant corpse was guarding the exit. Our heroes, having risen to a small height, safely flew through the territory, saturated with all sorts of monsters. A huge monster tried to attack the young people, but he did not succeed. They easily dodged its attacks. Xiaolan asked why this monster was so stupid. Mr. Po explained that this monster died 1,000,000 years ago. Only its body and strength remained. There are no brains. Xiaolan stated that he had an idea and asked, Po Jun, have you ever ridden a huge monster that is 1,000,000 years old? Po Jun replied that he had not attended such rides yet. Xiaolan and his friend used the purple vine to fly around the giant from the side and rush straight to its back. Po Jun called his companion abnormal. Clinging to the giant's huge mane, our heroes achieved their goal. Now they had to hold on tight. Po Jun was afraid that if they died today, he would destroy his partner when he became a ghost. The giant monster was resentful. It shouted loudly and waved its forearms. Mr. Po said that they were now riding a corpse. It sounds like a very stupid joke. Xiaolan stated that he intended to deal with the big guy. Po Jun asked, his partner isn't thinking of eating this monster, is he? His soul would simply not be able to withstand such a flame. Xiaolan replied that the purple vine can regenerate as long as there is energy, and flames are not infinite. Xiaolan offered to place a bet. He claimed that his purple vine would be able to absorb the monster before the flames burned it. Po Jun replied, if the flames did win, he would strangle Xiaolan with his own hand. Xiaolan released the purple vine and said that she could handle it. Our heroes saw a stone inside the corpse. It was a hearth of flames. With a professional glance, Po Jun determined that it was a life pearl. Xiaolan inquired, what is a life pearl? Mr. Po replied that it was the source of the monster's power. That was logical. If it is obtained and then absorbed, the soul will become much stronger. Xiaolan said that it is a useful thing. However, the black flame that this pearl emits looks frightening. The purple vine will probably turn into ashes if it gets close. Po Jun said, you can try to pull out the powers. This thing, if kept outside the body, would immediately disappear, but it can be preserved if placed somewhere. Xiaolan said that for such a treasure, it was worth the risk. He added that his partner should stand aside. Our hero pushed off and rushed down with all his might. He thought that the life pearl must surely belong to him. The purple vine was giving its master protection and escort. Xiaolan found himself at the epicenter of the elevated temperature. He thought that things were not going well for him. Po Jun regretfully stated that Xiaolan had died young. Suddenly, our hero appeared from the abysses of hellfire and said that he was not dead yet. Xiaolan rushed out, and in his hand was a spatial ring. The ring contained the monster's life pearls. The monster, deprived of its life source, began to lose its balance. Po Jun shouted that this monster was about to fall. It was urgent to leave it. The monster fell. Our heroes were able to leave his body. Po Jun noticed that Xiaolan was quite resilient. Xiaolan noted that his purple vine helped him not get burned. Xiaolan said that there was nothing to chill about and needed to urgently head to the exit. The purple vine should cure him and then absorb this monster. Looking at the monster lying there, Xiaolan said that fortunately it was only a corpse. Right now, things were not as dangerous as they could have been. Po Jun shouted that he had found a way out, but he doesn't know where this gate might lead to. Xiaolan confidently said that they will pass through all the difficulties. Therefore, one must strive forward. Mr. Po confirmed that they are ready for anything. Our heroes crossed this gate. They found themselves on an open surface. It was very spacious, and there was a strong gravitational field, and they realized they wouldn't be able to take off. Xiaolan suggested looking around first, so that they wouldn't suddenly run into the same monster. On the way, the travelers came across many skeletons. They assumed that someone very ferocious was at work here. Po Jun drew his companion's attention to something that appeared ahead. It was something unusual. Ahead lay a four-armed monster that had been split into two by someone. It was rumored that the Supreme Emperor had descended into the abyss of death to destroy this monster. Xiaolan determined that this monster was of the Tian Di level. I wonder if the Supreme Emperor has left this place. Mr. Po said that no one had managed to leave the abyss of death yet. Xiaolan inquired, wasn't this million-year-old monster the monster boss of this place? Our heroes examined the cracks in the rocks. They looked like sword marks or claw marks. Another monster appeared in front of the sky ship. On the head of this monster was some kind of warrior. Xiaolan and Po Jun left the vehicle. They wondered, what was this monster and warrior? Were they still alive? Xiaolan assumed that they had already died, but they looked frightening and as if they were alive. Taking a closer look, Xiaolan told his companion that the warrior's sword had pierced through the monster. It looked like a supreme magic weapon. Po Jun suggested that Xiaolan take this sword. Xiaolan replied that this sword rightfully belongs to his companion. Xiaolan remarked that if Mr. Po gets this sword, he will have his back. Besides, they would have no chance of ever seeing such a thing again. Po Jun agreed and headed for the sword. Mr. Po approached a safe distance and threw his whip over the sword. He wasn't sure if he would be able to pull this sword out. However, there didn't seem to be any spell cast, and right now this sword didn't belong to anyone. Po Jun pulled his whip and decided that he could pull out this sword. Mr. Po reached out his hand to retrieve the weapon. Suddenly, the warrior, the owner of the sword, woke up. Po Jun was frightened and turned back to his companion. From fear, he lost consciousness. The warrior who woke up asked who finally came here. Xiaolan thought that the soul of the great emperor was in front of them. The emperor asked, why did the guy give up this magic weapon? Xiaolan thought that this person was in his right mind, unlike that spirit of the girl in the tomb, and it looks quite lively. The emperor added that many people died for this sword. Doesn't the guy need it? Xiaolan replied that he certainly needs a magic weapon, but there is a nuance. He and his friend had fallen into this abyss because of it. Therefore, in order to make it up to him, he decided that the sword would go to his friend. The emperor laughed and said that before power and might, everyone becomes a traitor. If he hadn't been betrayed by someone, he wouldn't have ended up like this. The emperor added that it was ridiculous. He was poisoned by someone he trusted. Those who trust someone are just fools. The warrior said that he would give this guy a choice. Either he will destroy his comrade, then he will receive a sword and learn great spells, or he would die here with his friend. Xiaolan was surprised by this choice. Did the emperor really want to destroy him and Po Jun? The emperor said that only the ruthless could become the strongest in this world. If the guy can refuse others, he will get chances to reach the same level and inherit this sword. Xiaolan ran through all of this in his mind. He should eliminate the comrade, inherit the skills and knowledge of the great emperor, and obtain the sword, and then he would be able to leave this place. The emperor was pushing the guy and telling him to make his choice. Then he would obtain powerful knowledge. Xiaolan shouted his refusal. His purple vine surrounded his master. What was the point of being invincible if you destroy even your loved ones and lose all the people you could trust? Xiaolan added that he would not turn into a ruthless annihilator. It would be better for him to perish. The guy activated his crushing fist. The emperor said that he intended to fulfill his interlocutor's wish. The mighty emperor said that Xiaolan was not his opponent and gave the fellow a crushing blow. Xiaolan fell on his back. The emperor asked if he still had any regrets. Our hero said that he had no regrets. The great warrior said that the one in front of him was talented, bright, soft, and stubborn. The opponent is indeed as he used to be. The emperor said that he would spare him. Xiaolan got to his feet and asked, "Won't the opponent destroy him?" The emperor replied, he wants to see what kind of future the guy can achieve. Besides, his body and sword can't stay here forever. If the guy can reach the Tiandi level within 10 years and transfer his body back to his homeland, protect the emperor's descendants, then the emperor will grant him a ruthless sword. Xiaolan noticed that events had taken a different turn. He thanked the master and added that if he could leave this place, he would do his best. The emperor replied, "Whether a guy can leave this place depends only on him. He must feel the power of space travel." The emperor added that this is not the last level of the abyss. If they go forward, they will die. They need to break through the void. They must break through space and return to Tianzhou. Xiaolan inquired, "Do they really have to break the laws? This all sounds crazy." The great emperor said that his soul is in this ruthless sword and his power is limited. He can only help in this way. Everything else is up to Xiaolan. Parting with our hero, the emperor reminded him that he had promised to come back and bury him. Xiaolan said that this skill is very similar to what the Ouyang family uses. In any case, there is hope to leave this place. Our hero realized that he must practice space travel. The ruthless sword is also necessary for him. At some point, Po Jun came to his senses and wondered, why was he unconscious? Why did he have the feeling of a big battle? Xiaolan didn't answer or react to his friend. He was in the process of interpreting and interacting with the space. The guy thought that now he had that demon in his heart again. He really is extremely unlucky. The young man fought this demon and thought that he should not lose and die. There are people waiting for him. The boy's soul has reached its limit. There is a way in his heart. All things cannot break it. The young man could not understand whose voice it was. The voice said that only he himself and no one else could defeat him. To gain power, you only need to let it into your heart. Then the soul would become immortal. Xiaolan shouted that his soul would not disappear. His heart would not be conquered. His soul would remain forever. Xiaolan shouted with all his might that he would not give up his heart and soul. There was a powerful release of energy. The guy excitedly said that he was able to defeat the demon in his heart for the third time. The young man noticed the tearing of the void. He thought that he needed to study it faster. Po Jun thought, why did the demon decide to capture this guy's heart right now? Xiaolan must survive at all costs. Xiaolan rose to his feet and said that he had done so. Mr. Po was ecstatic. This guy had done it again. The Supreme Emperor said that not only was this guy able to defeat the demon in his heart, but he was also able to learn space magic. He is truly someone who can be trusted. Po Jun said out of surprise that the remnant of the Supreme Emperor's soul was in front of him. Xiaolan said that this master would help them get out of here. Xiaolan climbed onto the monster. Mr. Po said that it was hard to believe. This guy was just really lucky. The guy came to pick up the sword and said that he would definitely do it right. Xiaolan grabbed the sword and felt a very strong energy emanating from it. He raised the sword high above his head and said that it was a great weapon. The emperor declared that this sword has a soul. A guy would only be able to tame the sword if he could reach the level of Tiandi within 10 years. The emperor added that the sword has a ruthless history. When the sword is exposed, blood is always visible on it. Before the sword recognizes its master, it will only be able to use its energy once every 3 days, and only at half strength. But it's enough to defeat an enemy of the level of a Tandi. The emperor told these two to prepare. His homeland is located in Yingmu City. The emperor's name, Qingdi. The emperor added that when the time comes, the remains should be thrown into the river. Then the spell would break. Xiaolan thought that the emperor was now using his last strength. The emperor said that he believed the guy. Xiaolan kneeled down and said that he would fulfill his promise. Xiaolan turned to his partner and told him to hurry up. The rift in the sky might close. Xiaolan and his friend managed to get into the rift. The guy thought that he would finally be free. The outskirts of Luoshu City. The young men were jubilant. They had returned to Tianzhou. Po Jun couldn't believe that he was flying to the east of Tianzhou. Somewhere out there was the emperor's homeland. While the young men were in the abyss of death, an entire year had passed in the outside world. Everyone thought that they had disappeared without a trace and died. If their identities were revealed, there would be a storm of resentment. Xiaolan regretfully thought that his void-breaking skills were too weak, and he can't properly control where to go and from where to go. Po Jun offered his friend the spatial ring and said that there were some black stones he could take for himself. Po Jun added that it was a very interesting adventure, but it was time for them to part ways. Po Jun said that he can't go back to his hometown yet, so he will stay here and wait for a better time. The friends parted and agreed that they would definitely meet in the future. Each of the warriors went his own way. Their roads lay in different directions. Our hero, having gone through the portal, found himself in the city of Isan. This city was not far from Qingmu. Unexpectedly, Xiaolan saw a familiar face. The guy ran up and asked what had happened to him. "And where is Uncle Futu?" the stranger inquired. Was it really the young master in front of him? The interlocutor told the young master to think of a way to save Futu and Mr. Mo Shen. The man revealed that only 4 of them were able to reach Tianzhou. 9 people had died. They were trying to earn money in various ways by completing tasks. Uncle added that they eventually reached Isan City. It is one of the 10 places for better earning. But then a spiritual cluster appeared. The boy asked, "I guess the spiritual cluster was at the mercy of one of the big families? This place is dangerous. It is famous straight like the abyss of death." The interlocutor said that this place is extremely dangerous. The big family can't do anything about it. That's why it gives adventurers a big chance. They had great luck and were near the eruption of a large number of rocks, so they harvested a large crop. But on their way back, they were stopped. The rascals robbed them and beat them to a pulp. The rest were badly wounded and captured. He fell off the cliff and managed to escape. Xiaolan said angrily that he just had to save the others. The interlocutor said that they have little chance. The problem is the same. It is a big family in Essen City. Xiaolan asked if there was anyone in this city with the level of Pull DI. The interlocutor said there are none here now. Xiaolan said that in that case, he would be enough to solve everything here. Our heroes arrived at the outskirts of the city to Yemo Mountain. This mountain has a very powerful energy. Perhaps there is an emperor's tomb somewhere here. Uncle said that this is where Mr. Futu and the others are being held. There are at least 3 Renhua-level people here. Xiaolan said that he would be back soon. Xiaolan, using his internal energy abilities, instantly went to fulfill the task at hand. Xiaolan arrived at the headquarters in a spectacular manner. Making a ruckus, he asked the nearest warriors he caught, "Where are Futu and Xiaomo Shen being held?" The guards were indignant. Who was it that attacked them? Who the hell is Xiaomo Shen? Xiaolan said that they needed to quickly release the 3 adventurers they had caught recently when the spiritual cluster appeared. Otherwise, he would destroy everyone here. The opponents were surprised. Did this guy really come here to save those rascals? How dare he, with the level of Zhu Wang, climb here? Xiaolan said, "In that case, there will be a few less of them today, because he will eliminate them. Whatever they did to his loved ones, he would repay them 1,000-fold. The boy activated his fist of rage. The guard said he had a lot of nerve and decided to deal with the uninvited guest. and said that this was where his journey would end. Xiaolan, as always, called his purple vine to his aid. He said that he would deal with them in no time. The young man also used his Fist of Fury and pierced through one opponent with it. One of the opponents was surprised. How could this guy destroy a person with Renhua's level? Our hero's uncle was watching this scene and thought that the young master was too reckless. If he was caught, it would all be over. Xiaolan, with the help of his purple vine, captivated all the rivals and asked where they were keeping his loved ones. Uncle was watching from around the corner. He was surprised at the fact that all the warriors had been annihilated by just one person. Xiaolan saw where the prisoners were being held. The guards ran away out of fear. The guy reached the prisoners and freed them. He said that he was looking for Uncle Futu and Mo Shen. Uncle Futu stated that there are a lot of strong opponents here. We need to get out of here quickly. The boy replied that he is not afraid of anything. Only Tian Di's level could stop him, and asked where Mo Shen and Lu Ming are now. Futu wondered how Xiaolan was able to become so strong. Uncle Futu said that not too long ago, those two were sent out to collect stones, where they were sucked into an abyss of fog. From there, even the highest leveled warriors couldn't return. This fog is almost the same as the abyss of death. The young man was approached by his uncle and told that they needed to leave this place immediately. It was too late to retreat. Warriors appeared in the sky. The eldest of them asked who was brave enough to attack. Xiaolan said that it was their own fault. They had offended his loved ones and driven them to despair. Today, they would pay for it. Uncle thought, this is the city's top patrol, and all of them are of the highest level of Renhua. The patrolman asked who was he talking to, who dared to pull something like this in his territory. Heavenly demon skills, a strange soul-devouring soul. He seemed to have heard something about it. One of the guards asked a patrolman to save him from this guy. Xiaolan assumed that this patrolman was the person who was causing lawlessness here. He takes all the adventurers as slaves. Futu said that he was the reason their men got caught in the fog. The patrol leader thought that the men in front of him were just a few weaklings. A little effort, and the stones of Yemo Mountain would belong to them. The patrol chief ordered his subordinates to eliminate all the stroppy ones and not let anyone go. Xiaolan repelled the attack and released his purple vine. He said that all the rascals would regret it. The guy thought that these people are all at the top of the Renhua level. They are quite powerful. Our hero decided to use the ruthless sword. He took out this deadly weapon and raised it high up. The attackers realized that in the hands of their opponent's terrifying power and decided to quickly retreat. The patrol chief asked what his opponent's name was. Xiaolan said that he didn't deserve to know his name, adding that he would destroy him now. After the attack, the young man thought that the power of the ruthless sword was extremely great, even greater than that of the scepter. New warriors appeared in front of our hero. In the midst of them was a Tian D-level warrior. It was Sui Feng. Xiaolan thought that perhaps he had come for the ruthless sword and told his relatives that they should leave this place quickly. Futu wondered, how would they be able to run away from a person with a pull level? Xiaolan replied that he had everything provided for. The guy released his vine, which swept up the companions. Xiaolan used his abilities to activate the space rupture. Xiaolan added that there might be some minor problems, but overall his companions shouldn't be frightened. Emperor Sui Feng received a report that the patrol leader and other warriors had been eliminated by that thief. The emperor thought that it might be someone from the Ouyang family. The weapon in his hands was deadly. Sui Feng ordered the entire city to be sealed off. It was forbidden to tell anyone about what had happened. Xiaolan and his companions escaped. The guy said they traveled 1,000 miles, but he still couldn't control this ability accurately. The companions were surprised by Xiaolan's new ability. Xiaolan said that they have to rescue Mo Shen and Lu Ming. He hopes that they are still alive. Xiaolan gave Uncle Futu a spatial ring and said that there are 100,000 black stones in it. They should find a good place to hide. In these 3 years, he would definitely not die, so he would definitely find them. Xiaolan thought that the ruthless sword would definitely cause a storm of discussion and resentment. He must get to Qingmu City as soon as possible to fulfill the emperor's last wish. Luoya City. The warriors watching from the fortress walls said that no one was able to survive this disaster. All the lords of the various estates had gathered. They had never seen such a large number of people with the Tiandi level before. Emperor Sui Feng said that according to the eyewitnesses, the guy was practicing heavenly demon skills. He possessed the soul of a purple vine and a dragon claw. Emperor Luo Yisong said that there could be no mistake. It was indeed Xiaolan who had disappeared into the abyss a year ago. The emperor's daughter, Luo Yimei, asked her father how that guy with his strength was able to get out of the great swordsman's tomb. The emperor said that he wanted to know that too. But the sword that guy used must have been lying in that abyss, with its old owner, Qing Di. It's an incredible treasure. The emperor ordered Sui Feng to take men and head to Qingmu City. Xiaolan should be there too. One must remember that that guy is needed alive. Xiaolan once again activated the space rupture to move. Once again, he didn't realize where he had gotten to. He hoped that the direction wasn't too far off. Next, he decided to follow to Qingmu City on foot. Suddenly, out of the watery abyss, a large water serpent appeared near our hero. It opened its mouth and wanted to swallow Xiaolan. The guy summoned the purple vine and asked it to deal with the monster. However, the strength of this serpent was far above Renhua's level. One could not rely only on the skills of a heavenly demon and the power of a ruthless sword. The purple vine attacked the water serpent. But why was there so much ice energy in its body? Xiaolan told the purple vine that this energy was not as strong as the black fire monsters in the abyss. Therefore, it shouldn't have any difficulty absorbing it. After the purple vine had dispersed the serpent, he thought that this monster didn't even have a life realm. It looked like it was useless. The guy didn't understand what happened. Why did the purple vine clone absorb the ice energy? The purple vine replied that it didn't know. Xiaolan didn't think it was evolution. He hoped that the purple vine would get stronger after all. Xiaolan tried to see if the ice energy could resist the fire pearl. The guy asked the purple vine to swallow that pearl. At this time, Emperor Mubai appeared above the cave our hero was in. He felt that the energy of the water serpent had disappeared. This place was very close to Qingmu City. The emperor speculated that it might be the work of Xiaolan. He decided to check it out and went to the cave. In the cave, a purple vine was devouring a pearl. Watching the event, the guy thought that she was getting somewhere. In the end, the purple vine obtained the ability of the fire pearl. Xiaolan felt someone approaching him. There was an urgent need to leave. The one who was approaching tried to launch an energy strike at our hero. At the last moment, the guy managed to hide in a protective shell. Emperor Mubai said he discovered this guy. The cave was destroyed, so he didn't have time to use the space rift. Xiaolan decided to use his celestial ship. The emperor shouted that he wouldn't let him escape. Emperor Mubai said that Xiaolan would definitely be caught now. In Luoyang Palace, Mrs. Yang asked if Xiaolan was still alive. The interlocutor said that Emperor Luoye was secretly investigating the situation. He will know the details soon. Mrs. Yang said that it was imperative to definitely find this boy. He can use the space rift and he has a celestial ship. The woman added that she was looking forward to meeting this boy. Emperor Mubai continued to attack our hero who was hiding in the celestial ship. The emperor said that the sword and the ship would belong to him. The guy realized that the emperor attacking him was too strong. When he could break through the barrier, there would be little chance of survival. Guy was afraid to use the ruthless sword. He didn't know what the sword could do with his own strength. The attacking warriors said that with his strength, the young boy wouldn't be able to use the ruthless sword again in such a short period of time. He needs a reboot. Xiaolan released purple vine clones to protect him everywhere, restraining his opponents. Unexpectedly, the unbelievable happened. Emperor Mubai was attacked and destroyed. The emperor's companions didn't understand. What kind of monstrous soul was this? Xiaolan was also terribly surprised. The ice energy and flames that the purple vine absorbed could destroy in seconds. Even though the pearls had been destroyed and extinguished, it was still an incredible power. The attackers decided to retreat. They urgently needed to report everything to Emperor Suifeng. Xiaolan thought that more trouble awaited him now. All the emperors in the southeast would join forces to capture him. Suifeng, upon receiving the news, was terribly angry. This one, Xiaolan, is really dangerous. He must be caught immediately. All 3 emperors in the vicinity must be notified so that they can all mobilize to catch this guy. Our hero was located near Qingmu City. Xiaolan looked at the purple vine and said that it didn't look like a soul at all. Xiaolan said that such an intimidating ability was clearly unusual, but he decided to deal with it later. Right now, he had an important matter to attend to. The young man had to fulfill Emperor Qingdi's last will and bury him in these waters. The boy kneeled down, lowered his head, and said that he had fulfilled his promise. The unexpected happened. A man who was holding the emperor in his arms flew up from the watery abysses. He said, "At last his remains have returned." The young man who held the emperor in his arms said that Mi Sheng was indebted to him. If he suddenly needed help, he could go up to Qingcheng Mountain. There, any of his requests would be fulfilled. The man disappeared under the water. Xiaolan thought that he didn't want to talk to him anymore. Could he be a descendant of the emperor? But after all, there was no such mountain on the maps. Xiaolan decided to go to Qingmu City to find out where the Qing emperor's descendant was going. The young man was told that the Qing family had suddenly disappeared. This supreme emperor is alone with nature. There is not much information about it. No one had heard of this mountain either. Our hero was very interested in the question, what happened to the Qingdi family that year? Xiaolan noticed that the pursuers had caught up with him. He was discovered. Emperor Sui Feng said that justice had caught up with this guy. The young man saw that there were 4 emperors in front of him. He didn't think that they could appear so quickly. How on earth did they find him? Could it be that the ruthless sword was able to reveal the identity of the Qing emperor? And that was what had brought them here? The emperor had stated that under his holy power, this guy wouldn't be able to use his soul. One must keep a distance from him and destroy him. The guy was attacked by the enemy. He fell to his knees. His whole body was covered in blood. The emperor said, now he can't run anywhere. The wounded and exhausted Xiaolan offered the emperor to come down and fight him. And the cameraman said that he won't get any closer. He is not as careless as his predecessors. The attacking warriors decided to all come closer together. Although this guy only has a level 4 heavenly demon, but he is too dangerous. One must be vigilant. Miss Yang noticed that the 4 emperors have kneeled down to this guy, but they are still cautious. She can't hold back her laughter. Miss Yang watched this fight and thought, should she save Xiaolan? If her act offended Emperor Luoyi, it might provoke a war. There was a rupture of space again. Mrs. Yang said that in so many years, it is hard to meet a man with a temperament similar to Xiaolan. He is going crazy again today. The emperor saw the space rupture and said that the Wu Yang family was about to appear. It was urgent to speed up the attack. Mrs. Yang grabbed Xiaolan and dragged him into the space rupture. The emperor decided to go in pursuit and catch up with this rascal. Somewhere in the forest, thanks to the space rift, Madame Yang and Xiaolan were safe. Xiaolan thanked Madame Yang for saving him from the emperors. Mrs. Yang, sending the guy further through the space rift, told him not to force her to meet him again. The woman added that he was still being pursued by the Southeast Emperor. If he wanted to survive, he should go to the Ouyang mansion as soon as possible and let Xiao Yu take him to the old man. Xiaolan was surprised. Didn't she still want to get rid of him back then? Besides, the Ouyang family might demand his treasure. The guy thought that before he could save himself, there was one more thing that needed to be done. Luoyi family house. The emperor thought that the Ouyang family didn't even dare to show their face, so it wasn't the old man's order. The emperor ordered to continue searching for Xiaolan. If someone from the Ouyang family interfered, he would personally come to them. The emperor thought, who is this Xiaolan, really? He possesses such treasures and was able to destroy the emperor. Asura Palace. The girl is giving the dear guest a tutorial to improve the 5th level of the heavenly demon skill. Xiaolan asked, why are there so many newcomers here? What happened? The girl explained that there would be an exotic treasure fair in the city where all of Tianzhou's major forces would participate. Xiaolan remembered Pojun telling him that one of the 10 supreme emperors was very obsessed with such treasures and collected them. However, Xiao Dao and Hongdou would go to Xiandi. He has a great deal of luck. He might be able to meet Jing Ming. The girl reported to the ruler of the Asura Palace that she had seen the wanted young man. There could be no doubt about it. The girl stamped his body and gave him the heavenly demon's secret book, just as Master had instructed. Qingxing said that it was very good, and let this guy leave Luoya's territory first. The main gate of Potian City. Master Jingming said that this guy is really a monster. Soon, the whole Tianzhou will be turned upside down. He is waiting for him to return to the Divine Soul Continent again. Xiaolan, grabbing his cat, told Master Jingming to take care of himself. Our hero found himself in Xiandi City. He decided to do something to avoid unnecessary trouble. Xiaolan took the necessary pill and changed his appearance. All the invitees flocked to the event. They were welcomed and invited to go inside. Xiaolan saw guards around and didn't understand how he could get inside. The guy noticed that the Ouyang family had arrived. Yao Jie was also present here. Ouyang Xie said that he hoped there would be no trouble with the girl today. Xiaolan tried to communicate with the girl. Maybe she would recognize her friend. The guard didn't let Xiaolan close to the girl and told him to move aside. Yao Jai stated that she didn't know the man, and he can't pretend to be her friend. Xiaolan said, "Doesn't Yao Ji remember calling him brother after riding the celestial ship?" The girl rushed to the guy and asked, "Is it really him?" Xiaolan replied that he had forgotten the invitation. Xiaolan asked if he could go along with her. He hoped that the girl recognized him. Ouyang Ye asked, "Who was he? How could Yao Ji recognize him?" The girl said, "Of course he could walk along with her." Yao Ji said, "She's glad he's still alive." "And why does he have that appearance? What happened?" The guy said it's a long story, but he will definitely tell her everything the next time he meets her. Yuji said she will definitely wait. If he has any problems, she will definitely protect him. Xiaolan said that they hadn't seen each other for a year, and in that time, she had become even cuter. The man was surprised. Who is this guy? Thanks to him, the girl had become calm. This was the residence of the Hailing family. Hongdo was determined there. However, there are many strong people here. He can't behave recklessly. People were spreading rumors. The Mo family wants to marry the Hailing family. On their side, there will be a new girl, Dongfang Hongdo. Xiaolan also saw his brother. His companion said that he would be able to buy the things he needed at this auction. Xiaodao looked at Xiaolan, but naturally did not recognize him. However, this person's aura seemed familiar to him. Xiao Yao asked the young man what was the matter. The boy replied that nothing had happened, and thought that perhaps he was mistaken. Xiaolan was indignant. How dare the Mo family claim Hongdo? The hostess invited everyone to the auction and declared it open. As long as the bidders had black stones, they could afford anything they wanted. The girl announced the first item. It was a cauldron with the blood of a dragon marked by the 5 heavens. The bidding started immediately after the announcement. Xiaolan stood to the side and listened to the bidders' bidding and reasoning about the usefulness of this item. The next item announced was an airship. Xiaolan noticed that the big families were silent, so nothing good had happened yet. The auction continued. After the lot was sold, another lot followed. It was now a huge axe. Xiaolan thought that he should find opportunities to talk to his brother. Mu Xiaoyao was also located here. The host announced the next lot, a heavenly black stone for 3 million stones. The bidding for the stone was very hot. Xiaolan thought that it was a valuable artifact and he could use it. The deputy head of the Asura Hall, Xing Mu, decided to purchase this stone for 10 million. City Lord Shangdi raised the price to 20 million. Xiaolan thought that this was already too much. The entertainment for the rich had begun. He realized that he had no chance. The hostess announced that the next item was created by the emperor. 100 fire phoenixes, the 7th of Tianzhou's 10 treasures, had been used for it. The defense could calmly withstand 5 full-scale attacks from the heavenly emperor. The starting price is 5 million. Xiaolan noticed that someone new had entered the battle for the lot. The young man said that his family is determined. He wants to gift it to his future wife. It was Mo Xiao, the first son of the Mo family. Everyone was intrigued. Mr. Mo publicly stated that he wanted to give this to his bride. The Mo family is not easy to get interested in. The hostess said that if there were no more bids, this item could be sold. Someone announced 10 million. The audience became even more intrigued. Who dared to challenge the Mo family and bid 10 million? He must be from a big family. This person's aura was similar to a heavenly demon battle technique. Xiao Dao, hearing this voice, thought that it seemed familiar to him. He felt as if he had forgotten something very important. Xiao Yao thought that she had heard this voice before too. Xiao Yo realized that it was Xiaolan, but he had disappeared into the abyss a year ago, hadn't he? Mr. Mo was angry. Who could his rival be? And he said 11 million. Xiaolan said he was giving 12 million, and he wants to give these clothes to Hongdo, just to see her smile. Xiaolan decided that there was no way he would lose. The spectators thought that it was Mo Xiao's opponent. He wants to give this gift to the same girl, over 10 million black stones for a smile. Xiaolan thought that these clothes would prove his longing for her love. Hei Qi, the young patriarch of the Hailing family, was curious. Who could this madman be? After all, he had never even dreamed of Madame Hongdo in his dreams. Everyone saw Madame Hongdo smiling. Everyone said that the girl had never smiled once before. But the surrounding people didn't understand. How did this guy spend so many stones? He made a ruckus at the auction without realizing the consequences. He came alone, even though he wasn't particularly strong. Surely he's from a big family? The host said the price was over 10 million. The buyer needs to prove he can pay that amount. She asked Mr. to follow her. Xiaolin said he definitely had that amount and thought that he forgot where he got so many stones from. The auction host asked what should she call the honorable gentleman. The guy said to be called Du Long. The girl reminded Mr. Du Long that they don't want any trouble at the auction. Du Long said that he wasn't here to cause trouble, although he didn't bring many stones with him. Du Long took out his ring and asked if these treasures would be more expensive than those stones. The young man presented the celestial armor and celestial weapons for everyone to view. 3 airships. There were a lot of treasures and a dozen more appraisers needed to be called in. The auction host said that these items were indeed very valuable. They were already estimated to be worth at least 12 million already. Xiaolin asked if he could use these things as collateral to buy them back in the future. The guy thought that it was not yet a fact that he would be able to defeat the Mo family. It would be necessary to use all means. The auction host said that it could be done, but the valuation would be reduced by 20%. Therefore, something else would have to be pledged. Du Long asked how much could the celestial ship be worth. The auction host announced to all the bidders that Mr. Lone Wolf had confirmed his status. They could continue with the auction. The opponent swearing offered 12.5 million. Du Lang offered 15 million. The groom was even more furious. This was already exceeding the amount of money he was carrying. Xiao Dao thought that this guy actually has another name. Xiao Yao thought that he had spent a huge amount of money just to take a risk. Is Hongdo really that important to him? One onlooker thought that this guy had just added 2.5 million. That's something even the Mo family can't afford. Yao Ji thought that this guy likes another person, and she became sad.